Chapter 29, Volume 4. Volume 4, Chapter 2, Thou Come to Me. I'll admit it now. I'm a son of a bitch. If I'm to be a bit more honest, then I should confess that I'm not just a simple son of a bitch, but a very intelligent son of a bitch. I was not only the smartest person among the people I knew, but I was also the most honest. To be exact, as I was smart enough to realize that I was a son of a bitch, I was also honest enough to admit only that fact. Individuals who possessed both wisdom and honesty, like myself, were rare to find. If someone were to approach me and inquire what I thought was the most well-done thing that I've ever done in my life, then the boundlessly honest me, the limitlessly wise me, would have no other choice but to respond like this: that it was the act of shoving my father into prison. 3 days since I was imprisoned. Rain descended today as well. My hair was completely drenched and was now hampering my eyes. I left it to be soaked. Even if I brush my hair aside, what would that change? Because of the spring rain, even my inner flesh was aching. Ah, Farnese. I see that because both you and I carry the sin of having a bad father, our minds have been crippled. Why are we not twisted when we have been trying to accept the world with our disabled bodies? Why do our knees not collapse? If we are breaking the world, then all we need to do is attempt to throw aside the weight before our knees buckle, but when people witness us doing that, they criticize us for being cruel. It has only been 3 days since the speech was given, but I had received information that, within the enemy front lines, the rumors that Farnese was an illegitimate child from a duke's house, was sold off as a slave, and that her blood mother was a whore, were already widespread. Even if Farnese's defamation was fast, this was tremendously fast. Should I say that's the Imperial Princess Elizabeth for you? She was no fool. Illegitimate child, slave, and whore. These were all nothing but stimulating words. She knew how to attack the figurehead. Truly, she was flawless. If possible, I wanted to organize the structure of the Crescent Alliance a day sooner and effectively retaliate against the Imperial Princess Elizabeth. More than anything else, the current three-faction structure, in other words, there was a need to overcome this system where the Mountain Faction Neutral Faction Plains Faction were splitting up the military power. This was an obvious task. For these people to split the forces into 3 parts when we would still be lacking even if we were to combine together, it was difficult to see them as sane. A Crescent Alliance that has become one. Not an army where Barbados or Paimon is the center, but a Crescent Alliance centered around me, must be formed. In order to do so, 3 conditions must be met. First, I have to clearly prove the fact that I am very competent. If I am incompetent, then the reason to put me at the center of the Crescent Alliance would disappear. Second, I have to also prove that Farnese is extremely competent as well. If she were incompetent, then the need to appoint her as the figurehead would vanish. For example, the situation where I will be spared at the price of purging Farnese had occurred. The recent occurrence belonged to this sort of flow of events. In short, the Demon Lords have yet to realize Farnese's competence. And finally, the third. I had to prove the fact that the Imperial Princess Elizabeth was heinously competent. If the Imperial Princess were incompetent, then the reason to keep Farnese and myself alive in order to stand against her will perish. The delusion that they alone would be sufficient to stand against her was highly likely to spread throughout the Demon Lords. Dungeon Attack was the product of such a future where this delusion had completely controlled the Demon Lord army. It was the worst-case scenario that must be avoided at all costs. Surely, it was battle. Battle was the answer. By engaging in a large fight, let us prove to them who the most competent individuals of this era are. I desired for a magnificent, and yet, comedic battle. Child, quickly achieve a tremendous victory and return. There are many things I wish to tell you. I was here in this prison. Omicron. Omicron. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 6. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, Simple Prison. Omicron. Oi, skinny bones. Eat this and live. You have to eat for a living, too. Around evening. A woman with a figure that was large like a pole approached me. The individual known as Rank 12th, Demon Lord Citri, was on night watch today. Since I was a prisoner with a special status, and since the nature of my crime was severely political, the Demon Lords would stand on night watch one person at a time and in a rotation. It was a rather luxurious reception. The surveillance lasted throughout the day. There were several torches around the animal cage, but it seems they were imbued with some sort of magic since they did not get extinguished easily despite having been drenched by rainwater. As the torches burned throughout the night, the surveillance, who depended on that light, stared at me deviously. For the past 3 days, the personalities of the surveillance differed in various ways. A certain demon lord, who was dispatched from the Plains faction, seemed to have truly suspected that I would try and make an escape, so they personally held a torch in their hand and came close to the cage in order to monitor me up close. It seems they sincerely believed that I had committed high treason, but on the contrary, I welcomed that innocence. In case I was aiming to escape, in case I was making contact with the outside, or if either of those didn't happen, then in case I was leisurely enjoying my time here after having secretly received from one of the other guards a type of luxury or debauchery, which prisoners were absolutely not allowed to have. Without blinking even once, the surveillant kept watching me. The large man, who introduced himself as Beleth, was the rank 13th Demon Lord. The people from the neutral faction handled the surveillance half-heartedly. They would openly promise that they would provide me with special meals or snacks if I asked them for some. In their perspective, they claimed that in some ways I, Dantalian, had committed a crime, but in other ways, I had not. Therefore, the thing to determine which side was correct purely depended on the negotiation between the Plains faction and the Mountain faction. At this point, since I'm not a criminal, but be that as it may, that didn't make me not a criminal, they didn't have a need to punish me, nor did they have a requirement to serve me. As a result, they stated that if it's something simple like giving me a meal, then they can at least show kindness in that regard. I politely refused their goodwill. A handful of straw for sleeping purposes. An uncomfortable and hard wooden chair. Those were all the things that were provided for me. I spent my time watching the raining sky. Occasionally, Lapis or Farnese would come find me in order to give me a report on what had happened thus far. Although Lapis tried to take my life, unfortunately, there were firm metal bars placed between us. Lapis told me off because I had made the situation worse when the issue wasn't something that I had to go out of my way to be imprisoned for. I shrugged my shoulders and said nothing more. If I were to speak honestly, then I felt safer and more comfortable within this prison cell than I did outside. I was quite the extreme bastard. The only thing that I required was either a place to sleep with a 3-meter radius or the entire world. In regards to which side piled up comparatively less stress, the former was a rank higher than the latter. It's paradise, I say. Paradise. Although I really don't like you. Regardless of that, I believe that someone shouldn't be unable to eat just because someone else doesn't like them, you know? Demon Lord Citri, who volunteered to be the surveillant on the 3rd day, was close to Paimon. She and I had a deep connection in various respects. Citri had witnessed the sight of me breaking Paimon during the hearing, and during the process of preparing for this war, she had sent her subordinates to obstruct me. Although it was my first time facing her in person, I was not unfamiliar with her. Referentially, even within the demon continent that is said to have many perverts, Citri was a woman who was renowned for being a high-class pervert due to the fact that she had done all sorts of perverse acts. From what I have heard, she was not only an acquired hermaphrodite, but there was an extravagant record saying that she had slept with every single race, along with every gender of each race, that exists within the demon continent. The majority of the demon lords were like that. Citri ripped a piece of bread and pushed it towards me between the bars. Here. I have a body that is fine even if I do not eat anything in particular, though. I heard it from the people who were keeping watch over you yesterday. They said you didn't eat anything yesterday or the day before that, isn't that right? Don't do that. Even if us demon lords are fellows who are fine without food, you have to at least have one meal every 2 days. If you don't, then you'll lose it, you know? What does she mean by losing something? I tilted my head. Lose what? Your sense of living. Citri gazed this way while maintaining her posture of handing the piece of bread to me. It's fine if you don't particularly eat, right? It's fine if you don't particularly sleep, right? There's quite the number of demon lords who became vegetables because they got used to that. Why do you think only half of all the demon lords are participating in the Crescent Alliance? Although there is probably a political reason behind that. Citri shook her head. I'm a meathead, so I don't really understand difficult things that well. Things like politics are something big sis Paimon will think about and contemplate. But there are fellows who completely lose their facial expressions after having lived off of only liquids for an entire month. Did you know that those guys are really interesting? They react if you touch their bodies, but even if you tickle them or beat them, their faces stay void of emotions, void. Thinking their expression would perhaps come back if I did this, I even tried raping them, but nothing changed. It never came back. Eat? You'll be able to live if you eat. I carefully received the piece of bread. Only then did Citri nod in satisfaction. She then sat flat on the ground and ate her portion of the bread. Really, each and every one of her actions felt barbaric. The most luxurious lady among the demon lords was Paimon, and yet the people actually around her were like this. It was surprising. In an area a slight distance away, there were 2 guards standing there. It was most likely for the purpose of hiding their identities, but they were concealing themselves by wearing a white military uniform from head to toe. They didn't give any particular response even after witnessing Citri sit down so uncourteously. That must mean that this was her normal behavior, this demon lord called Citri. You're sex friends with that bitch Barbatos, right? How is it? Does she appear even slightly like a decent person when having sex? I shrugged my shoulders. That is a question that severely invades one's privacy. No, it's because it's surprising, really surprising. Though it's intriguing that among the demon lords, Barbatos was the one to make a sex friend, but yeah. It's that, you know? That. You're living rather well while having sex with that sort of bitch, that sort of feeling? Did you know that among the people she's gone out with thus far, excluding one person, all of them have died by her hands? Barbatos. I shouldn't be the one to say this, but you need to watch your public image a bit. But that is something I am hearing for the first time. The fact that she has killed all of her lovers. That is interesting. Is it possible to tell me the details? Yeah. But when I think about it, this is something that seriously invades someone's privacy as well, you know? Citri casually chewed on the bread. If I reveal someone else's private life, then I'll be the only one who'd become a bad bitch. That's why you tell me first about how it's like to have sex with Barbatos. If someone's going to become a bad bitch, then everyone has to become a bad bitch together. Rank 12th, Demon Lord Citri was an individual who properly understood how to bargain. No, in the first place, I'm a man. I'm not sure if it were a bad bastard, but I'm incapable of becoming a bad bitch. Once I pointed that out, Citri furrowed her brow. Skinny Bones, when you call someone a son of a bitch, do you call them that because you believe they're really the child of a dog? No. Retard is something you say to someone who isn't a retard, right? Yes. Then son of a bitch and retard. I'm sorry, but can you tell me the reason why I can swear at you by calling you a son of a bitch and a retard, but I can't call you a bad bitch? I couldn't give a response. As a result, I was forced into a position where I had to give a vivid description of, and also depict, how it was like to have sex with Barbatos. I'm not sure how exactly I had ended up in this state, but I did. I cleared my throat. First off, Miss Citri, Barbados has a very colorful variety of facial expressions. Even if she normally goes around laughing confidently, she is different when on top of a bed. Of course, we do not only do it on top of a bed but beside the bed, on the floor, somewhere with something to grab, or somewhere that has nothing to grab whatsoever. As we fornicate freely, speaking strictly, you can see it as Barbados showing a different appearance in an incredible amount of many different places. In that regard, Barbados is not a bad bitch who only goes around laughing like everyone assumes. Ho, ho. Citri nodded her head. The sight of her eyes sparkling in anticipation made it appear as if she were some female middle school student who was earnestly listening to a sex education class. And so? First, according to who decides to take the role as the master and who decides to take the role as the slave for that day's copulating session. I explained. Even if the leading position changes slightly every day, according to the overall agreement we make either implicitly or explicitly, scat is not allowed but golden showers are okay. I explained. Related to that, since the number of spells Barbados made herself is quite substantial, she can freely control the degree of sensitivity and the degree of what can be endured beyond one's capabilities. I continued to explain. As the explanation went on and on, Citri's eyes, which were once sparkling, became dim and murky until eventually, it became the complete opposite meaning. In other words, her eyes degenerated until they were no longer sparkling in interest, but instead, they were glinting with scorn like the eyes of a dead fish. After vomiting twice and clearing her insides, Citri spoke. Whoa. You guys are really fucked up. That was an unreasonable criticism. Do you really want to live while doing that? No, that's the wrong way around. Do you really want to do that while you live? Can't you fool around a bit more normally? Although I wish to do so, it seems Barbados does not like ordinary things. Don't make me laugh. When you were describing everything to me, your face was full of life and you sounded as if you were rejoicing. You two are both serious perverts. That was a ridiculous slander. Wow, how am I supposed to look at that bitch, Barbados's face from now on? Won't I recall your explanation every time I see her? With that face, with that small physique. Oh God. Hey, what exactly did you tell me just now? Why did you tell me something like this? Do you want to die? Oh dear. I voiced my refusal to tell you the details, but did Miss Citri not keep insisting me to tell you anyway? Even I didn't expect it to be this much. Although at one point I did consider the chance that perverts like that may exist somewhere in the world, I didn't possibly expect that it'd be the two of you. Even if perverts like that existed, I believed that I should accept them with a liberal mind, but after meeting one in person, I don't think I can. I'm sorry, but can you die a bit? She was an absurd person. It was now my turn to ask. Miss Citri, it is your turn to tell me now. Is it true that Barbados dealt with every single one of her lovers with her own two hands? Not all. It was all of them excluding one. Is that not the same thing? Citri scratched the back of her head. Well, wouldn't it be her way of handling her own weaknesses? Essentially, Barbados doesn't trust people. She's been betrayed a lot and she's betrayed others a lot. But aren't lovers a relationship where one side can be betrayed easily and can also betray the other side easily? If you're going to be betrayed anyway, then betraying them first would make your mind feel a bit more at ease. That sounds like an extreme assumption. What I'm trying to say is... Citri let out a sigh. She uses black magic really fucking well, right? Barbados wasn't originally a mage, she was a warrior. But she got massively betrayed once during a war, so that's why she converted to a necromancer. What is the relation between being betrayed and becoming a necromancer? Citri tilted her head. Corpses, I'm talking about corpses. You can control corpses with necromancy, you know? Corpses that have already died will also never betray you. I know. That feeling you have right now. She's really mental, right? That's why I don't like her. I understand that the betrayal must have been a shock. However, how should I say it? It's that sort of feeling. It was drastic. Now that I think about it. Now that I look back at it. During that night when snow fell heavily, after furtively waking me up and dragging me outside, Barbados showed to me the sight of her raising a massive army of undead as if she were trying to show off what was going through her head at that moment. What was her ulterior motive behind triumphantly showing to me, the person who was, as her lover, standing in the easiest position to betray and be betrayed by her, the soldiers that will absolutely never go against her? Citri spoke. It's possible to gain scars while you live your life. But what's with the people who try to scar the world back just because they got hurt? Isn't that the complete opposite? Since I was scarred, I should pursue that much more, a world where other people won't be injured. People should have a good attitude like that. Surely. I understood. Citri was different compared to us. The day she is able to comprehend Barbados, me, Lapis, or Farnese will most likely never arrive. That incomprehension was neither sad nor unreasonable. It was beautiful and rational. It was fine for her to live on as herself. I smiled contentedly for the first time in a long while. I see Miss Citri as a good individual. It would be great if there were only people like yourself in the world. However, it cannot be helped. Barbados is a strong woman. If there were an incident that was capable of completely changing Barbados, then, although I do not know what it was, it must have been that much of a tremendous occurrence. Nothing can be done about it. Please show some understanding. Citri stared straight at my face. Do you even know what sort of situation you're in right now? It's the same as Barbados having locked you up herself. So why are you sticking up for her? I did not stick up for anyone. I am merely acknowledging the fact that something inevitable is inevitable. I consider myself to be a son of a bitch, but at the same time, I am an honest son of a bitch. It's unexpectedly difficult, the way of the world, that is. I chuckled lightly. I feel as if it is about time I should ask. Miss Citri, have I passed? Passed? I am asking if you believe it is fine to not kill me. Please do not feign ignorance. Did you not lace the piece of bread that you handed to me with poison? Citri's expression froze for a moment. A silence fell over us for a long period of time. The heavy rain changed into a drizzle and made it seem as if the sky was salting the earth. I took off my top and wiped my body with a ragged towel. Even if I were to allow myself to be hit by the rain, I had to wipe myself at appropriate times in order to avoid catching a cold. The reason why my insides felt cold was most likely not solely because of the rain. Citri opened her lips. How? I wonder. There were quite a lot of signs. First off, you approached me while acting in a much too friendly manner. You tore the bread into 2 pieces and handed me one half, while Miss Citri, you personally ate the other. That is a behavior which is normally seen between 2 people who are close to one another like family members. On the other hand, the relationship between Miss Citri and myself is not too favorable. Citri was close to Paimon. In Citri's perspective, it wouldn't be lacking to assume that I was Paimon's political enemy. But Citri approached me, who was that sort of individual, in a friendly manner and handed me a piece of bread. It is possible to merely consider her as someone who has generosity and does not care about trifling things. In truth, that is a positive outlook. Sadly, ever since I was born, I have been a bastard who barely has any memories of himself looking at the world in a positive perspective. She had some underlying motive. It was sensible to arrive at such a conclusion. For example, something like purposely eating the same bread in order to not be suspected for having poisoned the food. Through such a process, I made my assumption. I did so ever since I was very little. Next would be the part where you vomited after having heard about the obscene antics between Barbados and myself. I am not deaf. I recall hearing people say several times about how you, Miss Citri, have quite a high level of perversion. In comparison to such an individual, the acts carried out between Barbados and myself are most likely nothing more than child's play. Despite that, you dry-heaved. I could only judge it as you having deliberately forced out whatever was in your stomach. I am not sure what your reason behind poisoning me is, but let us leisurely discuss it now. For starters, the antidote. You have it, right? If it is not a discourtesy, then please hand it over. Even if I have quite a numerous amount of experiences in being poisoned, certainly, something that cannot be helped, cannot be helped. I am unable to throw away my desire to live. Now then. I stuck out my hand. Citri looked at my hand with a rigid face. It was a bit troubling since the only thing she continued to give me was a vacant gaze. Does she have no intention to hand me the antidote? Despite how I am a man who has only considered his death to happen by the hands of either Lapis or by the hands of Elizabeth. If I get poisoned to death by some side character like you, then that would be dishonorable to those two girls. It is fine if I were to scream right now. Those sentinels over there standing guard will most likely come running here. It will be over then. As I will testify that Miss Citri had attempted to kill me with poison, as much as Miss Citri is a close aide to Her Excellency, Paimon, the entire mountain faction will be held accountable for that crime. Do you wish for that to happen? After the military trial was rejected, the Demon Lord, who all three factions were taking custody of together, was assassinated by one of the leading members of the mountain faction. How marvelous! I can vividly see this being shouted throughout the demon continent. Of course, if causing a commotion is Miss Citri's hobby, then I will not stop you. That is good. Chaos. I too like it quite a lot. Citri bit her lips tightly. She slid her hand into her coat pocket and pulled out a glass vial. A bright yellow liquid, that looked similar to natural honey, sloshed around within the bottle. I received the glass vial and gulped the liquid down in a single motion. What a foul taste. It seriously tastes bad. Why is it that there are many types of poisons that taste nice, but the actual antidotes all taste revolting? It was puzzling. I'm saying this beforehand, but this has absolutely no relation to Big Sis Paimon. This is something I did arbitrarily. A good excuse. At the very least, it sounds like a plausible excuse to my ears. I shall personally hope that the other demon lords, as well, hear it in the same manner as I did during court. It was at that moment. One of the soldiers, who was standing guard a slight distance away from the prison, took off their white military uniform. Once their military cap fell off and their mantle was set free, the person standing there was, surprisingly, Demon Lord Paimon. The look of panic was apparent on her face. Even until this moment, this was a sufficiently intriguing performance, but what Paimon said to Citri was more well worth seeing. Citri, You said that you wished to test him for a moment in order to see what kind of person he was, but for you to use poison. Did the test have this sort of meaning? Citri scratched the back of her head. Sis, as expected, I don't like this guy. A certain smell is coming off from him. The smell of a corpse rotting. It goes without saying that as much as Sis is the leader of the mountain faction, I don't have even the slightest right to disagree, but... You fool! That is not the problem right now. Paimon hurriedly ran directly in front of my cell and lowered her head. It wasn't only once. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, as if she were literally trying to confirm just how close her existence was to the ground, she bowed her head multiple times. This lady apologizes, Dantalion. This lady is sincerely sorry. Citri did not have any bad intentions. It is just that, when it is something related to this lady, this child gets strangely worked up. This lady begs your pardon. This lady will do whatever is possible to apologize, so please forgive Citri. Did not have any bad intentions, is it? I leisurely watched over Paimon's heated apology. I did not feel impatient just because I had nearly been poisoned to death a second ago. In the political spectrum, a failed assassination attempt is one of the most deplorable crimes. Depending on how I utilized this, it had infinite value. In the first place, I did not trust Paimon even remotely. After all this time, there was no reason for me to be shocked even if she utilized means such as poison. It has not been even a single year since the day I had received an apology from Your Highness Paimon during the Walpurgis night. At that time, Your Highness had tried to remove me politically. Since slander did not work, is it now poison and assassination? How remarkable. From start to end, I spoke sarcastically and in a calm tone. Paimon's complexion paled. 3 days have passed since the war had begun. I had heard that during those several days, Paimon had obtained quite the good war record while facing against the Imperial Army of Francia. Although they have yet to carry out a decisive battle, it was fine to say that she had excellent results. Barbados was displaying results that were the complete opposite of a good meaning by suffering huge losses while facing against the Imperial Army of Habsburg. However, an attempted murder case contained an explosive force with the capability of overthrowing some huge loss like that in an instant. In Paimon's perspective, this was no different to a nightmare. Dantalion, this lady is speaking the truth. Because this lady merely wished to officially accept you, Dantalion, into the mountain faction before this lady could speak to you, Citri requested of this lady to allow her to converse with you first in order to determine what type of individual you are. I see that within the mountain faction, you poison people and see how long they can endure in order to judge their character. That is impressive. Dantalion. Paimon gazed at me with a face that appeared as if she were about to collapse at any moment. She slowly lowered herself to her knees. The ground, which was damp because of the rain, dirted her skirt with mud. After seeing that, Citri furrowed her brow. Sis, for that sort of man, you don't. Seal your lips. You have no right to speak. Paimon coldly cut off the words of her close aide. Dantalion. This lady understands that she does not appear as a trustworthy person to you. Yes, this lady has doubted you and slandered you several times before. Nevertheless, I assure you that there is not even the slightest amount of ulterior motive behind this proposal to accept you under the flag of the mountain faction. If you tell this lady to prove it, then she shall. Therefore, please listen to this lady's words. It was amazing. What was amazing was the fact that Paimon's acting ability was so impressive that it made it feel as if her words just now were passionately sincere. That brazen personality of hers, which supported her acting ability, was tremendous. My lord. If it were someone else, then they would have probably been completely fooled by now. That's why this woman. Not only did she try to frame me for something ridiculous like spreading the disease on my own, but she tried to use the enemy by selling the Memoria artifact to the Imperial Princess Elizabeth. She purposely refused the military trial in order to come between Barbados and myself, and if need be, this woman was someone who would do something daring like resorting to poison. And yet, she expected me to believe her when she claimed that there were no ill intentions behind any of those actions. Was it not splendid? Even my father was unable to become that outspokenly shameless. I unconsciously smiled bitterly. Please stand, Your Highness. That is disgraceful. Pardon. Is there any point if Your Highness were to receive myself into the mountain faction? No matter how much Your Highness loathes Barbados, do you wish to go that far just to impair her? Of course, it is not something which I personally should be saying when I had voluntarily requested for my own trial because I was aware that Your Highness would behave in such a way. That was so. In regard to the usage of other people's emotions, Paimon and I were the same. The problem was, despite being like that, Paimon continued to act as if she were detached and upright, all on her lonesome. I am genuinely curious. Is it enjoyable to live like that? Have pride as a cunning person of influence, Paimon. I am aware that you cherish your subjects. However, be it an evildoer using a good person or a good person using an evildoer, if you have used someone at your own discretion, then in that moment, both you and I have already become equal schemers. Are you and I both not beasts, savages that possess the teeth that can tear off an ample amount of another's flesh? Paimon pleaded. No, that is wrong. You are fundamentally misunderstanding something. Even regarding Barbados, there is some large misunderstanding. Right now is your last chance. You must grab this lady's hand. Barbados is truly going to purge you using this opportunity. Citri said it as well. Barbados, that child does not leave alone the people who know her weakness. Barbados is a master of acting. Quickly, if you do not enter the mountain faction and solidify your standing, then you will be purged in a blink of an eye and alienation in a moment like this as well, is it? I let out a big sigh. Paimon flinched. This will not do. I went through my clothes, which I had taken off earlier, beside me and took out a pocket watch. It was the evidence that went from Humbaba's hand to Paimon's, from Paimon's hand to the Imperial Princess Elizabeth's, and from the Imperial Princess Elizabeth's hand to my own. That is. This was an item that was familiar to even Paimon's eyes. The focus of her red eyes trembled. I nodded my head and displayed the pocket watch to her. Oh dear. It appears as if you are quite familiar with this item, Your Highness. Have you, perhaps, recalled the moment in time when you had last seen it? Yes, please stand up and take a closer look. This is a Memoria artifact. My acting general, Miss Laura de Farnese's secret and origin is contained within this object. After the negotiation with the Imperial Princess of the Empire, she had passed this on to me. The Imperial Princess is a smart individual. By using this secret she would, without a doubt, assault Farnese's dignity. Furthermore, the political blow that my acting general receives will most likely be transferred directly to me, as well. I hummed as if I were telling her an amusing story. However, as my words continued, Paimon's face merely became more rigid. I am not certain who it was, but it seems whoever had gifted this to the Imperial Princess of the Empire must have abhorred me quite a lot. It is sad. I do not recall ever committing any particular wrongdoing, but for myself to receive such resentment. That is why even if I do not wish for it to happen, an antagonizing relation forms between myself and that person. Is that not the case, Your Highness? What's with that face, Paimon? There aren't a lot of things in the world that is as exciting as the progress of self-discovery. Therefore, even if that bare face of yours, which you had just discovered, was that of a ridiculously foul hypocrite, that is your true nature. If you are incapable of loving your own self, then who could possibly cherish you? It was fine. I, as expected, loved my own life that was insane about authority. The reason we loved life wasn't because we were familiar with life, but because we were familiar with love. Even you shall one day love your hypocritical self. I raised the corners of my mouth. Do not worry. I too am not a fool. At the very least, I know why the Imperial Princess had returned this sort of bomb to me. She most likely hoped that I would establish this as a problem and cause an internal strife within the Crescent Alliance. The Imperial Princess, too, is quite the outstanding figure. On the day I had broken down the negotiation and returned to my camp, I was quite surprised to see the content within the pocket watch. I was moved and moved again by Paimon's stubbornness that consistently tried to get rid of me. It was not a joke. Perhaps Paimon had jumped over logic and was able to sense it through her intuition. The fact that the individual who had moved this arrow was me, Dantalion. Paimon was the first one to sense it among the existing authority figures. That was why she had struggled to get rid of me. It was a remarkable foresight. I shall appraise it highly. However, you had made a mistake. Instead of trying to ostracize me, you should have solely tried to pull me in. At the very least, similar to what Barbados had done, you should have created a partnership where both parties used one another. During the time when I still appeared like a pushover, your grave mistake was the fact that you had bared your teeth abruptly. The weak will never forget the arrogance of the strong. Now then. Your Highness Paimon. The fact that you are a backstabber who had sold me out has been explicitly revealed. What will you do now? Personally, I am tremendously curious about how much your shameless brazen face can endure. Do you, perhaps, have anything more to say to me? Paimon lowered her gaze. She did not raise her head immediately. Even from here, I could see her lips open, close, and open again. Shortly after, Paimon muttered in a small voice. Sorry. Because this lady. With a wavering voice that sounded as if it were flowing out from her innermost heart. Because this lady is incompetent. Because she is incompetent to no end, this lady is sorry. Those were somewhat strange words to say as an apology. Paimon no longer tried to plead or make any more excuses. She merely stood up, with her face still looking downwards, and left. The edge of her mantle, that had become dirted by the rain, was dragged behind her like a tide. Citri, the culprit behind today's incident, gazed at me with no emotion on her face before chasing after Paimon shortly after. And thus, the only things which remained at my side were, once again, the handful of straw, the shabby wooden chair, and the 2 puddles of muddy water that had yet to dry. I was finally able to let out a sigh of relief once everyone was gone. Although it was a living that didn't really have much, I was satisfied with just that. Ha! Is it about time now? I looked up towards the dimmed night sky. Although Paimon had insisted that I was misunderstanding something, on the contrary, that was something I wanted to say to her. Not just Paimon, but Barbados as well seemed to be firmly misunderstanding a single thing. Similar to how Paimon seemed to believe that this was a war which she must handle, Barbados seemed to think that this was a war that she had started. Unfortunately, they were both wrong. From start to finish, this war was mine. There was a need to make them realize this. If they plan to distance me from the war, then so be it. Try putting me far away. However, they will realize tomorrow. The reality that even if I do not approach war, it will more than gladly approach me. Farnese. Our time has come. Omicron. Omicron. King's beloved sword, human, Laura de Farnese. Empire calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the center of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. Authority for blood. Blood for authority. Omicron. This young lady stared up at the flag for a long period of time. His lordship's flag. The proverb that was embroidered with silver thread. The lines made from warp and woof that bound us and his lordship together. I did not dislike those words that emanated his lordship's body odor and fragrance. We did not only train the 7,000 elite soldiers during the icy cold winter. His lordship bestowed uniforms upon us vassals and created a new maxim. While this young lady trained the 7,000 fully segregated soldiers, his lordship assembled the 7,000 into a single unit. This young lady's training and his lordship's assembling interlinked together, and by the time the beginning of spring had arrived, we had formed a single distinct and strong army. Humbaba, the head of the royal guard, spoke. It seems we're going to go to battle today without master again. There is no problem whatsoever. This young lady spoke calmly. Honestly speaking, his lordship is not particularly useful during battle. At most, he is mediocre, and can only be considered wise when stretching the rules. Since his lordship is gone, it should feel as if the head of our forces were cut off, but it almost feels as if our tail was severed, making our body lighter. Aha! I'm only saying this because Master isn't here, but I'd like to say that I think likewise. The Royal Guard's captain cackled. Her laughter, if this young lady were to go out of her way to express it, contained a certain something that could only be described as crazy-like. Strictly speaking, even the expression crazy-like was actually wrong. It was not as if she were crazy, but she was craziness in itself. If this young lady were to honestly confess, then among the people serving under his lordship, this young lady was the only vassal that was at least sane. Miss Lapis was more similar to that of an incredibly intelligent wild animal than that of a person. Starting from Humbaba, the leader of the Royal Guard, every single one of the witches were feathered animals whose heads were completely hell-bent on lust. His lordship, who was taking care of these types of vassals on both of his sides, was literally a beast among beasts and the king among savage animals. On an impulse, an educated person such as this young lady was captured into this extremely dangerous zoo, so it was quite terrifying. Oh, it is an icy cold season. Even though winter had passed, the season remained cold. For an intelligent woman such as this young lady to live, the wind of the world has become frigid one place at a time. The Royal Guard's captain beamed and turned this way. Now then. Dear Honorable Acting General? Where should we mess up first? This young lady looked out onto the battlefield. Currently, our corps had obtained continuous victories. The Crescent Alliance and the Crusaders were confronting one another with a total of surprisingly 200,000 soldiers, which was extensive enough to carry out pitched battles. However, the reality was somewhat different. In the Crescent Alliance, the forces were separated into the Plains faction, Neutral faction, and the Mountain faction. Each respective group was fighting by themselves. The Crusaders were the same, as well. Each of their nations operated their armies separately while fighting against us. As a result, as if the unit of 7,000 hired soldiers, which this young lady led, had become a detached force, we went through the battles unfolding on the field and poked at the enemy forces here and there. Yesterday we had swept away the knights of the Kingdom of Brittany. The day before yesterday we had slaughtered 3 earls from the Empire of Francia. The day before that was the regiment from the Republic of Batavia. It was a pleasing battlefield where there was a joy in picking your prey. Ah, how delightful. This young lady was in bliss. This young lady was certain that she was born into this regretful world in order to cause chaos here. The Crusaders have most likely begun to detest this young lady. It was about time to stop playing around and harvest the hatred. For the past several days, the human armies have continued to get done in by this young lady over and over again. Regardless of whether they were disparate groups separated according to their nations, if what is attached to their necks are heads and not empty shells, then they will be planning a joint operation. Aha! So the armies will join up and plan together in order to hunt us, is it? It's not really our preference to fall from the position of hunter and into the position of prey. This young lady nodded her head. It was the same for this young lady as well, in regards to not having a hobby of being hunted down. His lordship gave this young lady an order to not fight against the imperial princess of Habsburg. In other words, his lordship does not wish for us to obtain a decisive win, nor does he wish for us to pretend as if we had met a decisive defeat. Then? Chaos. Solely that. This young lady declared. His lordship desires solely for chaos to spread throughout these plains. That is the command that was given to us by his lordship. This young lady lamented deeply. Was this not an absurd lord? He did not order this young lady, who was no more than 17 years old now, to win the battle, nor did he tell this young lady to lose convincingly. Instead, he had commanded for this young lady to solely turn the entire battleground into a medley of discord. What is this young lady supposed to do about that sort of precise order given by his lordship? Although this young lady had once contemplated about what she should do, this young lady's decision had already been determined. Since this young lady is a faithful subject of sublimity, this young lady can only follow orders. Captain, sound the horns. You have done a good job obtaining only trivial benefits for the past 4 days. From this point forth, our forces shall genuinely turn this battlefield into a disaster. Ah ha ha ha. The leader of the royal guard, Humbaba, laughed. That's good, Chaos. That's really good. That's one of the things which the likes of us love the most. Similar to how a pig needs to be shoved into some mud in order for it to understand that it's a piglet, humans need to roll around in pools of blood for a bit in order for them to realize that they're human bastards. We will more than gladly turn people into people alongside the general. All at once, the witches took out a horn. Several sounds of horns rose into the sky like smoke. Due to the sudden shower at dawn, the clouds were heavy and the sky was low. The sound easily reached the dark clouds made of moisture. The world was dark and the soldiers ended their break and raised their bodies like shadows. This young lady mounted her black horse and gazed out into the front line. The wind blew. It was a wind that contained spring. Because it had rained on intervals for the past several days, the front line was damp and saturated. The scent of early spring was dense, making it seem as if the meadow was soon going to be entirely painted over with a yellowish-green color. This young lady felt as if there may be a scent of blood out there that even this natural paint could not possibly color or cover completely. Dyeing the world green was the jurisdiction of the season, and the supervision of coloring the earth red was this young lady's task. Flag bearers forward. Roger that. Flag bearers forward. The witches hopped onto their brooms and lightly rose upwards. They became singers of the dark cloud's undersides and started to sing our war song. In response to that, the soldiers of the ground chanted in unison. We showed off that the battle, which was anguish and lament on the other side, was nothing more than a single type of melody to us. All forces. Advance. And thus, our unit advanced. The field of battle was systematic. The army of 100,000 and the army of 100,000 were both standing in formation and approached one another as so. Since it was obvious that if a single unit were to abruptly rush forward, they would immediately be ganged up on, be it the enemy forces or the allied forces, they were all having a battle of wits. While breaking free from the very center, this young lady ordered. All forces. Continue to advance. The witches laughed and repeated my order. Continue to advance. In a single moment, our troops protruded from the army of 100,000, the Crescent Alliance encampment, and went forward. It was evident that the other Demon Lord's units in the distance were showing signs of confusion. There were even people who sent messengers, questioning us on what we think we were doing. After telling the messengers understood, we shall adjust our speed, and sending them back, this young lady emotionlessly gave another command. Advance at maximum speed. Advance at maximum speed. Now then. Although his lordship was a butcher-like man among bastards, that man was this young lady's one and only lord. The man who had found solely this young lady within this vast continent and took her in. The person who had become this young lady's new family. It would be good to know that this young lady will not lightly overlook the crime of them having dared to imprison this young lady's lord, man, and family into a pig cage. It did not matter whether they were the Crescent Alliance or the Crusaders. Come at this young lady altogether. You all are nothing more than mere audiences, is that not so? This battle is simply a melody for his lordship performed by this young lady. Omicron. Omicron. Demon Lord of Immortality, rank 8th, Barbados. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the right wing of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. Ah. This isn't fun. This really isn't fun. From start to end, this war hasn't proceeded as I wanted it to. We've been facing off against the Imperial Army of Habsburg since a couple of days ago, but these guys aren't moving like I want them to. Did they say her name was the Imperial Princess Elizabeth? This person, she doesn't come out rashly even if we mess with her, and she comes after us wholeheartedly whenever we back off. She was well versed with the fundamentals of tactics. A sound enemy was one of the most detestable existences out there, second to a fragile ally. I predict this will be a prolonged war. Well, we can just hold out by pillaging whatever supplies we lack. It's not a particular problem. As I suspected, this lacked a type of boom, a splendidly explosive feeling. Regardless of that, we couldn't ignore that Imperial army and leave them be. We did so a couple of times before, but each time I spectated them from the side, they really wreaked havoc. Both the Mountain faction and the Neutral faction had already been defeated by the Imperial Princess Elizabeth once. Fuck. This damn regretful world. I'm the only reliable ally here. No, if we're only going to quibble about reliability, then should I also acknowledge that human bitch? Laura D. Farnese. The girl, who Dantalion had brought from who knows where and had abruptly appointed as his acting general, surely resembled that master of hers exactly, since her rudeness was on point. She wasn't going to war seriously. This was something you could tell right when you looked at her. That girl was enjoying the war. She could have pulled the enemy in and annihilated them with ease, but she would just torment them for 3 hours and then let them go. The reason was probably simple. It was because it'd be a waste if she swallowed them right off the bat. Her intent, to lacerate them a little bit at a time and harass them until they'd been squeezed dry, emanated from her like a rising smoke. As a single respectable military commander, I could affirm. She was trash. Complete trash. For what reason were even Dantalion's vassals filled to the brim with trash? People say that master and servant were usually alike, and this was exactly that case. We have to purge him at some point, but that Paimon bitch keeps intervening. A sigh came out on its own. I have to exterminate the human race, I have to annihilate the enemy forces, I have to kill Paimon, and I have to stomp an appropriate amount of manners into Dantalion. There are so many things I have to do, and yet time keeps passing by slowly. At this rate, I'm afraid that things will still be this way even after another 500 years flows by. Well, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. If you exclude the fact that that single step was annoyingly tiresome. With immensely tired eyes, I stared out into the front line and contemplated where we should go in order to fight. At that moment, a single army within the Crescent Alliance started to move. After using magic to enhance my eyesight, I could see a black flag with 2 lines written on it using silver thread. Omicron. Authority for blood. Blood for authority. Omicron. Without a doubt, that fucking cheesy maxim belonged to only one individual, Dantalion. In other words, that means that human bitch has made her troops advance. They crawled all the way to the center of the plain and openly started to put down wooden fences there. Should I call it a defensive position? In any case, the earth was weak to no end because it had rained for several days, so even if they set up fences there, those fences were fated to soon collapse. In the center of the field, which was completely deserted, that human child's unit started to set up their position. Ha! Fuck! What are those guys trying to pull? I turned around and asked. The demon lords of the Plains faction were standing there. My subordinates exchanged glances with one another, but they were unable to say anything. That was obvious. There wasn't anyone civil enough to ordinarily interpret that sort of absurd action within our faction. Just what kind of bitch is that bitch supposed to be? Aang? Does she seriously see the battlefield as some sort of playground? If that lord of hers is in prison, then she should just be docile, but why is she going completely insane on her own again? My subordinates hesitantly tried to avoid answering. However, since there was someone among them who had their head on straight, or at the very least, tried to keep it on straight, he spoke with a voice filled with suspicion. Although I am afraid to judge a person's intention rashly, no matter how you look at it, are they not trying to provoke the enemy forces? Provoke? Yes. For the past couple of days, a considerable number of human armies have been done in by them already. After sustaining damage from a girl, who's no older than 17 years old, it must be difficult for them to bear that fact because of the thick sense of pride those humans have. If they provoke the humans so gallantly like that, then even if it risks their dignity, the humans would have no other choice but to come out. It isn't a completely ridiculous logic. The problem was if that provocation actually worked properly. Despite their looks, the humans have a massive army of 100,000. They say that a considerable number of their army was mixed with ragtag groups, but that was the same for our side, as well. Even if there were ragtag groups mixed in the human forces, it was obvious that the girls' army of 7,000 wouldn't possibly be able to last if a massive army of 100,000 were to approach them. In any case, thanks to her rushing forward like that, our slack military camp, that was connected by the left wing center army right wing, had broken apart. If a hole forms in the center army just like that, then the ones that'll have to carry the burden will be us since we're holding the rest of the formation. It can't be helped. Since it's bothersome, I moved my hand half-heartedly. Oi, be prepared to fill in the hole that bitch is going to leave. Zpar, lead our reserve troops and be prepared to move to the center if need be. Yes, Your Excellency. The thousands of reserve soldiers under my command immediately departed. The inside of my mouth tasted bitter. However, it was better for our military power to diminish a bit if it meant that we could prevent the center army from collapsing. After concluding the decision like that, I was about to draw out in my head today's war strategy, but, drip, something fell down onto my neck. It was cold. Once I looked up towards the sky, several drops of rain started to descend. It fell yesterday and the day before that, making it so that the early spring rain simply felt wearisome now. Wait. Rain? An incentive using rain? My mind cleared up instantly. At any rate, the earth has continued to soak up moisture due to the rain this entire time. Several places throughout the battlefield were engulfed in muddy water. If rain were to fall here once more, then be it the human army or us Crescent Alliance, the number of tactics we can utilize will be narrowed down extremely. Especially in terms of offense and not defense. I furrowed my brow and glared at that girl's unit that had, at some point, finished establishing their defensive formation far out into the front line. Don't tell me, there? In that moment, the sound of a horn resonated boisterously from the other side of the plain. Once I turned my head, the human armies had finally executed a charge. Because of the rain, they were charging with the cavalry positioned at the front instead of the aerial mages. After witnessing that, any fragment of drowsiness that remained within me had vanished completely and I stood up from my spot. Ah, fuck. That bitch started something. Pardon? My subordinate's gazes all focused on me at once. Though I really don't like it. Though I seriously don't like going to battle while being dragged around, not by my own will, but by someone else's. Regardless of that, I had to give the order. Get ready to go to battle, you morons. It's a battle of annihilation. An encirclement battle of annihilation, at that. Omicron. Demon Lord of Benevolence, rank 9th, Paimon. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the left wing of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. This is. A breath escaped from this lady's lips unintentionally. The progress of battle moved urgently. Until just a short moment ago, things were not flowing like this. The left wing and the right wing will each handle a single army and carry out a close-pitched battle. Without a doubt, we had planned to carry out the first assault with that sort of standard tactic today. However, after the unit, led by the girl known as Farnese, had protruded forward, the flow had changed completely. That girl was the very person who had gone forward to give the speech as the representative of the Crescent Alliance, despite being a human. In the enemy's perspective, she was a traitor who they had to deal with as soon as possible. If they are able to obtain Farnese's head, then that would most likely be considered as the greatest merit. A tempting game. Having become blinded by that, the human armies had thoughtlessly ordered their cavalries to charge. At first, the Kingdom of Polish-Lithuania, then the Empire of Francia, Republic of Batavia, Kingdom of Teuton. Each army, contesting for military merits, sent in their cavalry. It was that very action that was a poor move. The cavalries, that charged in simultaneously from all sides, were unable to link together properly, and they were unable to even obtain a wide space. The weather was especially bad. After adding more rain to the earth that was already filled with moisture, the ground had turned marshy. Once tens of thousands of hooves passed over that muddy water, the earth instantly became a quagmire similar to that of a soft and wet swamp. The thing that fell upon the enemy cavalry regiment, which had fallen into the mire and was floundering, was a continuous rain of bolts from the crossbowmen who were placed at the front of Farnese's unit, making it seem as if she had been waiting for this moment the entire time. Because their front was obstructed by a mire and their rear was blocked by the approaching reinforcements from the other armies, the cavalry, which consisted of no less than 10,000 men, was literally slaughtered. This lady was petrified. That was not a battle. Similar to our Crescent Alliance, the Crusaders of Mankind were nothing more than a loose alliance. They did not have a unity of command. Once the cavalry started to be slaughtered, some nations ordered for them to retreat, while other nations sent in more cavalries in order to save their comrades who were in danger. For the second time, the withdrawing cavalries and the advancing cavalries collided against one another. The screams coming from the enemy troops could be heard from even here. A countless number of corpses were sprawled out over the plain that had, at some point, become a mudflat, and heavy rain struck down on those bodies from above. This lady, having even forgotten about commanding her own troops momentarily, merely watched in astonishment as the fighting power of the enemy's mighty cavalry melted away. Omicron. Boo. Omicron. I wonder if they were unable to bear and witness the situation any longer. Several horns, sounding the charge, echoed from all over the Crusaders' encampment. In that same moment, infantries, in a tremendous amount that cannot possibly be compared to the small number of cavalries, advanced forward. Although each flag was from a different nation, the flags were all heading towards a single location, to Farnese's unit. In order to save their cavalry, and in order to get revenge on the despicable slaughterer, the commanders of the Crusaders had finally sent in all of their infantry troops. Even if it was difficult to see due to the heavy rain, it appeared as if their military strength was about 50,000. Certainly, one could only lose if faced against that massive number of military strength. Farnese's troops finally started to withdraw. Leaving alone the floundering cavalry, who were still stuck in the mire, Farnese's unit slowly drew back. In Farnese's point of view, it must have been a bitter retreat, since it was as if she were handing a fish, which she had already caught completely, to the enemy. As if they had become fired up by the fact that Farnese's unit was retreating, the infantrymen of the Crusaders became even more elated and continued their advance. Farnese's troops slowly retreated further into the rear, and the infantrymen of the Crusaders slowly entered deeper into our side. One moment. Was it truly a bitter retreat? A lightning-like realization struck this lady's head. This lady unintentionally let out a gasp. It cannot be. If this was what she was aiming for from the very beginning, then that Farnese girl was truly a preposterous monster. There was no way. But if one were to look over the course of events of the battlefield once more, then without a doubt, it had met the conditions. Regardless of whether Farnese had intended this or not, the order that this lady must give was incredibly obvious. All forces. This lady raised her fan and commanded. Spread out our forces. Spread it out as wide as possible. From this point forth, Our troops shall become the left wing of a crane-wing formation and encircle the enemy forces from the left side. What's wrong all of a sudden, sis? Citri, who was preparing for battle, tilted her head. As always, she had a naive face which also only contained a quizzical look as if she were unable to understand the situation that well. This lady explained urgently, however, while also fully being cautious to not be impatient. Look over there. Farnese's unit is retreating. The infantrymen of the Crusaders are doing their all in order to chase after her. If Farnese is able to properly lure in all of the enemy infantrymen. It was then that Citri's eyes started to shine amusingly. A bottleneck state will take place. Only a single unit is retreating, but since there are a countless number of troops chasing after them, they'll naturally gather into a single spot. That was it. Truly, Citri was normally a peerlessly dull girl, but when the topic became related to battle, she would transform into a completely different person who was also very sharp. This lady, while her mind was still blazing, ordered once more. Everyone prepare to carry out an encirclement battle of annihilation. Most certainly, even Barbados must have realized the real intention behind the situation that was unfolding right before us. Since that child, regardless of other things, was at least gifted with a damn sharp instinct when it came to war. If Barbados spreads out the right wing and this lady spreads out the left wing, then Farnese will lure the enemy in on her own into the encirclement. This was a race against time. If we are able to complete the encirclement before Farnese can be pierced by the enemy's advance, then it will be our outright victory. If the enemy forces are able to crush Farnese before we are able to complete the encirclement, then it will be our utter defeat. An outright victory or an utter defeat. Although this lady does not have a hobby of gambling, it was in a moment like this where it was a military commander's duty to make a wager. The streaks of rain were becoming thicker. Due to the wet fog and heavy rain, everyone's fields of vision were starting to narrow slowly. This was good fortune, as well. The chances of the enemies being unable to notice us completing the encirclement on our side rises. Moreover, if they are blinded by military merit then this battle, there is a chance of winning. This lady hurried the captains once more. Everyone, there is no time to hesitate. We must quickly. Omicron. Demon Lord of Immortality, rank 8th, Barbados. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the right wing of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. Quickly spread out our forces already. You damn wusses. While personally kicking the butts of my subordinates, I shouted in a loud voice. Although, as much as this was a tactic that we didn't plan beforehand, so the soldiers were showing just as much confusion, this wasn't the time to quibble over something like that. There was a need to move quickly even if it meant I had to hit these clumsy simpletons in the balls. Why, Your Excellency? My apologies, but if you can provide us with the reason. If those are eyes attached to that mug of yours, then look for yourself, you bastard. I grabbed him by his collar and forced his gaze towards the front line. What do you see past that human girl's troops? I see a lot of enemy infantrymen. That's right. Not just a lot of infantrymen, but infantrymen that are approaching fucking recklessly while concentrated in a single spot. We're also a mess, but those humans are even more of a mess than we are. They have no other choice but to be like that since they have a commander for each nation. Smack, I hit his cheek. Now here's a question. Infantrymen are approaching us while concentrated in a single point. They're so concentrated that they can barely even raise their swords properly. Moreover, they're also blinded by the desire to take that human girl's head. Conveniently, it seems we're standing at the right wing? What should we do then, Mr. Stonehead? My stupid subordinate slowly opened his eyes wide. We have to encircle them, Your Excellency. That's right, you dullard. 1 + 1 = 2, and the enemy infantrymen that are pursuing into our side because they've been blinded by military merit, are prey that we have to shatter completely. If you understand, then hurry up and spread out in a crane wing formation. Okay? We'll become the right wing of the crane wing formation and wrap up those idiotic human armies. But, Your Excellency, an encirclement cannot be completed if we are the only ones to move. Those mountain faction fellows, who are handling the left side, must also go along with this plan in order for us. I struck my subordinate's cheek once more. Paimon may be a crazy bitch, but she isn't an incompetent bitch. If that bitch was actually incompetent, then her head would have been severed by my hands a long time ago. Fuck, we've been on 6 Crescent Alliance expeditions together, and the number of times we've gone to civil war against one another is 14. At the very least, her wit is much better than yours, so stop worrying about others' idiots. What are you doing? Move quickly. Slop. I struck my subordinate's cheek for the final time. Only then did everyone collect themselves before they proceeded to hastily move the troops. Shouts echoed from here and there and messengers moved busily. As it always has been, and as it always will be, a battle of encirclement was a fight against time. If we're late, then our center army will be breached and thus result in us being torn apart instead. This was an optimum opportunity. But I didn't like this. If perhaps this encirclement battle of annihilation were to succeed, then that would make it so that human child had commanded and controlled this battle from start to finish. Was that possible? It was impossible for even me, who has been referred to as a brave general for hundreds of years and praised as courageous, to perform such a stunt. In the first place, in order for that kind of feat to be possible, one must be gifted with something different. Dantalion. You, just what sort of monster have you raised? Omicron. King's beloved sword, human, Laura de Farnese. Empire calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the center of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. The battle had entered into its final stage. Everything was flowing smoothly. Our side was able to encircle the enemy troops on 3 fronts. Although the enemy soldiers did their best to breach our center, it was pointless. There was a time where we were almost pushed back, but my troops were elites. We regained our formation in a matter of moments and retaliated. It was safe to say that half the progress of battle was now over. Demon Lord Barbatos and Demon Lord Paimon. The commanders of both respective wings have just now finished the crane wing formation. With this, our forces' superiority has been placed on an unshakable foundation. If the enemy still had their entire cavalry, then they could have been able to aim for a turnabout. However, the majority of the enemy cavalries were used up during the initial phase of the battle. Not only that, but a massive wall of mud had formed behind them, so even the enemy infantry's escape route had been sealed. Now the enemy forces were unable to move forward, left, right, or backward. This situation was what it meant to be surrounded on all sides. Omicron. Whoosh. Omicron. The heavy rain continued to pour while not showing any signs of it stopping anytime soon. The visibility of the battlefield was becoming enshrouded. This young lady's line of vision was unable to stretch out far and was forced to stop by the obstruction of the rain. At each and every location this young lady's vision stopped, an enemy's corpse was sprawled there. It was a spasm like death, and it was a life that felt as if someone were shaking off their disgust. The witches giggled while taking in the rain. A masterpiece. This is a masterpiece. Look. Humans are dying off while swimming in waters of shit. A scenery like this is hard to find. Yup, ever since we started to follow Lord Dantalion around, every single day has been so enjoyable that it's troubling to live. There are many occasions of witches lamenting because of the fact that it's difficult for them to die, but an occasion where they lament because it's difficult for them to live is rare. In that regard, Lord Dantalion is quite the big shot. His lower tool is a big shot, too. Wait a second. Everyone stop. How do you know Thayet? If I'm not misunderstanding, then that tone almost sounds as if you've seen Master's naked body before. No, big sis Humbaba. That's a misunderstanding. No matter how much we latch onto his greater being and beg of him to let us have a taste, he never bestows upon us his royal grace. However, in terms of observation and not watching directly, we were able to look at it a couple of times before. Fortunately, we were more or less able to observe Master's tool. That means you stole a look. Is there a problem with that? Pillage the things we can't have and peek at the things we can't see. That's the honorable pride of us witches. If I recall correctly, then we're Master's Royal Guard, and if I haven't gone insane, then the duty of the Royal Guard is to safely protect Master's royal body, right? But when you bitches are near Master, far from his royal body being safe, is this feeling that his royal body falls even further into danger just my imagination? That's your imagination. An outrageous misunderstanding. That's a blazing groundless rumor. You terribly insane bitches. I love you, my sisters. Ahaha, the captain of the Royal Guard turned this way while laughing. Your Excellency, Acting General, please give us the final order. We are, at all times, ready to rush out and slaughter those people. This will be easier than, well, just hunting a bunch of turkeys. A command to charge, is it? Those words mean that the captain wishes to annihilate the enemy forces. That was not strange. As long as you have stepped out into battle, it was obvious to long for victory, and as long as you were achieving victory, it was reasonable to desire a complete victory or a great victory. However, battle meant something else for this young lady. It was art and music. The flower of battle did not come from obtaining victory or defeat. The cries of the soldiers when victory approached, and the anguish of the soldiers when defeat was right at their doorsteps. It was those voices that sublimated war into music. In order for life to become a single melody, it must cross over a countless number of gaps. However, in a battleground, each and every life became a melody and a tune. Whether one could understand this or not, that was the decisive difference between the witches and this young lady. Your Excellency? This young lady did not respond to the captain of the Royal Guard's prodding. Instead, this young lady shut her eyes further and listened to the surroundings a bit more carefully. Now then, listen well. To the tune in the center of the clamor of raindrops falling down onto the muddy water, the melody that distinctly flows between that sound of water. Damn it! Move! I said move aside. You son of a bitch, there's no place to move, so what do you expect me to? Save me! Do not yield. You fools, the way out is not back but forward. We'll live if we can breach that point, and we'll die if we can't. Charge! Charge forward! Follow M. Mother! 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Nevertheless, the gods will not throw us away. My comrades, do not be afraid. Do farewells last forever? Do partings last forever? Fuck. General. Where's the general? I can't see. Hurrah for the great nation of Francia. Hurrah for His Majesty the Emperor. That's a fucker's great Francia and His Majesty the Emperor. My sword. Oi. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. This guy is already dead, though? Didn't things become like this because of those country bumpkins from Brittany? Good. That is it. Push with all of your might while keeping with the rhythm. Breaking through is possible. We can break through. Look here. I'll be going first, comma. I'm dying. Fuck. I surrender. Spare me, surrender. I know how to speak your language, I give up. What's he doing? Like said, those words. It means submission. I submit. Save me. My eyes can't see. That fucking son of a bitch Baron. The fact that I believed that bastard's words and followed him here, it must have been an epileptic. Poo-ha. Just move aside. Move as much as you want after I croak, you fucking trash. I am a slave. Tam not, your enemy. A friend of slaves. Hurrah for Miss General Farnese. We got through. They say that they got through over there. Not there. That is not right. Be still. Do not push. Do not pu. For Her Majesty the Queen. Our king is honestly not that great of a person to cheer for him before death. 1, 2. 1, 2. Dot. With more strength. Everyone has died. Brother, this is it. I heard you can't pass on to the afterlife gracefully if you die by the hands of demons. Let us go honorably. I can't see. Friend of slave, slave. Wow. Fuck. Shit. Damn it. How am I still hungry even though there's a hole in my stomach? What am I supposed to do if I'm hungry even after I die? Fuck. Seriously, what am I supposed to? 1. 2. Just what do you know about the king? Yeah. What could he possibly know? Poha, I did write my will when they told me to, but there's no one to give it to. That wretch. That dog-like bitch. Fuck, I'll take that bitch's head before I die. Kill. Kill her. What will change if we kill her? Regardless, we still have to kill her, but we'll be the ones to die. 1, 2. Mother. I heard they would spare your life if you surrender, but I told you to kill them, you motherfuckers. Wow, look at the rain fall. It's nice. Ah. Mother. Am a slave, comma. Ah. Ah, Aya. How beautiful. How incredibly beautiful. Dot. Shudder. This young lady hugged her own shoulders and trembled slightly. With the heart inherited from his lordship and with the head given to this young lady by his lordship, this young lady was narrowly able to recognize that beauty. Although this young lady was cold all the way to her inner bones due to the icy rain, since the inner flesh of this young lady's body was already filled to the brim with a pleasant feeling, the cold shivering had no way to replace this young lady's shivering and there were no other gaps for it to fill either. By shuddering, this young lady was complete. Ah. This young lady did not open her eyes, she could not bear to do so since she did not wish to escape from this dark joy. This young lady wished to remain here a little while longer before departing. Victory and defeat had no meaning whatsoever to this young lady. Solely the screams of death, the screams to live, and the moans of the people who were unable to live or die, these things were what gave meaning to this young lady. Within this world of achromatic colors, solely those vibrations were life, death, and music, all at the same time. During the days this young lady spent reading only history books within a dust-covered library of a small room, this young lady was incapable of knowing this pleasure. The delight of performing with the life and death of tens of thousands by herself. If his lordship had not informed this young lady of it, then she would have most likely been forever oblivious. Your Excellency? You have to give the order to charge in order for. Our troops shall not move. Pardon? How noisy. Do not make a retort needlessly, which? Does unnecessary noise not get mixed in while this young lady is trying to appreciate this long-awaited moment of tens of thousands of melodies? There is only a single reason why your head is still attached to your neck. It is because his lordship had welcomed you as his family. This young lady was not unaware of his lordship's image of Miss Lapis as the mother, himself as the father, and his desire for this young lady to lead her sisters, the witches, as the eldest sister of the family. That was why this young lady was taking care of you troublemakers, who were unknowledgeable of military discipline, with sisterly affection. This young lady narrowly opened her eyes. I said that we shall not move our forces. Advancing lightly right now is not advisable. Captain, can you not hear it? This young lady raised her finger and pointed towards the enemy soldiers who were encircled and being slaughtered up ahead. The captain followed this young lady's gesture and turned her head. Although the two of us were looking at the same place, it was evident that we were not seeing the same thing. This young lady can hear Franconian. This young lady can hear the language of Batavia. As this young lady can hear the dialect of Sardinia, the sound of Teutonic can be heard as well. The thing that gets mixed in occasionally is most likely Polish-Lithuanian. However, there is no language of Habsburg. The words that are spoken by the people of Habsburg, the nation that is led by the imperial princess known as Elizabeth, solely that cannot be heard. The captain of the royal guard, Humbaba, tilted her head. All this one can hear with her ears is the clutter of screaming. My God! Is Your Excellency able to hear all of that? You can understand every single language that exists on the continent? That's amazing. This young lady clicked her tongue. This was why words did not get through. Mastering every primary language was a study that people must do rudimentally as they live. It was obvious. If you did not, then you would be unable to read books. This was something his lordship agreed to, as well. Captain, although this young lady is grateful for your kind words, there is no need for you to once again remind this young lady of her prominence. This young lady being smart and you being foolish is not the issue. There is a necessity to pay attention to another fact right now. Master and servant really do resemble one another. There's a reason behind everything Master does. He didn't put aside the other races and appoint a human into his acting general without reason. The captain muttered. Judging from the atmosphere, it seems she had just wrapped this young lady and his lordship into one and insulted us together, but it was not something that this young lady was unable to understand. Essentially, geniuses were bound to receive the envy and jealousy from the mediocrity. This young lady magnanimously accepted the captain's overgrown personality. And so? Oh, prominent Your Excellency Acting General. Why should the likes of us not execute a charge just because the language of Habsburg isn't mixed with the rambling of those low people? I will say it again. This young lady is a genius. In regards to language, music, and military affairs, this young lady boasts her unrivaled capabilities. This fact is evident if you look at how this young lady had controlled this battlefield of 200,000 soldiers, adding the enemy and allied troops together, with merely 7,000 officers and men. Yes. Even this one, before becoming ignoble, was once held in high expectation as a mage that was going to shoulder the next generation. So what? Sincerely, it seems you are unable to make any sense of what this young lady says. Think about it. Did his lordship not warn this young lady, who was like that, to never fight against the imperial princess Elizabeth? Captain Humbaba frowned. Surely. It seems she was still unable to understand. At this point, since it had leaped over the degree of disturbing one's music appreciation, and had entered the level of having completely ruined the concert, this young lady was displeased. However, this young lady kindly divulged her foolish younger sister with the self-evident truth. Captain, you have been with his lordship ever since this young lady had been held as a slave, is that not so? Yes. That's right. Before his lordship had discovered and appointed this young lady, no one in the world was aware that this young lady had military talent. Including this young lady herself. Is that not so? Yes. That's also true. If that is the case, then thinking logically, regardless of whether his lordship's preference in women is rotten, his ability to discern capable personnel, would it not be correct to assume that his ability to recognize talented people is peerless? That's right, isn't it? Therefore, under the premise that his lordship's judgment is correct, that means that the imperial princess is a type of being that is either as smart as this young lady or someone who comes close to it. The imperial army of Habsburg, which is led by that sort of outstanding individual, is coincidentally not within that encirclement. What could that mean? Do you think that the imperial princess suddenly felt bored and decided to take her entire army to go on a walk? Do not only believe in the things you can see, Captain. A battlefield is a place where you fight utilizing the things which you cannot see as much as you do with the things you can. During this time of all times where everyone's fields of vision are narrowed by wet fog. This young lady turned her gaze past the earth and the sky where rain streaks fell. This young lady predicted that something was approaching. It was not similar to that of a mere prophetic feeling. This young lady had an intuition that was capable of jumping to a conclusion immediately if provided with properly established grounds. It is impossible for an individual with a talent that is as impressive as this young lady's to miss this opportunity. The imperial Princess Elizabeth had been waiting, while making the rain into a natural curtain, for this moment where she could ascend as a hero by herself in this battleground where defeat seemed certain. Shortly after, this young lady's intuition had hit the mark. They appeared like ghosts riding on war horses, breaching through the streaks of rain, and struck at the left and right wings of our friendly forces. The cavalry that charged with fluttering purple mantles were, without a doubt, the imperial army of Habsburg. The forces of the Crescent Alliance on both wings did not expect that the enemy armies would still have cavalry troops left, resulting in them being assaulted from the rear without being able to show much of a resistance. Ah! A gasp flowed out from the captain's lips. A scenery that could only be described by the sporadic utterance of ah, but barely at that, unfolded before us. The outer area of the Crescent Alliance, that had achieved a perfect encirclement annihilation formation, had collapsed. The enemy soldiers, who were merely waiting to be slaughtered within the encirclement, cheered for the reinforcements that had appeared abruptly and squeezed out what remaining strength they had left. The ranks of both the enemy forces and the friendly forces were chaotically mixed together. By nature, it was difficult to re-establish a line of command that had fallen once. Would it even be possible during this current situation where rain was falling noisily in all directions? Although Barbados and Paimon desperately tried to rebuild the blockade, unfortunately, they had already missed the prime opportunity. The majority of the enemy soldiers were escaping with their lives. Past the streaks of rain, across the wet fog. MHM. With vague eyes, this young lady watched the things that were running away. The ongoing tune of the enemy forces' escape, which slowly grew fainter and fainter, was pitiful and beautiful. Captain Humbaba blankly stared at the face of this young lady who was in that state. Your Excellency Acting General. This young lady apologizes, Captain. This instant is just the right moment, after all. Please keep your mouth shut for exactly 2 minutes. If you do not stay quiet, then there is a chance that this young lady will kill you. 2 minutes had passed. This young lady was satisfied. Okay. What were you curious about this time? Yes. Your Excellency Acting General said so before today's battle. That our unit will not win, but we will not lose either. That we will only spread confusion throughout the battlefield. By those words, did you perhaps mean? That is correct. This young lady nodded her head. Although bringing forth the encirclement battle of annihilation was this young lady's achievement and meritorious deed, it was Barbados and Paimon's mistaken wrongdoing for it being ruined. This young lady did not obtain victory, but she did not experience defeat either. Barbados and Paimon both must be embarrassed. Barbados, who had called this young lady a criminal of high treason and tried to punish her, must especially feel ashamed. If she tries to punish his lordship in a military trial now, then Barbados' honor will be the only thing to fall down a bottomless pit. She will be unable to avoid the criticism that she had disgracefully shifted the blame of her own loss to another demon lord, after all. Wait a moment, Your Excellency. For starters, despite being fully aware that the Crescent Alliance's encirclement was going to fail, did Your Excellency still keep us here playing around in the Center Army? That is the case. That's a bit troubling. I'm not saying this because I particularly cherish our allies, but wouldn't it have been better to just go in and change the defeat to a victory? This young lady tilted her head. Why is that? That's obvious. This is a war that has already occurred, so, while we're at it, it would be more satisfying if our forces win. This young lady could only tilt her head once more. It was difficult to understand what exactly the captain was trying to say. This young lady, while redacting an incredibly obvious truth and a tremendously proper common sense, pointed out. Captain. Just how are Barbados and Paimon this young lady's allies? Pardon? Barbados tried to frame and get rid of his lordship. Likewise, Paimon tried to use his lordship as a mere political tool. Therefore, the two demon lords are obviously this young lady's enemies. Even if we do not act, the imperial princess of the empire is willingly offering to defeat those two people, so why should this young lady intervene needlessly there? Taking control of a group by using another group. In any case, if the imperial princess wishes to breach the encirclement, then she has no other choice but to attack either or both wings of our formation, instead of this young lady's center army, which is quite the distance away. So it is fine for this young lady to leisurely spectate as they exchange blows on their own. There was no one who would criticize this young lady for being passive just because she had stood by idly as the encirclement fell apart. The one who had decided upon herself to become the vanguard and stand at the forefront, since the initial phase of the battle, was none other than this young lady. Went forward as the spearhead, put the majority of the enemy cavalry in a deadlock, and adding to that, this young lady had contributed the decisive service which allowed the completion of the encirclement. No matter what anyone says now, the individual to have done the greatest distinguished service for our forces was this young lady. If you wish to criticize this young lady, then try. Furthermore. And this young lady continued. It would be boring to win quickly. In any case, it has already been determined that between the enemy and this young lady, the side to obtain victory will be this young lady. However, would it not be less of a waste if we were to consume them as moderately as possible? The captain of the royal guard, Humbaba's face became vacant again. As she adjusted her cone hat, that was completely drenched by the rain, she muttered to herself. Now I know for certain. There's only a bunch of lunatics around our master. Miss Lapis and even Her Excellency Acting General, they're all in a category that's 1,000 steps away from being normal. It seems I'm the only sane person near Master. Certainly, I have to be the one to take care of him. Yes? The time on the battlefield continued to flow even while we were discussing. Both Paimon and Barbados' armies had restored their once collapsed formation. However, it was already too late for them to pursue after the enemy. Time that has already flowed by cannot be taken back. Similar to that, the time of the battlefield, that has already passed by, cannot be grasped once more. Every war was a conflict that flowed hour by hour and was also a war of time. It was not strange for certain points within everyday time to be erased. On the contrary, that was a common occurrence. Similar to stepping stones that were sparsely connected, everyday time was sparsely separated. Therefore, time to a person who was living while buried under everyday life was similar to that of a person who was trying to cross stepping stones, which was an act where they must let something flow and be erased between each stone in order for them to finally cross. For those people, they slowly forget themselves as time continues to proceed, until finally, they merely end up falling completely into oblivion. On the other hand, the time of the battlefield flowed in a way where even a single step could not be erased. People who forget themselves when they have already stepped out into war were unforgivable. The movement of the enemy soldiers, the direction of the wind that the flags fluttered accordingly to, and even the smell, fragrance, and pulsation of the heart that rose up from somewhere. One must piece together every bit of information possible and precisely snatch the flow of time. A person who rules over time also rules over the battlefield. Today, Barbados and Paimon conclusively missed that time. The chance of victory will never return to them now. Captain Humbaba clicked her tongue. That's a bit pitiable. Doesn't that mean they were just used by us in the end? The owner of this war is his lordship, the owner of this battle is this young lady. Today's conclusion was a natural result since they had imprisoned his lordship, despite not knowing who the owner was, and had tried to persecute this young lady. It would be good if they have realized their place now. Really, Master and the General are the only people in the world who tell both the rank 8th and rank 9th demon lords off by telling them to know their place. It was at that moment. A portion of the enemy military strength, which we originally assumed to have retreated completely, appeared through the thick heavy rain and wet fog. Drenched in moisture, there was only a sparse number of enemy figures. Although this young lady narrowed her eyes, wondering if they perhaps intended to execute a surprise attack, that did not seem to be the case. The enemies merely stood still like statues. No, rather than a surprise attack, that was. This young lady lightly tapped the waist of the black horse and went forward. Although the sound of the captain of the royal guard, Humbaba's panicking voice could be heard from behind, this young lady ignored it. This young lady headed towards the place where the enemies were waiting while being struck by the rain. In that same moment, someone from the enemy's side came out as well while riding on a white horse, matching this young lady's pace. The opposition was black, and yet, they were also white. Even during this current weather, where dark clouds were spread throughout the sky, the other person's silver hair boundlessly shone its own color vividly. It felt as if the raindrops were making way for her. Before this young lady could even see their outline, this young lady already knew who that person was. Elizabeth Atanaxia Ivatri von Habsburg. The only person that his lordship had acknowledged as his formidable enemy. This young lady was nurtured by his lordship with the sole purpose of taking that person's life. That girl and this young lady arrived close to one another. As she gazed vacantly at this young lady while on top of a white horse, this young lady as well stared at her while on top of a black horse. It seemed she had a lot of thoughts going through her head. Her face was void of emotions, but those eyes of hers contained a deeply laid plan. However, this young lady had nothing in her mind. This young lady met people all the time. It is good that this young lady was able to at least see this person with her own eyes. Nearly this thought went through her head. Rain fell. This young lady liked rain. Whenever it rained, the sound of raindrops falling washed away the nuisances of the world. When rain splashed and stained this young lady's cheek, this young lady felt bleakly relieved since it felt as if there was still an outside in that place. There was a time when this young lady thought that the various miscellaneous things of the world were tormenting her, and there was also a time when only those torturous things were laid on her mind, but the sound of rain washed those days and that time away. Since the streaks of rain were busy knocking away everything in the world, it appeared as if it did not have enough strength to obstruct this young lady. Whenever the rain fell, this young lady felt as if she were something in the world that had the least value in obstructing. This young lady breathed for a moment during this indifference of the rain. If it disappeared without a trace. If the trace of this body's existence disappeared, and if even the trace that it had disappeared also vanished. She opened her lips. A drop of rain flowed down the side of her lips, following the line of her chin. Those lips were most likely lips that his lordship would want to kiss. I see that you are dead. That is not the face of a person who is alive, and those are not the eyes of a person who is alive. Did Dantalion make a doll into his general? Or did he perhaps intend a bear, not a doll, but a corpse and take care of it? What a troubling man. It seems each and everything that man decides to take in are nothing but obstructions. I see you have little words. Since you are only glaring at myself silently, I cannot see a path to converse. In truth, it is a question whether you are even looking at me or not. What thoughts are contained in that head of yours for you to be so composed? This young lady gazed at the streaks of rain and spoke. The thought of wanting to kill you is going through this young lady's head. She closed her mouth and showed a slightly troubled face. She then narrowed her eyes and shook her head. I am sorry. You cannot kill me. Not only do you lack the ability to do so, but, regardless of whether you do indeed have the ability to do so or not, fighting against me right now would be an act that would go against Dantalion's order. Since you are a puppet, you will not defy Dantalion. Is that not so? I wish to see up close the girl that man had made into the face of his army. I see that Dantalion is proud. I can see a man who, at any cost, tries to shoulder the things which he cannot shoulder and take in the things that he does not have to take in. How does one possibly intend to save a child who has already died in the past, and likewise, how does one intend to kill that child? Is Dantalion planning to turn back time? Was a person's time something that was reversed just because someone wished for it to happen? She looked up towards the raining sky. Pass a message on to your lord, if you will. That, after meeting your doll, I, Elizabeth von Habsburg, think she is somewhat pretty, but... She must have finished saying everything that she wanted to say since she had then turned the head of her horse. Soon after, she disappeared into the wet fog, and the military personnel, which she had brought with her, vanished along with her like shadows. This young lady watched the shadow fading away within the wet fog for as long as possible. Only a single apprehension came to this young lady's mind. The next time we meet, this young lady will kill her. Omicron. That day's battle concluded as so. No one was able to obtain victory and no one had been defeated. However, one hero appeared from the Crescent Alliance and the Crusaders respectively. This young lady, Laura de Farnese. And the Imperial Princess, Elizabeth von Habsburg. Omicron. Demon Lord of Immortality, rank 8th, Barbados. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the right wing of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. Vacantly. And in vain. I watched the enemy soldiers disappear past the streaks of rain. The encirclement had been breached. I had judged that it was perfect. When the thought, I see that bitch Paymon's wit hasn't died yet, had crossed my mind, I was already certain of our victory, but I was not able to predict, nor was I able to block the cavalry unit of a single army that had appeared out of nowhere and stabbed into our troops like a fong. By the time I was able to narrowly disentangle the chaos and organize our ranks once more, the enemy cavalry, and adding to that, the enemy infantrymen were already running away with leisure. Snap. Damn it. Again, a decisive victory slipped through my fingers right before my eyes. I had done quite a lot of preparations in order to start this war. I burned down a mountain range, I manipulated the press, and I was just barely able to set straight the expedition that was about to become a failure due to Old Man Marba's mistake. All the fruition, the moment where all of my sweat and blood, that I had shed until now, was going to be rewarded, was right under our noses, and I missed it. I ended up missing the chance. Damn it! Only anger burst out of my throat. A little bit more, if we had pushed a little bit more. We would have been able to acquire the earth, the farmland, and the rich plains where our kind could cultivate and survive in. Just a little bit more, Because it was regretful and remorseful. Because of the fact that I was ridiculed by a bastard who treated war as if it were a toy like that, I was hateful. Your Excellency Barbatos. When my knees were about to buckle, there was a sound that grabbed me by the nape. The moment I looked around, my surroundings, my subordinates, my children who I dragged all the way here until now, were watching over me. Their gazes became ropes and were just barely able to wrap around my body and pull it up. That's right. I'm the pillar of the Plains faction. The one to have led the continuous desire of the entire demon race for 500 years. I was our race's shadow that indiscriminately used even dirty methods if it meant that our kind could pass down a warmer land and a more fertile earth to our children. Not a commoner who laments because the world is remorseful, but a demon lord who merely acts as a proxy while bearing that resentment. It was too soon to fall. We have only failed in a single battle. Swallowing down the clot of blood that was rising from my throat, grabbing the will that was trying to escape from my joints and nailing them down, adding steel to my apprehension and throwing away the blade from my will, I stood up as the demon lord of immortality. Yeah, well. I missed it. Fuck. Whatever. That can happen. If there's a day where we fuck someone over, then there's also a day where someone else fucks us over. Although the gods don't show equality in terms of loving all beings, they're incredibly fair when it comes to bestowing fucking misery to all people. I grinned. People smile when they become cruel to someone. Since I'm constantly hard on myself, I can display laughter whenever I pleased. Zepar, my left atrium. Yes, Your Excellency. I, Major General Zepar, am here. I heard the cheers when the enemy cavalry rushed in. It was the language of Habsburg. That Elizabeth bitch must have played out some stratagem. I'll bestow upon you my remorseful wolves. Chase after her until the ends of hell and rip her to shreds. Zepar bowed his head. As you command. Yeah. Follow it well. If you fail, then just die there. I snapped my fingers. My shadow throbbed before spitting out 7 black maws, the maw of black beasts. Capture pregnant mothers alive and pour curses onto them. Make them into living corpses that can neither live nor die. After gathering 100 lemurs of the children born by those living corpses, the monster you get from earnestly infusing those lemurs together is my exclusive familiar, the remorseful wolf. There is only one way to destroy them. Only mothers who have performed a stillbirth can escape the fangs of the remorseful wolves. The reason why those annoying witches were able to protect Dantalion was because of that. It's obvious, since if it's a witch, then they must have had experienced something like a stillbirth several times. However, if it's the noble imperial princess of the Habsburg Empire, then she wouldn't have even experienced pregnancy. Beleth, my right atrium. Awaiting your command, Corps Commander. There's a lowly succubus woman who always follows behind Dantalion. She should be managing the supplies in the rear. Catch that bitch and bring her before me. It is not really my preference to threaten women and children. Moreover, I recall that little one being referred to as an outcast. If a luxurious gentleman, such as myself, were to touch such a lowly person, then my dignity. Do you want me to fuck up that lofty dignity of yours along with your entire body? Since I was very little, I wished to capture a succubus at least once. Leave it to me. Rank 16th, Demon Lord Zepar, and Rank 13th, Demon Lord Beleth, the 2 high-ranking demon lords that supported the Plains faction, received their respective orders and dispersed. Zepar will most likely crush the Imperial Princess Elizabeth on his own discretion and come back. I wasn't worried even if it took several days. The problem wasn't the Imperial Princess, but rather, it was Dantalion. I was absolutely certain that human child didn't operate her unit on her own. She most likely received proper instructions from Dantalion, and pulled off that shit, in order to screw us over. Even if there was no evidence, it didn't matter. My old intuition, my instincts that were trained while leaping over life and death situations tens of hundreds of times on the battlefield, was telling me this. That Dantalion and the girl, that the 2 of them were plotting something. Dantalion. You were adorable since you were playing cute tricks. However, I'm constantly ready to slit your throat if you bare your teeth at me. I'll show that to you now. Shortly after, Beleth returned with a pink-haired succubus. I wonder if he had already hit her a couple of times in order to set an example, since her right cheek was bruised. Dot. If I remembered correctly, then her name was certainly Lapis Lazuli. Even as blood dripped down the side of the mouth of this lowly outcast, she continued to glare towards my direction. She looked at me with an emotionless face as if she were admonishing me. Although we've met face to face several times whenever I came in and out of Dantalian's dwelling, no matter how many times I looked at her, I didn't like her fierce gaze. I have brought her, Corps Commander. This, since she wasn't a spiteful bitch by nature, I struck her a bit beforehand. TSK really, it feels dirty to hit weak things. Good job. Put her down here. Yes. As you command. Thud. Beleth put down the outcast as if he were tossing her. Since her upper body fell down first, the outcast injured her face. With a face scratched by the ground and covered in muddy water, the one who's Dantalian's lover, and also a half-breed peasant, gazed up at me. This one apologizes, your greater being, but this one does not think that this is an appropriate reception. No matter how lowly this one may be, this body is one that had received His Highness Dantalian's royal grace and is also the body that is in charge of managing the rear of a single unit. Why is your greater being infringing upon strict military law on your greater being's own volition? I have no grudge against you personally, child. I grabbed the outcast's hair and raised her head. Annoyingly, this peasant hasn't displayed a single pained expression or let out a single anguished moan even once. She simply stared right into my eyes with an unwavering gaze. However, frustration keeps piling up towards that kid who you received your royal grace from. What to do? Even during the speech, he betrayed my trust, and he used some cheap method just so he could avoid some tiny punishment. What do you think I should do about that kid, who made that acting general of his ridicule my entire faction? Dot. The outcast shut her lips. That's right. You can't answer that. You don't know the answer, either. I raised the corners of my lips. Yeah. I'm the same. I'm not really sure what I should do from now on. That's why, right now, I plan to visit Dantalian with you and ask him personally. Follow me, you peasant bitch. Dantalian. It'll be a good idea to give me a proper explanation. Not for only your own safety, but if you cherish the life of this sweetheart of yours who you love so much. For now, should we do some warm-ups before we go visit Dantalian? I grinned broadly. Omicron. Omicron. Demon Lord of Benevolence, rank 9th, Paimon. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, the left wing of the army of the Crescent Alliance. Omicron. Dot. Within the falling rain. This lady gripped her wet feather fan tightly. Once more, this lady will go see Dantalian. This was not it. Although this lady is unsure whether she has the right to say this, despite being unable to stop the war, regardless, this lady has no other choice but to say it. In the first place, since this was a war that was started after making Dantalian into a pretext, it was possible for it to not be strange if Dantalian was the one to lead it. However, even if there were a separate person to have started the war and a separate person to end it, the ones who have to cope with the war in the middle were the soldiers alone. Within that human girl's command, consideration towards the lives of the soldiers was absent. There is a chance that her actions may be her own way of complaining towards the fact that we had imprisoned Dantalian. There is a chance that it may purely be the childish antics of a young girl and her arrogance. Whichever side it was, she was an individual that made people boundlessly apprehensive if a single army was placed in her hands. Since she was Dantalian's acting general, it was sensible to discuss this with him. Citri managed the military camp in this lady's stead tonight. Is it fine to go alone, sis? Citri examined this lady with worried eyes. Since she appeared like a pet that was trying to comfort its own companion, a smile drifted onto this lady's lips unintentionally. Being able to show a single smile even in this sort of situation was purely thanks to Citri. It is fine. This lady will simply meet him and have a conversation. That's not it. In the battle just now, Barbados participated on the other side, right? So I figured she'd be upset as well right now. Even though it's only appropriate for Barbados to die, you wouldn't really like that, right? If Sis goes to meet Dantalion right now, then won't you end up running into Barbados? You'll end up needlessly quarreling with her again. If that is the case, then more so. This lady spoke while putting more strength into her voice. Then more so, this lady must go this very instant. The declaration this lady made to accept Dantalion into the mountain faction was not a lie. This lady had openly declared in front of everybody that she will liaise the man that Barbados had made into her lover. This lady had no other choice but to utilize a political intrigue last time, but this time, it will be fair and square. While looking straight at Barbados, this lady will definitely bring in the individual that this lady believes is necessary to us. After seeing this lady harden her resolve, Citri nodded her head. This child, who had always silently supported this lady, put a trust, that did not change even to this day, into her voice and pushed this lady forward. Okay. Have a safe trip, sis. I'll take care of things here. Yes. This lady shall trust you and leave it in your hands, Citri. My gentle acting general. Leaving behind the captains who were depressed because they had let victory slip through their fingers, this lady left. Each step this lady took, there was mud, so muddy water smeared onto her shoes and seeped into her skirt, dirtying her mantle, but it was fine. If this lady believed that there were several drops of blood from the soldiers, who had died under this lady's command, mixed into each and every muddy pool on today's battlefield, then the thought that it was dirty did not even remotely appear in this lady's mind. The rain slowly stopped. From the sky, which the dark clouds could not possibly cover entirely, several rays of yellow light from the setting sun fell onto the earth. Among those rays of the setting sun, one of them seeped into the forehead of a corpse that was sprawled out randomly on the ground. Not a demon, but the corpse of a human. The lamb, the soldier that did whatever he could to look upwards in order to see the sunlight, which he most likely could not see even until the moment of his death, was staring at the sky with inflamed eyes. This lady stopped momentarily and bent her back forward. This lady's mantle touched the earth and became drenched in muddy water. While stroking down the eyelids of the nameless subject, this lady thought that the duty of the Lord, where they must douse their cloaks in order for them to do the simple task of closing the eyes of their subject, was quite dreadful. Regardless of the fact that this lady was unsure how sullied she must become. Would it not at least be possible to make the resolution to allow oneself to become that dirty? This lady sat vacantly on the field where the glow of the setting sun had become pale. Omicron. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalion. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. Has today's rain finally ceased? I took out the tobacco that I had stuffed into one of my coat pockets. Because there was no cover, this was a cell where rain kept flowing in. Although I don't plan to either say that I quite enjoy getting hit by the rain or complain about it, the fact that I couldn't smoke properly, that one thing made it boring and inconvenient. This year's spring rain was tenacious and long-lasting. Clack, I sparked a flame with flint. Clack, clack while glancing down at the flickering embers that sparked shortly, similar to electricity, I slowly reviewed the battle that must have occurred today. I muttered words that weren't really necessary while doing so. This is difficult to kindle. Do not win decisively and do not lose decisively. That was the order I gave Farnese. If this were still a long time ago, then Farnese would have most likely been unable to understand what that meant and she would have questioned it. However, her current state, which was educated by both Lapis and myself, was different. She should have been able to figure out the underlying meaning with ease. The single part that was troubling me was the Imperial Princess Elizabeth's behavior. I made my response to her move through Farnese. whether the imperial princess will behave according to that or not. If she does so, then what would be different? In accordance to this, the direction of the war will be decided. Batum tat, what shall it be, this or that? Batum tat, burn the temples and slaughter the people, shall it be this? I hummed the military song that I had composed myself. In short, the ones commanding this war were Elizabeth and myself. By no manner of means could it be Barbados or Paimon. The purpose of the battle that must have unfolded today was none other than to inform the two demon lords of this cold truth. Omicron. Sit still. If you wish to win the war, then free me from this prison and pass the leadership to me. If you do not, then you will all one day die to the imperial princess. Omicron. A frank and explicit message. Even though you all were out there, you were unable to grasp the war. Despite being confined in this narrow prison here, I dominated the battleground. That is because I am overwhelmingly more competent than you. There was no irrationality, illogicality, or injustice here. It was simply the truth. It was solely the truth. When they die and die again 100 times, the embers finally lit the tobacco. I stopped singing for a moment in order to blow some air onto the tobacco. The ember flickered and just barely managed to start burning away the tobacco with a radiant red color. MHM. Perfect. 10-1, Barbados must have realized my intention. The chances that Paimon was able to take the hint were around 50%. If the two of them were sensible, then they will realize that nothing good will come from purging me and that victory will become distant if they kill Farnese. The two of them have no other choice but to not make any accusations and simply accept it unconditionally. Because the humans have a monster known as Elizabeth Atanaxia Evatri von Habsburg. Because the only people who can stop her are myself, Dantalian, and Laura de Farnese, who Dantalian had taken in. I will survive due to Elizabeth's competence, and in reverse, I was certain that Elizabeth will be able to breathe thanks to my, and Farnese's, competence. Elizabeth and I were a pair of alpinists who were climbing together while hanging onto the lifeline of the other. Now then, how will Barbados and Paimon react? Will they rage? They will probably rage. Will they despair? They will probably despair. I am curious as to what will happen next. A person's true value has always been proven after the term next had arrived. With a mental attitude that was waiting for everything new that was approaching, I looked at the horizon past the iron bars. The tobacco was sweet and made my mind feel numb. I sang the rest of the song while blowing smoke towards the just setting sun. Or if we die and die together nonetheless, shall it be that? I was here in this prison. Omicron. Omicron. Did you see it? I saw it without a doubt. Are you sure you saw it correctly? Try telling us what she looks like. She had black hair. It was beautiful. Her red hair looked as if it were on fire. It was disgusting. If that bitch has only one head, then she'll have only one set of hair, and I'm certain she'll only have one color of hair as well, and yet, we already have two colors of hair and two sets of hair. In other words, it seems that bitch has two heads. Since we've obtained two demon heads, it'd be great if someone gave me a noble title right about now. She was tall. Really tall. From what I could see, she was really short. One thing is certain now. The fact that both of your eyes are retarded. If you consider the fact that every truth is difficult to obtain, it is a relief that I was able to at least obtain this huge of a revelation. Too much rain was falling. Rain. That bastard rain. This damn rain doesn't have any intention of stopping. Did early spring rain always come down this much? Or is it this place that's weird? It's my first time coming to a backcountry like this, so I have no idea. Rain falls when it falls. That can't be helped. It'd be a bit embarrassing if you point towards the falling rain and tell it to stop. It's as pointless as pointing towards the rain that isn't falling and commanding it to descend. Your words are as empty as your head. Albeit that's not particularly anything new. So, did you see her or not? What will you do if we did see her, and what will you do if we didn't? If we saw her, then we'd have also described the things which we hadn't seen, and if we didn't see her, then we'd have just described the things which we did see. Whether we saw her or not, that bitch will still be a bad bitch, a crazy bitch, and a completely insane bitch, anyway. This is what we determined, so seeing her and not seeing her is quite the secondary question. If it doesn't matter whether I see her or not, then I'd rather not see her if possible. I'd die if I do. I heard that girls' subordinates pick up all the heads of our comrades. But I heard she's really fucking pretty. I heard her voice is quite smooth, as well. I want to live. Even if I die, I want to at least die after seeing the flowers bloom. Although I'd probably want to live more, rather than no longer wanting to live, if I do see the flowers bloom. I just think it's a bit too much that there won't be at least a single flower beside me when I die. Really, I don't want to die. I hear you. I promised my younger sibling that we'd go somewhere together when the cherry blossoms bloomed this year. Didn't you say your sibling died? That's why I said it. Wasn't that a good joke? Why do they keep trying to kill us? Why do our generals keep sending us in front of that girl even though they clearly know we'll die? That's because everybody is a bastard. Those words are correct. Everyone is a villain. We aren't really good-natured people, either. They're a bunch of retards and we're a bunch of retards, but why are the retards that die have to solely be us? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Volume 4. Volume 4, Chapter 3, The Day Cherry Blossoms Fall. Omicron. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. In the middle of the night. Farnese returned. This young lady has brought commemorative gifts, Lord. A lot of them. The gift that Farnese brought while saying that, the very first gift that the girl who had just turned 17, an age where it would only be appropriate for a girl to emanate a freshly sprouted feeling, gave to me, the person who was in existence which was closest to that of her father, was not something adorable like pocket money, nor was it a traditional handwritten letter. It was simply a mountain of what appeared to be hundreds of human skulls. Furthermore, they were skulls that had pieces of flesh still attached to them. This is a knight from Brittany. This here is the ringleader of the most successful free company in the Imperial Army of Francia. That individual, who this young lady obtained information about after having tortured prisoners, seems to have had quite the reputation. And this here is the brigade commander that is rather well known in the Republic of Batavia. With a face void of emotions, however, as if she were a child who had returned from her very first overseas trip and had brought souvenirs for her family members, Farnese displayed the skulls and presented them one at a time. She was able to differentiate them quite well. Although they all looked the same in my eyes and were heads that I wished she would put aside a little, for some reason, it seems in Farnese's eyes it was as if there were colorful name tags attached to each and every head. I see. I understand well that you have a sexual orientation that has an incredibly eccentric and academical value in researching. Therefore, can you get rid of all those in an orderly fashion before I end up vomiting? I am much too normal to accept your preferences in their entirety. Wait a second, Lord. This young lady has yet to reveal the real present. Be overjoyed. No matter how vast this universe may be, the only girl who would possibly gift your lordship with a commemorative gift is this young lady. This young lady is unsure, But would it not be because your lordship had done an incredibly good act during your past life? Farnese behaved pompously. It was seriously a bit annoying. Just who exactly does this child take after in order for her to act like that? But if she behaves like that, regardless of whether she's pretty or not, I'm curious as to whether a man would ever be interested in her. Please do not live while only sticking to my side, you fool. I don't have a hobby of living while a high-performance psychopath is occupying a corner of my home. Okay. In any case, that mind of yours, that wishes to not only give me the news of victory but give me a gift as well, is indeed commendable. So, what exactly is the real present? Hoo-hum. Farnese spread out her arms while making a ta-da sound effect with her own tongue. I'll add the fact that the action seriously didn't suit her. Among these, this young lady shall permanently gift to your lordship the skull that you especially like. How is that? Is your lordship not so moved that you wish to build a library exclusively for this young lady? I do not need it at all. I roared and stood up in order to press down on the crown of Farnese's head. However, I realized that it was impossible. Regretfully, there were iron bars placed between Farnese and myself. Moreover, there was also a fair distance between us. My body was obstructed by the cold iron bars with a clank. Did you come here while bringing something like that in a bundle as your first gift to your sublime lord? If you only consider the number of lessons I have given you, then the lecture fees alone would have been enough to build a temple. Come here and be hit a little. Surely, is your lordship not satisfied with these skulls? How troubling. These are excellent quality goods which this young lady had handpicked sternly. But do not worry. Does your lordship think that this young lady did not consider your lordship's fastidious sense of beauty? Knowing this, Farnese clapped her hands. The moment she did so, soldiers approached while pulling along with them wheelbarrows. Surprisingly, the wheelbarrows were filled to the brim with human skulls. Although the rain had stopped, the sky had the same darkness as before, so my sense of vision was limited. I could see a line of wheelbarrows that reached the very bottom of the hill, heading up towards where we were. Farnese gallantly placed her hands on her hips and declared, "This young lady collected anything that was a corpse on the battlefield and took only their heads. Now then, Lord, please appreciate them leisurely until your lordship is able to find a head that suits your taste. Like I said, please escape from the idea of gifting a skull to another person, you imbecile." This fellow was not right. Seriously, she was really wrong. Farnese tilted her head and muttered, "How strange, how could his lordship dislike this amazing work of art?" It appeared as if she was truly surprised. To Farnese, art meant the moment when life and death flickered brightly. In that regard, the expressions made by the corpses on the battlefield must have been the pinnacle of art to her. Although I did not fail to understand that peculiar logic, I just did not have the amount of leniency needed to passively consent to it. I let out a sigh. Are you jealous? What does your lordship mean? Different to you, the faces that can show expressions freely, I am asking whether you were that jealous of the people who were born normally and ordinarily free. Farnese froze. In the distance, a flame was burning and crumbling. We were going to war while burning the corpses. The floating ashes flew around as if salting the sky, and going against that, black smoke rose upwards. Occasionally, the prisoners, who had yet to die and were latching onto their life strings for as long as they could, were slashed down and killed by our soldiers personally. Crackle crackle each time the flames surged upwards, death throes could be heard with a slight delay. Farnese put those screams behind her and stared vacantly at me. Her emotions were faint. When people say that the temperature of a person's gaze matches that of their heart, then it felt as if Farnese did not even have anything known as temperature. I can guess the reason why you are unable to make expressions well. The more you made various facial expressions, the more your father must have gotten worked up. So you, as a type of self-defense, must have decided to get rid of something like expressions completely, similar to how a forest bug throws away its own intrinsic colors and hides within the woods. Farnese, if that is the case, then that is something which you have decided. No matter how cruel or unfair it may be, as it is something that you have gone through personally, in the end, it is something which only you can solve. Even if you were to collect tens of thousands of corpses that possess expressions, the day your rage and scars are relieved will never come. This young lady does not understand, Lord. Farnese spoke calmly. Your lordship, you told this young lady on that day within the snowing pine forest. You told this young lady to kill everything which blocks her path, regardless of whatever it may be, to not be afraid, to not be restrained by the things which are not this young lady's responsibilities, and to cut down everything that tries to restrain her. Your lordship had told this young lady that if she cuts them down, then in that place is where this young lady's life will be. Why is your lordship now advising this young lady to stop taking the heads of the enemies? With her finger, Farnese curled her side hair. It was a habit she showed whenever she fell into deep thought. Was this young lady's treatment too cruel? War is already sufficiently cruel. Are this young lady's methods too wicked? There is nothing more foolish than discussing one's duties on a battlefield. Or perhaps, is it because a compassion, which does not befit your lordship, has surged? I told you to kill the things which obstruct you. I cut her words. Although she has become eloquent due to having received education in rhetorics from both myself and Lapis, she still decisively lacked the ability to go against me. The thing that is obstructing you is not something like these skulls. Look carefully. Is the thing which impedes your path not your own past? Farnese became silent. As if the girl, who had slaughtered at the very least several thousands and at the very most 10,000 today, was being blocked by an invisible wall, she stood in place without being able to move an inch. Although this young lady does not want to admit it. By the time Farnese was barely able to open her lips, the sky had already become evidently dark and several torches were lit throughout the military encampment. Your lordship is correct. Although this young lady was able to break free from the point where this young lady had deluded herself into believing that the sound of the snow was the cries of cicadas, this young lady is still bound by the chains of the past. And this young lady is unable to control that with her own will. Rather than words, Farnese's utterance was closer to that of a small sigh. Whenever there is a face that is showing emotions before this young lady's eyes, this young lady wishes to lacerate it with a sword. If there is a face that curses at this young lady among them, then this young lady wishes to display that face after having lacerated it. By doing so, this young lady wishes to savor the feeling of life by relishing in the fact that they are dead and this young lady is alive. What should this young lady do? What must this young lady do in order to change this? Farnese lowered her gaze to the ground. This child was most likely pacing back and forth in her mind since she was unsure of what to do. She knew what she had to fix, but she did not know how to fix it. However, that alone was already a large step. Until just recently, Farnese was a mass of traumas. She had denied the fact that she was subjected to violence by her own father, she disguised the fact as a lie while not altering her facial expression even once, and she would only speak about her suppressed scars when she was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. In comparison to those days, has Farnese not become much more mature? Lapis said that Farnese was dangerous. I told Lapis that I would take responsibility and requested of her to leave it to me and wait patiently. While imprisoned in this cage and gazing at Farnese on the other side of the iron bars, I ascertained once more that my judgment at that time was not incorrect. I was the same as you, but now, it was no longer the time to dig but the time to lead. There was a father-like existence within my life as well. Moreover, in terms of filthy personalities, he was perhaps equal or worse than your father, never could he be considered less. My life was ruined because of that man. Your lordship, as well? That is so. I am able to confess since I have personally experienced imprisonment now. The answer of who's the easiest person in the world to put in prison. It was my father. This was not a joke. For starters, there were no two ways about the fact that my father was a beast that deserved to die. I was certain of this since my mother, who had loved him and loved him more until she finally loved even his innards, had tried to kill him. Except, regardless of whether he was killed or not, until that day arrived, there was a lot of things I absolutely had to take. Even while my father was raising me, there had never been a day where I had starved. Was that alone not something to honestly be grateful for? Although I was raised by a dog-like father and grew up to be a son of a bitch, I was, fortunately, an honest human. I had no other choice but to acknowledge the reality that he had somewhat accomplished his duty as a father because of the mere fact that I had never starved ever since I was born. That was why, instead of ending his life, I decided to be satisfied with just dropping his life into a bottomless pit. The fellows who are known as mercy and tolerance, as they call it. It turns out that even I was quite the gentle and dutiful son. The method was simple. I secretly sent in minors to the swap parties my father would often hold at his favorite villa. That was so. Even though he possessed 4 or 5 wives, he still enjoyed promiscuous sexual relations. Was he not deranged? There was no way someone could not show respect towards that exuberant sexual appetite. I believed that it was quite the waste that only I knew about my father's personality, so accordingly, I had earnestly set up scarecrows known as whistleblowers and secured evidence. There wasn't even a need for me to go out of my way to start an incident myself. Even in the places where I had no hand in, my father flirted with a lot of women. Among them, a small sexual harassment scandal occurred in a place that was unrelated to me. Truly consistently, it was another high school girl. There was a reason why I would assert that Lolita complex was a mental disease. Time and time again, while being aghast, I poured the fuel, which I had gathered until then, into the incident that had ignited naturally. Even though I referred to it as fuel, it wasn't anything special. I simply called them over quietly and said a couple of words to them. Omicron. Young master, why do we have to secretly install a camera here? Omicron. I told them that they didn't need to know. Omicron. Is this really okay? Can I also trust that you'll really give me a proper reward once this is over? Omicron. I intimidated them to silently believe in me. Omicron. We've called together all of the defense counsels, young master. Do not worry. Even if the video were to be leaked, the situation in which the chairman's family is also harmed will not happen. The fact that a high school student was involved is only a small obstacle. We will do whatever. Pardon? Are you telling us to leave it be? But Omicron. If they had a complaint, then I told them to complain. Omicron. Omicron. Making them unaware of the things which they had the right to know, making them have no other choice but to believe the thing which they wish to believe, and making them do the things which they must not do. Authority was originally something like that, and I had a sufficient amount of authority. I smiled towards them and spoke. Why aren't you responding? They all gulped and answered me, who was the successor of the company. Omicron. Yes. Yes, understood. As you wish. Omicron. The time to hunt had arrived. When a lion hunts a deer, they do not become intoxicated by the distant fragrance of blood just because they had already tasted the blood of a deer's neck once. Even after my father was imprisoned and I had instantly purged all of his close aides, I remained vigilant. I intercepted information and distorted them. His whistleblowers were unceasing, and for some reason, genuine reporters abruptly started to surge from the rotten press. If it was like this, then it couldn't be helped, so I ended up only shrugging. Stay in prison forever. That was my final wish, and my father more than gladly complied to that small hope of mine. It became so, consequently. 4 days later, my father died due to a heart attack. I looked up towards the sky that had stopped raining. The vapor refused to dissipate, and instead, chillingly seeped into the earth. Farnese was silently staring at me who was in that state. Farnese. I may have succeeded overall, but I committed a mistake at the most vital moment. Although I prevailed in imprisoning that man, I could not possibly expect that he would die due to a chronic disease within 4 days. 4 days, barely 4 days. A time that was much too short to repay him for the resentment that had piled up throughout my entire life. A mere 4 days. I, who had run out immediately after hearing the news of my father's sudden death, was devastated. Even as I was reading the note that he had supposedly written as a will, only a single thought was going through my head. The thought that this human, this butcher-like bastard, this unequaled venomous snake among venomous snakes, had seen through my entire plan and purposely used a chronic disease as an excuse to commit suicide. I was unsure how my plan was uncovered. He most likely figured it out with his intuition. He was a monstrous man, after all. Since heart troubles was a chronic disease he had for a long time, no one suspected his death. The opinion of the majority was that he had died because he was prone to death, and it was my own reasonable argument that he deserved to be killed, but I was unable to do so. In the end, I may have succeeded in my revenge, but I had to live the rest of my life with this bitter taste in my mouth. Good for you, father. You must feel lighthearted since you were able to screw your son over one last time in your final moment of life. That's right, good job dying. Did you dislike the idea of atoning for your wrongdoing towards me that much? Did you want to portray to me the fact that you didn't have even a single thing in your life that you had to atone for? Ha! I let out a sigh. There is quite the valuable moral in my story. Do you know what it is? No matter how damned they may be, since your father is still your father, you shouldn't confine them thoughtlessly? You fool! What were you listening to my words with? It is the complete opposite. Do not needlessly forgive the man or leave him alone, and without fail, kill him, the father who had ruined your life, with your own 2 hands. I propped up Farnese's chin and stared at her clearly. The very first child who I had decided to take responsibility for after having come to this world. Although I rarely ever express this vocally, I consider you to be my adopted daughter. Because the sight of your life being twisted was the same as seeing my own life being twisted. The people of the world will most likely give you all sorts of advice. Forgive him. Adjust your way of thinking and change your life to be positive. Oh dear. Those are words that befit those people only. They may, perhaps, not even be correct words, either. In any case, have you not suffered things which you cannot possibly say out loud, or things that are even more severe than that, by your own father? I can easily guess. Lapis killed her own mother. It should have been the first time since she was born that she was able to properly meet her mother, but she simply chased after her on the spot and slit her mother's throat. In that regard, I consider Lapis to be much wiser than myself. Think about it, Farnese. What will you do if your father dies by the hands of someone else before you are able to do it yourself? I am telling you to imagine that. Is it not dreadful? Therefore, kill him. I spoke, using a tone that assured the answer. Punish your father with your own 2 hands. Get your revenge and end his life. No matter how vast the world may be, since there is no one else out there who has as much of a right as you do to get revenge, you must be the one to do so. The task which I was unable to fulfill because I was sloppy, I sincerely pray that you are able to accomplish it. As if I were placing a curse on her at the same time as I was bestowing upon her a blessing. I gave my adopted daughter the answer. Once you do so, you will be free. Farnese wordlessly shuddered. That was a natural reaction. My words were ice. If one wished to digest ice instantly, then they required a strong stomach and tough teeth. And this girl, who was standing before my eyes, was the pillar that Lapis, the woman who possessed the strongest stomach, and I, who possessed the toughest teeth, had fostered together earnestly. Regardless of whether she grows tired of the cruelty of the acts she must carry out from now on, she will not decline it. Sure enough. But, your lordship, there is a problem. Even if this young lady tries to kill her father, this young lady's father resides in the kingdom down south. There are more and more people in the north who your lordship and this young lady must take the lives of, so when will we ever be able to advance south? Farnese pointed out a problem straight away. That meant that she fundamentally agreed to my words that instructed her to kill her own father. This was why I did not dislike children who my words got through to. In order to subjugate the empire, we have to slaughter that imperial princess as well, but according to your lordship's words, the imperial princess is the largest mountain. The act of even crossing that mountain is quite the distance away, so until that day arrives, how is this young lady supposed to endure the ravages of her past while in this purgatory? How are we supposed to know whether it would take us 5 years or 10 years? This young lady wishes to quickly become free. It is good that you are honest. Each time I witness you slowly turn into more of an honest son of a bitch, it makes me feel so overjoyed that I might break out into a dance. Although this young lady is severely worried since it seems as if her personality is decaying day by day due to your lordship and Miss Lapis. That is fine. Do not worry about it. All we have done is merely brought out what was already rotten. Since that is your true essence, do your best to love it. Your lordship has the talent to touch a chord with another person's heart each time you open your mouth. A talent that can touch a chord with another person's heart in an incredibly bad meaning, that is. Please hastily bite your tongue and kill yourself, Lord. I raised the corners of my lips. 3 days. You will be able to kill your father within 3 days. Farnese knitted her brow. That is bizarre and inordinate. How could this young lady possibly be able to capture her father within 3 days? You are not going to be the one to bring him, you foolish child. Have I not told you this time and time again? Please, if what is attached to that neck of yours is a head, then please use it. Think about it. Regardless of whether you have fallen into being a slave or not, you are still the descendant of the house of Farnese. A descendant of their family has betrayed mankind and latched onto the demons, but do you think they would sit around when their dignity as a noble family is on the line? Even if they tried to stay still, do you think the people around them would calmly leave them be? Farnese became silent. You could tell from her face that it was clearly a scenario which she had never considered. I made a tisk-tisk sound with my tongue and shook my head. This was why a child, who learned about the world from history books, had poor senses when it actually came to something important. Listen carefully. Listen well and learn well. Quite a long time has passed since the Imperial Princess Elizabeth had first obtained the Memoria artifact. At that point, the Imperial Princess would have already gotten into contact with the House of Farnese. For days have passed since you became the figurehead and gave that speech, but if it is someone who is as competent as the Imperial Princess, then no matter how severe the situation may be, they should be capable of resolving it within a single week. Therefore, 3 days from now. Regardless of what happens before an entire week has passed, the Imperial Princess will, without a doubt, pressure you by placing the Duke of Farnese at the front of her forces. How can your lordship be certain of that? Dear Lord, to bring around someone like you as my descendant, I am the one who is misfortunate. Not only are you unable to think, but are you unable to listen as well? Kid, are the rumors that you are the descendant of the House of Farnese and the daughter of a whore not already widespread throughout the front lines of the army of the Crusaders? Who do you think could have grasped your personal information so precisely and have also circulated malicious rumors about you, all within 3 days? Can it be anyone else than the Imperial Princess Elizabeth? Therefore, do not worry about whether you will have to wait 10 years or not, but instead, be concerned about the immediately approaching 3 days. My foolish general, even a week is a time that is beyond your capacity. Fumbling through a single day and discovering the next day again, that is the level which you are still currently at. How impudent of you to try and discuss 10 years. This young lady is starting to dislike your lordship more. That is because a sky is above your sky. I know that feeling well. This young lady also dislikes your lordship, who pretends to know that feeling well, as well. Oh? Then try winning against me. For someone who was unable to win, you must have quite the happy life, since you still have some pride left. Is that brain of yours feeling peaceful? Goo. Farnese groaned without showing any emotions on her face. What a cute fellow. Essentially, the desire for power was something that did not forgive anyone who was above themselves. I was the one who had awoken Farnese's lust for power, and I was also the one who was actually occupying her sky. Due to that, in Farnese's position, she had no other choice but to feel stifled. In any case, since things will be proceeding like that, keep that in mind. So even if the imperial princess suddenly brings your father in order to shake your mentality, do not be too alarmed. If anything, be delighted that 10 years was shortened to 3 days. Get your revenge and take his life. And. It was at the moment I was about to add a few more words. Those are good words, Dantalian. Get your revenge and take his life. I heard a familiar voice. The two of us turned our heads at the same time. From a corner of darkness that was blanketed by the night sky, lively, and yet, light steps were approaching from that direction. The owner of both the voice and the sound of footsteps came all the way to a place which was illuminated by a torch that was near the prison and stopped. Pure white hair. Yellow pupils that were like that of a lion. As it so happens, I came here because I wanted to say those exact same words to you. Barbados was smiling there. Tick. The pocket watch that was submerged in my clothes moved. Omicron. 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 The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 7. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. Hi, Dantalian. Mr. Self-addressed genius. The night was thin. The rain that had stopped falling during the evening still remained drifting somewhere throughout the air. Although the torchlight made the shadows flicker like steam, making the outlines appear faint, rather than standing on the ground, it appeared as if half of Barbados' feet were engulfed by a pitch-black mire. It seems that life in prison must suit your body well. Look at the complexion on your face. That mug of yours, that has always been weighed down by exhaustion, has bloomed, it really has. You adorable kid. It wasn't a waste of time to send you to prison. Even though it was vague and ambiguous, the occasion of Barbados' distinct presence fading away did not occur. Her voice, it was because her voice was clouded with laughter. Although it was easy for Barbados to laugh, each laugh was viscous with the thickness which was built up from within her innermost heart. Every time she laughed, it felt as if I could see a well that had no visible bottom. I knew she would come. My mind was even ready for it. However, there was one thing. If there was one thing that I did not predict, then it was the fact that Barbados did not come here alone. Barbados had arrived while dragging someone by the hair. My heart instantly became cold. I wonder if she had sensed the temperature of my gaze. Barbados chuckled. Ah. Her? I was on my way here when I suddenly had an idea. When you and this girl were philandering a long time back, I gave you some relationship counseling, right? Nevertheless, I felt like you two weren't spending enough time together recently. Lapis. Lapis lazuli. My love. My lover, whose pink hair was beautiful and blue eyes were pretty, was feebly sprawled out there while in the nude and sullied by whip and burn marks all over her body. Barbados tapped Lapis' head. That's why I used this opportunity to get a bit more acquainted. Wow. Bastard, look at that face. You look like you might accidentally end up killing me, you know? Right, you already played around with me on the battlefield, so why wouldn't you be able to do something like take my life? Barbatos. You truly are. What? She grinned widely. Is it your first time seeing a bitch? I shut my mouth. The opposition had a hostage. A hostage was a tool that could be dealt with in whatever way that the opposition deemed fit. Therefore, it was a method to flaunt their power before me. In other words, as it was a bomb that could explode at any moment, it must be dealt with quickly, and I must not rashly irritate the individual who was trying to flaunt their strength. Since I continued to not show any response, Barbatos made a long sound with her nose. Good. I like that you're well behaved. It seems you've realized your place. Well, since both you and I are in a relationship where we've seen everything that can be seen, I won't make this long. Apologize. Apologize? Yeah. Apologize for changing the orator as you please, apologize for requesting a military trial as you please, and above all else, apologize for treating the lives of my soldiers like toys, as if the battlefield were a playground, Dantalian. Barbatos uttered an ah and added in something else. Oh right. I won't permit you to give an excuse. Something like, that wasn't my intention, or some rubbish like that. Whenever I hear rubbish, I feel as if the opposition is rubbish as well, but on the other hand, I also get the feeling that they're treating me like trash. It could be my feelings that are messed up, but well, it's not right. Something doesn't sit well with me when that happens. If a person is a person, then they should show mutual respect. Both sides shouldn't become sons of bitches, right? Barbatos hurled Lapis forward. Has she passed out? Lapis did not utter even a single moan and simply fell onto the floor. The way to apologize is simple. First, take the head of that human girl over there with your own hands. Next, slit the throat of this outcast here with your own hands. Finally, I'll have to take one of your arms. How's that? Simple, right? Apologies need to possess significance, sincerity, and cordiality, after all. Although someone impudent like you may not understand this that well, apologies were originally something like this. It's difficult, right? Since it's so difficult, that's why you shouldn't commit a mistake in the first place. 4,000 people died. Barbatos stepped on Lapis' head with her right foot. Barbatos was the one who boasted a great strength among demon lords. If at this very instant, she were to put even the slightest bit more strength into her foot, then Lapis' head will most likely be crushed. It's 4,000 people, you know? 4,000 of just my soldiers alone were killed because of your and that bitch's so-called fun and games. Does this not seem strange in your eyes? Barbatos, everyone dies in war. Yeah, but they don't die like a joke. That's the important part. The fact that a meaning is required in death. With that thought alone, people like us are able to go to war. Barbatos pulled a dagger out from her clothes. She then grabbed and lifted Lapis' head again and placed the blade against Lapis' cheek. It was at that moment that Lapis slowly opened her eyes. Our eyes met. Although we did not utter even a single word. Both Lapis and I finished our conversation in an instant. Regardless of whether she knew so or not, Barbatos continued her sanguineous humorous attitude. Although only very slightly, the edge of the blade pierced Lapis' skin. The scarlet blood that formed was distinct in my eyes. I didn't particularly trust you since the very beginning, Dantalian. Trust has always been lacking in our relationship. That is disappointing to hear. I was rather confident that we were able to pile up a rather nice relationship. Although I do not wish to make patronage with something that has already ended, I saved you and your forces once before, right? The language of Habsburg. Barbados smiled. I actually know how to speak some human languages, you retard. There's something pricking your conscience, right? I immediately recalled a sharp laughter in my head. Omicron. Oi, would you look at that? Dantalian, what are they babbling about? Omicron. Before the war had yet to begin. During the time where both Barbados and I were in the prime of burning the mountain range, each time we punished the fire-fallow villagers, Barbados left the translation to me. That was because the proud demon lords did not believe it was necessary to acquaint themselves to the human languages. However, was that not the case? Did she know? Despite the fact that she already knew, she pretended not to and simply watched over how I interpreted their words. She had tested me in order to see whether I was trustworthy, to see how far she could trust me. Was that the case? At that time, I did not interpret the words exactly as how the fire-fallow villagers had spoken them. I treated the peasants with sympathy at all times. However, in Barbados' eyes, it must have appeared as if I were distorting information. A fellow who cannot be trusted completely. I could not argue if I were regarded as so. However, I had something to protest as well. That's right. There's something that's pricking my conscience. So what? You wanted a war to break out. So accordingly, I gifted you a war. You wanted to obtain victory. So accordingly, I gifted you a victory. I have presented you with everything that you desired until now. Despite that, are you distrusting me just because of some trivial translation mistakes? There's a limit to having a narrow mind. Stop talking nonsense, Mr. Dantalian. Be it war or victory, that's something we both wanted. Why are you trying to act all kind by saying you gifted something or whatever? Do you want to see a pretty blade mark left on this bitch's neck? Barbados placed the dagger closer to Lapis' throat while talking sarcastically. Lapis gazed at me while being completely unfazed by that. Barbados. You've made a crucial mistake. Lapis was not my weakness. She was a great woman who absolutely would not forgive herself if she were degraded to something like my weakness. Lapis and I made each other stronger. I was able to remain alive and well because of her unchanging gaze. Your words are correct, Barbados. You and I both yearn for war and crave for victory. Because that is the case, you must not kill my vassals. Are you feigning ignorance? Or do you truly not know? Since you have experienced today's battle, you should be aware of it by now. I spoke calmly. I put the truth that Barbados never wished to hear on my lips. I more than gladly vocalized the reality that the Queen of Silver absolutely did not wish to face. My general and the Imperial Princess of the Empire are more competent than you. Click. Barbados' body froze for an instant. I could sense that her breath had frozen over. A silence fell around us completely. The moisture that had formed on an iron bar of my prison gathered into a droplet of water and slid down. Barbados was quiet, so Laura, Lapis, and I simply endured the cold wind silently. Since there was no response for a long amount of time, I was the first person to open his mouth. You have already once been cornered to the point where you nearly faced defeat at the hands of the Imperial Princess. Although you claimed that it was because of His Excellency Marba's crushing defeat, if you were more competent than the Imperial Princess, then you would not have been forced into such a defensive position. Myself and my general. If Farnese here did not come to save you, then by this point, the Crescent Alliance would have had even our last remaining plain area stolen from us by the humans. Furthermore, you were unable to predict the Imperial Princess' surprise attack even today. If you knew how to speak the language of Habsburg, then that makes it even more of a costly blunder. Why was it that the Imperial Army of Habsburg could not be seen even though the armies of every other nation were gathered together? You should have been able to notice the threat that was approaching through the heavy rain. Although you had the opportunity to do so, you were unable to realize it. I apologize, Barbatos. But you demon lords required some shock therapy. If time continues to flow by just like this, then you will never be able to predict the truth that all of demonkind will be annihilated by the humans. You are all overconfident in your own competence. My role was to shatter that arrogance of yours. Therefore, I told her this. That's right, you said 4,000 soldiers died? That is unfortunate. I give you my condolences. However, that is not Farnase's mistake, that is not my mistake, and that especially is not the Imperial Princess' mistake. All we have done is do our utmost in our respective positions, after all. Barbatos, the fact that you lost 4,000 soldiers today is simply because you are less competent than us. Although it is incredibly regretful. Barbatos, it turns out that even you, the individual who shines as brightly as the snowy fields do during a dark lunar night, are less competent than someone else. You may be able to perform a supporting role on the stage, but you cannot play the leading role. That is your limit. Even you should have vaguely felt it yourself. The fact that your military personnel faced death because you were unable to notice the movement of the enemy troops. The fact that the life of your men solely hung on your own shoulders and that you are unable to shift the responsibility to someone else. You have become this enraged because you detested and regretted yourself. Ah, Barbatos. Demon Lord whose laughter is merciless. The sacred and inviolable Demon Lord who calls herself the Absolute Majesty, the Master among the Council of 72 who leads all of demonkind. You were unable to manage this era by yourself. You were slated to go through quite the cruel seasons for the next 10 years. Moreover, the individuals who were destined to become the leading actors were already decided. Elizabeth von Habsburg, Laura de Farnese, and the hero that will one day arrive. They will write an epic poem about the continent gathering together into a single empire, and you will become a song that has already ceased and met its end, and disappear instantly. However, let me live. I was here. I will give you war. I will gift you victory. I will present to you a future without defeat. I will show our demonkind warm fields. I do not care if you all take exclusive possession of the glory and honor, Barbatos. You all can take every last bit of something like pride and fame. I wish for simply one thing. Simply. Therefore, spare me and my vassals. There was a silence. Barbatos opened her mouth. With lips that no longer had even a shred of humor lingering on them. Those words. Can you take responsibility for them? I nodded my head. Let us work together, even you have a chance. If we all grab each other's hands, then we can overcome anything. I refused sweet words like these. On the other side of this plain, there was an imperial princess who was going to propine the worst nightmare in history. If I was going to stand against her, then I had no other choice but to become a nightmare as well. And I did not find becoming a nightmare to be disgusting or see it as an arduous task. It was merely a joyous occasion for me. How fortunate was it that I was going to be the one to play that role? You ought to be overjoyed, Barbatos. Although it seems you were regretful since 4,000 soldiers had died, I can continue to laugh like this even if I were to slaughter 4 million people. Welcome the fact that I am an honest son of a bitch. I shall lead you. I shall take the responsibility. 400 years. I spoke. For no less than 400 years, the expeditions of the Crescent Alliance have continued to fail each and every time. The reason behind that was not because you were weak. On the contrary, it is the complete opposite. You all were a bit too strong. What are you talking about? Look. Even if we are the Crescent Alliance, at most, only half of the demon lords that live in the demon continent are participating. Rank 1 to rank 4 do not even take part in the expeditions. The only individuals among the highest-ranking demon lords to engage in warfare are you, Paimon, and His Excellency Marba. Despite that, we surprisingly have a massive army of 100,000. Even if a nation were to scratch together whatever military personnel they could, it would be difficult for them to exceed a military power of 40,000. The Crusaders, a force that was created after every nation had united and squeezed out whatever military strength they could, had no more than 100,000 soldiers. Of course, that most likely was not their maximum strength. However, if you consider the fact that demons are stronger than humans on average, then in terms of military power, the gap between the Crescent Alliance and the Crusaders grew much further apart. I shall say this honestly. In all of the demon continent, the demon lords who sincerely wish for victory are all here participating in this war. To the other demon lords, the land that belongs to the humans is nothing more than a nest of bugs that they could easily crush if they put their minds to it. If anything, the thing they fear are you guys. Demon lords are afraid of other demon lords? That is right. I have never thought that it was bothersome. Becoming a king was the pinnacle of authority that had the role of guiding the people. However, there were a whopping 72 people who were standing at that zenith in the demon continent. I didn't denounce the demon continent for being similar to that of a tribe nation for no reason. The only reason why this idiotic society still held was because of the common enemy. In other words, it was because humanity was holding out. What would happen if humanity disappeared? Just as how Barbados wished, what would happen after we are truly able to subjugate the entirety of the human continent? It is simple, Barbados. After crushing all of humanity, the demon lords will, without a doubt, start a civil war in order to distinguish who has the most authority among themselves. But Barbados furrowed her brow. Indeed, she was a woman who had devoted her life to conquering the continent. She had not considered the feelings and positions of the other garbage demon lords who had no interest in something like justification and merely turned their attention to their own security. When that day comes, which demon lord do you think will have the advantage? Rank 1 Baal? Rank 2 Agars? Rank 3 or maybe rank 4? No. That is absolutely not the case. No matter how powerful the individual may be, they cannot withstand the assault of a group. The group they fear the most. I chuckled. Are you? Barbatos. Paimon. Corps commanders such as yourselves who utilizes other demon lords as your own military power. Demon lords of demon lords. During the inevitable anarchy that will occur after the extermination of the human race, they have no other choice but to fear people like you, who move together as a group, the most. Indeed, this was a self-evident truth. Because they know that it would be their turn next once the humans have fallen into ruin. I was certain that the demon lords, who were not participating in this Crescent Alliance expedition, were desperately scheming to make the war fail. The fact that the Crescent Alliance experienced failure after failure for the past 400 years was not a mere coincidence. At most, Paimon only tried to stop me. She has never attempted to mess up the Crescent Alliance itself. People, who were much more wicked and slyer than Paimon, were lurking in the rear of the demon continent. Traitors. We are overflowing with traitors. You accused me of having committed racial treason. However, something of my degree is actually humble. It is at a boundlessly moderate level. Although I screwed you over for only just 20 minutes during the duration of the speech, those demon lords screwed over their own kind for the past 400 years. Do you now understand why you must keep me alive? Our enemies are all around us. In the front, the unique hero known as the Imperial Princess Elizabeth. In the rear, the powerful demon lords starting from rank 1 to rank 4. They pressure, threaten, and intimidate us from both fronts until we finally end up facing mutual destruction. I stuck my right arm out through the iron bars. We do not have the time to fight among one another. Take my hand. Let us take the heads of the traitors, and if we have some spare time, then let us sink the Imperial Princess ship as well. Once we have done all that, we shall establish a society which we govern. Despite being locked behind these bars, the people who must come to me have all come. From the very beginning, the people who had to be sent were constantly on that side. Because there was no need for me to go to and fro, I was free. I was here in this prison. Omicron. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalion. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 8. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. Give me some time to think. Omicron. Barbados left behind those words before departing. The only people who were left here now were Lapis and Farnese. Once Lapis was free from the position of hostage, she let out a light sigh as if she did not feel even slightly affected by the torture she had received. It seems this innocent one is the one to receive the wrath because of your highness. It has been a long time since this one had last tasted torture. Although this one had nearly forgotten the fact that she belonged to the absolute lowest social status thanks to your highness, this one has realized her position once more due to your highness doing as well. I am sorry. I took the matters much too easily. I did not think that she would involve even you. It is fine. This one is used to it. I gave the words of apology, which Barbados requested so much for but never received in the end, with much ease to Lapis. Lapis received a mantle from Farnese and loosely covered her naked body. However, your highness has done very well. Is that so? Yes. Even though this one was kidnapped, your highness' unwavering posture was very advisable. To be honest, this one had worried that your highness may possibly fall into a panic, but it seems this one has no reason to be concerned from now on. Even if this one were to receive harm, this one is now certain of the fact that your highness will continue to advance forward. Please continue to do so. This one will do so as well. Lapis then headed past the torches and towards our military camp. If she walks around in that state, then there is a chance that she could be assaulted by common soldiers who have been blinded by their sexual desires, but it seems she was not afraid. Farnese, who had her mouth shut the entire time, muttered. As expected, your lordship is not sane. Does a woman like that truly hit the mark of your lordship's preferences? She is a woman who will live coldly, love coldly, and die coldly. Kid. My acting general, who was in charge of my front, had badmouthed my lover, who was in charge of my rear. In a situation like this, a normal person would display an ambiguous attitude and try to gain a favorable impression from both sides. What is it, Lord? You will never be able to compare yourself to Lapis with what little ability you have, but... And I was not a normal bastard. I declared solemnly. How dare you not know your place in badmouth Lapis? Lapis is the first woman I have ever loved and will be the last woman I will ever love. If Lala were to say it, then I would even believe a prophecy about the world ending. However, if you said something like that, then I would probably just give you a spanking. I gave her a smooth smile. How is that? Has the hierarchy been clearly established in that sewer-like brain of yours? Farnese opened her lips. They say that one must not get involved even if a crazy dog were to bark, but what is this young lady supposed to do when there are two insane dogs growling above her? Since both the male and female dog have gone deranged together, it seems as if this young lady is the only normal person in the world. What is this fool saying? Your bullshit is bitter, my daughter. In any case, the prediction that this young lady's father will appear on the battlefield soon. This young lady shall go back and ready her heart. If possible, please do not come out of prison forever, your lordship. Farnese trudged away feebly. She was heading towards the same direction that Lapis had gone in. The two must be spending time together in the military tent that was peaceful since I was absent. For some reason, as I imagined the scene of Lapis being the abuser and Farnese being the abused, my mind felt cozy. Those broken things that were in that single spot were my family, but it felt as if my mind went into each of their broken places and mended them to be flawless. I laid down on the bundle of hay and comfortably closed my eyes. Omicron. Omicron. That day, I had a dream. Once I looked down, I saw that I was wearing shoes. I knew that I was in a dream by just that alone. It was somewhat intriguing. In the past, I attempted to have lucid dreams several times due to curiosity, but I have never been in a dream where my self-awareness was as sharp as this. All I could see when I looked around my surroundings was an endlessly vast white world. Only a ground, that was like a drawing paper which had yet to be colored, was stretched out all the way to the horizon. And in the center of that, as if it were something obvious, Demon Lord Paimon was standing there. As expected. I muttered unintentionally. Paimon was a mare. Among mares, Paimon was the very person who was referred to as the Queen of Mares. Although my love, Lapis, had thinly inherited the blood of a succubus, I heard that the ability to control people's dreams was granted to only a small minority of mares. Someone like Paimon could easily intrude in another person's dream. TL note, mares and succubi/incubi are generally being treated as the same race here. Once our eyes met, Paimon gave me a modest greeting. For a person who had just invaded another person's personal space without having received the owner's permission, her behavior was much too courteous, making it feel as if this woman was a guest who had formally received an invitation. That was quite the Paimon-like conduct. Welcome, Dantalion, to this lady's world. I had a bitter smile on my face. Excuse me, but if my memory serves me right, then I have never sent an invitation nor have I received one. Paimon showed a guilty face. This lady apologizes. However, this lady believed that this was the best method to dispel the misunderstanding you have of this lady. This lady believes that with just a little bit more, even you will be able to understand her words, Dantalion. Oh, truly your highness does not change. Since your highness is freely deciding what I will trust and distrust, I can only admire you. Please forgive this lady's discourtesy one more time. Paimon appeared to still have apologetic eyes. I wonder how many people were deceived and done in because of those innocent eyes. I shrugged my shoulders and went into the main topic. Very well. This is my first time dreaming a dream together with another person. Despite how I may appear, I welcome new experiences. So, what is possible here? Is anything possible since this is a dream? Unfortunately, materializing every possible thing is impossible. Paimon shook her head slightly. Solely the things which this lady has seen and experienced throughout her life can be reproduced here. Like this. Paimon waved her fan. Once she did so, tree roots started to wriggle underneath the ground before instantly surging upwards, penetrating the ground as it rose. It seems the tree was not only a single type of tree. Certain branches had white bark like that of a birch tree, and some other branches were encased in a brown layer of bark similar to the one seen on pine trees. The tree grew bigger and bigger until it got to the point where it nearly blocked out the entire sky. Since the floral leaves were cherry blossoms, each tree branch shined a bright white color. The world was pink. Paimon slowly stroked the bark of the tree. Like this, although this lady can make new creations by mixing together one feature with another, it is impossible to create something entirely from scratch. This was honestly admirable. Enviable, even. If I had the ability to fiddle with dreams, then I would be so elated by the fact that I could singe, boil, and burn my father every single night, that I most likely would never want to wake up. I see there was a reason why mares are known as the clan of the night. My concubine is a half-blood, so she is unable to control dreams. It is a bit unfortunate. It may be more of a blessing. The fact that she is not a pure blood, that is. Paimon smiled sorrowfully. As you can see, mares are capable of creating an incredible amount of things within a dream. The lovers of mares are charmed by that. The most beautiful woman in the world, the most captivating scenery in the world, a feast of sweet and fantastical food. Everyone who pairs up with a mare starts to become more enchanted by the dreams that Maras can show instead of the time they spend together with their lover. Paimon lowered her fan. In that same moment, the tree that was as grandiose as a world tree soon started to fall apart. Poof, as if a bunch of popcorn had popped all at the same time, the cherry blossom petals all fell while in full bloom. In the center of the descending petals, Paimon gazed upwards. In the end, people turn their backs on reality. An absolutely perfect dream and a pitiable reality. It is clear what they would choose. They ignore their wives and steadily throw away their sons and daughters. Compared to their wives and children in real life, they have a more beautiful family in their dreams anyway. That is why the majority of Mares do not share love. Since they will be betrayed anyway. Paimon muttered as she placed a handful of wind onto the petals that were flowing by. Although I could see a single aspect of the girl who was standing before me here, I did not probe into it. I was not the person who had to take the responsibility. There was nothing more terrifying than embracing a past which you cannot possibly shoulder. I picked up a branch that had broken off from the cherry tree and spoke. That is an interesting ethnic tale. If there is time, I wish to leisurely listen to the love stories which Your Highness Paimon has experienced. However, is this the reason why Your Highness invited me here? In order to exchange love stories? This lady, Paimon turned her gaze and looked at me. Has thought of this since a long time ago. A woman who is closest to being perfect exists. The most beautiful scenery and banquet exist. If that is the case, then perhaps would it not be possible to dream of the most perfect and beautiful society? The most perfect society? What is this woman trying to say? I couldn't comprehend her. Of course, everyone lived while burying their respective ideas of what an ideal society was within their hearts. As I was not unaware of that, I was suspicious of the ulterior motive that was going out of its way to try and take out what was buried in my mind. Paimon, we are not close enough to leisurely share the scenery within our minds, is that not so? Should I try sending a light jab, A perfect society, is it? Would something like that really be possible? Yes, of course not. This lady is aware of the impossibleness. Paimon laughed nearly inaudibly. It is most likely absurd. It was futile in the past, and it is still impossible even to this very day. However, Dantalion, this lady is the queen of Mares. A race that sows the dreams of the night into people. Even if this lady, who held that position, had allowed herself to have such a pious dream, this lady believes that it was not something which went excessively beyond her means. Sir Dantalion, in order for this lady to continue her life, similar to other people, this lady required a type of bliss. Paimon glanced down at the flower petal that had landed on her palm and lamented. Ah, it was a regretful dream. Yes, once this lady looked back at it after everything was over, it was an intoxication. However, what could this lady have lived with if that did not exist? At first, it was 400 years ago. This lady believed that for demonkind as a whole, a society where demon lords were the rulers, was a society that was closest to perfection. Paimon waved her fan. The scenery changed. I found myself standing in the very center of a battlefield which I had never been to before. Soldiers flickered like shadows, approximately 100,000 demons passed through our surroundings. Since they were phantoms that lacked physical bodies, they phased through both Paimon and myself like ghosts. At the way front, there were 3 people who were leading this massive army. There was no one else whose figures were as distinct as theirs. They were familiar to my eyes as well. They were none other than the Corps Commander Demon Lords, Barbatos, Paimon, and Marba. Omicron. Oh, my army! You are all praiseworthy. You all have truly obtained a great achievement. Omicron. Barbatos shouted while her white cape fluttered in the wind. Different to her current self, she was wearing a silver helmet and a matching silver set of armor. Barbados shined a radiant silver color due to the descending rays of the sun. Paimon mentioned 400 years ago just now. If that was the case, then that means this was Barbados from 400 years ago. The days where Barbados had yet to turn into a necromancer and was waving around a sword as a warrior. After examining her carefully, she was smiling in a way that gave off a completely different feeling compared to what she showed now. It wasn't a sloppy smile that was caused by being perennial. It was a smile that resembled a midsummer sun, a smile that confidently threw herself out to the world. Omicron. However, there are still many things we must do. We are the demons of conquest. Our glory is not placed in yesterday's victory, but instead, it is solely placed in the future where our great conquest is over. Cowards say that we have fought enough, that it is now the time to rest. However, what do we warriors say in response? Us, warriors who have surpassed both race and status, and have solely become one due to camaraderie. How will you respond? It is not enough. Omicron. Barbados raised both of her arms and extended her nails like a cat. As if she were trying to claw and scar the entire world with her small hands until she was able to devour it all. Omicron. It is not enough. We still lack too much. More battles and more blood. In order to make every battlefield, which we have fought on, into the land that our descendants will live in. Until each drop of blood, which we have shed, has turned into fertilizer for the land that our descendants will cultivate. Ah, gentlemen. My proud warriors. We love our posterity infinitely. For that reason, we not only have no other choice but to fight eternally, but we are able to fight thanks to it. Omicron. 100,000 soldiers all cheered at the same time. Demons, dwarves, and centaurs started to blow their horns as they pleased. The sound of drums resonated without any tune or tempo. Although the soldiers were in a chaotic state, on the contrary, it felt as if they were a coherent whole. This was the magnificent form of the very first Crescent Alliance. The cries coming from the army echoed throughout the distant continent and tinged all the people of the continent with fear. These elite troops were led by the corps commanders, Barbados of Immortality, Paimon of Benevolence, and Marba of Nobility, all standing side by side. Omicron. For eternal death. For eternal glory. Omicron. Barbados turned her back and personally went forward to the front line. Her white cloak fluttered blindingly. Being driven by that movement that was like a hand gesture, 100,000 soldiers became a tidal wave and followed her. It was a glorious battle. Paimon muttered while gazing at the tidal wave of shadows that was pushing out into the distance. We had seized victory perfectly. With an army of 120,000, we defeated the Crusaders of approximately 260,000 at the time, repeatedly. We ruined a single kingdom within half a month, and 2 months after that, we completely destroyed another kingdom. The three of us were certain. The fact that we were invincible. That we would truly be able to build a nation for all of demonkind on this ground since we could never be defeated. Yes. We had unwavering faith. I see. If it's the war that had destroyed 2 kingdoms, then it wasn't the first expedition but the second. Since I had read the history book, I knew how this was going to end. The Second Crescent Alliance was recorded as the most horrendous failure in all of history. Paimon closed her eyes. Until our kind betrayed us. After we conquered the Second Kingdom, we immediately advanced deeply into the center of the continent. It was immediately after we had demolished the Crusaders' main force. Split the continent into 2 pieces before the enemy troops can reform. That was the larger flow of our plan. Perhaps, no, without a doubt, our judgment was not wrong. However, the demon lords who were in charge of the supply line in the rear had betrayed them. Principally, supply lines were managed by low-ranking demon lords. Demon lords with low ranks had just as little military power as well. It was appropriate to concentrate them on the supplies instead of sending them out to the front. High-ranking demon lords stood at the front lines, and low-ranking demon lords supported them from behind. An incredibly rational arrangement. Nevertheless, they committed betrayal. The scenery changed once more. The brilliant army of silver, which I saw just a moment ago, had disappeared without a trace. Each soldier was ragged. An army that was unable to eat properly because the supply lines had been cut. Even if they tried to obtain provisions through pillaging, the Crusaders were employing a scorched earth policy. Since even a proper way of pillaging was being prevented, as time passed, the massive army started to tire itself out as it continued to drag around its large size. From every direction, detached forces from the Crusaders emerged and bit away at the Crescent Alliance. They were tenacious and rough like a pack of hyenas hunting down a lion. Even if they wanted to resist, it would only cause more time to be delayed. Barbados bit her lips and gave an order. Omicron. Abandon. Abandon our forces and retreat. Omicron. Tears of blood were flowing down Barbados' face as she muttered that command. Putting the scenery of the subjects, who she had led all the way here from the demon continent, being terrorized and slaughtered behind her, Barbados fled. It was not solely her, but Paimon and Marba as well. That was Barbados' past. The incident that had stolen the warmth from Barbados' heart. Sir Dantalion, can you guess how many out of 120,000 soldiers returned alive? This lady remembers it vividly even to this day. Even though 400 years have passed, this lady can still clearly see the scene where the three of us received the report from our adjutants together. Paimon gently opened her eyes. 26,084. Out of the massive army of 120,000 soldiers. Only barely 26,084 people were able to come back alive and step on the soil of their homelands. Within the scenery of the dream, Barbados was silently shedding tears. She was absently staring out into an empty space as if she were a doll that had its strings cut. With a battered and worn-out cloak, which was also filled with holes, wrapped around her body, she endlessly wept in silence. Paimon placed her hand on top of that Barbados' shoulder. However, Barbados was merely a phantom within a dream. Paimon was unable to stroke the shoulder of the girl who was once her comrade and simply drifted her hand over an empty space. Paimon stopped her hand and spoke to herself. Why did this happen? Omicron. Omicron. The scene was swept away by a gust of cherry blossom petals. Barbados' dim shadow, her distinct tears, and the plain that was vastly covered with the corpses of soldiers sprawled out, all disappeared and the world returned to being a white landscape. This lady was unable to tell her that it was okay. This lady was unable to console her by telling her that everything would turn out better from now on. There is a chance that this lady may have already felt it by then. That we will no longer, that the day where we are able to fight together will never arrive. Paimon gazed at my face. Last night, this lady overheard the argument you had with Barbados. Dantalion, you most likely know the reason. The reason behind why the Crescent Alliance had failed time and time again. I nodded my head. Towards the opposition who had, without reserve, spoken her mind up to this point, regardless of whether she was my political rival or not, I had no desire to give a cynical remark. Moreover, the person whom Paimon had shown to me the most was Barbados. If she had brazenly belittled her, then I would have responded accordingly. There was no benefit I could possibly gain from badmouthing my political partner behind her back. Even if they are all demon lords, each of their power varies infinitely depending on their individual ranks. If the continent is united, then the demon lords, who are commanding, will naturally form a large group. In that moment, a war not between humans and demons, but a war between demons and demons will break out. And with an incredibly high probability, you will be the ones to win. TL note, U equals Crescent Alliance. That is precise. Paimon laughed sheepishly. This lady realized the truth one step too late. Until that moment, this lady believed that our supply lines had just been pillaged by the humans. Surely our fellow demon lords would not have betrayed us at that time. During those days, this lady could not imagine that possibility. Although after knowing that truth, Barbados claimed a few good people and established the Plains faction, is what Paimon added at the end. This lady had a slightly different way of thinking. The reason why this lady had devoted herself to war until that moment was because this lady believed that the unity of the continent was the sole path for demonkind. If we can just subjugate the humans, then the days where demonkind can live bountifully and peacefully will unfold before us. This lady was able to commit slaughter without hesitation because she believed that. However, Paimon realized. She realized the fact that, on the contrary, if the continent were ever united, then the land of demons will burn in a hellfire. The fact that the instant the pretext known as the subjugation of humanity is over, then the warring states period will arrive and tear the demon races asunder. For a single emperor, the entire demon continent will bleed and be split into two sides just to raise a single king of kings. What meaning could there possibly be in such a thing? What was that continental conquest for? If the result of fighting for the demon race was the chaos of demonkind, then was that in itself not already an antinomy? Paimon pondered and continued to ponder. And she arrived at a conclusion. Humans are a necessary evil. At a self-evident fact. We may also be a necessary evil to the humans as well. We need each other. If either side of humans or demons never existed, then we would have gone to an eternal war against our own kind much sooner. A correct deduction. Paimon let out a sigh. Even if the continent were to be united or not, war will still break out anyway. Is that not strange? No commoner desires for war. If their life and assets are guaranteed, then be it humans or demons, they would more than gladly not jump into war. And yet, just why does war continue to occur? The answer is simple. Paimon whispered in a small voice. The rulers. It is solely because of the individuals in power. Imagine if the people could decide on their own whether we should go to war or not. The people have to take upon themselves all of the hardships that happen during a war on their own. As they have to carry spears by themselves and commit murder, they have to cover the expenses consumed during a war on their own, and they have to bear the remainder of their lives in the cities and villages that will be completely devastated due to the aftermath of war. The people obviously will not easily approve the idea of war. A heated feeling started to flow from Paimon's voice a little bit at a time. However, the individuals in power are different. They are not a part of the people. They are the owners of the people. They are fellows who will always bet whatever they possess on a wager if it means that they can possibly obtain a more substantial gain. This lady came to the revelation. Be it humanity or demonkind, as long as society is being treated as the possession of the people of authority, war can never be stopped. Paimon's pupils, that were as crimson as blood, silently glimmered with rage. How foolish were we! She shouted. How dim-witted were we demon lords! We thought that we were working for all of demonkind. We believed that we were fighting for the commoners. And yet, look. The demon lords were not actually the ones to have fallen. Only a small minority of demon lords bled and died on the battlefield. The ones to have truly been sacrificed, the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of things that were killed off, were not the demon lords, but the very demons whom we were trying to protect. Paimon gritted her teeth. Despite that, we thought that it was a flag for demonkind. It was a hypocrisy and a deception. Even if the continent were united, hypocrisy most likely will not disappear. In the end, deception will never cease in human villages or even demon towns. By blazing more splendidly, it is clear that it will burn that in this side of the mountain range, the human and demon continents, and the entire world. Within a war that would never vanish anyway, we were pushing them into a flame that could never be extinguished due to the single justification that we were authority figures. The scenery, once more. Instead of a pure white space, a battlefield. Instead of fluttering cherry blossom petals, scattering ashes. Instead of a tranquil stillness, the screams cried out by humans and demons. Slaughter, just endless slaughter. It was this lady's mistake. With the burning world behind her, Paimon cried out. It was not the fault of the humans who had become commoners. It was not the fault of the demons who had become subjects, either. The delusion that an ideal society would unfold if we led the world and governed over society, the deep-seated grudge was the cause of every tragedy, but that was why. Indeed, that was why Paimon had suddenly started to cling to me. She knew what meaning the speech, which I had created, contained. She believed that she had discovered cordiality within the proclamation that I had prepared bastardly. Demon Lord Paimon was a Republican. Dantalion, the speech that human child had recited, this lady guesses that you are the one who had actually written it. A society where a minority of rulers have a monopoly over everything is wrong. Anyone. No, to be more exact, a society where all people have authority must unfurl. That is why this lady wishes to make a request of you. Please come underneath this lady's flag. The Plains faction, Barbados, cannot shoulder you. You will be thrown away. You will be tossed aside. However, this lady is different. This lady is capable of understanding your thoughts. This lady can support whatever path you decide to take as much as you desire. Both of Paimon's eyes shined with certainty. This. How should I say it? This is a masterpiece. Using Paimon's resolve here and controlling her to my desire was simple. However, if she appeals to me this passionately, then even I, who's pessimistic towards the world, would have something I wished to slightly ask her. The direction itself where Paimon was pointing the end of her fan was correct. In the end, Republicans will be the ones to obtain influence. However, in order to say the single phrase in the end, just how much blood has to be shed? It was not on the level of tens of thousands. It was not to the degree of something like hundreds of thousands, either. Millions, they had to be massacred millions of times and then some, at that. Is the simple term in the end able to endure the weight of that blood? Of course, it is something that does not very much matter to me, Paimon. I am curious as to how resolved you are. Your Highness Paimon, I apologize, but in my eyes, I can only see you as an idealist. I can positively say that in order to establish a republic society, as your Highness Paimon has implied, then that in itself will require a countless number of sacrifices. This lady thinks so as well, but did she really? Was she truly determined to let a certain amount of blood flow? Referentially, I am keeping in mind the possibility that it will take more than 1 million lives in order to defeat the Imperial Princess Elizabeth. Have you also swallowed down that much venom? Do not worry. I am a kind gentleman. Regardless of my benefits, I was sufficiently ready to test your intensity. Think about it a little bit more. After achieving the unity of the continent, the people will shed a countless amount of blood. In order to accomplish republicanism, the people will have to bleed just as much as well. Either way, the commoners will be sacrificed. Is that not so? Whether we chase after Barbados' ideal or Paimon's ideal, the people are going to be the ones to be sacrificed anyway. If that was the case, then Paimon, I am somewhat curious. Why is Her Excellency Barbados incapable and yet your Highness Paimon is? If you are unable to answer this, then your Highness is nothing more than another person in power as well. In order to achieve one's goal, you will burn the world and lure the people, who are blinded by the flames, into being moths. Of course, I do not personally dislike that sort of thing. I did not really fancy the fact that you were still pretending to be detached. Your Highness Paimon, I do not have even the slightest intention to criticize your idea in itself. I think that it is noble. However, is Barbados unwavering will not beautiful as well? Therefore, if you wish to bring me into the mountain faction, then convince me. If you are going to convince me, then do not simply preach about the rightness of your idea. Show me your plan. Unfold your blueprint. Republicanism, that is all fine. So concretely, how do you intend to shed only a small amount of blood? Is there a possibility? Paimon closed her mouth. As expected, did she have no answer? Regardless, I was not disappointed by that. Why Paimon, who was my political rival, had relentlessly dashed towards me the moment the speech was over, I was satisfied with finding out just that. Furthermore, there was no one easier to exploit than an idealist politician who was filled to the brim with desire. This is something to look forward to. I shrugged my shoulders. It seems it is about time to wake up from this dream, soon. As a matter of fact, I already have a previous engagement with Her Excellency Barbados. It is fine. I do not plan to go around and say in public that Your Highness Paimon is a Republican. Rest assured and there is. I paused. Paimon was staring straight at me. If it is a blueprint, then without a doubt, this lady has established one. Dantalian, this lady is not only slow-witted. 400 years ago, before the term republicanism could be applied to this lady's ideal, this lady had already established a plan thoroughly. An amusing grandiloquence. I narrowed my eyes and tried to feel out Paimon's intention. I gazed at her with eyes that looked as if they were asking so, and pressured her to continue speaking. This lady thought that instead of a society that was like the one within the demon continent, where tradition was excessively firm, would it not be a bit easier to establish a republic within the human society? That in order to figure out whether a republic will work or not, this lady must test it out on the other side of the mountain range first. Don't tell me. Paimon's face was steadfast. Her sharp eyes contained the fierceness of a revolutionary who had no doubts about the path they had to take. For the first time in quite a long while, I was at a loss for words and merely fumbled my tongue. What do you? The Republic of Batavia. Paimon spoke. It is the sole republic within the human continent. Have you never thought that it was strange? The fact that within the continent, where kingdoms and empires are running rampant, there is a single remote nation that claims to be a republic? Dantalian, do you, perhaps, think that that sort of induced nation formed all on its own? A shock struck my head. I felt that a truth, which no history book possessed and no one could have possibly known, was approaching. While carefully glancing at me, who was in that state, Paimon gripped both ends of her skirt and spoke. She bent her waist forward like a lady who was greeting her partner for the first time within a ballroom. With a gesture that was detached and elegant in all respects. This lady shall introduce herself for the first time, Dantalian, the man who is trying to become the king of peasants. A good-natured smile was placed on Paimon's lips. This lady's name is Paimon. A monarch of the 9th rank and the one who had unduly been bestowed the title of Demon Lord of Benevolence. The representative of the dignified demon kind and one of the lords who occupies one of the 72 seats. Omicron. And the leader of the Republic of Batavia. Omicron. Is this, that? They say that's this. Fuck. We need someone who can actually read if we're going to decide whether this is that or that is this. Does anyone here know how to read? If there was, do you think they'd be rolling around here with people like you? Among the letters, I at least know how to pronounce half of them out loud. Despite my looks, our household has some backbone. Even if it's a bone, it's probably a small bone. If you're going to read, then you should be able to read everything. What's up with only being able to read half? There are so many ways people can display their incompetence. Then you read it. I can read it roughly. I'll read as much as I can. Well, Hey, make sure you two keep a proper lookout, okay? They say that 200 guys got fucked up after reading this in the unit next to ours. 200. Quiet. Shoo. Shut up. Zip your lips. Read it. Quietly. Let's see. Since you pronounce this as humankind. Listen. Shoo. Did you hear the news? I heard the rumors. I heard 10 guys were executed by decapitation all at once because they got caught secretly reading the treasonous book. I don't get why people try to read something like that. We're already on a battlefield where it's easy to lose our lives, but do they want to waste their lives more easily, Who knows? I don't get it, either, Humankind. Listen. Listen. All of history until now has been the history of class strife. There are 2 wars in the world. One is the war between humans and demons. What? Isn't this obvious? Fuck. Stop blabbering. Is it difficult to just read what we tell you to read? Either your eyes are a pair of cuckoos or your ears are infected. I personally think that your brain is just retarded, Look, this fucker is talking prettily. And so? What's next? They say more were caught yesterday. And they were executed. All of them. No, why are there more bastards who die from reading some words than assholes who die fighting in battle? At all costs, root out the source of evil and capture them. But, Your Excellency, someone is purposely spreading it throughout the armies. Who? I do not know. Yesterday, we confiscated the upper distributions and uncovered a pile of the manuscripts, I saw prostitutes hiding them on their bodies. Since the soldiers would receive capital punishment if they were discovered with it in their possessions, the trend now is to just leave the books with the prostitutes. Now, when they're on their way to buy those girls' bodies, they come back after reading the manuscript. There is also quite the amount of prostitutes who can easily read words. Speaking honestly, there is a limit to regulating this. The situation in our allies' troops is at least better. Since Her Highness, the Imperial Princess has unrivaled popularity by nature, the occasion where her soldiers' minds waver is rare. But the soldiers of other nations. Shoo. Shut up. Quiet. Zip your lips. Quietly. The fact that there is a more tenacious war than that. A war that has been ongoing for the past 1,500 years without a single moment of rest, at that. Do you, mankind, know what that war is? That's. We cannot take the heads of every single prostitute. Each time a prostitute is killed off, a means to relieve the sexual desires within our troops disappears. Commander, please forgive this major's discourtesy. However, we cannot go to war with soldiers who have been blinded by their sexual desires. The nobles of our country, who had their distributions confiscated, are complaining. They said that they will start a trial, once the war is over and we return to the capital. Those rotten bastards. Even though they are swines that are safely living idly in the rear. That is the devastating war which lasts forever. Compared to that, the war between the humans and demons is foolish. The humans and demons have conflicted against one another merely 8 times since the beginning of the world. However, that massive war has continued on every year, every month, every day, and every second. Free citizens. Slaves. Aristocrats. Commoners. Barons. Serfs. The suppressors. The oppressed. All of the crusaders combined, the number of people who were executed for treason yesterday has finally reached 100. 100 people in a single day. Deserters and criminals. The number of soldiers who violated orders has not even been counted yet. At this rate, we may end up collapsing before we can even have a proper battle. There must be spies somewhere. They are not normal spies, either. Spies who possess quite the organizational power. I am certain that spies, with a control that is comparable to that of a single nation, are acting consistently behind the scenes. It is already beyond our capacity to face the enemies in our front, but are there now betrayers pushing their way into our rear? This is quite the amazing two-front warfare. I did not possibly think that the day where I was jealous of the Demon Society would ever come. We need to take drastic measures. Your Highness, your decision. Other units are already participating in the cause. A new age is unfurling. Humankind solely becomes swords. Humankind solely become spears. Humankind solely become whips. Raise your axes. Grab your crossbows. Arm yourselves. Fight. While following General Laura. If you surrender to the General, then she will certainly lead us to a new world. As she is our guide. She is our leader. The true revolutionist. The person standing at the front lines of humans and demonkind. Laura D. Farnese. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Volume 4. Chapter 4, The Courier Who Knows the Address of Hell. Omicron. Omicron. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 8. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. Why did I not think further into this? Something that was in Paimon's hand was passed on to the Imperial Princess Elizabeth much too easily. I simply thought that it was because Paimon was a traitor to the Crescent Alliance, no, because she was a traitor to our kind. However, how would it be if I were to change my way of thinking and look back at it? If Paimon had already established a group within the human continent on her own. If she were neither simply on the demon's side nor on the human side, and merely moved according to whichever side benefited her the most. Paimon was closely interrelated with the Konkuska firm. The Konkuska firm was a large merchant association that did not discriminate between races and had their reach spread out to various places across the continent. Adding to that, they had an ironclad rule where their executives were selected by their skills alone, disregarding their stratum and status. What if, by a very rare chance, they were colluding with a republic nation? Rank 9th Paimon. The person who loved the humans more than anyone else and ended up betraying her own kind. In the original timeline, she was a woman who was criticized as a bizarre whore and an uncommon betrayer of her own kind. That was the typical image I had for Paimon until now. The fact that Paimon was involved in the founding of the Republic of Batavia, be it from even Dungeon Attack, it was a fact that I did not hear from anywhere. No, stay calm. Be composed. Although an excessively large variable had appeared in the path of comprehending the situation of the continent henceforth, this was something that I can still handle. Now then. Let's calmly get a grasp of the situation. The leader of the Republic of Batavia? What do you mean? Oh dear. It seems you are finally showing a slightly grim expression. Paimon hid her mouth behind her fan and giggled. As if a refreshing music note was attached to the end of her sentence, she appeared to be delighted. No, I was certain that she was delighted. She might as well be bobbing her head side to side and humming a tune. Ah, this lady said it. This lady ended up saying it in the end. It was something that must not be told to anyone, truly. It cannot be helped. If you ask this lady what can you possibly do in such a provoking way, then this lady's head will quickly become heated. What was that? Ah. This lady is not blaming you, in particular, Dantalion. This lady merely spoke in the way which she wished to speak. Just that, since even a single moment would be fine, this lady desired to see the sight of your misfortunate face turning grim. Paimon smiled broadly. A bright smile that did not have even a single ulterior motive. I fell further into a haze. Just how far did her sincerity go, and from where did her lies begin? Her intentions could not be read because of that fake innocent smile of hers. There was absolutely no chance that every single one of her words, which she had uttered, were sincere. Damn it, that was impossible for a politician. Since Paimon was different compared to any other person I had ever met, I ended up furrowing my brow. Well, it is fine. Generally, whenever this lady acts according to her emotions, the result strangely ends up better, after all. The gods most likely adore this lady. Behold, this lady was even able to see your dazed face as a result, Dantalion. It is a prophet. Oh ho ho. Paimon crudely laughed over her fan. They say that laughter had a characteristic of becoming more degraded the more elegant it was, and this was exactly that case. While I was listening to Paimon laugh, I had a revelation. There was no doubt about this. Absolutely not like Lapis, the complete opposite of Barbados, and slightly different compared to Farnese, this woman in front of me was also a formidable maniac. Furthermore, she was also, perhaps, a natural maniac. A type of lunatic that I had yet to encounter or experience. Ehem. Although this lady wishes to enjoy this moment a little bit longer, should we get to the main topic? Even if this lady is referred to as the Queen of Mares, this is more difficult than one can imagine. Earlier, you obliquely hinted that you wish to leave soon, but it is at the point where this lady is the one who wishes for you to quickly leave. This lady's magic is depleting in real time. Paimon smiled with her eyes. Her eyes were stretched narrowly like that of a cat. Or should we meet separately later on and continue our conversation then? You must be quite exhausted after having such a heated discussion with Barbados, Dantalion. It is fine if this lady shows you consideration, you know? This woman, if she thinks she has the superiority, then she was the type of person who unhesitatingly teased the opposition by using that high ground. What did she mean by "we must denounce the people in power"? Are you not reveling in the enjoyment of authority the most? This was why I despised hypocrites. Okay. This lady understands, so please stop looking at this lady as if she were some insane woman. Therefore, what should this lady talk about first? Yes, establishing a republic was not an easy task. Truly, there was a countless number of trials and errors. Paimon waved her fan pleasantly. However, this lady succeeded. The surrounding scenery changed to show a village. It was a peaceful fishing hamlet that was placed beside the vast ocean. Even in a place where several boats were shabbily settled on top of a mud flat, it gave off a scent which informed people that it was inhabited. Once Paimon drew an oblique downward line with her fan, time was fast-forwarded. Citizens gathered, a dock was built, and the dock developed into a harbor. As the heights of the buildings grew taller in real time, a pure white rampart formed and wrapped around the entire city like a white snake. Waterways flowed through various areas of the city, making it into a beautiful city of water. There were 12 temples huddled up in the center of the town. Every hour a bell from one of the temples would ring, and the people, without having to even raise their heads, were able to discern the time of the day by the tone of the bell. The sounds of bells resonated endlessly and reached out far into the distant blue ocean. It took 150 years for the capital of the Republic of Batavia, Amstel, to be built. Paimon looked over the ocean. Paimon's gaze was gentle, as if she were watching over an endearing child. We mobilized the wealth, information, and military power we had accumulated during that time and started a war of independence. That took 50 years. With the pretext of inheriting the idea of the old republic, we started an extended war. That took another 50 years. Lastly, with the justification of accepting other races as official citizens, we started a war of liberation. This lady skillfully used the 7th Crescent Alliance expedition here. At last, after basing everything, the independence, expansion, and liberation, on the international treaty, we were acknowledged. Paimon silently spread out her arms. Before her eyes, 40 ships drifted over the ocean waves and moved forward. A good 150 years. That was how much time it took to establish the League of Merchants, the Republic of Batavia, that consists of 13 cities. Paimon silently gazed at the scenery, which she had created, for a long time. I had no other choice but to follow Paimon's silence with my own. Although I have experienced all sorts of things throughout my life, this was the first time in my life meeting an outstanding individual who had founded a single nation. The nation was not a normal nation, either. Within the center of this medieval age where kings and barons still had immense influence, she had fully stuck a single republic nation on the map. After facing this feat, I did not have the decency to move my tongue unrestrictedly. Earlier, you asked this lady in return whether a perfect society was possible. With an ufufu, Paimon laughed and scratched her cheek. No. It is impossible. Even if humans and demons are equally accepted as citizens in the Republic of Batavia, there is still contempt and discrimination there. Despite that, in this lady's eyes it is a bit better compared to 200 years ago. It may be by a handspan. But perhaps, are the politicians, who are like this lady, not living for that handspan? With an endlessly modest and pure face, she spoke. This lady is able to say this since she has lived for 500 years now. Although time is excessively slow, so it sometimes deceives our eyes and occasionally disguises itself to appear as if it were not flowing, even now time continues to move by minutes and seconds that even a handspan cannot erase. Some people refer to that as the flow of history. Believers will most likely refer to that as a destiny which the gods have predetermined. Paimon shook her head. However, this lady refers to that as simply the fulfillment of one's dreams. Because life is cruel and abject, it will always disappoint us. Thus, the day may come where both you and this lady fall and all of humanity and demonkind become lowly. This lady will not request of you to overcome that, nor will she ask you to be overflowing with hope and leap over every obstacle. Just that. Paimon stuck out her hand. Until that day arrives, will you not be together with this lady? I glanced down at her slender fingers. Mare. A race that could control a person's dream however they pleased. As they teased and satisfied people with all sorts of pleasures, Mares desired for eternal happiness within those dreams alongside the person they were with. However, this woman, who had approached me, refused to settle with just dreams and was personally pioneering a reality. In order to make the reality itself into a single dream and embrace it. I nodded my head. There was no other individual who deserved to be called the Queen of Mares more than this girl who was in front of me. That is all fine, but I have a single question. There was one final thing which remained in my head that also weighed on my mind. In the original course of history, Paimon betrayed demonkind. She loved the hero. Compared to the persona, which Paimon had shown me right now, and the appearance she displayed while on the path of history, which she was destined to go down, the two were much too different. Just how did she end up like that? I was so curious that I could no longer endure. Yes. You may ask this lady anything. It will sound like a strange question. Your Highness Paimon will most likely be unable to understand the reason behind why I am asking this sort of inquiry. Regardless, it is a question that is personally quite important to me. I will be grateful if you provide me with a sincere response, if possible. Those are quite peculiar words. Paimon opened her eyes wide. Now that this lady thinks about it, Sir Dantalion has always been far from normal. You are also going out with Barbados. Although it is not something which this lady should be saying. The human child, who you appointed as your acting general, seemed to have a severe flaw as well. She appears normal on the outside, but is the error on the inside? I casually ignored the slander. For example, let us pretend that there is an incredibly powerful human. How powerful? The person is simply immensely powerful. 100, no, 1,000 times stronger than us. Only the corpses of demons will be piled up on that human's path. Even the demon lord of eternity, Baal, cannot defeat that person on his own. Oh dear. Paimon made an expression on her face that appeared as if she were slightly troubled. However, since I had requested beforehand for her to give me a sincere response, she did not make any unnecessary comments. Speaking moderately, a hero has yet to appear in this era. It was also obvious that it would be difficult for her to comprehend my speculation. One at a time, that human tactfully faces us demon lords separately. So that human is basically subjugating us one by one. If things continue to flow like that, then every last demon lord will end up falling in battle. If a situation like this were to occur, Your Highness Paimon, what would you do? Paimon tilted her head. Are the demon lords unable to form an alliance and attack that human together? Unfortunately, that is not possible. That person does not lead an army. They will meddle with our side while leading a small unit that consists of either them by themselves or at most 10 people. In other words, with a gathering of barely 10 people, they are strong enough to defeat us demon lords one by one. So you are telling this lady to imagine such an absurd group, is that right? I nodded my head. The hero's party was approximately 10 people, so it was not far from the truth. After contemplating for a moment, Paimon responded. How about annihilating them politically through remonstration? The greatest monarch within the human society places their complete trust onto that human and also supports them. They are a human whose political backing is firm. Elizabeth von Habsburg. The culprit behind picking out the hero, who was nothing more than a villager from a firefallow village, and raising them to be the figurehead of mankind. It was the same as how I had set forward Farnese as the figurehead of the Crescent Alliance. Is the human society, perhaps, united into a single nation? That is yet to be the case. Fortunately or unfortunately. The reason being, the day Elizabeth united the entire continent was after the extermination of every single demon lord. Within the situation that you are speculating, Dantalion, which nation does the monarch, who you claim to be the greatest, lead? Is it the Empire of Habsburg? Anatolia? Surely it would not be Francia. Yes, it is Habsburg. If that is the case, then this lady sees a path. Paimon shrugged her shoulders. This lady will split humanity into 2 sides. Although the Empire of Habsburg is mighty, they are located at the center of the continent. As much as that is the case, it is a nation that the surrounding countries are wary of just as much. This lady shall control the surrounding nations appropriately and incite them into being hostile towards Habsburg. That is right. If it is this lady, then she will instigate the Empire of Francia and the Kingdom of Brittany. Those are the places which this lady has placed the most numbers of spies in, after all. I was quiet. Since the words were quiet, my thoughts became quiet as well. In the original history, the hero and Farnese opposed one another. As the hero represented the Empire of Habsburg, Farnese acted for the Kingdom of Brittany. Before I knew it, Paimon had continued talking. It will be dangerous if Habsburg were to keep growing like this. You all must actively cooperate in order to keep Habsburg in check. Throw out a bait that goes along those lines, and do whatever this lady can in order to lure in one of the 2 nations. If both sides take the bait, then that would be the best case scenario. By doing so, this lady will induce a civil war between the humans. Once human society falls into chaos, that would be the opportunity. This lady will deal with that so-called powerful human in that moment. Was that the case? How is that, Sir Dantalian? Paimon. If it is this much, then would it not be enough to get rid of them? Was it you? While the other demon lords were helplessly being done in by the imperial princess and the hero, in a future that had ended up like that, was the person who had plotted the division of humankind, the culprit who moved behind the scenes, none other than you? I pressed my forehead. My thoughts were instantly organized. The plan which I had made for conquering the continent from this point on had changed. The X mark, which I had brandished over Paimon's name on the map that was drawn within my head, had promptly disappeared. It would be too much of a waste if I were to be hostile towards, or tried to purge, this sort of individual. Except, there was a thirst that had yet to be quenched. If she filled me in on even this, then be it the mountain faction or anywhere else, I will more than gladly squeeze in. Now, answer me this. Certainly, it is an excellent move. However, it is still lacking. Even that method ends up failing. Due to the fact that the monarch, who governs over the Empire of Habsburg, is truly the formidable mastermind, they are able to destroy both the Empire of Francia and the Kingdom of Brittany at the same time. In an incredibly short period of time, at that. Now it would be exceedingly difficult to split apart the human society. Dantalian. Paimon leered at my direction as if she were admonishing me. How can such a monarch possibly exist? Even the speculation that a human who is stronger than Sir Ball appearing is already a reckless suggestion that was difficult to swallow, but for there to also be a monarch who was powerful enough to nearly unite the entire continent with one action. This lady is not particularly complaining, but is that not impossible? That is correct. Please think about it while taking in that impossibility as a premise. Paimon chewed on the end of her fan with her teeth. By the looks of it, that seemed to be an old habit of hers. If you display that sort of habit, then your inner thoughts can be read by the opposition, making it an incredibly bad habit. Does she not seem so experienced at times that it makes it difficult for me to read her intentions, and yet, in times like this, does she not seem immature like some child? Truly, this woman was incomprehensible. I wonder how much time had passed. Paimon laughed dejectedly. Well, what else can this lady do? If that is the case, then this lady will resort to even selling her body. It does not matter whether that human is a man or a woman. Despite how this lady may appear, this lady is the Queen of Mares. If it is simply a single feeble-minded human, then this lady is confident that she will be able to capture them with ease. This lady will approach that human while pretending to be doing them as many favors as possible. This lady will then utilize all sorts of means and methods in order to make them fall in love with this lady. Like that. Is that, perhaps, also not allowed? This lady surrenders. It is this lady's defeat. This lady is no longer able to think up of any more plausible ideas. No, in the first place, Sir Dantalian was the one who had brought forward too many absurd conditions. It is not this lady's fault. Even if you were to ask this question to someone that is not this lady, they would all raise a white flag. All of my questions have been answered. Omicron. It is this lady's first time meeting a man such as yourself. This lady shall bestow upon you the right to steal this lady's lips, Mr. Self-entitled Hero. Omicron. All of those things were an act. It was a desperate struggle in order to seduce the calamity known as the hero. Omicron. Yes, this lady is a demon lord. This lady has deceived you, hero. However, is that a problem? This lady loves you. Leaping over all sorts of favor and spite, be it race or status, enemy or ally, this lady simply loves you truly. Ever since the moment this lady had first laid her eyes upon you, and for all eternity. Demons and humans living together. This lady had started to dream of that possibility after meeting you. However, it cannot be helped, can it? Since dreams are similar to that of the fluttering of frail flower petals, this lady cannot blame you. Omicron. It was all a tactical deceit. Omicron. Humans are truly amazing. Did you know that there is a country referred to as a republic nation somewhere on the continent? This lady heard that humans, fairies, and dwarves all live equally without exerting or receiving any discrimination whatsoever. The day where even humans and demons are able to live together harmoniously like that will one day arrive. Yes, this lady has no doubts about it. This is an already dying body. Could you not bestow upon this lady a final kiss? Omicron. Paimon. Even when she was breathing her last breath, she implored love from her enemy. In the exact moment the shadow of death had enshrouded her face, the last thing Paimon felt was the hero's lips. In the end, her death was the enemy's breath and kiss. For that to be someone's last moment, it was excessively cruel. Exactly what emotions were going through Paimon's mind as she requested for that kiss? Her love, affection, confession, blushed cheeks that appeared as if she were shy, the movement of her head as she shook it, the hundreds of lines she had spoken, and the thousands of body gestures she had made. What was going through the Queen of Mara's head while she was doing this entire performance on her own? Just what sort of venom did she have to embrace in order to make her performance of affection, that was directed towards the enemy of her kind who was standing before her, possible? Okay. I will admit it. From this moment on, you are no longer my political rival. A cooperator. You are a political partner like Barbados. How could I possibly leave alone this rare model of an actor? Your twisted lamentation. Your resolve that had soaked and tempered that twistedness and struck it with a hammer until it was stretched out properly. I had taken a liking to it. Even if I have to grab and drag both you and Barbados by the collars, I will lead you two on top of the stage. Be grateful. I am selecting you retired actors, who were once destined to merely meet your ends while playing supporting characters, to perform leading roles. The fact that you two treated each other as enemies was of low importance to me. If you are going to fight, then fight. Except, exchange blows and slander one another in an area behind the stage where I cannot see. Since you both are now actors who will be performing with me, you have the obligation to be beautiful while on stage. After making a decision in my mind, I moved my lips. Your Highness Paimon. Yes, Dantalian? Please come visit me at my prison once the morning sun has risen. I shall decide my position at that time. Be relieved, Paimon. You have escaped from my purge list. However, you will have to be drenched in the blood of others just as much instead. Omicron. 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 TL note, please do not read the English translation of Dungeon Defense on any site that is not my own. Read Light Novel is a site that steals translations from people without permission and receives ad revenue for it. Don't be that guy who supports them. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 8. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. It was a day where the cold was evidently clearing up. In each place, where the firm earth had melted and became soft, muddy water flowed over the ground as if it were oozing. The soil, that had compacted tightly because of the cold spring rain, was just barely able to become disgorged after it had received the rays from the spring sun. It was an unsightly spring since there were no flowers or trees in sight. It seemed as if spring had yet to arrive because of that. Amidst this season that felt as if it were still approaching, two people were approaching from the distance. Dot. Dot. Two people were walking this way from the distance. The two noticed each other and stopped momentarily. They then resumed their way towards me while furrowing their respective brows. The first sight to open their mouth was Barbados. Fucking hell. Dantalian, what's this bitch doing here? Don't tell me you called her here. I advise you to tell me that you didn't. Hurry up and chase this bitch away. If you don't, then there's a good chance that the answer, which I contemplated throughout the entire night to decide, will change in less than a minute. Oh dear, this side is the one who should be making a complaint. Like a piano that had come in competitively during an orchestra performance, Paimon then followed up. This lady had personally received an invitation from Dantalion to visit around dawn. You coming here at this time is purely a coincidence, is that not so? If anything, if there is a person who deserves to be chased out of here the most, then would it not be you? This bitch said some nonsense a couple of days ago about Dantalion being hers, but it seems she's completely nuts now. Seriously, it feels as if the smell of shit is going to start flowing out of her mouth. Barbados raised her middle finger on her left hand and made a V shape with her index and middle fingers on her right hand. One side was a gesture commonly used in the demon continent, while the other side was a gesture often used in the human society. Regardless, both sides contained the same implication of respectfully, go fuck yourself. By the looks of it, it seems Barbados thought that gifting only a single fuck you to Paimon would go against courtesy. That was why, in order to make sure that anyone would be able to tell that they were being given the bird, she had presented a fuck you on a global perspective. Beasts that shit out of their asses are more aristocrat-like. There is nothing that can be done for a crazy bitch who shits out of her mouth. Listen carefully, whore. Dantalion is not your object. Regardless of whether you invaded Dantalion's dream and raped him or not. Ha! What kind of preposterous delusion? Barbados, although this lady does not have the duty to go along with your vulgar tone, this lady will at least clearly tell you a single fact. This lady did not engage in a physical relationship with Dantalion. Purely in a mental meaning, that is what this lady meant by having taken Dantalion. In other words, it contains a psychological context that is so pure that someone who is of a low birth like you cannot possibly be able to comprehend it. It is all your foolish misunderstanding and prejudice. Look at this. A female is clearly emitting an air that she had betted a male, so either my eyes are retarded or there's absolutely nothing to misunderstand. Or did you too, perhaps, copulate using the rear hole instead of the front? That was what I had slightly misunderstood from the air that was floating around you two fuckers right now. Are you trying to tell me some bullshit that goes along this line? It seems you are still unable to comprehend words. Is it your ears that are weird, or, as this lady had expected, is it your brain that is rotten? If your hearing is broken, then that is understandable. If your brain is out of order, then there is room for sympathy. However, if your personality is the thing that is corroded, then that is beyond redemption. This underhanded whore. What will you do about it, gum-scab chest? How beautiful. The path that must be crossed in order for life to become a single melody was distant, but these two were able to extract tunes abundantly by merely crossing each other with swears. They were gifted singers to one another. Nevertheless, I had no other choice but to open my mouth and cease the performance. The two of you, please calm down. If possible, I wanted to keep watching over your argument, however right now was the time to cooperate, not fight. The two heard my voice and turned to look this way. I did, indeed, call the both of you here. It is fine to quarrel, but please do it after listening to what I have to say. Well, that bitch was the one who started it first since she screwed me over by refusing the military trial, right? For starters, let me receive an apology since it's her fault and not mine. This lady had advised you to not punish Dantalion in the first place. But you were most likely unable to hear this lady's words since your ears, brain, and personality are corroded 3 times over. Does this bitch want to die? Go ahead and try. This is troubling. I sincerely want to continue listening to this. Thus, I let them be for a single moment. Once an hour had passed, the two of them were breathing heavily due to exhaustion. If I were to give my personal impression, then even if you combined all of the profanities that I heard throughout my entire life, that would still be lacking when compared to the profanities which I had heard during the past hour. Also, consider the fact that I did not receive only 1 or 2 obscenities from people. That was a remarkable achievement. Is it fine for me to talk now? Dot. There was no objection, so it was unanimous. I cleared my throat. I, as well, am fully aware of the wrongdoing which I have committed. A demon lord's authority originates from the fact that they represent all of demonkind. However, the war speech, which was only bestowed upon demon lords, was stolen from them by a human. The demon lord, who should represent all of demonkind the most, had passed on the right to give the speech to a being who cannot and absolutely should not represent all of demonkind the most, a human. The demons would have no other choice but to carry suspicions. Why did a human child have to represent us? Has the Crescent Alliance lost its pride? In truth, was there no other talented individual out there who could represent us besides that human? I shrugged my shoulders. Even if the commoners did not harbor any doubts, the problems continue. There are quite the number of demon lords who carry dissatisfaction towards the current system of the Crescent Alliance, which is led by the Plains faction, Mountain faction, Neutral faction group. Those people will be the first ones to take action in order to circulate doubt. They will claim that the current Crescent Alliance does not have the qualification to act for the demon race. Your authority itself will tremble. There were many discontented elements. Rank 1 Baal, Rank 2 Agars. The demon lords with the highest amount of prestige did not take part in the Crescent Alliance. They were most likely making an implicit complaint. They are merely looking forward to the day we fail. The demon lords who have started this war are us, and the demon lords who will have to take the responsibility for the loss of the war will also be us. The right to criticize us will be presented to the demon lords who, from beginning to end, did not participate in the expedition. Barbatos and Paimon, they both fell under the category of being faction leaders. Although their respective political ideologies were different, because one side was a radical party and the other was a moderate party, they both had the same single common ground, the fact that they were both on board the same boat known as the Crescent Alliance. We were a group that shared a common destiny. It would be troublesome if I did not make them realize this soon. Your Excellency Barbatos. Your Highness Paimon. We must become one and form an alliance as soon as possible. If we do not, then the only thing that will be awaiting us in the future is ruin. After the two of them had adjusted their breaths, they glared at each other. But I lived until now just so I could torture this bitch. What a coincidence. It is also this lady's life goal to trample over you. It took 30 minutes this time. I beamed while the 2 panting people were standing before me. I understand that the 2 of you are alive because you have not killed each other yet. However, what about this? Does killing each other still have the priority even when there are backstabbers who have been selling the 2 of you out, brazenly walking around your military camps? What? Backstabbers. For 400 years, the expedition of the Crescent Alliance has failed. During those 400 years, you all have endeavored in order to obtain victory, but the other demon lords in the back must have devoted themselves just as much in order to make you all fail. Surely, you do not believe that there would not be even a single traitor within your factions? Due to the immensely realistic remark, both Barbatos and Paimon became silent. There was probably something specific that had come to their minds. To a certain degree, they were conscious of the fact that there could be traitors, but they had purposely turned a blind eye to it. Doing that put them more at ease, after all. Paimon slowly opened her mouth. Dantalion, this is an action that can never be stopped once it has started. The entire demon continent will be split into 2 sides and a civil war will begin. It is unadvisable to make enemies in our rear when we are currently in the situation where the Crusaders are located right in front of us. If anything, this moment is the golden opportunity. I declared. Our forces had suffered a defeat just yesterday. It may have not been a crushing defeat, but a defeat is a defeat. Surely in this situation where we had lost to the Crusaders, they would not attempt to purge the ones who, like themselves, are in the rear, in the position of those traitors. A purge is something that is incredibly difficult for them to imagine. A defeat on the battlefield is, on the contrary, a quick opportunity to clean out. Yes. That is correct. I nodded my head. While Paimon was calmly dwelling on my words, Barbatos scowled her face at me. Wait. Setting aside the traitors, what are we going to do about those Crusader bastards? In the end, a purge is just an act that cuts off your own flesh. We're already in a state where we're being pushed back, so we'll reach a dead end if we become even weaker now. It is fine. Currently, the side that is in more of a crisis is the Crusaders. Although I normally used informal language when speaking to Barbatos, no matter how you looked at it, I was an outstanding gentleman since I was going out of my way to use formal language because of the mere fact that Paimon was with us. However, similar to how someone would not notice some dirt stuck underneath their nails, Barbatos seemed to have not noticed my consideration. Why's that? Recall the battle that had unfolded yesterday. Is something not strange? Regardless of how many disparate groups may be mixed in with their forces, the overall movement of the Crusaders was excessively poor. They rushed in the instant Farnese tossed herself out as bait, as if they were all waiting for that exact moment. Barbatos' eyes became narrow. She immediately understood what I was trying to say. That made the story quick. As expected of Barbatos. Ho! That means the speech that human child gave is showing more results than I expected. In order to hold the soldiers' wavering minds tightly, there was a need for them to kill that child. Precisely. I raised the corners of my lips. The current situation within the Crusaders is probably severe. Even if deserters did not particularly appear, the soldiers' morales have most likely fallen by themselves. On the other hand, there is a reason why only the officers and men of Habsburg, who are led by the imperial princess, are still firm. Because the imperial princess' speech was excellent. That was so. Yesterday's battle ended with the victory of Farnese and Elizabeth. Farnese's victory revealed the divided appearance of the Crescent Alliance, while Elizabeth's victory reflected the dreadful morale within the Crusaders. There was nothing more miserable than an army where only a single hero has obtained victory. Moreover, multiple nations were nearly annihilated in yesterday's battle. The credit of saving them goes completely to the imperial princess. From the generals to the privates, there is most likely unrest looming over them within the Crusaders. Excluding Elizabeth von Habsburg, there is no one else who is dependable. I am certain that this sort of atmosphere is blowing violently through their forces. Furthermore, the leading members of the governments of the other nations would never forgive the spread of this sort of mentality. In the end, before long, the Crusaders will. Barbatos and Paimon gazed at me, glared at each other, and then turned to look at me once more before nodding deeply. The word that came to mind within the three of our heads was coincidentally the same. Omicron. Purge. Omicron. Our Crescent Alliance was not the only group that was going to arrive at an internal conflict. Even the Crusaders, while embracing a different reason, will leap into a state of civil war where the victorious humans will purge all of the humans who had been defeated. In other words, from now on, this is a race against time. According to which army finishes their purge the fastest, and according to how quickly and efficiently they are able to carry it out, the outcome of the war will be decided. Paimon muttered quietly. It was just as she had said. It was solely a race against time. We had to finish our purge as soon as possible and project a single condensed military strength. Will the Imperial Princess Elizabeth be first? Will we be first? The fate of the continent will be determined according to that. I fumbled with the pocket watch that was in my pocket. Although a moment of time was a person's everyday time in the time of war, from this point forth, time was simply a moment to slaughter our kind for us. There was no room for hesitation here. Identifying the traitors is simple. The two of you both return to your respective encampments and criticize each other. The reason why we were defeated in yesterday's battle was because the opposite faction had responded to the situation foolishly. You two bad-mouthing each other whenever you have the time to spare is a daily occurrence anyway, so no one will suspect a thing. After doing so, how good would it be if there was a trustworthy ally slip in this remark. In that moment, there will be a couple of fellows who will quietly approach you and offer to liaise you with a demon lord who they personally know. Those people are the traitors. Those who try to seize the opportunity of when the three factions are faltering in order to carry out a military takeover. Those who act as the informant of someone specific and try to lure Barbados and Paimon. They were all parasites that deserved to be exterminated. Omicron. That night, Barbados and Paimon made their way through the dark curtains and came to visit me. Their faces, which were half in doubt when they left at dawn, were now grim. After a long moment of silence, Barbados began to speak. There were 3 people on my side. What about you, whore? 4 people. Although they were mostly youngsters with low ranks. Paimon's side. Each one of them was an informant for a different demon lord. Sir Ball, rank 3 Visago, rank 4 Gamagen, and rank 6 Valefor. Wow. Fuck, that's nearly the same as me. I got Visago, Gamagen, and Valefor on my side. Those fucking bastards. There really is no easy way to deal with these bat-like bastards. Barbados gritted her teeth. There are approximately 30 demon lords who are participating in this war. If 7 of them were informants, then that meant that nearly 1/4 of the entire army were traitors. For leaders who led a faction, that was a ratio which they had no other choice but to grind their teeth with vexation about. Referentially, this was also a number that did not include the neutral faction. Paimon spoke in a worried tone. What will we do about Marba? Since he has departed in order to pillage for supplies in the rear, he will be unable to return for a while. With that old man's personality, it'll be a lot better if he isn't present when we carry out a purge. For someone who looks so sinister, he dislikes shedding unnecessary blood, after all. Once he gets back after the situation is over, we'll explain it to him then. Barbados made an invidious remark. All right. Purge. The Imperial Princess will be after that and then you'll be last, whore. Until then, I'll cooperate with you. That is something which this lady should be the one to say, since we will be forming an alliance only until everything has been settled. Keep your neck clean until that moment arrives. Barbados gave the middle finger and Paimon showed a V with her middle and index fingers. These two had quite the pretty relationship. On this side of the cage, I watched the appearance of the 2 demon lords who had snarling faces and appeared as if they were about to tear each other apart. It seems that the moment to be released from this prison has almost arrived. It was short, but it was a beautiful life in prison. I was still in this prison. Omicron. 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 King's beloved sword, human, Laura de Farnese. Empire calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 9. Bruno Plains, Dantalian's Legion. Omicron. Farnese, you definitely said that you could play music, right? Indeed, that is the case, Lord. Today was the day that hung at the end of the week which his lordship had forewarned about. This young lady adjusted her clothes in front of the prison. Different to other commanders, this young lady did not appoint an attendant. This young lady had to manage life on her own, But since this lady was going to consult with his lordship about what she should do on this day, this young lady was receiving an inspection from his lordship to see whether she had put on her military uniform properly or not while she was at it. This is related to music, but... Oi, your mantle is crooked there. Where? There. Right there. If your lordship only says there, then how is this young lady supposed to know where that is? What method is this young lady supposed to use in order to figure out where there is, when it could be your lordship's eyes or balls? Instead of only saying there, give this young lady some exact directions. Ha, this troublesome child. I have always laid the right direction out for you. Come here so I can fix it myself. This young lady approached the prison and left the arrangement of her clothes to his lordship. His lordship pulled on the edge of this young lady's clothes firmly. Tug through the thick layer of cloth. This young lady could feel his lordship's hands entwining here and there. It almost felt as if it were this young lady's first time experiencing the sensation of having another person help put on her clothes. So what do you mean by music, Lord? Is it not your hobby to gather skulls and compose scores while those skulls are spread out around you? However, you have only written scores, never have I ever seen you perform them. What sort of conduct is that? This young lady did not feel the particular need to play them. This young lady answered honestly. Music was this young lady's old habit. This young lady was gifted with an excellent sense of hearing to an accursed degree. As this young lady was unable to ever forget something which she had heard, it was indefinitely piled up in a certain corner of this young lady's skull like oil. There were many, many days where the oil, that had accumulated like that, would occasionally become a mirage on its own and play in this young lady's head as if it were an auditory hallucination. It was in those very moments that this young lady would compose scores. Since the sound had already flowed through this young lady's head, what reason could there possibly be for this young lady to go out of her way just to perform and repeat the same tune? I am saying this because it seems I will soon be able to leave this prison. I went through this precipitous state in order to protect you, so would it not be your duty to welcome my release from imprisonment? Any song would be fine when I come out, so pick out the song that you can play best. The commemoration of your lordship's release from prison, is it? After hearing the reason, it was logical. Since this young lady has not even once performed for anyone throughout her entire life, devoting that first experience to his lordship was sufficient enough to be a present. The fact that his lordship had to spend a week behind bars because he had covered for this young lady was, as expected, this young lady's burden. Referentially, since his lordship was a small-minded male by nature, he would never forget a debt. Rather than living while in debt to his lordship, being able to call it even after devoting some good-for-nothing thing like a first experience was much better. Right when this young lady was about to nod her head, a question abruptly appeared in her mind and made its way through her lips. Lord, this young lady does not mind performing a complimentary concert, but this young lady has a question. It must be nice to be curious about so many things. What is it this time? Is this young lady your lordship's doll? Suddenly, his lordship's hand stopped. This young lady turned her head back dubiously. His lordship was silently looking this way. His lordship's pupils contained a single black color, so it was relaxing to stare into them. Black was this young lady's favorite color. Who said that to you? The imperial princess of the empire did. This young lady apologizes for telling your lordship this now. This young lady did not go against your order, Lord. Something like fighting against the imperial princess did not occur. However, after the previous battle was over, the imperial princess had called for this young lady. The imperial princess said this after calmly examining this young lady. Are you a puppet? Are you a corpse? Or are you both? She claimed that it was perplexing since all of the people, who your lordship tries to embrace, have only remains left. The imperial princess said to pass on a message to your lordship. That, after meeting your doll, I, Elizabeth von Habsburg, think she is somewhat pretty. His lordship listened up to that point and let out a sigh. Were you shaken by those words? This young lady did not waver. Since this young lady is neither a puppet nor a corpse, she is a human who is living properly. Your lordship had given life to this young lady. That is something which this young lady has never had a shadow of a doubt about. However, this young lady nodded her head. As expected, this young lady wondered if she were a child who was wrongly born into this world. His lordship became silent. Even during muteness, emotions did not emerge in his lordship's eyes. His lordship, for someone who mostly displayed trivial emotions to his heart's content, never expressed even a shred of any serious emotions. Even though people were generally the complete opposite of that. Since his lordship was quiet, this young lady continued speaking comfortably. This young lady can guess why your lordship scrapes together only remains. A ruin will not be lonely when within ruins. If there are only collapsed remains in one's surroundings, then the wreckage is not something that had simply met its end there, but instead, it is something that feels as if it can continue to stay there and something that appears sufficient on its own. This young lady is able to consider herself to be a normal individual when within that place, since Miss Lapis, Captain Humbaba, and the other witches are there. Your lordship must also be like that in your own right. Regardless, we are able to breathe by going into your lordship's embrace, but what does your lordship plan to do? Even if Barbados can hug your lordship, is she not incapable of shouldering you? Even if Paimon pulls your lordship in, is she not incapable of taking you in whole? Miss Lapis and, as expected, this young lady as well are worried that, on the contrary, your lordship may be the one to embrace those two. Lord, is that okay? His lordship scratched his forehead. After sighing a couple of times, his lordship soon drew his brow together and flicked this young lady's forehead. Hoa! That is why I have been telling you to quickly become independent, you fool. Look at Lapis. Even if I do not give her any orders, does she not get everything done on her own? It would be great if you all were able to hastily follow Lapis' example. It feels like the horrors of the world would increase if people followed Miss Lapis' example. What nonsense is the person, who should have already easily slaughtered over 10,000 people, saying? That was true. His lordship took something out from his coat. It was a masquerade ball mask. This young lady tilted her head, unsure of what his lordship intended to do by handing that mask to this young lady. What sort of mask is that? Tomorrow, we will purge every last traitor within the Crescent Alliance. When you perform your concert in celebration of my release, the majority of the demon lords taking part in the Crescent Alliance will gather momentarily under the pretext of holding a religious service towards the gods. Those who are wearing masks will live, and those who are not will die. I see, a tool to identify friend or foe. This young lady was curious as to why it was a music performance of all things. This young lady's performance was bait to attract attention. The demon lords will take their seats and will all be watching this young lady. That very moment, when they have lowered their guards, was the prime opportunity to wipe out the traitors in one fell swoop. It seems it will be quite the special concert, Lord. Of course, it is the day where I am being released from prison, so it should be special, should it not? The preparation of the stage will be taken care of by Barbados and Paimon. Do not be concerned and just perform. By the time you hit the last key, the bodies of traitors will be sprawled out there. This young lady nodded in approval. However, you have yet to answer this young lady's question, Lord. Trying to go past it evasively will not work on this young lady. Please answer. Is this young lady your lordship's doll? His lordship clicked his tongue. It seems only your pettiness has increased needlessly. If you are curious about that, then come back after carrying out today's battle. By the time you return, you will have figured out the answer on your own. Thus, this young lady set forth. Omicron. Today was a day where the short rainy season of early spring had ended and the sky had cleared. Although there were pools of mud still stagnated here and there on the ground, it felt as if they were going to dry up soon because of the hot spring sun. Once the soil has become firm, the war will most likely resume in earnest again. Currently, be it the Crescent Alliance or the Crusaders, they simply sent out detached units occasionally and had minor battles. This young lady led a single squad and wandered from this side to that side of the Great Plain. En route, we encountered enemy scouts and assaulted them, but they were barely a problem. It was at the moment when this young lady thought that today was going to simply end like how the past couple of days had. From the other side of the plain, a single group of enemy soldiers gradually rushed towards us. This young lady held her breath for an instant after glancing at the flag the enemy soldiers were carrying. A pattern with a blue hydrangea and a buck. The house of Duke Farnese from the northern region of the Kingdom of Sardinia. The flag of the family that this young lady was born and raised in was there. Era? For some small unit like that to try and pick a fight with us, they have a lot of guts. What should we do, General? If you tell us to wipe them out, then we will immediately. General? The likes of us can only move if you give us a command. This young lady merely answered the captain of the royal guard, Humbaba's words with silence. Even while this young lady was quiet, time steadily flowed and the enemy soldiers gradually drew near. Then, the enemies soon stopped. Shortly after, a single man came out from the center of the enemy group while riding on a warhorse. The man, who was brilliantly wearing a blue set of armor and helmet, spread his arms out wide and shouted, "Laura! My lovable child! This father of yours is here." By that one line, regardless of whether they were allies or enemies, every single common soldier stared at this young lady. The bewilderment on the soldiers' faces was evident. Especially the witches who were a part of the royal guard. The witches were aware of the secret behind this young lady's birth. The fact that this young lady was the daughter of a slave and was also a child who was sold off as a slave. Indeed, it was exactly on the third day, Lord. Despite not having seen him, the imperial princess babbled smoothly as if she understood his lordship, and his lordship as well was able to accurately predict what the imperial princess would do because he understood her, despite not being able to see her. This young lady carefully observed the elderly man. A deeply seamed face, a smile that appeared as if it were overflowing with goodwill towards people. Without a doubt, this man was the biological father that had given birth to this young lady and had also violated her. I rushed here urgently after I heard the news that you were here. Aha, but what is this? This father of yours is a human and you are the child of a human, and yet, why is the place where you are standing not among humans but in the center of demons? Laura, return to the place where you rightfully must be. This young lady's father. The place where she rightfully must be. Was this young lady's biological father referring to that dust-filled library as the place where this young lady must be? That small room where one had to offer their body once in order to receive a single meal? The name of the prison where this young lady had tried to disappear just like that by starving herself to death, but without fail, her father would break down the door and keep this young lady alive, and by keeping her alive, he kept her dead. This young lady quietly closed her eyes. The sound of cicadas that could still be vividly heard were there, and between the bug cries that compactly resonated all around, a groan crawled through. Omicron. Laura, Laura. Omicron. When this young lady's father violated her, this young lady was silent. She did not resist. This young lady did not wish to raise her nails and leave her mark by ripping into his shoulder blades. People who do not want to disappear from the world are bound to grab onto something, but the only place that this young lady could grab was her father's exposed back. Whenever this young lady's father groaned slightly into this young lady's thigh, stomach, and face, the thought that this human still fairly wants to live would cross her mind. Well, since this young lady boasted an immense amount of beauty, it was not like this young lady was unable to understand her father. If there were a large rod attached to this young lady's lower body and, after throwing a slight amount of this young lady's ethical conscience away, this young lady had the ability to freely penetrate the most beautiful woman in the world, then this young lady would test out the effectiveness of her rod without any hesitation. If you do not use it in times like those, then for what reason were you born with one? Omicron. I love you, Laura. I sincerely love you. I am doing all this because I love you. What is wrong? You are acting strangely. What is it? You keep behaving weirdly. Omicron. Ah. This young lady could say this confidently now that she has met his lordship. That was not love. That behavior, which had harmed, turned, and twisted this young lady, was not and could never be love. If there was love in the world, then it must not become something like that. How could forcing yourself onto another person and being in a position where you have no other choice but to embrace them, be called love? If something like that was love, then this young lady will forever live cold. There was no one who could accept this young lady, and there was no one this young lady could accept. In truth, there was only a single type of love that people like his lordship, this young lady, and Miss Lapis were capable of. Not a love where we loved each other, but a love where we all loved a single thing together. That alone was the one and only livelihood that could avoid ruin. The one and only. In order for people like us to survive, the one and only. As we would die if we loved in a different method. As we would kill and would also die, the one and only. Something quietly brushed against this young lady's cheek and flowed by. Beside this young lady, the captain of the royal guard muttered in a tone that felt as if it were crawling on the floor. Your Excellency, Acting General? The world is quite damned, Captain. This young lady was not born because she wished to be born, and she was not raised like this because she aspired to be raised this way, and yet, why must this young lady handle her entire life on her own? This young lady cannot forgive anyone. She must not even try to forgive. This young lady does not have that kind of strength. She must not even try to think differently. No ability. This young lady is merely tempted to kill the human before her. This young lady is incompetent. This young lady is boundlessly incompetent. This young lady has no other choice but to live the way she was born. Even if this young lady lives in that regard, that is not living. The imperial princess words were correct. This young lady is a corpse, a doll. However, it cannot be helped. This young lady is incompetent. Humbaba, the captain of the royal guard, carefully grabbed this young lady's forearm. The captain uttered for a long time as if she were trying to audibly select her words inside of her mouth before eventually, she smiled gaily. Yup. That's right. Really, the world is damn jumbled. Moreover, the general is damn incompetent as well. Even if you kill 10,000 and know how to slaughter 100,000, what can you do when you can't even kill something like your own past? But it's okay, eh? General, it's completely fine. Captain Humbaba laughed. If need be, then we can kill Master and commit suicide altogether. It's a relief that there's still a lot of people in the world who are trying to kill our master. How dare someone like you attempt to take our master's life, and we have to be the ones to kill those people first, right? That's why, General, endeavor with all your strength and kill a lot. Until the day when there isn't even a single person who wants to kill our master left in the entire world. The witches shrieked with laughter. Delightfully like devils and innocently like children, the witches dispersed heated laughter throughout the air. This young lady was certain that she had seen the spring sun, which thus far was only stagnated on the pools of mud, had at last begun to flow because of the sound of the witches' laughter. Was that it? Did this young lady simply need a person who would die together with her? This young lady imagined herself being killed by a person other than his lordship. That was unforgivable. This young lady also imagined his lordship being murdered by someone other than this young lady. That was unpardonable. I see. That was so. That was it. That was the case. This young lady nodded her head. That man. This young lady dislikes the sight of him. Sweep them away and bring him here. Yes, Your Excellency. The witches jubilantly flew into the air. The witches had a monopoly of the sky which had little vapor since the rainy season was over. Throughout the air, the witches scattered the gunpowder from their pouches and dropped flames. The enemy formation instantly collapsed and dispersed. Did they perhaps assume that this young lady would not ruthlessly attack her biological father? The imperial princess most likely sent him as a disposable card anyway. If this young lady is persuaded, then that would be the best case scenario. If this young lady's heart wavers, then that was what the imperial princess was aiming for, and if this young lady kills her own father, then the imperial princess could utilize that politically as it is. This sort of calculation must have been contained within this action. If this young lady was a single person, then she would have even considered realistic calculations. La Laura. You, what are you? But this young lady was not alone. A man who was much more competent than this young lady was standing behind her. Even if this young lady were to go around stirring battlefields however she pleased, there was an individual who was supporting her from behind and will always pick up after her. Therefore, right now, this young lady will live however she pleases. Father. This young lady looked down at her father who the witches had dragged before her after having bound his limbs. He looked this way with a face that appeared as if he could not believe what was happening. A pitiful man. Does he even know the fact that he had been used by the imperial princess? If he was able to persuade this young lady and bring her to the side of the Crusaders, then that was like establishing an exploit that will remain throughout history. The man standing before this young lady was most likely lured here by those honeyed words. Blame yourself who was foolish enough to have been deceived by that. Laura. That is right, father. It is your Laura. The girl who was your Laura is here. For what reason did you deliberately roll all the way to a perilous place like this? This is a battlefield where devils salivate. This is not a place where a careless man, such as your father, should ever dare set your foot in. This young lady knelt down on one knee and matched her father's eye level. He must have felt kindness from this young lady's words as his face had brightened up. He seemed to have sensed a hope that, at the very least, he will not lose his life. This young lady lifted her father's right arm and pressed it firmly against her cheek. The arm that had violated and suppressed this young lady. That monster's strong and rough palm was now ticklish. Thank you for giving birth to this young lady, father. I am also happy that you are my daughter. Then you will also be able to depart happily. This young lady smiled brilliantly. Just now, this young lady may have made the most beautiful smile she has ever made since she was first born. This young lady could feel it herself. This young lady's father blinked. What? From this point forth, this young lady is no longer father's Laura, but instead, she is simply his lordship's Farnese. Although this young lady is not incredibly happy about being his lordship's Farnese, it seems to be enough for this young lady to continue living. This young lady was able to bask in this much satisfaction thanks to you, father, for having given birth to this young lady, so how could she not possibly express her final gratitude? This young lady took out a dagger from her clothes and before the opposition could even utter another word, she slit the throat of the man before her. A crimson red line spread open and blood splurted out. Although the man struggled, this young lady did not let go of his right arm till the bitter end. This young lady kept it pressed against her cheek firmly until the man went limp. Please die painfully. Duke of Farnese, this young lady is happy that she was able to kill you. The man vomited blood as he collapsed. This young lady stroked the man's head for a long time. The witches were laughing together while taking the lives of the other captives. Kill and kill again, the words which his lordship had once said to this young lady were occurring here. Since his lordship's words were a verbal promise, there was never a day where his words were never realized. The flag, which his lordship had earlier bestowed, was fluttering above our heads due to the gentle breeze. Omicron. Authority for blood. Blood for authority. Omicron. Ah, the spring day amidst the screaming of the captives was beautiful. This young lady sat down on the mud where blood was being spilled and shut her eyes. The puddle of blood, which this young lady's father had shed, viscously received the weight of this young lady's body. For the first time in this young lady's life, her heart pounded in anticipation for the approaching seasons. Omicron. This young lady killed her biological father on this day. And on this day, this young lady became his lordship's child. Omicron. 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 The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalion. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 10. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance, simple prison. Omicron. An altar was set up at the bottom of the hill that was visible from the prison. It wasn't a fancy altar, as it was an altar that was made so that the army, which had faced a poor defeat, could quell the anger of the gods. Fanciness was a luxury that was unworthy of them. However, even if it was not fancy, Barbados was a woman who knew how to make things pretty. I heard that the number of skulls your girlie collected in the meantime easily reaches the thousands. If we erect a tower with those, then that'd be the perfect decoration for the ancestral rites. In short, it was a suggestion to make a tower of skulls. Although it was a design that went so astray from being sane that it would make someone's head feel dull, performing an ancestral rite with the skulls of the enemy was appropriate to use as a justification. Above all, Farnese was very pleased by it. MHM. Your lordship's lover has good taste. The skull has the most beautiful physical form in the human body. When holding a religious service, is it not obvious that displaying only the most beautiful region of the human body is appropriate? This young lady supports the Tower of Skulls. Don't try to buddy up with me, you human girly. What do you, who was born with muddy blood, think you're doing by thoughtlessly speaking informally with a monarch? If you weren't Dantalion's acting general, then you would have died by my hands 100 times over. Although Barbados complained, she prepared the stage anyway. She utilized her troops and stacked the skulls in a neat pile. Farnese possessed the skulls of privates, the skulls of non-commissioned officers, the skulls of captains, and the skulls of commanders, all separated by category, so the tower was piled up according to ranks. The privates were at the very bottom and the commanders were at the very top. Alas, that was the chain of command. It was the chagrin of military personnel who were treated according to their ranks even after death. Humans held their ancestral rites at dawn and demons held theirs at dusk. The rain had ceased and the evening sun was seeping into the transparent sky. Each skull that was smoothly cleaned received the setting sun and glowed a bright red, and occasionally, amber. Barbados stretched. Now the preparations are over. Let's quickly spray some blood over the ancestral rites table and get this over with. We have to kill the imperial princess as well, and also torture those snakes lurking in the rear. Aya, since there are so many bastards we have to kill, this year is going to be an abundant year. Barbados, if you do not attach an obscene word at the end of every one of your sentences, then do you perhaps contract malaria? Regardless of whether they are traitors now, they were once one of our followers. Please be a bit more solemn. Whether they die by a solemn bastard or a frivolous bastard, in the position of the guys who are going to die, they're sons of bitches and those sons of bitches are them, so what's the point? Ha! At any rate, people like you. Oh well. This lady will go down first, Dantalion. This lady will see you later." The two demon lords went down the hill side by side. Their shadows stretched out all the way to the prison where I was seated. Time passed and the demon lords from the mountain faction and the plains faction slowly started to gather down below and took their seats. Eventually, all of the demon lords were finally present at the time when the sunset was at its zenith. Although the demon lords were talking in whispers and chatting away, they all closed their mouths once the ancestral rite had begun. The bottom of the hill became still. Dot. Dot. Several priests came forward and started to recite sutras. The memorial service progressed calmly. Each time the priests kowtowed, the demon lords would stand up and do a deep bow as well. After several bows and worship, which meaning could not be understood. Step. Farnese walked out into the center of the ceremony. Farnese was barefooted. Farnese stepped on the soil that was still wet, with her white feet. Even though I was far away in this prison and could not see Farnese's face, it felt as if the sound of pitter-patter resonated each time she took a step. Farnese sat down in front of the piano without even greeting the demon lords. I felt as if I could hear the sound of a portion of the demon lords voicing their complaints. According to Barbados, it seems there were quite the number of people who considered the very act of letting, not a demon, but a human participate in our memorial service as blasphemous. Barbados declared that, since those soldiers were killed by that little one, it would only be correct if she were the one to play the melody and soothe the gods. Since those were not incredibly wrong words, the other demon lords said that they understood and looked over it. Dot. Farnese slowly placed the end of her fingers on the keys. I did not offer any particular words to Farnese, who must have probably returned after having killed her own father yesterday. I believe that she was able to think on her own now, and I also believe that she will be able to overcome it on her own. Therefore, as this was a recital to purge the long-standing traitors. At the same time, this was also a concert that announced Farnese's farewell to her past. I rested my chin on my hand while sitting in my chair and gazed at Farnese. Today was the day that officially marked the fact that I have been in this prison for over a week. Although I was still in this prison, I was watching over Farnese closer than I have ever done so before. Dot. And the performance of blood began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32, Volume 4. Volume 4, Chapter 5, Cadenza. Why is she still alive? It'd be great if she killed herself. Dot. They say that harlots sold her body to the demons. Didn't they say that she's a lady from a duke's house? Surely, not. Despite that, she's nothing more than a whore. They say that her hip skills are impressive. Like this, aha. Hiya. Like this and that. Appetizingly every night. In truth, people also say that he didn't take her in to be his acting general but to be his concubine instead. So, what's her name? Laura D. Farnese. I've been hearing only that bitch's name lately. Duke Farnese was wise. It's only appropriate to nip the bud when that bitch was really young. Think about it. Even when she was sold off as a slave, she grew up to be that atrocious. If that bitch weren't a slave, then how much more terrible would she have become? Dot. They say she even has a hobby of collecting skulls. A filthy and boorish bitch. An annoying and tenacious bitch, like I said, the bitch. Though I'm not sure if she's crude, and I'm unsure whether she's vulgar or not. In any case, the bitch who it wouldn't be strange if she were both. If anything, the girl who feels as if she has to be applicable to both. 1, 2. 1, 2. They say that she not only collects skulls, but she piles them up and plays the piano beside them as well. While humming. She probably gets excited by the bones of her kind that she slaughtered. I wouldn't be surprised if the number of skulls she gathered reached tens of thousands now. Her nature has rotted all the way to her roots. Doesn't it almost seem as if she were a scumbag that was born in order to curse the world? Yup. I can't bear the fact that that sort of person is breathing. It'd be great if she just died already. If that's not possible, then she should go somewhere that I can't see, albeit I can't even see her now. I wish she'd completely fuck off to some remote far away place where even news of her won't reach me. It'd be great if she disappeared. Vanished from our sight. If she died right this instant. That dog-like bitch. I'll take that bitch's head before I die. But don't ignore them completely, scoff at them whenever the opportunity presents itself. By doing so, we can show them the fact that we're ignoring them more excellently and explicitly. Kill. Kill her. What will change if we kill her? Regardless, we still have to kill her. But we'll be the ones to die. I heard it as well. They died again, right? Is this, that? They say that's this. 1, 2. 1, 2. It would have been better if she hadn't been born in the first place. If that were the case, then everyone would have been happy. There isn't a single person in the world who would welcome that girl. The plague-like fellow who goes around needlessly encouraging disorder in our peaceful continent of humanity. That bitch's mother probably lamented after giving birth to that bitch. For me to have given birth to a leper like this. It would probably have been better if she gave birth to a handful of poisonous snakes. She'll most likely be thrown away by the demon lords after she's been used, anyway. Did you see it? Yes. What will you do if we did see her, and what will you do if we didn't? If we saw her, then we'd have also described the things which we haven't seen, and if we didn't see her, then we'd have just described the things which we could see. Whether we saw her or not, that bitch will still be a bad bitch, a crazy bitch, and a completely insane bitch, anyway. This is what we determined, so seeing her and not seeing her is quite the secondary question. If it doesn't matter whether I see her or not, then I'd rather not see her if possible. I'd die if I do. But I heard she's really fucking pretty. I heard her voice is quite smooth as well, but... Are you sure you saw it correctly? Try telling us what she looks like. She had black hair. It was beautiful. Her red hair looked as if it were on fire. It was disgusting. She was tall. Really tall. From what I could see, she was really short. So, did you see her or not? Too much rain was falling. Rain. Quiet. Shoo. Quiet. Shoo. And she performed. As if she intended to perform like this from the very beginning. While receiving the setting sun, that was just about to come to an end, by herself. Saying that this is a place to breathe. Quietly. As she pressed down on the keys with her slender fingers. She stepped on the pedals with her mud-covered feet. With each note in tune from her pressing and stepping. Laura. 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 In order for this to resonate. The enemies were noisy at the bottom of the hill. Barbados and Paimon most likely had started the purge. Occasionally, blood dimly scattered into my line of sight, and sometimes, screams could faintly be heard within the outer layer of my hearing. However, I did not turn my gaze nor did I focus my ears there. I simply comfortably listened to the tearless sounds of my adopted daughter, the single family member I had decided to accept and embrace, who had started to perform about herself for the first time. Farnese. Become a slaughterer. Be a hero to the military and be a savior to the people. Your name will remain in history just as you have always desired. Because you yearn for it that much, I will grant it. Your ambition to kill your own father, remain in history, and shine more brilliantly than anyone else, I will tell you that all of that is beautiful. If you had a sin, then it should be the fact that you were born, but how can one's birth be a sin? Oh, gods. Forgive that child's sin. If thou art incompetent there, then I shall forgive it here. Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32.5, Volume 4. Minnie swept away all of the people who bullied me on the very exact day she transferred to our school. She then dragged me outside and got upset at me. Are you nuts? You're doing things just because they tell you to? Do you have no shame? Will you be able to become a man at this rate? That's what she said to me. When I, who was standing there vacantly and felt like his head was going to explode, heard those words, I hit Minnie's hand away. I cried. I got on my knees. I cried. Just because it's me. Me. What exactly did I? Why me? I wept. Words began to pour out like an unclogged faucet spewing out water. Me. Why me? Me exactly. Why me exactly? Why me? For what reason? A lot of time was required before words that barely sounded like a language, that had a hint of logic in them, could be spoken. During that long period of time, Minhee didn't utter a single thing. That was why I was eventually able to talk. Why don't they consider me? Why don't they worry about me? Even though they say that it's for my sake, in truth, why don't they care about me? There was a smell. It was the same smell that would always welcome you whenever you entered this room. Vomit and internal organs that couldn't be wiped clean, flesh and blood hidden in places where rags couldn't reach. These terrible smells emanated from these things as they dried and dug their way into my nose. However, there was a different fragrance mixed in this time. It was the smell of leaves and stamens, the smell of trees and the sap on the trees. I heard the sound of a door closing behind me. I raised my head. At the same exact time, Safna, who was confined within a steel cage, lifted her head as well. What are you here for? Sii hesitantly took a step back. That was how penetrating Safna's eyes were. It felt as if her falling apart earlier was a lie. It felt like I could hear her denying it herself as well. That it never happened. That was nothing more than a momentary illusion. Safna Radgrinkle was soundlessly making that declaration. That was something that had definitely happened. That memory remained in my mind as well. That was most likely engraved in your eyes as clear as the crack in your pupils. I knew this, so I talked with an attitude that clearly displayed that I was aware. I'm here to interrogate you. Safna made a face that appeared as if she had heard a joke. What? I dragged a chair forward and sat down on it. I hung my beads around my wrist and took out a pen and notebook. I received an order to cooperate with the guard in order to figure out who had carried out the assault within the castle while either acting as a part of the Gongshik or pretending to be one of them. The Earl didn't retract this order either. Roroa, the vice captain of the guard, transferred the task of interrogating the suspect over to me. Therefore, interrogating you, the prime suspect, would simply be following procedures and lawful as well. Safna let out a ha sound and laughed. Do you think this nonsense will work? Do you truly believe so? Are you that dim-witted? Me is a bright child. Although there is a problem with her learning capabilities, how much do you think I have taught her? Do you believe that we are incapable of resolving a misunderstanding between us? It will be difficult. The mask and dagger are quite the indisputable pieces of evidence. They're completely identical to what was discovered next to Alshi. A trivial ploy like that. Were you not the one who had planted those? Did your magic not prove otherwise? You most likely didn't plant them yourself. That sort of childish trickery. Then who could have planted them? It was probably Arya. Or that Roroa girl could have done it. Or Dot. Safna paused in the middle of her sentence. She stared at SII, who was standing beside me, for a moment before speaking in a weak voice. So it was you. SII didn't back off this time. She took in a deep breath. Safna glared at me as her body trembled. There is truly no other ponce like you. How could you do such a cruel thing? Do you know what sort of severe reprimanding SII will receive once me learns of this? I know. I spoke and wrapped my arm around SII's shoulder. You obviously know as well. That's why you won't be able to accuse anyone of having planted these pieces of evidence. A smile which resembled a poisonous mushroom spread across Safna's face. Do you truly think that? How laughable. Do you think I'll keep my mouth shut for the sake of an illegitimate child? Yup. That's right. SII uttered. Safna paused. SII continued to speak and didn't back down. Miss Safna is a good person. Silence. Yup. When I learned Korean, when I adjusted my way of speaking in Korean to make a character, Miss Safna helped me many times. She'd show me kindness. That's why I, this narrow-minded and timid girl, kept judging Miss Safna to be a good person. Because she cherished me. SII dropped her head and ended her words with a trembling voice. Because I inherited my father's blood. The head vassal who had protected the Earl's bloodline for over a century bared her teeth. That's a very generous interpretation. If that were the case, then... I know. What exactly do you know? That Miss Safna isn't a good person. Rather than that, you're a person whose priorities are clear, but... In other words, if you put me and Her Excellency the Earl on a scale, then Her Excellency would be first. SII and the Earl were similar in this regard. They were sensitive to the direction of the affection that was directed towards them. In other words, even while knowing that I was being harassed, even though you could have easily done something about it, unlike Zia, instead of doing that, be it the pre-established faction maids who follow Miss Safna or anyone else, no one took my side. If anything, when my arm was going to be severed after being framed, they stood as witnesses. Furthermore, SII and the Earl were different in this regard. Whenever their emotions went rampant, the Earl's eye rims would dry up, but the edges of SII's eyelids would become red. Along with her red pupils, it felt like I was looking at a desert sunset. There's no way that something like that would have happened without Miss Safna's approval. Since for Miss Safna, rather than my arm, rather than something like my arm, Her Excellencies will had precedence. Safna averted her gaze as if she had been dyed in flames. That is not the only reason why that had happened. I could feel SII tremble. I pulled her into a hug. I stuck out a single finger while comforting her. What goes around comes around. I believe that you won't cause a commotion for having been betrayed by a girl who had taken part in pressing false charges against you when you yourself had played a part in pressing false charges as well. An inflexible person who had lived for 187 years probably wouldn't display such shameful behavior. Thus, you can say that SII was the only one who had the qualification to hide those pieces of evidence. This is one reason. I extended another finger. Just as SII had said, there's a difference. If you compare SII and the Earl, then the Earl would come first. As expected, you've probably given a higher priority to the Earl, the direct descendant, rather than an illegitimate child like SII, right? Safna didn't answer. Although I had a theory about this, I didn't bring it up. It wasn't the right time. However, if you're more inclined towards the Earl and not SII, then what would happen if you compared SII's safety with your own self-preservation? I don't believe that you, who had protected the Earl's bloodline for the past 187 years, could possibly place SII in a deadly situation just for the sake of your own self-protection. Thus, you can say that SII was the only one who had the qualification to hide those pieces of evidence. Believe what you want to believe. Let us see what happens when you try to confirm it. Even though she had said those words provokingly, there was no strength in her voice. She must have realized this as well as she quickly supplemented her words. Even if that were the case, even if you were right, do you think that something as simple as that dagger and mask would be enough to be such decisive pieces of evidence? There is no reason for me to go out of my way in order to point at SII. Anyone could have hidden those items in my office. All I have to do is say this. If I had done it, then why would I do something as foolish as placing such obvious pieces of evidence under my desk? I'm saying this once more, but me is a bright child. I also think that the two of you will probably arrive at the truth. The two of you will most likely manage to work out this misunderstanding. All of this is similar to incidents that would normally happen in episodic drama series, so it will probably be resolved faster than what one might normally expect. I adjusted my glasses and spoke sternly. That is to say, if I'm not at the Earl's side. Safna froze. I sat down comfortably with my legs crossed. I'll tell you what's going to happen after this point, Miss Head Vassal. I tilted my head and lowered my voice. The Earl isn't going to come here. As if I were whispering. After tonight, even after she's become sober in the morning, she will not be coming here. Be it the next day, the day after, or even a week after, she won't come here to meet you. She won't summon you either. Safna's body shook. Do you think that you can make that happen? Do you think that you can control me? Do you think that you have such an ability? Those are quite the strange questions. If you consider the fact that you were thrown into this prison because I was able to do so. You will not be able to do so. Safna shouted. I didn't mistake this as a refutation that came from anger. I shouldn't be able to. Because you have to look after the central water source. Because there are maids who are loyal to you. Because the end of the month is approaching. Since the city will be sent flying if she doesn't look after the central water source, she has to relieve it beforehand, since the pre-established faction maids loyal to Safna will do anything in order to rescue her, and more than anything else, since the Earl was going to send me back to Korea for a day because her summoning limit was going to reset. Because of these reasons, no matter how much I attempted to act behind the scenes, there was a limit to keeping Safna confined. Normally this would be the case. But you said it yourself, didn't you? That you had come up here after having taken measures so that you don't have to go down to the central water source for quite the long time. I can just obstruct the pre-established faction maids by utilizing the other maids and the guard. The other issue is the fact that I will be gone for a day to go on vacation, but that won't be an issue if I just don't go on my trip. Are you saying that you won't go back to your original world? If the proofs of summonings are renewed, then you will no longer be able to. When I went back to Korea for the first time, I brought back a catalyst that belongs to a person I know. I just have to make the Earl summon him next month, grab onto something that can be summoned cancelled with him, and go back like that. Why are you saying that when you already know all of this? Safna's expression changed like dried firewood. I shifted my words into embers and continued. I could do this. I could stand by the Earl's side while kneeling, servicing, massaging her shoulders, and while being kicked and hit by her. By pushing her very slightly, by pulling her very slightly, I'll prevent you from reaching her by continuously altering her direction by incremental amounts. Until the day you have to go down to the central water source, I'll utilize all of that time. Then you'll be lonely for quite a long period of time. Here. By yourself. Albeit, you supposedly enjoy shutting yourself in, so solitary itself should be enjoyable for you. I spoke. You'll probably feel uneasy. Silence. I was able to move Borg, a branch manager of the Black Dragon Street, within a short period of time. The guard are in my grasp. I wonder how far I could spread my roots while you're being held captive here. I wonder how much that uneasiness will eat away at you. Do you think that you'll be able to endure it? I will endure it. Are you sure? If you were capable of that, then you wouldn't have tried to kill me so hastily. You would have been patient and waited longer. You overdid yourself in order to take care of the water source and come up for a long period of time just because you lacked that in the first place. Firewood always made a sound whenever they burned. I continued to toss the embers known as words on top of Sofna's heavy breathing. You should know. It's because you wanted to kill me, and because you did try to kill me that all of this was possible. In the end, it's because your murderous intent was real, because that was an undeniable fact that all of these false charges were possible. If she didn't, then it wouldn't have been possible to reach this far. I wouldn't have tried to come this far either. It's really late for self-introductions, but I actually don't like stimulating things. I wouldn't have gone this far if you didn't set a time limit. I know. You were probably nervous. Raro was like that as well, but the fact that the fear of otherworlders had spread this much, although no matter how much I think about it, it's probably because of that Ahayan fellow, since making sly remarks about someone I don't really know well about would be rude. I won't do that for the time being. So let's skip that part for now. No matter what your reasons were, that was something which you shouldn't have done. You're your own biggest enemy since you were the one who had cornered yourself into this state. Are you saying that I was narrow-minded? Yup. There is a total of 4 different ways for people to deal with other people. Make an exchange with them, follow them, win them over, or get rid of them. You had no intention to make a deal with me. You obviously didn't plan to follow me. You didn't even intend to win me over. You simply tried to get rid of me. The issue is the fact that you weren't able to do so. I spoke. Now it's your time to pay the price. A silence fell over us. Sofna looked back and forth between me and Sii before closing her eyes. The Earl's head vassal spoke with a voice that sounded like a dried leaf crumbling under a foot. What do you want? I'm going to rehabilitate the Earl. I rolled a bead. That I have potential, that there is a possibility for me to achieve this. I believe that you already know all of this. You felt anxiety because you knew this, didn't you? I rolled another bead. Help me and I'll let you out of here immediately. Sofna didn't show any response. Sii pleaded. Miss Sofna, please believe in Eugen. With a sincere voice, the Silver Lion Earl's half-sister confessed. I have a grudge towards Her Excellency the Earl. I still do. As so. But I won't take her life. Although I'll probably do severe things to her, it won't be too severe. Eugen will stop me from doing so. Eugen is kind. Eugen, in the end, everything that Eugen does will all be beneficial for Her Excellency the Earl. Sofna opened her mouth slowly. Is that what you believe? Yup, that's what I believe. That's what I think. That Eugen will achieve it. I believe that Eugen will change Her Excellency the Earl completely. Miss Sofna thinks so as well, right? I know naturally, I am aware. Sofna Radgrinkle spoke as if she were whispering. However, I am also aware that it is dangerous. There was a loud sound. The noise had come from behind us. Sii flinched and turned around. Her eyes opened widely. I stood up, pulled Sii into my arms, and followed her line of sight. The sound was that of the iron door of the torture chamber breaking. To be exact, it was the sound of the door being crushed completely. Good day. While stepping on the remains of the iron door which had changed into iron fragments, Yudia Batsan gave that greeting while wielding his spear which was wrapped in a purple glow. You don't seem very surprised. Yudia let out his signature Goho laugh and twirled his spear with his hand. Sii let out a shriek and shrunk back. And I knew it would be you. And I put more strength in my arm that was wrapped around Sii. Bord knew that Sofna intended to kill me before the end of this month. The information must have flowed to him through Ashia. That's why I was able to comprehend this flow of information. The problem was that you knew as well. You, who didn't care about anyone and didn't come to the castle unless you wanted to charge the smartphone. There is no such thing as a causeless outcome. I thought about how, and through what route, you had found out about it. How detestable. In other words, you had predicted my arrival. Although I considered you coming here at this moment the worst-case scenario. Guhu, as expected. Regardless, worst-case scenarios are destined to happen. I am here to kill you. Do you think you'll be able to get out unharmed? Sii, who had been trembling up to this point, exclaimed. He must have not been expecting that as Yudia raised a single brow. Well, would that not be the case? Yujin is not a citizen of this world. He has no civil rights and cannot receive any legal protection. Above all, this isn't me acting arbitrarily, but a request from Safna. Her Excellency the Earl would. Additionally, even the Silver Lion Earl's hatred would follow after. Yujin's iPad and generator included. How could I refuse such a detestable proposition? Sii froze up with a stifled look on her face. I slowly closed and opened my eyes after comforting her. You most likely couldn't refuse. I also don't believe that you had the ability to refuse. You know me. I know. I see. Then you will not get upset for some unknown reason if the arm of that maid over there were to fall off again. Since you know me, Mr. Yujin. Yudia. Guhu, that is quite the impressive gaze. This is why I say that one's true blaze is hiding within oneself. Yudia Batsan. Ah, truly amazing Yujin. In truth, I am detestably sad. How amazing would you have become if I were to let another year pass? How thrilling would the hate from you at that time be? Ah, Yujin. I am sincerely excited. Is there? After laughing as if he were intoxicated, he pointed his spear at me. Is there nothing more? From his purple eyes, a sensuous glint emitted through his monocle. As the royal courier of the martial origin, there are only 10 people in the world who are capable of beating me in a test of strength. As an ascended being, I can change the composition of my body and nullify all physical attacks. As a creator of transcendent skills, from slashes to self-protection, I can use all sorts of transcendent skills. A person of this caliber is going to kill you right now. Utilizing every violent ability which I am capable of. Now then, how? With a face dyed with anticipation, Yudia Batsan shouted. How do you intend to stop me? You were making plans for after this month, were you not? That means you are confident with your chances of survival. Do not tell me that you intended to browbeat Safna and persuade her, win her over before I got here, and make her cancel the contract after having done so. Is this everything? Oh, please. Do not say such detestable words. At this moment, I am truly expecting ... Yudia, who was being driven by his enthusiasm, closed his mouth. Sii had stepped in front of me. Is there a problem? As if his enthusiasm had been doused, Yudia spoke in a low tone. Sii spread her arms out and clenched her teeth. Ha, ha. Sii didn't stand down even though her shoulders were trembling while she was trying to steady her breath. Sii. You have been a hindrance since earlier. Get out of the way. I do not want to end up feeling bored as a result of killing you. Miss Safna. Sii exclaimed. If Yujin dies, then the false accusation on Miss Safna would become true. Since Yujin would be dying because of your instigation. Even now, while you're being imprisoned, if that were to happen, then Her Excellency the Earl seriously won't. No. That's not it, Sii. That logic won't work on them. It would be great if it did, but it won't. Safna is. It does not matter. Safna Radgrinkle spoke. It is just as this Yujin fellow had said earlier. In order to protect you, SII, this lady will not say anything in regard to the pieces of evidence. As this is the case, even if Her Excellency the Earl comes to dislike this lady, despise this lady, I will be able to endure it. Any sort of harm that this lady receives is trivial. SII let out a sound. But you were in pain. Although I was in pain. But you cried. Although I cried. Safna bit her lips. I can endure it. This lady is really good at these sorts of things. The head vassal of the Earl's household dropped her head. However, her voice was still as clear as day. That's right, Eugen, I had abandoned SII. Even though I knew that SII was being harassed, I did not stop it. Not only did I remain as a spectator when SII's arm was severed, but I gave my approval as well. SII resented me and I was able to endure it now. Me will most likely resent and despise me, due to your death. I will also endure that. Me will one day come to terms with the fact that I had done this for her sake. SII cried out. Why? Why do you hate Eugen that much? There was a smack. Kahak! SII, after being hit, fell to the ground. Yudia brushed the handle of his spear with an irked look on his face. I did not cut you. It would become troublesome, then. Just stay shriveled up over there. No. SII pushed herself back up and clung to Yudia. Yudia let out a sigh, adjusted his monocle, and towards SII, he. Yudia Batsan. I spoke. If you lay your hand on SII one more time, then. If he did, then. What will you do? Tens of thousands of ideas brushed through my head. There was only one effective measure which I could carry out. I won't do anything for you. Silence. I won't move anymore. I won't say another word. Of course, I won't hate you either. I will spend whatever time I have left saying farewell to SII. You probably don't want that, Yudia Batsan. You were hoping for something, were you not? Silence. If you want to see me struggle for my life, then just stay there. Yudia lowered his leg which he had pulled back in order to kick SII. How detestable. That is certainly a threat which you can carry out unquestionably while also being effective. You truly do know me now. However, Eugen, how do you intend to struggle? I closed my eyes and opened them. I came to a realization after watching you fight at the arena. In my current state, I cannot win against you no matter what personal connections I use and methods I utilize. Although I could avoid the problem for a moment if I were to hide behind the Earl, that wouldn't be a fundamental solution. Therefore, I only have one option left to choose. Are you referring to what I said? Yup. Nullifying the cause. What you said. Winning Safna over whether it be by force or persuasion. After doing so, I'll make her cancel the contract, A look of disappointment appeared on Yudia's face. As I expected. Then that means there is nothing more to. Was the area not empty while you were on your way here? Yudia tilted his head slightly. Did you remove them yourself? Yes. Why? Did you think that I would violently kill everyone who was standing guard? No way. I told you that I saw you fight in the arena. You don't kill people thoughtlessly. Only when there is enough pretext would you kill them. Indeed, it would be detestable if something bothersome were to occur. If that is the case, then why did you get rid of them if you already knew that? If you blocked the entrance with a bunch of guards, then there is a chance that I could have delayed this by a day due to it being a hindrance, but why do you think I did? You didn't want to put forward fruitless strength? It could also be dealt with if I don't kill them but paralyze them all instead. In any case, did you think that it would be over if I appeared? To be precise, it's the exact opposite reason. I rolled a bead. I don't trust Roroa completely yet. This is the most important part. I can't leave a part like this to a person who I can't trust. If I order her to place some guards, then Roroa might comply with that order. However, there is a chance that she could get rid of the guards in order to betray me in this crucial moment. If this were to happen, then even I would be affected by it. I would end up using my head in order to deal with this as well. I wanted to prevent this. That's why I told her to get rid of the guards. Regardless of whether the worst possible situation was to occur. Yudia, even if you were to appear. In order to soundly exhibit myself. I came here with the one and only person I trust. Eugen. Sii became teary. I pushed up my glasses and turned to face Safna. I won't give up. I'll persuade you until the very end. Yudia was looking at me while puckering his lips. He spoke. Do you believe that is going to be possible? I only do the things which I am capable of. Do you think that doing that would have any significance? Do you think I will stop if you manage to persuade her? People like you, I spoke, have a peculiar sense of aesthetics when it comes to things like this. Yudia chuckled. Aha, that's right. How impressive. Truly magnificent. However, since giving you an infinite amount of time would also be a detestable thing to do. Yudia lifted Sii up. He was holding her in a bridal carry pose. Although the panicking Sii struggled, Yudia calmly received her flailing and tilted his head. Let us say that this will be until I am standing before you. Bead. Processing start. Processing end. Safna Radgrinkle. Safna was closing her mouth shut. Step, the sound of a single footstep approached us. If you want to kill me that much, then okay. However, I realized something after hearing what Sii said just now. Safna didn't respond. Clang. I heard the sound of the end of a spear hitting the ground. Your hatred is unnatural. Safna paused. Grrrrk. The end of the spear drew closer as it scraped the floor. You aren't biased? You aren't stereotyping? You looked at me in my entirety? You made your judgment after seeing me? Are you sure that was the conclusion that came up after a realistic assessment? Safna raised her head. Another footstep. If you saw me, then how did you end up seeing me? What was the reason behind why you paid attention to me in the first place? Safna furrowed her brow. The sound of a spear hitting the floor resonated once more. At first, I thought it was because you had a bad experience with a Hyen. That you were overreacting because of that trauma. But there was something more than that. It's here right now. Think about it. Safna was looking at me. Once more, the sound of the spear drawing closer as it scraped the floor. Think. Safna was thinking. Another footstep. Around the end of last month, Abriya Makatni had come to the castle. On that day, that fellow, Yudia, said that he was going to go down to your research lab. Did you not hear something about me from him on that day? Safna jerked. And then, silence. Was it not since that moment on that you started to feel an unusual amount of threat from me? Similar to what I had done to the Earl, can you say that someone didn't lead your train of thought towards a specific direction? Through a couple of passing comments that felt unimportant but had their first impression and firm beliefs towards me. Go hoo. I could hear the sound of laughing. I raised my head. Yudia Batsan was laughing. Ah, truly amazing. I don't want to be praised by you. If you consider the fact that I treated you like a good person around that time, I don't want to be praised by you even more. You are truly amazing. Nevertheless, you are about to be out of time. Is there nothing more? I held my beads tightly. Safna. Even so. In the end, Safna Radgrinkle exclaimed spasmodically. Even if I was lead. Even if it's prejudice. Still. You are dangerous. Safna started to catch her breath while lowering her head. This is for the best. This is the best way for SII, Her Excellency the Earl. One day you too will also understand. What are you saying is the best way? It was SII. Safna gritted her teeth before grabbing the steel bars of the cage which was confining her. Have you not seen it already? Do you not know already? Have you not witnessed that boy deceive people? Have you not seen him plot things? How could you trust that sort of fellow? How could you believe in him? Miss Safna did it first. It's because you were the one who tried to kill Eugen first. That is not the case. In case something like this would happen, I tried to kill that boy. Because he couldn't be trusted. Eugen can be trusted. What are you saying is trustworthy? SII, what do you know about this boy? How long has it been since you've met him? I have watched over you since the day you were born. From a distance. But what are you saying that you know about a boy who you've only known for less than 2 months? Do you know what trust is? Do you know what belief is? That sort of irresponsible blind faith. Blind belief. You're simply being intoxicated by your own self that wants to believe in that boy. You should also know that that's nothing more than arrogance. You already know. It felt like a thunderbolt had just struck. Even Udia, who was raising his spear, and Safna, who was shouting heatedly, froze in place. I paused as well. SII began to cry. You already know that it's arrogance. SII. Yup, Miss Safna, how is that exactly for Her Excellency the Earl's sake? Something like that. That's just arrogance. You're just satisfying yourself. What exactly are you sacrificing? What do you mean by it doesn't matter if you're hated? Who's the one pretending to sacrifice things, but refuses to sacrifice a single thing that they're trying to arrogantly hold? Yeah, Miss Safna. SII Garno Makatni. Something like that. You're just drunk on yourself. SII. SII. If you really care about me, if you've really been watching me since I was born, then at least once is fine. Miss Safna, believe in me and Eugen. You. Safna opened her mouth. She shut it. She opened it once more. SII, if that belief turns out wrong, how do you intend to bear that shock? That's also different. SII continued while sniffling. Eugen said so. Since this is the most important part, he came here with the person he trusts the most. He trusts me that much, but yup, I'm different. I'm also different to what Miss Safna had said. I don't trust Eugen that blindly. With eyes wet with tears, SII turned to look at me. Yup, in the end, I'm that person's sibling. SII cleared her throat. It wasn't until after she sobbed a couple more times did she call out to me. Eugen. Yes. Ah. Don't betray me. Don't abandon me. Don't break your promise with me. If you do. Yes. Ah. If you do, then I'll tear you apart with my own hands. Yes, Miss SII. I will die by your hands. SII was great. Truly great. Yup, Eugen. Eugen. When did she become this amazing? No. I most likely realized that she was this great of a child the instant I met her for the first time. I have to admit that I underestimated you. Udia Batsan spoke. Maid SII. I thought that you were weak. But that does not seem to be the case. I thought that you did not have the right to possess hatred. But that seems to have been wrong. I thought that you were a piece of trash consumed by fear. But it is different. Ah, you were actually a strong and marvelous person. He grinned widely and raised his spear. If I kill Eugen right now, then how much would you detest me? How much would you grow for me? You. The Earl. The half-siblings who detest one another would combine their strength and detest me. How would it feel to be detested by both sides like that? Ah, Sii. As expected, you are dot. Stop dot. Yudia paused abruptly. It was Safna. You can stop now. Safna kneeled. She raised her head. She looked up at me and Sii. And then at Yudia. Yudia Batsan, you may leave. Yudia let out a groan. He glared at Safna while grabbing his chest as if he had been struck by a poison arrow. However, shortly after, he set Sii down and patted her head. Sii dodged his hand in disgust, but Yudia didn't seem to mind as he put his spear away. He then turned around. I will see you next time. Similar to when he had arrived, Yudia left the prison in an instant. TL note, thanks for reading the chapter. I'm sorry for taking so long with this chapter. A lot of things sort of happened at the start of this month, so I couldn't really focus on translating. I know I've been giving these kinds of excuses a lot for the past couple of chapters, but it's honestly because I haven't been really feeling that great. And I don't mean health-wise. I just need some time to sort my thoughts out. I guess I'm sort of relapsing in a way. In any case, I'm fine now, so you guys don't have to worry. I just need to get back into my groove. I'll see you guys in the next chapter. The last 2 chapters are fairly short. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33, Volume 4. Intermission. Demon Lord of Benevolence, rank 9th, Paimon Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 10. Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance. Let's see here. It's about time. Yes. Let us begin. Without needing the other side to say so first. This lady in Barbados took out our masks and put them on. It was not only the 2 of us. The majority of the demon lords who were watching the performance put on masks as well. Only the 7 betrayers were dubious and started to whisper among one another. They were people that ridiculed not only the factions but the ideal of the Crescent Alliance itself. The embrace of the world is not sufficient enough to forgive them. What is this fuss? Do they intend to hold a surprise concert? In any case, that child's performance is rather. It was at that moment. Blood splattered here and there from the seats that were arranged for the demon lords. The ones wearing masks stabbed, impaled with swords, and hacked with axes the bodies of the ones who were not wearing masks. The ancestral rite ceremony that was tranquil with music instantly turned into a realm of hell. Wait, what are you? The traitors rolled on the ground and stretched out their arms. Their bodies were half covered in dirt and half covered in blood. Even if they stretched out their arms and requested for someone to rescue them, be it the mountain faction or the plains faction, there was no one who would show them mercy. Their fingers were soon stabbed by spears and severed by blades, making them fly throughout the air one finger at a time. Screams and groans mixed together, causing the auditorium to descend into being a slaughterhouse in a flash. Those trying to kill people. Those trying to not be killed by people. Those who are trying to block the people that are attempting to escape. Those who use the people beside them as a sacrifice and try to run away. This lady spoke emotionlessly. How should we absorb the military troops of the traitors? It'd be difficult to manage them, so is there really a need to absorb them? Barbados yawned. She lifted her wineglass to take a sip, but she then remembered the fact that she was wearing a mask and cursed. Fuck. In any case, just finishing them off would be fine since it'd be easier on the mind. There's probably a lot of spies hidden among them, anyway. Picking each and every one of them out would be a chore. In that moment, a single demon lord rushed to us and groveled on the ground. He was not a member of this lady's faction. This lady recalls that he was one of the low-ranking demon lords that Barbados led around. Your Excellency Barbados. Save me. Those people went insane and are. However, before he could even finish his sentence, the air was split by Barbados' light downward hand gesture, and that formless blade decapitated the man's head just like that. With its head gone, the body shook back and forth before falling backwards with a thud. Barbados yawned once more. We should have done this sooner. We ended up fucking around and pointlessly throwing him into prison. I thought that Dantalion had sex with you, so I had contemplated on whether I should get rid of him or not. No. Like I said, that was a misunderstanding. That's if I can easily believe the words you say, bitch. This lady is going to say this now, but during the second expedition, this lady suggested that we should retreat quickly since something felt amiss, you know? The one who did not believe that and asserted that we should continue advancing until the very end was you. Was it like that? It was. Who was calling who a fool all the time, truly. This lady shut her lips. Soon after, Barbados went silent as well. For the first time in quite a long time, the two of us were seated side by side and watched the girl who was still playing the piano despite the slaughter that was occurring. Barbados looked up towards the sky and muttered, "It's spring. Hey, the weather is good. It'd be easy to kill people." Those words most likely were not directed to anyone specific. However, this lady unconsciously raised her head as well. In that place, the clouds were drifting across the evening sky, indifferent to what was happening on the ground. Yes. It is already spring. Similar to how the sky is indifferent to our affairs, we also kill the people who must be killed while being unrelated to the sky. Although it was an affair that momentarily flowed by on some spring day. Finn. TL note, this is officially the end of Volume 4. Have fun waiting for the next volume, which will probably take another 3 to 4 months to be released, cause I know I'll enjoy the res. Wait. Anyway, I hope you guys sincerely enjoyed this volume and my translations. I will take a 1 to 2 week break before I kick up the translation for Your and My Asylum again. And remember guys, if you want to say hi to me, then feel free to drop by the Discord, link on the left. Moreover, if you appreciate how I've been translating things, then I'd be more than glad if you guys left something at my Patreon. I've been receiving a lot of support from you guys and it feels great to know that you guys have been really enjoying my translation style. In any case, I wish you guys all have a good day and look forward to more from me later on, after I get some rest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Volume 4. Afterword. Nowadays, I have been writing while going to and leaving the office together with my friends. Since I cannot write well at home, let's write while outside of home. With that thought in mind, I made a mutual understanding. After leaving for work at 7 a.m. and typing away at the typewriter, just at the moment when I felt delighted because of the fact that I am able to write better here than when I am at home, a sudden realization came to be a step late. I started writing because I didn't like commuting every day to a company, but isn't this no different to working at a company? However, realization has always been something that came late to me, and since I have already made a contract, I have no other choice but to continue this office life for at least 1 year. For that reason, this is an afterword that is being typed out much after the main text. First things first, my gratitude towards the illustrator of Dungeon Defense, Kokorip. And also my unstinted worship and praise. Although I always contemplate on what I should write in the afterword, there is a single thing that does not require any thought, and that is my compliments towards Kokorip. That's because, similar to how we don't hesitate whenever we write self-evident facts like 1 + 1 = 2, my fingers do not waver even slightly whenever I write praises about Kokorip's illustrations. Although Kokorip's color illustrations and monochrome illustrations have always been top tier since a long time ago, the illustrations in Volume 4 almost felt as if they were pointing at the other illustrations until now and emanating a last boss-like dignity while uttering that was not Marizoma. It was a Mara. Since even the weather and scenery, which should be difficult to express in a black and white illustration, were done perfectly, I am contemplating on whether I should go and make a religion where we worship the illustrator. Even if I don't particularly spread the belief, there are already several believers among the other authors who have gathered, so it's not impossible. Ah, Almighty God! Please continue to look after me. TL note, Marizoma and Mara are skills from Dragon Quest. Marizoma being the stronger version of Mara. An audio drama CD is being released along with this Volume 4. The events that happen in the drama CD occurs around 1 month before Laura de Farnese gives her speech. Since it was my first time working on an audio drama, I was watching the voice actors/voice actresses, musicians, and directors working on scene with anticipation. Compared to other audio dramas, I tried writing the script with a feeling that's close to that of a general comedy, but if other people were all able to enjoy the recording process, then I couldn't be any happier. Voice actor Nam Do-hyung, who played the role of Dantalion, voice actress Jong Hyewon, who played the role of Laura de Farnese, and voice actress Kim Chi-ha, who played the role of Lapis Lazuli, thank you all for your hard work. As expected, the opening song and the ending song that were included with the audio drama were splendid beyond description. Although the two songs have a different feeling to them, I believe that they both magnificently have an aspect of dungeon defense contained within them. The ending song, Desert Rose, was even sung passionately by the voice actor Nam Do-hyung during the Anime Sound Festival. I express my thanks to the director, singer, voice actors/voice actresses, composers, lyricists, production director, design director, and the editor who was able to connect all of this together. This manuscript was late beyond imagination. The responsibility for the late manuscript is completely on me. I thought that I would be able to complete the manuscript by September, but what's this? It became late and late again, and at some point, it had become December. During even September, October, and November, I asked the editorial department if they could wait a bit longer, and on all such occasions, my editor waited patiently. I have no excuse for this delay that lasted for no less than 3 months. I can only feel apologetic towards the editor that is in charge of me. The last people who I wish to thank is, just like always, you readers. As I mentioned earlier, the manuscript for Volume 4 was postponed several times. Despite that, towards the readers who waited, picked this book up, and read all the way to this point, I can only say that I am sorry for the late release, and also that if you were able to have even the slightest bit of an enjoyable read, then it is a relief. Thank you. Just the thought of Volume 01 to Volume 04 of Dungeon Defense being placed in a row on one of my readers' bookshelf fills me with deep jovial thought. As much as how the days of commuting to an office will continue for me, I will endeavor to release the next volume faster than the previous ones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35, Volume 4. You Are Me. TL note, welcome to the start of Volume 4. This is possibly the shortest volume in the series, but that doesn't make it any less impressive than the other volumes. It was an amazing read-through with a lot of twists and revelations. There's actually a lot of bants in this volume, so look forward to those, since I'll be looking forward to translating those lines. This volume might actually take me longer to translate since the format is rather complex in places. Like how this entire prologue was in black pages in contrast to the white pages. Between each chapter, there'll be these black page segments, so I'll need to figure out how I'll portray this to you guys properly. I also didn't expect each image to stick right next to each other, so I had to manually put a space between each page. If I didn't, then you'd see these unnatural gaps in between the lines. By manually spacing it, you guys can tell where the page ends and where the next page starts. I'll make the next black page section a bit different and see how you guys like that. After that, I'll ask which format you guys prefer. I apologize to those of you who have the tendency of copying and pasting certain lines to threads or forums. Only the black page sections will be like this, so please bear with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36, Volume 5. TL note, please bear with the phone scans for now. I'll replace the illustrations with proper scans once I get my hands on them. From right to left, King's beloved concubine Lapis Lazuli, King's beloved sword Laura de Farnese, King's beloved slave Humbaba. Top right, Dantalian Familia. The other illustrations will be posted here once the chapter which they appear in has been translated and posted on my site. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37, Volume 5. Be driven by avarice. Lives solely through avarice. Prologue. Blood relative killer, Imperial Princess of the Empire, Elizabeth von Habsburg. Empire calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 10. Pauls, Bruno Plains, Army of the Crusaders. The night became cold once the spring rain had abated. Puddles of water that were left behind by the rain were scattered here and there throughout the camp and were slowly drying. I see that water dries well even during the night. Ever since that day I played black and white flags against Demon Lord Dantalian, I have picked up the habit of carefully listening to the sound of nothing. If you inadvertently listen to these nothings, then you will come to realize that those nothings are actually beating as something. It was night. The candlelight wavered firmly as it burned my body, and while it wavered, it also shed light on the words that I had held in my hand. Month 4, Day 10. Late evening. Enemy camp. In the middle of holding an ancestral rite, a purge was carried out. Although it felt as if an internal strife was about to occur, it was quickly quelled. It can be assumed that Demon Lord Barbados and Demon Lord Paimon are behind this. The surveillance is strict. It was a note that was torn into a smaller piece of paper because the writer could only write a few lines. This spy had pressed down on a shard of graphite in order to write this, but considering how the letters were jagged, it is clear that this was not written on top of a flat surface. I could feel this spy's desperate loyalty from these ruggedly written words. I see that this is a secret message that was sent after being hastily written. Beautiful. Several crows were obediently lowering their bodies on top of my desk. Demonkind treated crows auspiciously, so they did not hunt them down carelessly. I had planted spies deeply into the shadows of the things that the enemy treated with caution. I removed another note from the ankle of a different crow and spread it out before me. Month 4, Day 10. Evening. A disturbance occurred amidst the enemy forces. As demon lords took the lives of other demon lords, the enemy forces were split into several parts. While they split apart, mixed together, and struck back, the enemy general, Laura de Farnese, performed. It is chaotic. It is difficult to conjecture more from what can be seen. The words were neat and straight. It was a report that was written leisurely. I carefully peered at the sight of the note being dyed yellow as the candlelight continued to burn. I opened my mouth and spoke to my headmaid. Julia. Yes, Your Highness. Do you know when I became aware of the destiny of an emperor? How could this one dare speak about the duty of an emperor? It was when I was little. The headmaid bowed deeply. The headmaid was a girl who would quietly keep me company even when I would pass the time talking to myself. To this child, that was her duty as my loyal subject. Evening after evening, every corner of the imperial palace would be radiant due to the abundant number of candlelights. As I thawed my body, I would become curious about something as I stared at a candle that was lighting up a corner. Why, if you go to look at the candles that should have melted the day before, you will see that, on the day after, all of the candles would have recovered completely and be burning once more. My young self was in awe. So they resurrect. Every night, the candles resurrect in order to brighten the next approaching night. But as I unfolded the news that the crows had brought from several distances away one note at a time, I continued my story. That was what I had regarded as evidence of God's descent. Because I was in both awe and astonishment, be it my tutor or my elder brother, I had told everyone about it. Impious fellows would go around clamoring that God did not exist, but that was merely the foolish mumblings of the people who have only lived during the day. God is a very shy individual, so he only wanders around the palace at night. No one believed me. If anything, they jeered at me. Thus I decided to confirm it. It was night. I snuck out of my bedroom and hid in a hallway where many candles had melted. My heart was pounding because of the thought that I was about to bear witness to the sight of God roaming around at night. Even the attendants had gone to sleep, so while the palace was silent, the sounds of the guards' footsteps, the sound of an old soldier coughing up phlegm, and the whir of the wind, these nothings remained quiet as they continued to be nothing. It was when I was little. The sounds of the guards' footsteps were simply a clamor of steps within the halls, and as the sound of coughing up phlegm was a noise that ominously shook the air, the whir of the wind was the sound of time being wasted tediously. I had yet to learn how to carefully listen to these nothings. During that season where nearly everything was nothing, my heart pounded furiously at the thought of seeing God, and at that time, the entire world was playing a variation of the tune which came from my beating heart. How long did I have to wait? Someone approached the candlelit hall. The footsteps were much too normal for them to be called the footsteps of God. The person's form was also much too pitiable for it to be called the appearance of God. Regardless, before the man had drawn closer to the candles, I still believed that he was God. I simply thought that God was magnanimous enough to be comfortable with even normal and pitiable things. Soon after, once I witnessed God extinguish the dying ember of a candle, replace the melted candle with a new one, and set the new candle ablaze, I came to a realization that that wasn't God. He was just a normal attendant. He was simply a pitiable human. Before I knew it, I was ruminating over the past with my eyes closed. Julia. That night was quite dreary. What I had seen was a normal and pitiable attendant on night duty, but what I had done was conjecture something more than what could be seen. The candles did not resurrect. They were merely replaced. Since the candles were replaced every day, it is clear that there was someone who made those candles every day. Since there was a person who made a living by solely making candles every day, it is also indisputable that there was another person who cultivated, harvested, and handed that candle maker their food. I was not aware that those jobs were a major part of the Crown Land. I have never seen the artisan who made a living by making candles. I have never seen the farmers, and I have never seen the blacksmiths who made those farmers their farming equipment. However, as the candle was replaced right before my eyes and shining brightly similar to how the burning candlelight was clear and certain, the subjects that I couldn't see with my eyes were also clear and certain. The people existed. From that point forth, every world shone as lights in my eyes. People and people were just connected over flames and flames. I only learned what that clear and evidently burning candlelight was called later on. Do you understand, Julia? On that day, I lost God and gained a nation. I opened my eyes. Once my eyes were open, I turned to look at the maids. The monarch which you all serve does not believe in the resurrection of God. I am not religious. If I were to have a doctrine, then it would simply be the doctrine of a candlelight. My creed would be for the candlelight to protect the night perennially, without end. As I look into my candlelight, I unravel and fathom the people from a distance. Do you all consider me to be blasphemous? Julia knelt down and the other maids followed suit by lowering themselves. We humble servants have always been in awe of your highness. Although I may have many duties as an emperor, once you have conjectured more from what can be seen, that is when it can be finally established. I shall ask you this. Do you all believe in my perception? Please command us. We shall obey. I nodded. Summon the commanders. Since it is the middle of the night, you will have to wake them up with caution. If they ask why they are being called, then tell them to bring their weapons. If they ask for a deeper cause, then inform them that the imperial princess has forbidden you from answering any more questions. Should we summon all of them? Yes. The commanders had all gathered by the time it took for a candle to melt by half of a handbreadth. The night was chilly because the spring rain had receded. Because they did not know the reason why they were gathered during the night, the lips of the commanders were dry. I gave a command. I heard that a wicked booklet has been circulating within our forces. They say that the speech of the enemy general was copied down and is being passed around among the common soldiers, nurturing traitorous thoughts within their minds. If these traitorous thoughts grow, then will they not eventually become a rebellion? It is said that a nation is a giant tree where the roots are placed within the hearts of the people. Do you all not think that the roots would become firm if you remove the weed before they can cause corrosion? Commanders, heed my words. Yes, Your Highness. With my concern for those roots as the cause, I command you. I shall allow you all to take a leave of absence tonight. Utilize the subordinates who you believe are trustworthy and raid every single tent. Turn them inside out. If you find one of these booklets within a tent, then execute every single soldier that was assigned to that tent. Do not take their lives while causing an uproar. You must not allow the farmers to needlessly sing as you pull out the weed. Behead them. The commanders lowered their bodies to the ground. All of them? All of them. It was night. There were flames billowing here and there throughout the military encampment, brightening the dark night. There was a decapitated corpse submerged within each puddle of water which the moisture of the spring rain had left behind. The soldier who was raising his voice in order to claim that he was innocent was beheaded in the middle of his assertion. His head fell into a mire and muddy water flowed into his gaping maw. The surface level of the puddle shrank accordingly to the amount of muddy water the mouth of the corpse had swallowed. Like so, the puddles all around dried up completely. I see that water dries well even during the night. O goddess of all who resides in the clearest of skies, please do not toss away these deeply sinful children even if they arrive at your doorsteps, and simply look after them with mercy and tolerance. We shall bury their earthly corpses, so, O goddess of all, please reap their heavenly spirits. Although we know how to bury the dead, we do not know how to bury their souls, so we can only look up at you, O goddess of all, for your wisdom. Priests chanted reclusively as they roamed around the camp. Because a saintess who claimed to be from the temple of Artemis was leading the hymn of the faithfully departed, the commanders apathetically left the group of apostles alone. As expected, I had no reason to obstruct the hearts of the priests who wished to soothe the spirits with their hymn. I passed the note that was written by the second spy to my headmaid. Julia. The person who had written this is a traitor who has submitted to the side of demonkind. Pardon. As the day was chaotic, how was this individual able to find the time to write down their words so neat and properly? A disturbance had occurred and this person should have also been caught up in that disturbance, but as you can see, they had tipped off the people above them and obtained the time to leisurely write their report. Attach a separate spy on this person. Kill them before half a month can pass. The head maid bowed. As you command. I turned my head and gazed out towards the other side of the Bruno Plains. It was deep into the night so the enemy encampment could not be seen. Although the enemy encampment was not visible, solely the outline of the tower of human skulls which the demons had piled up towards the sky could be vaguely seen under the moonlight. Laura Farnese must be performing there. I see that the child who was nothing had barely become something after being taken in by Dantalion. Therefore, the child was performing for Dantalion who had molded her into something. In the end, can that be beautiful? Even a life that is completely dependent on someone else. Even that. As I listened to the sound of flames flowing through the night, I pondered that thought. TL note, thanks for reading the chapter. This prologue was rather difficult to translate, partially due to me still being sick and also because Elizabeth is often vague with her words and uses a lot of metaphors. So yeah, this prologue may be confusing for some of you guys. In any case, similar to Volume 4, I don't plan to split the chapters for Volume 5 into parts. The chapters are all 15k plus words. The chapters are quite long, longer than the ones in Volume 4, but I prefer a more coherent reading experience. I may make exceptions if some real-life problem occurs down the road, but I'll make a post about it if that does happen. I can't give an accurate estimate on how long it'll take me to translate Chapter 1 since I have such a chaotic schedule this month, but I'll do my best. I'm free from public service on the 20th, so my chaotic schedule should vanish at that point. You can check for progress updates in the hashtag announcement channel of my Discord server. P.S. welcomed the return of DD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Volume 5. Chapter 1, Darkness. I do not have a religion. My father scoffed at religion. He has always been a man who would scoff at things frequently. To my father, religion was opium for the weak and, by extension, a factory that created weak people. My father wanted his household to be a hunting ground that raised the strong. Even a gap where opium could be planted was not allowed in his household. My father had once sat at the dining table and said this: "The trend of religion has passed. To be a little more exact, even now, the trend is in the middle of withering away." It was obvious what my father wanted from his children. He wanted us to grow up into beasts that could rip through anything. Religion was the easiest livestock to rip the flesh off of. My father's scoffing was easily passed down onto us. At that time, besides us, our mothers were also seated at the dining room table, but there was one among them who was religious. From what I can remember, she was from a family that had very strict religious traditions. Nevertheless, I have never seen her give a retort to my father's jeers. She would simply pray by herself for 5 seconds before every meal. By doing so, she would narrowly overlook the various responses. My father would end up smiling bitterly before saying, "Well, it can't be helped." At those times, his tone would nearly sound as if he were simply allowing his silly lover to have her few seconds of freedom. She behaved like a heretic with deep sins. She didn't raise her voice when memorizing scriptures, nor did she meet up with other believers in private. No, she didn't even preach to her own child about religious doctrines. A silent tribute before a meal. 5 seconds. It felt as if that was all there was to her faith. The time I witnessed the sight of her praying was almost close to a coincidence. Looking back at it now, I'm uncertain whether that was actually a prayer or not. Every once in a while, trivially peculiar things happen to me. During those times, I have trivially peculiar thoughts. This story is like that as well. I had shut myself in the study on that day. I had done so because the mothers were occupying the living room and having a large quarrel. They were so loud that the sound of the argument between mothers had even seeped through the door crevice of the study. This is my home. My and that person's home. How dare you uneducated people thoughtlessly set foot? If someone here is going to leave, then it should be you. It's all your fault after all. Last time and this time as well, all of it. Please, if we think before we speak, then. Arguments like this occurred at the drop of a hat. There was nothing significant about it. No matter how loud their dispute on whether I'm the whore or she's the whore got, the mothers were consistent when it came to turning a blind eye to what was actually the most important conclusion, in other words, the fact that it was my father who was the worst motherfucker in the universe. At the very least, it was like that when they fought among themselves. In this house, as my father was like an inviolable existence, to them, everyone excluding themselves was a whore. In that moment, someone had run into the study. It was her. She must have been struck by someone as her lips were bleeding. Soon after, something bewildering occurred. The moment she and I made eye contact, she burst into tears. I calmly comforted her and stroked her shoulder. I wonder how much time passed. She grasped my hand and wept. Forgive your mothers. Forgive your father. Forgive us. Every day, ah. Truly, I repent my sins every day truly. It felt as if I had been slapped since my head went blank. She continued to mutter while keeping her head lowered. Please forgive us. As I shall repent my sins, please take pity on the sins which I could not repent. Please forgive us. The person who she was pleading for forgiveness from was most likely not me. She wasn't crying to me, but to her God after all. At a glance, it felt as if she had succeeded. As her cries traveled an incredible distance when she wept, it almost sounded as if it were not here. How desperate her voice was. It was to an extent that it nearly fooled even me. If she had not shed her tears on me, if her tears had not stained my clothes, then there was a chance that I might have actually believed that God had heard her cries. At the very most, the only place where her tears could drench was my clothes. The only place that would willingly be drenched by her tears was also my clothes. I then understood that this was the problem of everything. I comforted her for a long time before sending her back out of the study. I sat down on a chair and fell into deep thought. Who could forgive that person's sins? She had cried to God. Or maybe she had cried towards her entire life. However, as I am not a God, it was not her entire life even more. No matter who it was. What can anyone do for her? Who can declare the innocence of a human? The place outside of the door was still dreary with the sound of fighting. Last time as well, because we had done everything the way you wanted. No, it's because you were so needlessly persistent. Please, if you're going to fight, then do it outside. I picked up the book that I was reading earlier. The words were not registering in my eyes. Only sound. As it was the sound of fighting that had started before I was born and will be the sound of fighting that will continue even after my father's death, this continued to echo in my head. Even the cry that had been burying itself into my clothes a second ago was mixed in over there. The sound of crying and the sound of voices feasted upon each other and disgorged one another. I felt dizzy. There were only a few words that reached my ear and could be heard distinctly. All your. No, you. Please. That was it. The musical melody of Beethoven, which I had turned on, was flowing through the study. From darkness to light, this was supposedly a quote from Beethoven. I did not know how many gaps I had to cross, nor did I know how many the gaps had to be in order for my life to become a single melody. This was what I was simply unaware of. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 10. Paul's, Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance. Sinner Dantalian, listen. My trial was carried out in a simple fashion. It happened late in the night. Once the afternoon sun shone down on the season where the spring rain had just ended, the world became humid. That humidity continued on even into the evening. As I was still seated inside of the prison, I received the steam that was wandering somewhere between the late spring and early summer with my bare skin. According to the judge. A few days ago, you had basked in the glory of being selected as the representative to give the speech of the Crescent Alliance to announce the start of war. You, however, had dared to nominate the lowly blood of a human and, as a result, you had disgraced your blood allies. Although you are the representative of all of demonkind, since the one you had chosen to act in your place was a human, at the very least, you have thrown away your obligations, and at most, you have sullied the customs of demonkind. Your sin is tremendous. Is what I had done. I don't know if my sin is tremendous or not, but the only thought that was going through my head was that the camp was tremendously noisy even during the night. The purge was currently in a present progressive form. Although the demon lords who were revealed as traitors were all beheaded, there were still soldiers who were loyal to those decapitated heads, so a slaughter of the highest acclaim was occurring at the bottom of the hill. Farnese was still performing there. The performance that had started late in the evening did not stop even when a quarter of a day had passed. It happened late in the night. In the center of where soldiers were killing soldiers and soldiers were being killed by soldiers, Farnese's fingers flew across the piano keys as she relied on the torches that were lighting various areas of the camp. The witches were convoying my trial from a distance and muttering to each other. Seriously, if she's going to keep that up, then how long does Miss General intend to perform? I don't know. A lot of stuff must have piled up in her mind as she lived her life. If she can release her large amount of stress by doing that, then it'd be a relief. Do you think I asked that question because I didn't know that? I asked that because her song is shady. From a good perspective, it's a song overflowing with madness, and from a bad perspective, it's just a crazy song. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that our general is a slightly crazy bitch. You're hearing it like that because your knowledge of art is exceedingly lacking. Even if the things you're lacking in isn't just one or two things, among those things, you're overwhelmingly lacking in your knowledge of art. Similar to how only humans appear in the eyes of humans, only crazy bitches appear in the eyes of crazy bitches, so the phenomenon where General Farnese appears like a crazy bitch to you just proves the fact that you're a crazy bitch. Wow. I was really fucking logical just now. Aha. Do you want to be fucking logically beat up? If you want to prove me wrong, then try composing a decent song yourself. Alright. I'll start composing right away. You provoked me. For starters, once you play my song, then those corpses that died over there will spring up and start dancing, and even Master Dantalian's penis will stand up and dance fancifully. Just you wait. I wonder if it's because the witches were rattling on endlessly. The judge's expression changed into a frown. Similarly, the demon soldiers the judge had brought also had quite the bad complexion. The witches were no different to outcasts. It must be unpleasant. Although it should be my role as their master to stop them, who cares? I left them alone. Because the girl who came here as the judge was a bit annoying. Ha! In the end, the judge stopped reading out my sentencing and let out a sigh. It'd be nice if you listened to me a bit seriously. This isn't someone else's sentencing but yours, Skinny Bones. No matter how much this may be just for the sake of formality, goofing off so blatantly like that is going too far, isn't it? The judge was none other than Demon Lord Citri. Paymon's close aide, the girl who had at one point tried to poison me to death, was reading my crime to me. Citri's expression would become vague when she rebuked me for my wrongdoing, but it felt like that was because she herself knew that she had nothing to be ashamed about. If that weren't the case, then she's a fucking bastard. The problem was the issue regarding whether Citri was a fucking bastard or a fucking bitch. I have no idea what you may be talking about, Your Honor. I am already focused. In truth, I am so focused that it almost feels as if I cannot be any more focused than this. I am so concentrated that if I were to be any more concentrated than this, then, on the contrary, I would no longer be able to concentrate. Yeah, so that's why you're fervently staring at my crotch even now? It is a territory that deserves to be academically researched. You mean a territory that deserves to be pervertedly indulged in, you pervert. Rank 12, Demon Lord Citri was a hermaphrodite. This meant that she possessed both a nise and vagina at the same time, but a king can't possibly utter such vulgar words like simultaneous possessor of a nise and a vagina, so I am making do by elegantly referring to her as a hermaphrodite. I am a gentleman who knows courtesy after all. How is it like, Your Highness Citri? Is there a difference between the pleasure you bask in when using your male genitalia and the bliss you experience when using your female genitalia? Although I have heard many times before that the pleasure which the female genitalia experience is much greater than its male counterpart, there is not much to that statement if I am not provided proof. there is a possibility that the type of sexual pleasure itself is different. Since the sensation of being rammed and doing the ramming are completely different, the very act of ruthlessly lumping those two together and calling it sexual pleasure may possibly be mistaken. If that is the case, then it would be an issue of preference. Your Highness Citri. Your respectable honor. It may be presumptuous of me to ask, but between being rammed and doing the ramming, which act is more to your taste, your honor? Yup, you pervert. You're already perverted, and not only are you perverted to the point that it feels as if you cannot be any more perverted than this, you're so perverted that if you somehow do become more perverted than this, then at that point, you'd have already stopped being a pervert and have become something else. This was a ridiculous slander. Honestly speaking, I was slightly shocked. Even if this man, in short, this person who could either be a fucking bitch or a fucking bastard, this demon lord who I have yet to determine if they're a fucking bastard or a fucking bitch, so, in short, I'll refer to them as Schrodinger's fuck, even if she was simply reading straight from the untampered manuscript which was written by both Barbados and Paimon. If you consider her statement just now, it was dubious as to whether she was actually maintaining neutrality as the judge or not. To be honest, it was also doubtful as to whether there were enough brain cells stored inside that skull or not. However, this might be a bit of a rude suspicion to have. Whenever I find myself in a situation where it is difficult to tell whether the opposition in front of me has brain cells or not, I was on the side of believing that they did. I am still a gentleman who knows courtesy after all. That is certainly true. Our master Dantalian is indeed a perverted pervert. Yup. Our master and the word pervert are so closely connected to one another that it's quite difficult to claim that he isn't a pervert. Not only is it incredibly difficult to do, but if you deny the fact that our master is a pervert, then it'd feel like you're denying our master's very being. In other words, this means that Master Dantalian's very essence is perverted. Ah. I was really fucking logical just now. How strange. It seems logic has changed without my knowledge. By the way, what are you scribbling on that parchment? How dare you do something else even though we're discussing the fact that our master is a pervert? I'm writing a song. What's so new about the fact that Master Dantalian is a pervert that you girls need to babble about it? If anything, you all might as well babble about the fact that the sun will also rise in the morning tomorrow and also set at night tomorrow, since that will at least bestow upon all of your lacking sense of culture a smidgen of new knowledge. More importantly, in order to prove my knowledge of art, I'm in the middle of composing an amazing song, a song that humanity has never heard of thus far and never will in the future. I wonder about that. From what I can tell, I feel like your statement just now is actually the bullshit that humanity has never heard of thus far and never will in the future. Now that I think about it, I heard a rumor that Master Dantalian slept with General Farnese. What? What was that? What did you say? What do-re-mi did you say? Beautiful. A magnificent chorus. Good. If we add our ensemble to the general's performance, then it'll make it even better. It's only right for crazy bitches to sing for a song played by a crazy bitch. Sing, you bitches. Dance, you bitches. Let us hold our own Walpurgis night by ourselves. What did you say, la tifa me redo? Damn it, that's a bit too much. You went too far. The chorus ended up coming to a halt as soon as it had begun because of some psychotic bitch. This is why singing with crazy bitches is quite the difficult task. They're quite the crazy bitches after all. Wait a second. If that rumor is true, then why doesn't Master even look our way even though he slept with the general? Though I shouldn't be the one to talk, from our and the general's appearances, our ages don't look that far apart, right? To be honest, we're pretty much the same. We're similarly young. Why am I hearing this rumor about our master sleeping with General Farnese for the first time? That can be answered with a very simple response. Because it's a rumor that I made up just now. This fucking bitch? So what were we talking about, We were talking about Master Dantalion being a pervert. We were talking about how Master Dantalion slept with the general just now. Dear Lord. Is that true? Really, Master? You can't live like such a pervert. A person should live with some courtesy. And my witches were fellows who had shoved something like courtesy into a food waste disposal bin. These damned girls. These sluts who wouldn't even be satisfying to chew to death. Russell. It was at the instant that the commander whom Citri had brought pulled out his sword. The witches who were chatting and cackling among themselves raised their staffs and aimed them at the throats of the soldiers. It was night. Shadows that were clearly not cast by the night wrapped around the necks of the soldiers like octopus tentacles. They wickedly flicked around as if they could lick the necks of the soldiers and deprive them of their lives at any moment. The commander gulped. In the distance, although the slaughter under the pretext of purging was still noisy and the song that Farnese was performing was also prominent, this place, because this hill where my prison cell was located was like the eye of the storm placed at the very center of all the clamor, the sound of someone gulping was bleak. Yeah? Well. What? The witches tilted their heads. The angle and speed with which the witches had tilted their heads were identical. While obliquely tilting their heads at the same speed and angle, the witches smiled gaily. Is it your first time seeing crazy bitches? Sir. You. Mister. I don't think this is our first meeting. I remember seeing your face somewhere. Where was it? Ah ha ha. Where did I witness this punk's face? Aha, the witch then uttered. Yadvingian Plains. The assembly area of the Crescent Alliance. That's right. That's when I saw you. That's when you showed your face, while moving those trivial eyes. While wagging that dirty mouth. Yup. I saw you then. What did you prattle on about at that time? My dear comrades, my beloved ladies. Do you remember? I remember. I remember. I remember well. His Highness Dantalion was leading the troops and passing through the humble encampment, but they obstructed our path. They threw snowballs at us. It was piles of snow that were smeared in mud. We had no other choice but to protect His Highness with our lowly bodies. We didn't even hope that someone would wipe our bodies, but His Highness personally wiped our clothes clean. The witches giggled in a low tone. Their laughter easily seeped into the low air of the night sky. The laughter flowing from the witches was uniquely light. I believe that was the case because they had thrown away their lives somewhere. As their proof for having thrown it away somewhere, the witches cackled as they pulled up something that had happened a fair while ago. For your honor's mistress to be an outcast, general to be a human, and royal bodyguards to be witches, your honor's good faith impales the sky. Indeed, it's befitting of the king of peasants. You must be very fortunate to be so popular with women, your honor. Please teach the people how to bed lowly harlots and spread the information throughout the world. Does your honor plan to cut us lowly subjects down? That's fine. Since your honor had stabbed the throat of His Highness Andromalius in order to save the life of a succubus whore, then killing dozens or hundreds of us lowly subjects for the sake of those witches should also be possible, right? Please step over our corpses with your honor's grace. Although it was something that had happened a fairly long time ago, the witches remembered it well as it was not something that had occurred quite a long time ago. Each witch took a roll and they recited to each other the lines which the soldiers had uttered on that day. As they continued to recite the lines, the shadows that were digging into the necks of the soldiers dug in further. The sound of gulping resonated here and there. Master? Our master. These fellows took out their swords first, so how should they be tortured? I nodded. How unsightly. But how can they be used if they are killed just because they are unsightly? Then what should be done? Kill only one. Blood scattered. Dot. Dot. It happened late in the night. The front of the spring rain had battered the Habsburg Empire, and it wasn't until 3 or 4 days ago that the rain had departed a bit towards the south. The rain clouds had sprayed an abundant supply of water on the ground, elusively proving its legacy. On the horizon of the Bruno Plains, only the puddles of water heading south were infinite. When the numerous torches spread throughout the encampment shines on those surfaces of water, it becomes beautiful as the puddles become radiant. At the bottom of the hill, in that nirvana that was half water and half dirt, unknown soldiers were shouting fiercely. Although I could not see the soldiers, the torches displayed their shadows, and those shadows shouted with their black maws. Kill the traitors. Dot. The legs of the shadows were buried up to their calves in each pool of muddy water. Within the vicinity of their buried calves, as one might suspect, the mouth of some unknown corpse was submerged. The mouths could not possibly drink all of the muddy water. Be that as it may, they could not disgorge the water either. They were merely submerged underneath the surface of the water. They merely sank as if they were in a swamp. Muddy water entered the open mouths of the corpses, and the surface levels of the pools shrunk according to the extent of those mouths. It felt as if that was the corpses' way of digging their own graves. It was a gravesite all around. In the center of the land that was filled with graves in every direction, Farnese continued to perform her song. The night sky overshadowed the world, making it seem as if everything was wrapped in black vinyl. On that surface, Farnese's performance became gloss and simmered. In each spot that the starlight shone down upon, the girl's performance crawled up like a snake's tongue and licked the lower parts of the starlight. Thus, as the spewed-up clamorous cries from the shadows formed a low key and Farnese's escalating sound formed a major key, the already dead corpses occasionally sunk down to the bottom as silence, resulting in music resonating throughout the land that was filled with graves. Kill them! The shadows shouted. Or perhaps, their mouths did. Farnese performed. Or perhaps, her fingers did. Slaughter them. Perhaps the eyes being black with rage would be preferable. While the corpses were stepped on along with the mud and the mud rotted away along with the corpses, eyes that were useless no matter what they looked at, maws that could not be quenched no matter what they drank, and fingers that did not particularly matter regardless of what they pointed at. As they pointed at those unpardonable traitors. The sound itself was shouting. As a result of using Farnese as my proxy to spread poison throughout the world, they were shouting while gaping their mouths wide open, and the corpses passed away with their maws stuck in the ground. As the torches illuminated brightly due to that sound, clamor, and silence when they become a single shadow and swell, at that time, my life knew nearly no bounds. All of that was the state of enlightenment which I had brought about during the single week I was in prison. Victory was nice. Furthermore, it was occasionally beautiful. That, after breaking the long silence, Citri spoke. Was a subordinate I cherished quite a bit. Is that so? This is unfortunate. I turned my head with difficulty after staring at that nirvana for a while. Turning my head was quite the strenuous task. If I had gazed at it any longer, then I might have completely forgotten the fact that I was still imprisoned. They had died because they ended up serving a bad lord after all. The thing which I gazed at instead of the nirvana was a demon lord's feverless face. Citri, the demon lord of the mountain faction who was much superior to me in terms of position as she was ranked 12th, was staring blankly at me. Her eyes were telling me that she wished for nothing more than to be able to twist the neck of the cocky male who was sitting before her. She was so fearsome that I almost involuntarily apologized to her. I am serious. If she had glared at me a bit more seriously, then I might have even forgotten the fact that she had once tried to poison me to death. It is always another person's rage that drags someone who is trying to slightly prolong their stay in nirvana back to reality. I slowly opened my mouth. I am aware as to why Your Honor of all people has come here after having been assigned the duty as a judge. Yes, I know. Her Excellency Barbados and Her Highness Paimon are most likely currently at their busiest. The two of them most likely wish for me to be trialed in a way where I had not been confined for even a single day. My imprisonment is evidence of their dispute. As long as the Plains faction and the Mountain faction are now allied, there is a need for the vestiges of my imprisonment to quickly be erased. The current Crescent Alliance is in quite the precarious situation after all. No, shall I be a bit more honest? I chuckled slightly. This is not the only time it has been like this. The Crescent Alliance has always been in the state of being on the edge. Instead of being sacred, the Crescent Alliance has been barbaric, and instead of being blood allies through the meaning of shedding blood and tears while fighting together in order to face a common enemy, it is blood allies through the meaning of making your own allies shed some blood. Am I being too crude? Have I gone too far? I apologize. Nevertheless, Your Excellency Citri, it is already a Crescent Alliance where 7 traitors were brought to light. From the start, half of the Demon Lords did not even participate in the Crescent Alliance. They have positioned themselves way back in the rear, and the sole thing they are praying for is our failure. This one is asking this out of pure curiosity, but is now the right time to be heavily discussing sanctity and celestialness. The Demon Lord allied forces as of late have become weaker than ever. Demon Lord Belial died after having his face peeled off by Elizabeth, the Imperial Princess. Several Demon Lords whom I have never met before have either died in battle or were chased out of their castles. Adding to that, although their being traitors was a given, it turned out to be 7 Demon Lords. The sacrifice was immense. The human alliance before us was in good condition. The area behind our backs was swarming with traitors, traitors to our kind. On that list of traitors to our kind, there was even the rank 1st Demon Lord, Baal. Special countermeasures were necessary. We must group together more firmly than ever before. Until we have tortured the swines that are living idly in the backline, the plains and the mountain ranges are a single world. We must make haste and withdraw to the inner parts of the mountains, but there is no operation more difficult than withdrawing while already being torn to tatters. Even if the two parties have wronged each other, they must forgive one another. Only then can trust finally be established. So, what are you trying to tell me? It is simple, Your Highness. I spoke. If you had made an attempt at a whimsical ally's life by poisoning them, then what I am trying to say is that you must start off by lowering your head and giving an apology. How could you be discussing this one's sins with such a brazen look on your royal countenance? Citri shut her mouth. A long period of time passed before she opened her smooth lips. I do? Yes. To you, Skinny Bones? Yes. I'm the Demon Lord of the 12th rank and 2nd in command of the Mountain faction. I have exclusive possession of Big Sis Paimon's affection. I am aware. I know that you are fanatical about Paimon. You're nothing more than rank 71st, and not only have you made a half-breed your fiancé, but you made a human your acting general. If I were to punish you the usual way, then you would have died twice over. You want me to apologize despite that? Apologize despite that. I spoke. Similar to the time in the past when Her Highness Paimon wept as she apologized in the council chamber of Nibelheim despite being the head of the greatest faction in the demon continent, but... Or is Your Excellency's head heavier than Her Highness Paimon's? The silence continued. Blood flowed on the ground where the torch was illuminating. The neck of the beheaded corpse was completely gone as if it had simply been deleted, making it appear as if it were never there to begin with. As the blood flowed and soaked Citri's feet, it went by the way of her toes and flowed between the bars before pushing its way to where I was seated and pooled underneath me. I was asking her if she was prepared to stand in the same pool of blood as me. Skinny Bones. Yes? You look quite smart, so you should know already by now. I don't particularly think what I did to you was bad. I don't feel sorry either. I am aware. The Mountain faction and the Plains faction will most likely have to start cooperating from now on. At that time, you'll become quite important. Your Barbados sex friend and someone Big Sis Paimon reveres after all. Regardless, my instincts are telling me something. Skinny bones, no matter where or how I look at you, you're nothing more than a slaughterer who's simply mad for authority. It's to the point that I don't want to know why Big Sis Paimon regards you highly. My word. A slaughterer? I laughed. I did so louder than earlier. It wasn't just me. The witches around me had started to giggle as well. Although we all had different throats, the laughter that came out from them easily mixed together. When the laughter blended together, the shadows shown by the torches also danced promiscuously. Citri was vacantly staring at the sight of us having intercourse with our voices and shadows. This is, well. Ehem. That is quite. Dear me. It is rather difficult to assure you that I am not that sort of personage. Oh, your respectable honor. I had heard from the rumors that you are an individual who was interested in nothing but martial arts, but it appears you have outstanding observation skills as well. Yup. I know a lot of the things that you don't know. Citri spoke. Even if I apologize to you, I can't do it sincerely. No, I won't apologize sincerely. Ever. Do you want to receive my apology despite that? Pardon? I apologize, but I have absolutely no interest in Your Excellency's sincerity. Did Your Excellency perhaps think that if you apologized sincerely that I would sincerely forgive you? Oh dear. The witches laughed. Your Excellency. Please think about it cordially. If Your Highness sincerely apologizes to this one, then would this one not have to also sincerely forgive Your Highness? How troublesome is that? I am already suffering due to the threats on my life, but do I now have to even pretend to be sincere? If we warmly apologize and forgive one another, then would the world become beautiful? That beautiful world would be for Your Highness, but would it be for me? That is not the type of apology which I am requesting. I am ashamed to say this, but I do not have even the slightest intention to sincerely forgive Your Highness. Whether there is sincerity in the apology or not, that does not change the fact that Your Highness had made an attempt at my life. Then, get on your knees. Kneel. Lower your head. Bow. Utter the words of apology. Endure the ridicule and bear with the indignity. Accept defeat as defeat. Promise me that Your Highness will no longer attack me for a preposterous reason ever again. Apologize, endure, bear, accept, and promise. And in return, despite being aware of the fact that Your Highness is not being sincere, I will forgive Your Highness. I will forgive you. You who had casually tried to kill me. I shall believe Your Highness' promise. Of course, my wariness will not disappear, but why would that matter? Promises are bound to last long if they are bound together with sound suspicion rather than groundless trust. Traditionally, this much must be done in order for one to utter I did well winning and beautifully bask in the victory. How humiliating it is when you have to apologize no matter what even though you do not mean it. Furthermore, how delightful it is to watch the humiliation of a failure. As that is what apologies essentially are, it had to be like that. It was only appropriate for the one who was being forgiven to be disgraced and the one who was doing the forgiving to be jovial. Regardless of whether they knew that or not, the witches held their sides with laughter after hearing my words. Yup, master is master really is, yup. Crazy. Insane. Mental. Overall, he's our master. He's crazy and crazy that he's crazy for 3 generations and 33 generations. How lovely. How adorable. How pretty. With what confidence is his greater being so cute? It feels like even if he licks, covets, rams, or violates, he'll be declared innocent if he goes to trial. Yup. I was perfectly logical just now. You're a perverted bitch who's logical. I acknowledge the verdict. But it can't be helped since he's a eunuch. Yeah, since he's a eunuch with single-minded devotion to his attendant, Miss Lazuli. Finally Phineas Thierished. But? You bitch? Damn it, I can't win with Shiritori. They're crazy bitches after all. TL note, Shiritori is a game where you say a word that begins with the final letter in the word that was said previously. So here it was dash dash. In any case, that was a surprise. What have you been scribbling on that parchment since earlier? Do you even know how important the conversation we're having right now is? For you to be doing something else even though we're discussing something this important, I can't believe it. I was composing a song? I had just now finished writing a masterpiece of the century? I had finished my preparation of making everyone piss themselves? Is there a problem? In any case, how important of a conversation was it that you're acting like that? I don't know. What were we in the middle of talking about? We were talking about our master being insane. We were talking about our master being a eunuch. Ha! What's so new about the fact that our master is insane and also a eunuch that you girls are not only babbling about it as if it were important, but also as if it were a situation that could be corrected or changed? More importantly, everyone, I have finally finished the masterpiece that will prove my knowledge of art. Ah ha ha. If you listen to this and aren't moved, then not only does that mean you are all lacking in culture, but it may also possibly prove that you all lack a brain. In that regard, you all must naturally listen to my song and be moved. Since no one has ever proved the existence of your brains until now, today, on this day, I shall prove the fact that a brain does indeed exist in your skulls. No. Once that was said, the witches went quiet. It wasn't a witch who had said no. It was Citri. Citri stared straight at me and said it again. No. As I thought, I can't apologize to you. I can't. Before quibbling over whether I can or not, yup, I don't want to. I don't want to apologize and I don't want to express my remorse. Why should I? Citri tilted her head slightly and smiled. Her grinning face looked so pure that it felt as if she were innocent since birth. Really, why should I? Accept defeat as defeat? Skinny Bones, you were only locked up for about a week, but have you already gone insane? I have never lost to you, Skinny Bones. Yeah. I tried to assassinate you. Big Sis Paimon has an unusual interest in you for some reason. But it's because of that very reason that I had tried to kill you. Me, Big Sis Close Aid. In any case, even if she has some interest in you. Citri tilted her head a bit more. In the end, the one who is precious to Big Sis isn't you but me. If the moment where Big Sis has to choose either you or me arrives, then she'll choose me, not you. Surely. She was not a bastard who lived without thinking, nor was she a bitch who lived without thinking. Ah, you over there. Before the short exchange could even fully happen, Citri swung her blade and slashed one of the witch's shoulders. Blood erupted. A cry erupted. Srrrrck. The blade part of Citri's weapon shrank down all on its own. It was a blade that could freely contract and extend. In my life before this, before I was brought to this world, I had seen that blade through my computer monitor. The connecting blade. Rank 12th, Demon Lord Citri's favorite sword. Citri beamed at the witch. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't record this. What? Did you plan to record everything and hand the recording over to Big Sis Paimon, like you did before? Thud. Citri approached the collapsed witch. The witch was flailing about on the ground and continuously groaning in pain. Citri put her hand inside the witch's clothes, and shortly after, she pulled out an artifact that resembled a pocket watch. Hook. Ha. Really, for you to use something like Memoria magic without permission? You can't do that. Dantalian, your witches have really bad habits. Is it perhaps because they weren't educated properly when they were young? A blue flame burned. It happened within Citri's palm. Once the pocket watch was engulfed in the flame, it burned easily. Without even leaving behind a metallic stain, the artifact had crumbled into small particles of ash and floated into the night sky. I won't kill her. It seems my subordinates were rude during a previous occasion after all. Okay. Can we call it even by saying that, by not having killed this witch just now, I had apologized for what I had done previously? Skinny Bones? This woman is declaring war against me. Are you truly sorry? The torches shined and revealed half of Citri's body. Once the torches became shrouded, half of Citri's body was buried in darkness. I am uncertain as to whether she was like that since birth or not. The color of Citri's hair half resembled fire and half resembled water. Her eyes were also captured half in light and half in darkness. My current appearance is most likely reflecting like that to Citri as well. I assumed that. While assuming, it will not be easy. I looked back at the conversation that I once had with Lapis in the past. It was back during the time when I thought that I would have to assassinate Paimon if need be. On that night where we had held a ballad on the Crescent Alliance expedition and led it to its approval, Lapis called Paimon that person and warned me. Citri is always by that person's side. Citri? The rank 12th Demon Lord. If one were to rank them by personal strength, then rank 2nd Agars is at the highest, rank 8th Barbatos is 2nd, and after that is Citri at 3rd. Since she follows that person like an elder sister and does not leave their side for even a moment, it will be difficult for an assassin to get through. Is that so? Is she a rabid dog that is always beaming like an idiot but bares her teeth solely for Paimon? My instincts were noisily raising an alarm in my head. I thought while putting away the alarm. As the head of the mountain faction, Paimon led the greatest faction in the demon continent for no less than 400 years. She raised the demon continent on the outside, while, in the background, she secretly established the Republic of Batavia at some out-of-the-way shoreline on the continent ruled by the humans. People have to use their own brain a fair amount even when just trying to maintain 2 households, but how extremely difficult must it be for a monarch to manage 2 nations? I am speaking from the heart, but while Demon Lord Paimon's popularity was virtuous, she had somewhat insufficient resources. A different person filled that lack of resources and assisted her. Paimon did not inform me that she had some other chancellor like that. The fact that she did not tell me despite it being something that did not need to be hidden, meant that even Paimon did not know she had a chancellor like that. I carefully examined the woman before me. It was this bastard. It was this person whom I didn't know whether to call them this bastard or this bitch, that was secretly assisting Paimon. Similar to how I indulged in disguising myself as a crazed debauchee by making Lapis my lover and pretended to be the world's stupidest man by making Farnese my acting general. This fellow, Demon Lord Citri, voluntarily became a hermaphrodite and habitually committed all sorts of perverted eccentricities. In order to plant a prejudice against herself into the people whom she meets and make them disregard her. Don't blare at me like that so much, Skinny Bones. I said I was sorry, alright? I apologized saying that I was sorry. Honestly, you plotted together with Barbatos and started this war, right? You did all sorts of terrible things. A lot of it. The mountain faction's shade. If Paimon was simply a woman who was trying to spread out the sunlight, then this rabid dog in front of me was a girl who only acted in the shade. At the lowest, the number of soldiers who had died because of you is in the thousands. Wow, just saying thousands is really on the other hand, I just simply tried to poison you alone. And yet, I'm saying sorry to you right now. I feel really conscientious. You'll forgive me, right? I answered. I shall forgive you. Yup, good. We've reconciled now, all right? Yes. Nonsense. Good. You forgave and I was forgiven. One person was hurt and one person was killed. Although it feels slightly unfavorable for me, well, since Skinny Bones is the rather inexperienced protege, I have no other choice but to overlook it as your senior. He. Then let's continue the trial. Citri took out the piece of parchment that had my sentencing written on it. While she was clearing her throat and getting ready to read, the witches were patching up their injured comrade. Citri soon began to speak. Sinner Dantalion, listen. A few days ago, you had basked in the glory of being selected as the representative to give the speech of the Crescent Alliance to announce the start of war. I'm going to read from the beginning, okay? What am I supposed to do when I forgot where I had left off because some cheeky bitches interrupted me? That's okay, right, skinny head whom some cheeky bitches call master? Of course. I vow. I shall make you kneel down to me. Okay. You, however, had dared to nominate the lowly blood of a human and, as a result, you had disgraced your blood allies. Although you are the representative of all of demonkind, since the one you had chosen to act in your place was a human, at the very least, you have thrown away your obligations, and at most, you have sullied the customs of demonkind. Your sin is tremendous. I shall make you bow. Sinner Dantalion, heed my words once more. The court has closely inspected your past, therefore, it has become clear that you had only committed your crime due to your own foolishness and not because you had borne any ill will towards the Crescent Alliance. Although you may have made a dirty member of humankind into your acting general, the person in question has massacred a countless number of her own kind. I shall make you apologize. The way of the world asks you whose blood has been passed down to you. However, the customs of the battlefield ask you who you had shed your blood for. Thus, even if the blood one was born with is different in the Crescent Alliance, we are blood allies because that blood flows towards the same place. As your humble-blooded subordinate, after having inherited the blood of that lowly race, has served us by adding another vein to our blood allies, is that not also praiseworthy? You will have to endure indignity. The people of the past once said that dispensing justice and achieving victory cannot be one and the same. However, the council has judged that this is a battlefield. How could one possibly differentiate justice and victory as separate entities in a battlefield? Achieving victory in a war is always as valuable as justice. That is the custom of the battlefield. It would only be appropriate if the broadness of the nature of your crime is counterbalanced by the steepness of your meritorious service in war. That too is the law of the battlefield. You will also have to bear with the humiliation. When one must first consider the urgency of the battlefield before the way of the world, that is called mercy. If one must rely on mercy while granting amnesty to a sinner, that is solely done in the hopes that the criminal possesses loyalty. Even if your sins are pardoned, from this point forth, you must be cautious as to not disgrace this mercy and betray our faith. You will be unable to endure before you are able to endure at last, and you will have to cope with something that cannot be coped with. You must continue to achieve victory and be the one to prove righteousness. You must bear in mind the reason why we are granting you mercy and why we have boundless faith in you. Because you will fail irreparably. As the defendant has committed their crime in the battlefield, they deserve to be judged according to the customs of the battlefield. Dantalion, as the commanders leading the Crescent Alliance, we, Barbados of Immortality and Paimon of Benevolence, have hereby made their verdict and it shall be conveyed to you through this Citri of devotion. Look forward to it, Citri. I promise you. You are declared not guilty. I shall teach you what an apology is. Creak. Citri opened the iron door of the prison with a key. The witches approached and wiped my body with the towels they had prepared beforehand. Every nook and cranny. As the girls clothed me in my garments, I stayed silent as they cleaned and clothed me like that. Once I was fully in my attire, I put the straw which I had lived together with for the past week behind me and stepped forward. It was night. Because the spring rain had left after having disposed of a lot of water, the world was glimmering with moisture during the night. As what was connecting this side with that side was first darkness and moisture second, it was the torches trembling due to the moisture that came third. Breathing lives and dead lives were emitting steam in the area beyond the shaking torchlight, and Farnese was performing above everything as if she were dancing. On this night where the seasons solely spread a foul stench, I was discharged. Citri grinned. Congrats on being discharged. I bowed. Your grace is immeasurable. Yup. You should know that it's immeasurable. You go overboard because you don't know your limit, so if you want to suppress that, you have to be aware of the fact that there is a boundless net spread out above your head. Don't try to tear it. It won't tear. It's a net that has been casted over the history of the Crescent Alliance for 500 years. Don't raise your head too much. You'll get caught if you do. Citri was pleasantly talking in an affectionate tone. She was smiling in a way that wasn't excessive or lacking. Similar to how a farmer has no need to swing their plow excessively while cultivating, or how a fisherman has no need to use less strength while gathering, Citri was not excessive or lacking when pressing her foot down on the thing that was trying to oppose her. It felt as if to Citri, this was as natural as farm work was for a farmer. Yes, Your Excellency. I will bear that in mind. It was at that moment. Citri reached her hand out and pulled me by my necktie. While forcefully raising my head, which I had meekly lowered, Citri brought her face close to my own. Right in front of my nose. It was a friable distance where I could feel the opposition's breath around the rim of my eyes. Citri quietly whispered in the general area of my eyes. If you act up again, then I'll make you bite the dust without a single trace, alright, skinny bones? And I believed that I could vividly see the halves of flames burning in her pupils. King's beloved slave, Berbera Witch Sisters, Captain of the Royal Guard, Humbaba. Empire Calendar, Year 1506, Month 4, Day 10. Paul's, Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance. Sheesh, hey. Sheesh. I thought I was going to kick the bucket. As I thought, the aura of high-ranking demon lords is something else. Seriously, their aura. Despite my looks, you know? As I lived my life, you know? I'm a girl who's experienced every fucking thing that can be described as fucked, and what happened just a second ago was really fucked. I believed that the goddess of all had personally created this single enunciation and presented it to us lowly people exactly for situations like this. Shit. Master Dantalian was still deep in thought. Even though a fair amount of time had already passed since Citri had left and it was nearing midnight. If our master goes quiet, then we also have to be quiet. Lord and vassal of one mind. As his loyal subjects, we can't possibly dare to interrupt our master's thinking. How difficult. It is abstruse. We must withdraw to the demon continent as soon as possible, but when there is someone among our allies who is still trying to interfere. That was the only thing our master had muttered, and, without saying anything else, he continued to think in silence. He was definitely plotting an immensely profound scheme that the likes of us couldn't possibly imagine, since the contents of our brains were lacking. Yup. I know. I am well aware. The problem is, this is damn boring. A dark night. Only the torches which the guards had set up and abandoned were leisurely burning to nothing. Tick, tick, the sound of sparks flying. I could see the lips of my dear fellow witches twitching and wriggling, making it obvious that they wanted to utter nonsense, overflow with bullshit, and make the world vastly tremble both high and low. Fatigue is a scary thing. It has a side that is more terrifying than torture. Torture and fatigue even have sides that are parallel to some extent. The fact they have no end. The fact they have no bounds. truly, the fact that they have no end or bounds. It's okay. I'm confident in enduring torture. That's why I'm so good at even playing with boredom. I reminisce the past whenever this happens. Me, despite how I look, I've experienced a lot of fucked up things as I lived. Since there is no end or bounds when it comes to fuckery, it's the perfect thing to dwell on when bored. If there's only mud no matter where you place your foot, and if there's only muddy water no matter where you shove your mouth, then that means that people have no other choice but to live after having thrown away a certain amount of their lives somewhere. There was a senior witch who had once said this while smiling sweetly. That senior had said that and was burned to death in a plaza. If we're lowly beings no matter where we go, and if we're lowly beings no matter where we head, then let's just become the lowest of beasts and gather all of the gold in the world. There was a witch who was the same age as me that had said this while cackling. That witch had said that and died after having all of her limbs torn off in a mark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39, Volume 5. Chapter 2, Disimprison. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 11. Pauls, Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance. You know the old saying, know thyself? Dantalian, I believe that this proverb roughly translates to this. Barbados spoke. When you're screwed, you must quickly realize the fact that you're screwed. I nodded. That is correct. What is important is how fast you realize this. However, the issue is, Your Excellency Barbados, is that in order to know whether you are currently screwed or not, you must have had the experience of it beforehand. If one has not already experienced being screwed, then they will either end up being incapable of realizing that they are in a screwed situation, or even if they do realize it, they will realize a step too late. Therefore, in order to know thyself, you must experience being screwed many times. If you consider the fact that I've experienced an incredible amount of screwed up situations in my life, I can't really disagree with you there. Barbados nodded. Continue. Yes, Your Excellency. In conclusion, the term know thyself roughly translates to be screwed as many times as possible. However, what is the reason we are trying to listen to proverbs in the first place? Is it not precisely because we do not wish to be screwed? Not only is the proverb know thyself meaningless, but it also destroys the meaning of existence for proverbs themselves. You could also say that it is the most worthless proverb in the world. Dantalian. You're reasonably good at sex and your face isn't that bad either, so you have a lot of talents, but among your many talents, the talent you're best at is your technique to disguise bullshit so it doesn't sound like bullshit. Even if the most nonsensical bullshit in the world were to flow through your tongue, it would sound like rubbish that is somewhat worth listening to, or it might even sound like trash that is really worth listening to. I, Barbados, rank 8th Demon Lord and the Lord who boasts immortality, acknowledges this fact. Your smooth talking is easily on the level of being extraordinary. I am honored, Your Excellency. Paimon, who was quietly listening to our conversation from the side, appeared as if her mind was blanking out. She then muttered. What exactly are you two currently discussing? We both turned to look at Paimon. Nothing, whore. Nothing, Your Highness. We then turned back to each other and continued. If you think about it, proverbs aren't particularly useful. Proverbs are, in other words, pieces of advice that were made to be useful to as many people as possible, right? Then that means tons of people already know about these proverbs, and in the end, proverbs provide us with pieces of advice that you, I, and everyone else already know, so there's no actual need for these pieces of advice in the first place. Your words are reasonable beyond measure, Your Excellency. Let's say that I had said that the last thing which you can trust the most is money. If you simply listen to this line, then you'll probably think that this is a somewhat obvious fact. However, if I were to splendidly write the last thing man can trust the most is money and engrave this line into a pillar of a temple, then not only would this strangely sound like it wasn't obvious, but because it feels obvious at a glance, it'll instead appear as if it didn't sound obvious at all. I, Barbados, rank 8th Demon Lord and the most distinguished lord in the demon continent, present this opinion. Are proverbs not all like this? Surely. As expected of your excellency Barbados. A wisdom that befits the Lord who boasts immortality and is also the most distinguished demon lord. Lowly foot soldiers would have no other choice but to stand in awe at your excellency's insight. Let me try testing it out as well. You cannot win a war with tired soldiers, more so with hungry soldiers. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. If you think that you are an idiot, then you actually are an idiot. Play. You will have fun. Live. If you really want to live. Paimon looked at us with a face that appeared blanker than earlier. This lady has no idea what the two of you have been doing since earlier. Paimon is a whore. This damn bitch? Paimon struck Barbados' left cheek. Barbados kicked Paimon's right shin. Paimon struck Barbados once more. Barbados kicked Paimon once more. The space was then infinite. 10 minutes flowed by. It was a meaningful 10 minutes. In any case, we have to know the fact that we're screwed. Barbados spoke while massaging her left cheek with some ice. That's all I wanted to say. That we're screwed. That old and bald-headed Marba may be mad, but he's firmly upset right now. That is your problem, Barbados. The fact that you talk needlessly crudely. Paimon wrapped a bandage around her right shin. Truly. Do you know how inefficient you are when speaking to people? Every time you utter a word, it becomes a waste of time. Like how you waste your life every time you utter a word, bitch. See? Again with your crude manner of speaking. When this lady was going out with you in the past, this lady believed that it was because you were still young, that your way of speech had become aggressive because you had gone through a lot of perilous experiences at a young age. Thus, this lady thought that, with great magnanimity, she should be understanding of your behavior. However, seeing as there was no change despite 500 years having passed, it was not your experiences that were the problem, but simply your personality itself that was the issue. Your tongue is unnecessarily promiscuous. Like how your crotch is unnecessarily promiscuous. Paimon slapped Barbados' right cheek. Barbados kicked Paimon's left shin. Paimon slapped Barbados once more. Barbados kicked Paimon once more. Time was then eternal. 15 minutes flowed by. It was a beautiful 15 minutes. Old man Marba sent a letter a short while ago. Barbados spoke while rubbing her right cheek with some ice. Should I even call it a letter? Plain and simple, it's an ultimatum. Marba has always been a bit hard-headed. Paimon wrapped a bandage around her left shin. Although the things which she thinks are allowed do not always have to be allowed, the things which she has determined to be not allowed are unallowed no matter what. In good terms, he is a principlist. In better terms, he's a damn aggressive old fossil. Paimon nodded. And he is a bald old man. Barbados nodded. And he's a bald old man. Was that last comment absolutely necessary? While internally giving all of the bald people in the world my deepest sympathy, I spoke. What was written in the ultimatum? Seeing is believing. After unnecessarily uttering that line in a cool fashion, Barbados tossed me the piece of parchment that was rolled up into a scroll. On the piece of parchment, a rage-filled handwriting was grandly strewn about it. I have set up camp in the fields and mountains a fair distance away from the battlefield. When you two had sent me to these fields and mountains, we had discussed a stratagem to strike at the enemy supply lines in order to create breathing room for our kind. However, looking at things now, you two had cast me away in order to strangle our kind. The military order I was given was to smite the enemies. Now that you two have killed our comrades, I shall ask the two of you who my enemies are. You two, who had unbecomingly argued when discussing the subject of conquering the human armies, became harmonized when slaughtering our own troops. Did you two start this war in order to behead our own kind? I ask you two this, is it the territory of the humans which you two desire, or is it the territory of the demons? Saying that my faction has the most cavalry, you two are the ones who had assigned my troops as the detached force. I now intend to gather this large number of cavalry units together and direct them towards the two of you. Do I have a reason why I should not do so? Striking you two from behind and straightening the laws of the demon continent is an easy task. However, as we have fought together on the same battlefields for the past several hundred years, I have sent you two this final letter in order to tell you. Be ashamed of yourselves. Wear the clothes of criminals and crawl your way to these fields and mountains and await your judgment. Answer everything which I have asked. If you two await your judgment and answer my questions, then I shall decide whether to behead you two or not. I see. I understand now. I nodded. So this is why Your Excellency had mentioned the saying know thyself. This is why you said that when you're screwed, you have to realize the fact that you're screwed. Since we have grasped the situation, let us immediately discuss countermeasures. How does Your Excellency plan to resolve this? I recall that before carrying out the purge, Your Excellency had said that you would handle His Excellency Marba, but even if you believe that things will work out, not everything will be resolved. Although I do want to continue listening to Your Excellency impersonate the voice of some middle-aged old man since it is interesting, the situation is a bit too dire for it to be ignored by simply saying a proverb. Fuck. Barbados stuck out her lips and nodded. I don't understand. How did he hear about the purge already? According to my calculations, no matter how fast the news got to him, we should have still had another quarter of a day left before he found out. This means that someone had secretly sent him a letter and told him about it. A secret letter, huh? For an instant, Demon Lord Citri came to mind. The only reason for this was because I had clashed with her only a short while ago before coming here. It was just after midnight. Barbados and Paimon were seated in chairs that were prepared for them outside. Even now, the subordinates of the traitors were being dragged in front of us before then being executed. From time to time, when the executioners turned to glance at Barbados and Paimon with a should we really kill them look on their faces, the two demon lords would nod lightly. Barbados and Paimon had nodded their heads several times already since a short while ago, and each time they did, the heads of the subordinates would be sent flying. One of the subordinates had a frantic look on his face as he stretched his arm out towards us. Why, Your Highness? Oh, greater being. This one had met Your Highness when he was little. In Nibelheim. When Your Highness was carrying out a triumphal celebration. Yeah, a confidential letter. If one of us didn't hand over the information beforehand, then there's no way that old man Marbach could have reacted this soon. Barbados nodded. There was a death throw and then there was the sound of something falling and rolling on the ground. I stroked my chin. Does Your Excellency have an assumption on who it was? I have no idea. In the first place, didn't we do this purge in order to get rid of those types of bastards? How is it that the instant we wipe them out, there's already another bastard present to sell us out? Is it perhaps that? Do the other demon lords have a hobby of selling people out whenever they're bored? Is betraying your comrades trending right now? Comrades refers to enemies who have yet to betray you. Ah. That sounds somewhat like an actual proverb. It's a bit fucked though. Barbados let out a sigh. Forget it, fuck. Let's just forget everything. Those human bastards are swarming at the front and those traitors to our kind are flocking at the rear. Furthermore, among those who you think are your comrades in arms, there are insects who hastily write secret messages. Makes me wonder why I'm making myself go through this much hardship by going to war. This lady had told you so back when we were going out. That you should not behave impetuously with everything. You must broaden your mind a bit, Barbados. The problem is that your mind is unnecessarily stiff. And your problem is that your crotch is unnecessarily loose. Your crotch is so broad that even if all of heaven and earth went in there, it feels like there'd still be enough space for the universe. The foul stench which flows throughout the world every time you spread your legs can probably make those already dead corpses come back to life before twisting their limbs and dying once more. Aha! Paimon smiled. In other words, you mean those corpses that had died because of the convulsions which had occurred due to having intercourse with your incredibly stiff crotch? This lady heard that the numbers reach approximately 7,000. They say that the god Hades sends his regards to your crotch annually in order to show his respect, but have you considered visiting the underworld in order to express your gratitude to him? Right this instant, if you must. This whore? What are you going to do about it, you barren girl? Why is it that there's never a time where our opinions match? Since our opinions are the complete opposite no matter what the topic is, whenever we talk, it feels as if there's a demon continent inside of us that's split in half. But this lady has to reveal that she too feels the same way. That is why it feels as if the demon continent could live in unity if you were to disappear. However, this lady does not wish to go out of her way to dirty her hands, so it would be wonderful if you went to some location unseeable to this lady and died on your own. What's worse is that our opinions differ even here. I want to just kill you with my own two hands after all. Even if you commit suicide, I'll be happy if you do so after getting hit by me a bit first, and if you commit suicide before I can even hit you, then I'll feel so cheated that I'll just hit your corpse. Bore. Hypocrite. Murderer. Sex maniac. Most rotten thing in the world. And you're the biggest bitch in the world. Why, your hyenas. And then another obscure nobody shouted. This humble servant has an old mother and a young daughter waiting for him back home, so this servant cannot possibly die yet. Please show mercy, Anne. Do you truly wish to live like that? Barbatos? Paimon nodded. There was a death throw, and then there was the sound of something rolling. A marvelous staccato. Can you not live a life that is a bit better? This lady is referring to a more beautiful life. An elegant way of speaking. If you do so, then even your irremediable personality will become slightly beautiful. I wonder. I'm not sure if I'm living like this because I want to live like this, but the fact that I don't want to live like you, bitch, is clear. Rather than how I want to live my life, not wanting to live like someone else is the staple of leading my life. Especially when I look at you, the thought, let's not live like this bitch, is so strong that, in that regard, you're the bitch who's continuously extending my life and, in that regard only, are you a bitch that's of any use? The fact that your life is like trash is not surprising at all. You're hyenas. Barbatos and Paimon nodded at the same time. So how should we deal with this? So how should we respond to this? There was a death throw, and then the obvious sound of something rolling followed after. A beautiful harmony. Marba has military insight. He is experienced. If he becomes our enemy, then it would become troublesome for us in no small measure. Normally, we would resolve the situation through dialogue. He's firmly pissed off right now. More than anything else, we don't have a lot of time. The news about our purge will soon hit the entire region of the demon continent hard, and the demon lords in the back will hastily try to gather troops. We have to cross the Black Mountains as fast as possible and return home before that can happen. Paimon nodded. We do not have enough time to persuade him. And we don't have the leisure to fight and win against him even more. Although there is the possibility that he will forgive us if this lady in Barbatos were to wear white mourning garments and prostrate ourselves before him. Barbatos nodded. We can't. If we do that, then that would end up meaning that our purge was wrong. Why are we apologizing? Didn't we just kill traitors? People who doubt us will start to appear and we'll lose our justification. I don't like that. We have to lead our punitive expedition through the demon continent with a fight of justifications anyway, but we'll be at a disadvantage if we apologize. Dantalion. How are we going to deal with this problem? The two demon lords then gazed at me. Me, the very person who had set this purge in motion. Of course, I'm not telling you to give us a solution right this instant. However, we are pressed for time. If by a very slim chance the purge were to end in a failure, me, the one who would receive a blow more severe than anyone else. With cold eyes. Midnight has passed. I'll give you until midday today. At the least, we will also have to devise a countermeasure before Marba takes action, after all. Until then, we'll be handling the aftermeasures of the purge. This lady apologizes. The time limit is excessively pressing. One of them was my sex partner. And the other was my political partner. The two were also figures of authority who both could purge 7 demon lords without any hesitation whatsoever at the same time. As they were figures of authority that could blame someone without any hesitation if they had to blame someone, they could be cold when they had to be cold, and they were well aware of when to set themselves ablaze if they had to be hot. In other words, the lords of all of demonkind were obliquely staring at me. No matter how smart you are, I'm aware that this is a difficult request. But we must ask this of you, Dantalion. All of our fates are on the line. Therefore. Tap. I pressed my thumb against my chin as if I were patting it. Slowly. The scenery of the night flowed smoothly. As if time had forgotten about its own speed. Soldiers roamed around the encampment while holding torches. The military camp was illuminated by the torches located here and there, making it seem like summer fireflies were randomly flying about. Below each light, the subordinates of traitors had been caught and were being dragged. They were either dragged off and killed or dragged here and killed. A single group of soldiers snickered. A dark night. The snickering easily spread from the shadows. The underlings howled until their heads were severed, and in an instant, a death throw would resonate before coming to an abrupt halt. Who is it? Who is trying to bite me right now? The purge had proceeded with extreme secrecy. If you did not have a high-ranking post like a demon lord, then you could not have found out about it. The traitors were all punished without exception, and yet, a letter had still reached Marba. Although there were no traitors, there was a betrayal. Who was it? How? Marba had gathered his dispatched force and traveled a long distance away. Since he was constantly on the move, it was difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Despite that, the letter had properly gone straight to Marba, and Marba's immediately believed the report of treason that was written in the letter. Why? Who was it? How could he have trusted the report which stated that his comrades in arms of 500 years, Barbados and Paimon, had caused a disaster without doubting the report even slightly? Is there someone he trusts more than Barbados and Paimon? If there is, then who exactly is it? Who could possibly receive that much trust? The last thing a person can trust the most is money. Tap. I tapped my chin with my index finger. Within the sensation and velocity of touching my skin, time became slower. I hastened my thought process. Money. Military funds. In the end, Barbados, Paimon, and Marba occupied the top government positions in their provinces. The financiers of the armies. Even this expedition of leading our troops for barely half a year had wasted a tremendous amount of supplies. However, these leaders had repeated expedition after expedition for more than 400 years. They should all be well aware of how important military funds are down to their cores. You cannot win a war with tired soldiers, more so with hungry soldiers. Thus there were a lot of firms throughout the demon continent. Groups of merchants that took full charge of the provisions and supplied them. Firms that loaned money to those who were lacking in military funds. There was a firm that was in charge of each respective demon lord, and in my case, it was the Konkuska firm. In the first place, the reason why lapis lazuli and I had met was due to that. To merchants, war is an opportunity to make money. Tap. I tapped my chin with my middle finger. I searched through my memories. There was no doubt. There was a time and place where I had heard this. The information regarding which firm and merchant were in charge of Marba. It was not because I had a particular interest in Marba. It was a survival instinct. The firm and the merchant were coincidentally both quite important to me at that moment, and they were also in charge of the person who was once severely hostile towards me. Impressively, my survival instincts were forcing me to remember. I then looked at the demon lord before me. Paimon. Rank 9th demon lord. The woman who had accused me of the matter regarding the Black Death. Once I looked at her, Paimon opened her mouth. With a voice that sounded 3 or 4 times slower than usual. Dantalion? Paimon tilted her head ever so slowly. I then remembered. Your Highness. It was around the time I had met Lapis for the first time. If your Highness does not repay the debt and interest or declare bankruptcy, then the Konkuska firm will have no other choice but to take your Highness' property and body by force. The me at that time was in a completely different situation compared to now. I had no money. My life was hard-pressed. The urgency of my life had brought upon the criticality of time. I had to escape from my debt as soon as possible. In order to survive, I had hunted the game that was the easiest to tear apart. The Konkuska firm has a countless number of supporters. Amongst them, there are other demon lords like your Highness. Rank 5th demon lord Marba. And rank 9th demon lord Paimon are also included. A dark night. Soldiers were going back and forth throughout the camp while holding torches. Similar to how the light was lengthily connected from torchlight to torchlight, my thought process was connected from point to point. Underlings let out their final cries of agony. Decapitated heads fell endlessly. Lapis Lazuli's voice flowed between the endless screams and boundless cries. Our firm is famous for being merciless to debtors who fail to make their payments. In the past, there was an incident where ranked demon lord Glaciolabulas received a loan of Libra and did not pay back the interest for. Screams. Cries. Noise. But not yet. Similar to a steel sword that had rusted due to the passage of time, my memories were scratched in various places. Since a long time ago, I have always been weak at memorizing numbers and doing calculations. Those parts of my memories were always the first to be worn down. However, as a steel sword was still a steel sword even when rusted, it was sharp enough to kill a person and save my own life. Think. Remember it. There are still words left for Lapis, for my memories, to tell me. What was said? What did Lapis tell me? It was a dark night. Because Lapis was standing in a place that could not be seen, the sensation of her opening her mouth and whispering silently flooded over me. Within the space where torchlights and torchlights connected and swayed, I solely connected the light within the light. Your Highness. At that time, our firm had hired a small number of 9,000 mercenaries. And left them in the command of rank 12th demon Lord Citri. Glaciolabulas could not even hold out 4 before surrendering. Tap. I tapped my chin with my ring finger. The wind blew. The torches flared up. As they flared, the light created a long line. Who wishes for the war to not end? Merchants. Who is trying to interfere with the war right now? Marba. Which firm is in charge of Marba? The Konkuska firm. All right. If that is the case, then who rules over the Konkuska firm? I asked myself this. I immediately answered. Ivar Lodbrok. An ancient vampire who has lived for several hundred years. And the merchant who held the most hostility towards me before anyone else. Oh ho! Oh dear! Would you look at this? I quietly gazed at the band of light that was surging in our military encampment. Barbados and Paimon, while slowly drawing their brows together, no, they were still endlessly drawing their brows together slowly, stared at me as I did that. As I thought, Barbados, Paimon, you two are clever. However, I shall offer you two my deepest condolences. The two of you have wound up misunderstanding something at a decisive area. It was not a demon lord who had sent Marba that letter. Ivar Lodbrok. It was the vampire who was in charge of Marba and also did not desire for the war to end who had sent it. I cannot blame these two demon lords for this misconception. Barbados and Paimon had sincerely kept the matter regarding the purge under strict confidentiality. Only their close aides knew about it. If the information was leaked, then it was undoubtedly another demon lord who had done it. These two had jumped to this conclusion as if it were an obvious fact. This was their mistake. Even if the only people who knew about the purge beforehand were the other demon lords, there is no reason whatsoever that the person to have sent the letter to Marba had to have been the demon lord themselves. Instead of personally informing Marba about the secret, all the information leaker has to do is lightly toss the information to the merchant who Marba trusts. Because the enemy of my enemy is my ally. That's right. Rank 12th Demon Lord Citri. Paimon's close aide. The person who had learned about the purge faster than anyone else. Most importantly, the enemy who is hostile towards me and is trying to bring me down. Your Highness. At that time, our firm had hired a small number of 9,000 mercenaries and left them in the command of rank 12th Demon Lord Citri. I do not know exactly when, but it was definitely since a very long time ago. A relation that was close enough for the Konkuska firm to hire an army and leave them in that person's command. A rare relationship that was so close that the person would strike other demon lords for the Konkuska firm and make those demon lords cough up money. Since a very long time ago, the Konkuska firm and demon lord Citri were accomplices with a cozy relationship. After Citri had passed on the information regarding the purge to Ivar Lodbrok had sent the letter to Marba. Tap. It was at the moment my pinky had tapped my chin. The world finally released an anxious sigh. The light returned to the light. The many sounds returned to the throes of death. Time had recovered its beating pace and flowed quickly. As expected, Barbados and Paimon stopped slowly drawing their brows together and spoke to me. Dantalion? What's up with you all of a sudden? Are you perhaps unable to hear this lady's words? No. I hear you loud and clear. So clear that I cannot hear you any better than this. I raised the corners of my lips and smiled. Your Excellency ordered this one to take care of this matter before midday, correct? It is all right. Do not worry. I have a rough grasp on how things have proceeded after all. Both Barbados and Paimon tilted their heads in the opposite direction from each other. What? Pardon? As expected of the two women who were each other's first love, their thought processing speed was also similar. Even the angles which they had tilted their heads in were alike. In short, they were the exact same degree of slowness. Albeit, despite this fact, their thought processing speed was on the fast side. Is this not regrettable? The original speed is bound to be relative. I spoke once more while matching their pace. Your Excellency Barbatos. Your Highness Paimon. This one has a general grasp of the situation. There is no need to wait until midday today. I shall take care of it within an hour, so please handle the preparations to withdraw with haste. What? No, wait. Wait a second. What? You grasp the situation? What are you talking about? Don't tell me, are you saying that you figured out who it was that leaked the information? I knit my brows slightly. That is the case, Your Excellency. I have said that with that exact meaning in mind. What other meaning could it possibly have? Have I ever ridiculed your highness with nonsense before? Barbados shut her mouth. Paimon spoke up from beside her. How exactly? We have yet to carry out any sort of investigation. There are over 10 demon lords who could have possibly leaked the information. How could you have figured out who it was without having interrogated anyone? My apologies, Your Highness Paimon, but investigations are actions that are carried out when one lacks information. Although this one may not know a lot of things, this one at least knows enough to figure out what must be known. There was a moment of silence. I let out a sigh. All right. When this one was born possessing reasonable intellect. This one can easily figure out things which Your Excellency and Your Highness still do not know. As this is simply a fact, please accept it as so. For what reason is it that this one, who is at the tail end of ranks among demon lords, is able to have a private audience with lords and monarchs such as Your Excellency and Your Highness? Is it not because my noggin was appraised highly? It is nothing new. Please accept the fact that my brain has more creases than Your Excellency and Your Highness, and let us first discuss countermeasures. That's right. I completely forgot because I shoved you in a cell for the past week. Dantalion, although you're reasonably good at sex and have a reasonably good-looking face, more than anything else, you're a fucking annoying bastard. Barbados sighed heavily. The heavens are quite disturbingly fair. Even though they gave this bastard a good head and tongue, they forgot to package him with the most important thing, a good personality. Hey, you black lamb, if you were a bit more modest, then we would probably have had sex 100 more times every time we did it. No. I don't need that kind of bonus. Seriously. The play which you forced me to do was so extreme that I honestly got freaked out every time we did it. Master or whatever. Telling me to treat you like a slave or whatever. It felt like she had a few loose screws in her head. I apologize, but even someone like me, who has both common sense and refinement, finds this to be difficult to endure. So who is the culprit? It seems Paimon had regained her composure as she covered her mouth with her fan. No, rather than that, what did you mean when you told us to handle the preparations to withdraw with haste? Please explain it to us in a more calm and orderly manner. I apologize, but I cannot tell Your Excellency or Your Highness about the culprit yet. Just know that this one promises to handle this issue perfectly. Again. Look at this bastard roll his tongue again. Fuck, it wasn't just once or twice that had gotten the best of me. Barbados scowled. How do you plan to deal with it? Are you telling us to simply believe in you with no questions asked? And what do you mean by withdrawing already? Do you not see us still dealing with those remaining pieces of garbage over there? Just those guys alone number in the thousands. The thousands. It'll take the entire day just to wipe them all out. That is what I wish to talk about, Your Excellency. I grinned. Do we really have to go out of our way to cumbersomely kill them all? Your Excellency and Your Highness. Please allow me to borrow your ears for a moment. Barbados and Paimon looked straight at each other's face. They then, as I had expected, leaned their ears towards me at the same angle and speed. I smiled benignantly as if I were presenting enlightenment to a couple of people who were lost in a cloud of thick dust. Shortly after. Crazy bastard. Insane bastard. Fucking bastard. No, seriously, when did you make something like that? You're crazy, right? You're insane, right? Fuck. How could you do that without my permission? Barbados struck my cheek as if she intended to chew me alive right this instant. Paimon was simply gazing at me with a wow expression on her face. Even though the directional nature of the two was the complete opposite, what they actually wanted to express was the same. The fact that I was a crazy bastard. No. Absolutely not. Are you insane, you son of a bitch? Do you think I'd just sit here and allow that? Get rid of it right this instant. No, hand it over. Hand it over to me. Dantalian, this lady also believes that is a bit too much. No, of course, this is a fact that this lady was already aware of, but for your information, the only ones in the world who know of this fact are you, Dantalian, and this lady. Barbados had killed the rest. And I'm going to kill you now. Barbados grabbed me by the collar and shook me intensely. A man like myself was a man that had found that reconciling two demon lords who were once lifetime enemies was not enough and had the caring heart to even bring their personal opinions together in perfect harmony, but before I could be in awe with my own greatness, I felt nauseous. I felt like I'd really throw up if she continued to shake me any more than this. My gastric fluid was shouting that they wanted to see the outside world as well. I spoke calmly. Nevertheless, even if you say that, the method which this one had informed Your Excellency and Your Highness about is the most effective. Barbados froze in place. Thanks to that, my urge to vomit was able to subside. I displayed a fresh smile. Every time I smiled like this, Lapis Lazuli would advise me in a serious tone, Your Highness, since that smile easily calls upon one's desire to commit murder when witnessed, please refrain from doing so as much as possible, but how could that possibly be the case? Since a long time ago, Lapis' aesthetic sense was somewhat lacking in certain parts. When I smiled refreshingly, I knew how to actually smile refreshingly. Is that not so? Most importantly, there is no political burden whatsoever. What could people possibly say on the outside after having witnessed it? Could they even go around to places telling people about it? There are no losses and only a lot of merits. Even if Your Excellency requests me to suggest a stratagem that is more splendid than this, it would only trouble this one. Barbados frowned. Shut up. Damn it. Since you're the one talking, this bullshit doesn't sound like bullshit. Of course, that is because this is not bullshit. Your Excellency, accepting the truth as the truth is also the virtue of a sovereign. I told you to shut your damn mouth. Barbados let go of my clothes and groaned. She had started to contemplate while pulling at her hair, but it felt as if she was quite Buddhistically exploring who I roughly was, where I had come from, and where I was going. Thinking. Anguish. Fuck. And resignation. Do what you want, you son of a bitch. After magnificently accomplishing the 3 steps of Buddhism, Barbados gave herself up in despair. Although, regrettably, it felt like she was unable to accomplish the actual last step, which was enlightenment. It was fine. I did not severely rebuke the lack of virtue of all creatures. Despite my appearance, I am quite merciful. I spoke with a mindset that accepted all of the unsightly things of the world. A most accurate decision, Your Excellency. This one is always in awe when hearing Your Excellency's voice. Although Your Excellency occasionally makes very bad decisions, such as when Your Excellency had threatened me and even thrown me in prison, that is no more than occasionally, so I can confidently say that Your Excellency makes the correct decision the majority of times. Dantalian is, what should I say? Paimon muttered from behind her fan. His head is good, but he is slightly, or perhaps an incredibly unfortunate man. This was quite the heated criticism. In any case, this one will take it as having received Your Excellency and Your Highness approval beforehand, so this one will be taking his leave. Right. Your Highness Paimon. As I was lowering my head and about to depart, there was something that I had suddenly remembered, so I whispered to Paimon. As Barbados was still asking herself what the root of her existence was, she did not show any concern to us. Was it perhaps Your Highness who had spread those booklets throughout the military headquarters of the Crusaders? Pardon? Paimon tilted her head prettily. Booklets, is it? Yes. Books that have gray covers. They are incredibly thin. This lady does not know. This lady is not sure of such things. Paimon hid the sides of her mouth with her fan and knit her brows. Her expression appeared as if she were trying to think of something, but was unable to recall anything at all. What exactly are those booklets supposed to be that you are asking this lady about them, Dantalion? Please do not be surprised. I heard that the humans in the army of the Crusaders had written down my speech on their own initiative and are reading it as they pass it around. That is the booklet which I had mentioned. Oh dear, is that true? It has been a long time since this lady has heard such good news. Paimon was visibly delighted. As expected, people will understand if spoken to. If they do not understand even if they are told, then the majority of the time, it is because their education is incomplete. Their lack of education is due to the unworthiness of the monarch, so the subjects cannot be held responsible. When one subject does not understand, it is only appropriate for the monarch to lament instead of rage. In that regard, the fact that the humans are passing the booklets around on their own volition, that is truly a joyous event. Paimon spoke with a complexion that was dyed with elation. Is there something which this lady could help with? Surely. Is that how it is? I courteously held my smile in my mouth. Is the sight of the people trying to stand up on their own not beautiful? Would it also not be beautiful to silently watch over the people trying to stand up on their own? If they are no longer able to endure and end up reaching their hands out, it would not be too late to take hold of their hands at that time. Foo. Paimon muffled her laugh. Beyond her fan, her voice was dyed in endless joy. It was a smile that was gentle because it was beautiful. Indeed, that is right as well. Your words are correct, Dantalion. This lady will hope that the lovely scenery will be prolonged for as long as possible. Perhaps, Citri was moving behind the scenes solely for this smile. Right when we were about to say our goodbyes while smiling at one another, Barbados glared at us with murderous eyes like a chihuahua that had starved for roughly 2 days. Hey! Do you not see me suffering here? What are you two so warmly whispering about? We both turned to look at Barbados. Nothing, you washboard child. Nothing, O Lord, who has realized the virtue of destitution. Barbados lamented. Damn bastards. I'm saying it again, but this was quite the heated criticism. King's Mistress, Mixed Blood, Lapis Lazuli Empire Calendar, Year 1506, Month 4, Day 11 Pauls, Bruno Plains, Army of the Crescent Alliance. Has His Highness Dantalion not arrived yet? Why has he yet to come despite having called for me? His Highness will be back soon. I spoke smoothly. Please wait calmly, Chief. Do you know how many times I have heard that line now? After a while, in a short bit, soon tsk. We were in a tent that was shrouded in the night. The chief of the Konkuska firm, Ivar Lodbrok, clicked his tongue. He has been tapping his cane against the floor since a while ago. It is rather unpleasant. Chief, this one had requested you to wait. If it is difficult for you to wait, then this one will separately notify you when His Highness has returned. Do you wish for this one to see you out? Chief Lodbrok glared fiercely in my direction. Did my words hit a nerve, I wonder? That is surprising. I was simply being considerate towards the old and infirm merchant. This youngster who was still wet behind the ears. For someone who is simply the child of a common whore, with what courage are you babbling so proudly? This one sees that you possess a marvelous talent, Chief. Yes. My biological mother was indeed a harlot. It has not been that long since this one had discovered this truth either. How did you find out, Chief? Do you think that I would not have attached even a single spy on you? I am also aware that you were the one who had personally taken the head of your own mother. How interesting. Your behavior of imprecating others is a glory that you are able to bask in solely due to Demon Lord Dantalion. Do you not look forward to seeing if that glory of yours is simply a brief moment behind the scenes? That is so. A foul stench is destined to emanate from things that have stagnated. This is one of the horribly rotten truths of the world. Your words are harsh, Chief. Please be more mindful. Ha! The day when Dantalian's age of prosperity comes to an end will also be the day when your descent down to hell begins. What would happen if the world were to find out that you had murdered your own biological mother? Since he has made such a boorish woman into his lover, His Highness Dantalian's reputation will most likely plummet as well. Are you aware? There is not a single man in the world who would like a woman that could make them fall from grace. The Konkuska was the leading firm of the demon continent. As people would say, they were a group that was referred to as the Great Konkuska. Even now, the firm was carrying out the role of warehouse keeper and was providing supplies for the Crescent Alliance. Adding to that, Lodbrok was a big merchant who was in charge of both Demon Lord Marba and Demon Lord Paimon. If you were not one of the higher-ranking demon lords, then you would most likely be incapable of even standing against this vampire who was sitting in front of me. When that time comes, I shall observe how violently an outcast like you will behave against the world. I let out a sigh. I see that he is hardly worth my time. My sigh must have irritated him as the chief drew his brows together. Who do you think you are to be sighing before me? You should also be well aware, since you said that you had placed spies on this one. Although it may be more than this one deserves, this one receives deep affection from His Highness Dantalian. This one will not deliberately point out the issue regarding the fact that you are speaking informally to the mistress who may or may not be capable of exerting her influence to His Highness. Oh ho! That is quite the high horse you are on there. What are you trying to say? In the end, this one will not make His Highness Dantalian fall. The chief snorted after hearing my words. And here I was, curious as to what it was that you wanted to say. What a foolish child. Is that something that will not happen simply because you wish for it to not happen? The mere act of spreading the news of your lowly and immoral crime would be enough to immediately drop the reputation of I apologize for cutting you off in the middle of your sentence, Chief, but how exactly could that possibly make His Highness fall? What? The chief knitted his brow. Was he unable to understand? Or is he feigning ignorance despite having understood? Regardless of which side it was, there should be no problem with playing along with the scrawny disposition of an elderly man. He is a precious guest. I am a person who welcomes precious guests with my utmost devotion. His Highness is not an individual who cares about his reputation to the world. To be more precise, as His Highness is a person who exercises caution towards the increase of his own reputation, His Highness is an individual who will instead try to lower his own reputation by any means possible. By doing so, he is able to bewitch the many beasts that live in blindness. His Highness had risen to the ranks of millionaires within the shortest amount of time in history. His Highness was the fastest person to have ever broken through the Black and White fortresses. When Demon Lord Marba was defeated and Demon Lord Barbados' forces were in danger of being breached, it was also His Highness who had obtained the achievement of rescuing the Crescent Alliance. Despite these facts, how are things like, Chief? I was simply speaking in a voice that was neither high or low. Despite these achievements, are the sounds of praise towards His Highness resonating throughout the demon continent? That was not the case. His Highness' fame was not even remotely high. Demon Lord Dantalian, who was ranked 71st, was so insignificant that he was a monarch whom the majority of the people living on the demon continent have never heard the name of. Although it felt as if his fame would begin to spread around the time the Black Death had started to spread, that was only for a moment. By making a half-breed such as myself into his fiancée and appointing a human girl as his acting general, His Highness' reputation had fallen to rock bottom. A lecher. A fool among fools. That was the standpoint which the majority of demonkind had towards His Highness. His Highness' wealth is attributed under this one's accomplishment as his head handmaiden. The meritorious deeds of breaching through the black and white fortresses and rescuing the Crescent Alliance are said as services carried out by Lady de Farnese. Chief, do you consider all of these things to be a coincidence? You threatened to widely spread the news that this one had murdered her own mother, correct? That is fine. This one will not stop you. If anything, His Highness would most likely give you a round of applause and thank you, Chief. He will presumably say something along the lines of "You have done a good job doing this great one's task in his stead, but..." In the end, there is no way that this one could ever make His Highness fall. Because His Highness has always desired to reside in the low shadows. His Highness is an individual who prefers to dwell in the shadows whenever the noon sun is shining in the sky. This one is graciously one of those shadows for His Highness. Acting General, a human child. Captain of the Royal Guards, an immensely lowly witch. Head handmaiden, a half-breed succubus. As vassals, we serve His Highness for life. His Highness is a fire that will burn the world. If the fire is going to burn and shine its light as far out as possible, then, more important than anything else, a dark night was undoubtedly necessary. An illegitimate child, a slaughterer, and an outcast, we are His Highness' dire night. The likes of us are nothing but humble beings, but we attend to His Highness with our humbleness. As we know that this is our duty as His vassals, we have no reason to change our despicableness. The vampire became silent. The cane that kept tapping against the floor of the tent had stopped as well. Even the occasional noise of him clicking his tongue had ceased. This is a good disposition. This most likely means that he has sufficiently understood my words. I nodded my head towards the chief one more time before turning around and resuming the task which I was taking care of. Night. A lot of things cannot be seen at night. You can only make assumptions of the places which you cannot see by using the sounds that can be heard, and in the distance, the creaking sound of wheels was echoing over the tents. Creak. Grains of soil broke apart underneath the wheels and the sound of a person's voice overlapped it. Cheap services. We'll throw away dead beggars for you. We'll throw away dead corpses lying in the corner for you. We'll pick up any kind of corpses. Cheap services. We'll throw away all dead beggars. It was a homeless person wandering around the military encampment. When the sun rises, these beggars gather together and gamble in a place where there is less sunlight, and when the sun sets, they search for tents with bright torches and stick out their bowls. Although the beggars who had lost even their bowls in gambling would stick out both of their hands, the beggars who had even lost their fingers in gambling would stick out their 3 or 4 fingers. I can confidently assert that having less than 3 fingers on a single hand is not exactly pleasant news to a beggar. As that means they cannot retaliate properly if someone were to kick them. Even if they could retaliate, it means that their efforts would be insignificant. Moreover, who would not wish to kick a beggar? From time to time, when the common soldiers kick at the beggars, the ones who have less than 3 fingers are assaulted without being able to do anything to defend themselves, and this occasionally results in their deaths. The deaths of those beggars is natural and trivial. Similar to how normal people use their fingers to count numbers, beggars use their fingers to count the remainder of their lives. One at a time. One at a time. And then it ends at 1. Corpses are thrown away in the corner of tents and left to rot. Flies gather around those rotting corpses. The annoyed soldiers kick the corpses further into the corner, but the corpses simply continue to pile up in every corner. This provides another type of livelihood for the beggars. Sturdy-shouldered beggars, whose fingers were still fine, roamed around the military camp while pulling cheap-looking carts that came from only God knows where. On a cycle of every couple of days, they would roam around and collect the corpses in the corners. They then took the corpses far away in order to throw them out. Is this not brilliant? As someone who was originally a merchant, I rate these sorts of things highly. Until the day they gamble away their carts, they had managed to obtain a job for even the shortest amount of time by themselves. whenever the beggars pass by this tent while dragging their carts. I wonder if it's because that incredibly dreadful bitch lives here. Spit, there's a damn ton of dead chaps and bitches. They always say something as they do so. Even their method of begging was highbrow in quite the number of ways. I simply tossed 2 coins outside the entrance of the tent. There was no need for me to go out of my way to step outside. The wheels would then momentarily stop in the vicinity of this tent's entrance before letting out another creak and departing. Creak, creak. Creak. Why did you toss those coins to that person? A voice that sounded as if it were lost in thought. Chief Lodbrok was glaring at me firmly. They would have taken care of those corpses even if you left them alone. That would not be leaving them alone, but pushing them away. The people do not easily forget the ones who have pushed them away. I answered in a subdued tone. The ones who are not forgotten by the people can easily fall into ruin. If you can buy the apathy of the people with a couple of coins, then it is basically like having bought it for free. Although this one may be engaging in the business of a demon lord's feudal government, there is yet to be a time where this one was unfaithful to the duty of a merchant. Are you trying to buy the contempt of the people because you are a merchant? Is that an item which can be handled by merchants? If it cannot be handled, then why would they be revering His Highness Dantalion? Silence. The candlelight flickered and dimly lit the interior of the tent. Many things cannot be seen at night. In the places that cannot be seen, there are beggars who die while begging and beggars who live by begging. When a fellow beggar dies, there are also beggars who beg by doing the job of picking up corpses and throwing them away. In the world, each place that cannot be seen is a corner, each out-of-the-way corner is a gap, and each gap is a wall. It is possible to escape from the corner of the world by climbing up that wall, but I do not blame them for simply hanging off the edge of the cliff and spending their days shaking. It is simply an occupation and merely a physiology. I do not blame them, but I use them instead. Beggars, harlots, and mercenaries, these were all things that lived while placing their occupation in a crevice. Similar to how a beggar uses the corpses of beggars on a daily basis in order to live, I continue my profession while leaving the crevices of the world as crevices. The note that was being illuminated by the flickering candlelight was also a part of my job. Loud noises outside. Violently killed. The soldiers are going through the bordello. It is scary. A lot of fire is burning outside. I wonder if they had written this in a hurry. The words on the memo that was sent by the spy were crooked. I checked the next letter. The soldiers suddenly shut up. It's quiet now. Sudden inspection. All of the girls who had hidden the books were taken away. I survived because my lover had told me about it beforehand. I'm saying this because I'm lacking money this half of the month, but please send more. Would that be okay? My sisters are being dragged away. They still haven't returned. I'm scared. I can't do this any longer. Please do not contact me anymore after the next payment. I'm sorry. I won't tell anyone. These letters were all sent by harlots. Whether to plant spies inside of the military tents or to plant spies in the vicinity of the military tents. Although these two options both have their own respective merits and demerits, I cannot help but prefer the latter. The lives that live while hanging off of a piece of rope that is dangling off the side of a cliff are the ones who will be the very first to realize when that rope begins to shake. The only things which they can barely understand are signs and vague omens. The tasks of seizing the signals that are sent by them and interpreting their messages are solely my duty as His Highness head handmaiden. It is fine. I am a modest peasant. A peasant knows best about the livelihoods of other peasants. Increase my pay starting the next half of the month. I'll snitch you out if you don't. The life which will be forfeited after snitching will undoubtedly be your life and not my own. Since this was something the person directly involved knew best, there was no need for me to be concerned. Next. Are you the one who had spread these booklets as well? I want to go to that side. General Farnese is a human, right? I'm a human as well. It should be fine since a human is just going to another human, right? Occasionally, there are harlots who get confused as to whether they are doing spy work or if they are philandering. If you comfort them with gentle words, then they will provide precious information later on. There is most likely no more need for this harlot to continue following the Crusaders around. I implicitly replied that although you are a human, you will not be able to cross over to another human. Next. It's been crazy since earlier. I don't know what the fuss is, but it's noisy. Even the soldier that was pounding me had to stop midway because his superior called him. Stop mid-pounding. This is strange. Really strange. He still paid me properly. He was nice. I see. It was indeed strange. Although there are occasions where soldiers stop in the middle of killing other people, there is never a time where they stop in the middle of having intercourse with a harlot. As that was the case, if this truly did happen, then it was most likely because they were under pressure. The harlot who had sent this letter was not placed in the army of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, Volume 5. Chapter 3, Hell. Look here, your lordship. It happened late in the night. We were making our way through a woodland path. Farnese, who had been marching as the spearhead of our troops, steered her warhorse towards my direction. She dismounted from her horse and pushed something out towards me. It was dark, so I could not see properly. Whatever she had in her hands looked similar to rubbish or gunk. Once I examined it a bit more carefully, I realized that it was a kitten. Its life has been injured. To be exact, a dying kitten. Half of the kitten, the other half of which having already declined into being a corpse, was also diving into the river Styx minute by minute. I wonder what sort of terrifying beast had gotten to this little critter. Despite it being late in the night, the sight of its internal organs oozing out from between the cracks of its injuries was being shown without any mosaics. Speaking of no mosaics. In this world, things such as adult videos, a modern convenience that is also referred to as porn, obviously did not exist. According to the classification of sociology, a society where porn has yet to be invented was, at most, nothing more than a society that was on the border of being referred to as primitive. Despite my looks, I am also one of the demon lords who represent demonkind, so is this situation not woeful? This great one has the duty of enlightening these barbarians as quickly as possible. I had immediately gone into action. Among the many magic tools, there was an item that recorded the scenery before it. The high-priced commodity known as the Memoria artifact was an item which had a bad past record with me as it had screwed me over on various occasions. I had utilized this. The price was disgustingly high, but who cares? The billions of perverts of the past, present, and future all combined were cheering me on. I was certain of this. That was why I had filmed it. The several times where I had slept together with either Barbados or Lapis. In secret, without having received any sort of prior agreement with them. And what is this, Your Highness? The very first adult video in the world was discovered in less than half a month since it had been completed. Calm down, Lapis. Compose yourself and listen to my explanation. Even you will end up praising this lofty invention. Interesting. Lapis nodded. Fortunately, there were no signs that showed that she was upset. As expected of my lover who boasted a coldness that lasted all year round. I harbored hope. If it's Lapis, then she would definitely appraise this item accurately for its political value. However, before listening to Your Highness' explanation, there is something this one wishes to talk about. Your Highness, this is a rather serious topic. All right. Ask me anything. Be it the influence this invention will have in the world from now on, or the impact it will have on the continent. Give this one at least a single reason why she should not kill your highness right this instant. She was incredibly pissed off. I completely ignored something like my honor or whatever and prostrated. Everything was my wrongdoing in crime. In particular, the fact that I did not receive her consent was most likely the worst part. The artifact that contained lapis was disposed of on the spot without debate. In the end, I had forever lost the opportunity to leave my name in the history books of mankind as the founder of adult videos. Your lordship. And then, Farnese called out to me, who had become lost in thought about the lack of mosaics. Why are you suddenly staring out into empty space with eyes that appear as if they had given up on everything in the world? Has your lordship's brain perhaps become vacant? Hurry up and heal this life. Heal? The cat's breathing was nearly at its end. At the soonest, within 30 seconds. At the latest, its life will most likely come to a complete halt in less than 3 minutes. I had also just sent the witches out on a reconnaissance mission. Even if I were to call them back in order to make them heal this critter, there would not be enough time. As this was a fact which anyone could tell simply by looking at the kitten, Farnese surely was not unaware of this either. Despite that, this young lady wishes to save it. Farnese looked straight up at my face. When we had entered the Crescent Alliance and carried out an opening ceremony for our newly enlisted soldiers, you were the one who had personally cut down the miserable pack of dogs which you had cherished and raised with care, so how could you be opening your heart to the death of a kitten which you have no connection with? I did not ask her this. Through war, you have taken the lives of others repeatedly. Just the number of common soldiers you have slaughtered already reaches the tens of thousands, so what is your intention behind now referring to a single kitten as a life and requesting me to save it? I did not inquire this. Even now, the kitten's wound is causing it to languish and suffer eternally, so, if anything, the kitten would be better off if you put it out of its misery with your own 2 hands. What do you think about carrying that small life, putting it in your memory, and holding a funeral for it within your mind? I did not give her this piece of advice either. I waited. Your lordship? Farnese tilted her head. Your lordship. Farnese expressionlessly looked down at the kitten held in her arms and then gazed up at my face. She then repeated this motion over and over again, until eventually, an entire minute had passed. The kitten had a small head. Before long, the faint breathing of the small creature stopped. Once the breathing stopped, Farnese's gaze also got caught there and paused. I slowly got down from my horse. Since I had not given the soldiers a separate military command, they forked around the 2 of us and continued their march. Dirt continued to crumble underneath the feet of the soldiers. I knelt down before Farnese's feet. I sat up straight. I then lowered my head all the way to the ground. I am sorry. The reconnaissance mission was urgent. I had temporarily sent all of the witches out. It was my decision. I did not predict that something like this might occur. The soldiers passed by us and continued to advance. I could tell because of the footsteps that were shaking the dark ground around me. Although the footsteps occasionally hesitated and tried to stop next to me at times, the footsteps had no other choice but to continue onward because of the marching of the comrades behind them. From time to time, instead of footsteps, the low sound of whispering could be heard as well. I left those alone and allowed them to pass by. Why? I heard Farnese's voice after a very long pause. Why are you apologizing, your lordship? Due to my decision, you were unable to save a life. It is a coincidence. Is there responsibility in a place where there are no intentions? How can an apology be spoken in a place with no responsibility? Sending witches on a reconnaissance mission is an everyday occurrence in military affairs. On the other hand, trying to save the life of a small critter is not related to military affairs at all. As your lordship's general, this young lady is a personage who carries out the military affairs of a general. Rather than your lordship, would it not be appropriate for your lordship to reprimand this young lady for being unfaithful to her military duties? I would have admonished you if you had requested that of me as a general. However, did you not come to me merely as a child with hope? Currently, the witches are unable to utilize their familiars too much. This is also an order that I had given to them the other day. Because they do not have enough familiars to use as scouts, the witches have to personally fly up into the night sky. I am sorry. I could vaguely hear the sound of a war song coming from the line further ahead of ours. Oohoo oohoo like that, the soldiers attempted to alleviate their struggles from marching throughout the night by singing. Since our forces were making their way out of the woodland path, the singing easily mixed together with the sound of the wind that flowed through the forest. Wushu-hoo-ria. The song, which mixed together the sounds of the wind and forest, sounded more like the disconsolate cries of a feathered creature or a wild beast than the sound of a person. Why does your lordship have to apologize? Because I am your lord. Farnese spoke. And is it because your lordship considers this young lady to be your daughter? And because I have taken you in as my adopted daughter? This young lady understands. Farnese laid something down beside my head. It was the kitten's dead body. The internal organs which the kitten could not completely let out while it was dying were finally all released once the kitten had died. Like so, because the distinction between the inside and the outside was gone, the kitten was now going to return to the soil. This young lady wishes to forgive your lordship. Farnese sat up straight with my head held in her hands. As she stretched her knees and stood up, she lifted up my body as well. Farnese stroked my cheek. So this young lady shall forgive you. Father. I was forgiven. I gazed down at the life that had ended and spoke. Child, are you not going to create a grave and give it a burial? What are you talking about, your lordship? What a weird thing to say. Farnese pointed towards the kitten's dead body, the soil which the dead body was placed on. Did this young lady not bury it in this world just now? The child was smiling brightly. I stayed silent for a moment while I stood before Farnese, who now knew how to smile well. When I looked around, the soldiers were marching. Similar to a bunch of will-o'-the-wisps heading towards the afterlife, tens of thousands of soldiers were illuminating the night sky with the torches held in their hands. The radiant torches connected with one another and further intensified the illumination. The shadows shown by the torches easily hummed war songs. It was a barbaric scene. Many of the goblins snickered while they moved their bodies around. Whenever the wolf people at the front of the formation raised their maws and howled, the wolf people behind them would follow suit, causing the military march to be lengthily connected by howls. The shadows danced and howled on the roadside. Night Parade of 100 Demons. These words automatically came to my head. TL note, Night Parade of 100 Demons, also known as Hyaki Yagyu. Farnese spoke. I see that demons have quite the amount of nocturnal habits since they are not growing weary during a night march. Even if nocturnal habits are a part of their physiology, does that make a march any easier? They are most likely joyous because they are returning home. The soldiers who leave on an expedition always welcome the order to go home the most. Surely. If that is the case, then that would mean that the soldiers without a home would be less joyous. That is so. We have a long way to go. Let us go quickly. We remounted our horses and grabbed onto their reins. If one were to turn around, then you would no longer be able to see the outline of your home. Kinslayer, Imperial Princess of the Empire, Elizabeth von Habsburg. Empire Calendar, Year 1506, Month 4, Day 11. Paul's, Bruno Plains, Army of the Crusaders. Our army led our soldiers and approached the enemy encampment. It was quiet. The enemy troops that should have come out to oppose us were nowhere to be seen, but instead, only a dreary atmosphere loomed over the camp. Since the nobles were strangers to this sort of bleakness, they did not utter a single word even as they scoured the enemy base while on horseback. Even though this was the very enemy base which they wanted to crush and destroy so much, now that they were actually here, there was nothing to crush or destroy. One of the nobles simply pointed at the lofty tower of human bones that was located in the center of the enemy camp once they noticed it. What exactly is that supposed to be? How bizarre. That is a tower which the enemy general, Farnese, had collected and piled up. I answered. The enemy general was not considered as a noble since she had been sold as a slave and had murdered her own biological father. Perhaps she was not even considered as human. They all appear like skulls in my eyes. Be grateful that your eye sockets are healthy. That is a tower made solely from the skulls of humans. I heard that the enemy general has a hobby of beheading humans, skinning their heads, and making them a part of her eternal collection if they are to her liking. We brought our horses close to the Tower of Skulls. The sky was low since the fog had yet to recede, so the tower was tearing into the center of the low sky. The nobles murmured. Their voices were filled with fear. Was the enemy general not a youngster who was clearly either 17 or 18 years old? A 17-year-old girl with beautiful blonde hair. With her charming beauty, she would have received a lot of adoration if she were to have gone to social circles. The nobles went silent. Is there a problem, noblemen? The ones who could not stay silent vomited at the feet of the Tower of Skulls. In the place where the demon lords must have rested as recently as yesterday, the leading figures of the Crusaders held an emergency meeting. The enemy has evaporated. With the current situation of the Crescent Alliance having abruptly retreated before them, this is what the nobles had declared. That they evaporated. Because the way the nobles played with their words was foolish, I slowly knitted my brows. The word you noblemen are using is unusual. The enemy forces did not disappear spontaneously after being here for a moment. They have led their troops towards the opposite end of the Bruno Plains. Therefore, it would be correct to refer to this as a retreat and not an evaporation. Your Highness, regardless of whether you refer to this as a retreat or an evaporation, is this still not a peculiar occurrence? Sir, since your breath still reeks of vomit, I suggest you go and wash your mouth out first. Once you have washed it out, do it once more. I am unsure as to whether you have always had a foul breath or not, but your breath is severely rancid at the moment. It is making me dizzy. Pardon? Could it be that your wife has to smell this stench every morning? Your wife's mornings must be quite blessed now that you are out on a distant battlefield. Since you are gifting happiness to your wife even while a long distance away, you are indeed worthy enough to be known as a model husband throughout all ages. Please give my regards to your wife. Shortly after, the noble returned. The imperial family of the Habsburg Empire is no different to a rotten pile of garbage among piles of garbage, as their basis is in incest, and they have also made a side branch in adultery, but there is a single good thing about being born there as the imperial princess, and that is the fact that I am able to freely berate aristocrats. I am not boasting, but I am an imperial family member that has a lot of expertise in berating nobles. Once we had thoroughly investigated the enemy camp, the day had already become dark. Soldiers were illuminating the surroundings of the meeting room with their torches. What should we do now? A noble from the Republic of Batavia opened his mouth. I was dispatched from my country after being given the order to defend the Bruno Plains at any cost. If the demons had given up on the plains and retreated, then regardless of any military merits, I have already performed my duty faithfully. With all due respect, but that is the same for this Major General as well. A young duke from the Empire of Francia continued. The royal command His Highness had given to this Major General was to protect the humankind that resides beneath the plains. If the enemy has retreated, then would that not mean that they had run away to the other side of the Black Mountains? There is no humankind there that this Major General has to protect. No, it would be troubling if there were. The young duke let out a sigh as he shrugged his shoulder. The other nobles chuckled. Ho! I raised the corners of my mouth. I have no idea what you noblemen are saying. The enemy forces have urgently retreated in the middle of the night. How large were their forces? Were they not lacking a little under 100,000? An army of 100,000 had curled their tails between their legs and retreated, so how could they possibly be in good order? Nevertheless, Your Highness, even if they are no longer in good order, their military strength is still 100,000. If they take 30,000 from that 100,000 and attach those troops at their rear, then breaking through that would be an incredibly strenuous task. Are you now trying to make me laugh to death? If someone else were to hear you, then they would most likely assume that our military strength is only 20,000 and not 100,000. Whether the enemy forces make 30,000 troops defend their rear or situate 50,000 troops at their rear, why would that matter? All we have to do is sweep their troops and overwhelm them in a single moment. I am asking you all this just in case, but noblemen. Are you perhaps afraid? Silence. I looked around. All of the nobles avoided my gaze. It was strange, so I rephrased my words. I asked you all. Are you noblemen trying to take it easy because you are afraid of Farnese, the enemy general? Aha! These noblemen were trembling. It has only been a couple of days since our entire army of 100,000 had been toyed with by the 7,000 troops led by Farnese. Their memories of that day were still clouding their hearts with fear. These fellows who respectively claimed to be generals and boasted about being knights were quite the impressive sight. The other day, I had rescued you noblemen from a crisis. Since the crisis of that day was a crisis where your lives were on the line, you could say that I had saved your lives. The person who had saved you is now commanding you to pursue the enemy. Do you intend to disobey? One after the other, the nobles opened their mouths, but they soon shut them. They repeated this several times until eventually, they all began to speak indiscriminately. The favor which Your Highness, the Honorable Imperial Princess of Habsburg, had done for us is so deep that there is no true path of paying back our debts. However, Your Highness is not this Major General's king. If the order from this Major General's own country and Your Highness' order were to go in the same direction, then this Major General would more than gladly obey Your Highness' commands, but in a situation like this, Your Highness, and my fellow noblemen, I am ashamed to be the one to say this, but more than anything else, we must always consider the worst-case scenario. What will we do if this were all simply a stratagem to lure us into desperately pursuing after them? The general is right. If the enemies are not defending themselves with 20 or 50,000 soldiers, but instead, they are protecting themselves with all 100,000 of their troops, and by that, if we are not the ones in pursuit but are actually the ones being lured into an ambush. This one apologizes to Your Highness, but we are honored, but words. Underneath the place where you could clearly see up the Tower of Skulls, underneath the pitiable skulls that were dead and thus had no eyes in their eye sockets and no mouths in their mouth holes, the nobles continued to speak in a tone that sounded as if it did not matter what they talked about or what they looked at. I slowly shut my eyes. Once they were shut, the blood and guts that were spilled by the corpses during the purge yesterday approached me as a scent. Even though there were a lot of still living demons tied up in the enemy camp, the nobles before me were delighted since they were treating those demons as free exploits of war. Do they intend to be satisfied with the trash given to us as a free share from the enemy army's winnings? Do they intend to behead the prisoners whom the enemy had left behind as a contribution and use them as exploits? If they split this up among the nations here, then each nation would be able to take several hundreds. If they hang up the hundreds of demon heads and return triumphantly to their own countries with them, then it would make for quite the pathetic pretext. Instead of trying to win as defeated dogs, these men were already desperately trying to not be defeated. Fools! They were looking down on the people. The soldiers you are returning to your countries with are no longer simple soldiers, but germs that have been infected by Dantalion's poison. Even if only 1 out of 10 soldiers possess the booklet with the speech written on it, that will spread to 100 once they return to their homelands. That 100 will infect 1,000 and it will run as rampant as the Black Death. Are the emperors and kings whom you all serve good and wise kings? We are currently in a turbulent period where revolts occur even when there are no epidemics, but do you believe that you can prevent those flames? With what courage are you trying to hold on to the flames which you are unable to block with even your bodies? There is no other choice but to place an even bigger flame down. I opened my eyes. You are all noisy. Stop babbling wantonly and give me a short answer. Those of you who will obey my military command and pursue the enemies, quietly raise your hands. The rest of you, shut up. The useless words naturally subsided. While the majority of them kept their mouths shut, hands started to go up by ones and twos. The general of the Kingdom of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Grand Master of the Kingdom of Teuton, and the mercenary captain who was working for the army of the Kingdom of Brittany, but was left in a vague situation as the Queen had returned to her home country. Good. With these three people combined, we will just barely have a military strength of about 30,000. The three of them were all nations that had cavalry units, so it was perfect. They most likely raised their hands because they were confident in their ability of pursuit. I am the successor of the Habsburg Empire. I am not the successor of the family which you all respectively serve. Will you still heed my commands? The general of the Kingdom of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth lowered his head. Since you have saved my life once, I shall devote my life to you once. The Grand Master of the Kingdom of Teuton put his helmet on. Our king had ordered us to put an end to as many demons as possible. As the Major General, this is in spite of myself, but it appears that joining forces with Your Highness the Imperial Princess is the correct path to carry out our king's royal command. The mercenary captain lowered his back slightly. Her Highness the Queen of Brittany had left without giving us the rest of our pay. I am only saying this because she is not present, but she is deplorable to a certain degree. If she were not present in this world entirely, then I would have said that she is really deplorable, but since she still resides in this life, I have to practice good manners. I heard that Your Highness the Imperial Princess provides generous compensations. If Your Highness the Imperial Princess pays the remaining half of our backed pay, then we will follow your orders. I nodded. Not bad. Since a person who knows honor, a person who knows loyalty, and a person who knows money have gathered here, with just us alone, we can easily rival the strength of a single nation. I order you, noblemen, to pursue. I then turned to look at the dogs and hogs that did not raise their hands. You all can rest easy here. It seems that there is no reason for me to tell you all to no shame. As there are expectations one should have towards others and expectations one should not have towards others, would telling you all that you are barefaced not be a part of the latter? Regardless, there is a trivial request which I would like to ask you all. Share with each of us one of your banners. I know. It is a difficult request to heed. I shall request something more difficult. Take out 1,500 of the captured prisoners over there and hand them over to me. If you believe that these are truly difficult requests, then consider these requests as the same value of the lives which I had saved and let us call it quits with these. The nobles slowly bowed their heads. The Grand Master then asked, When shall we begin the pursuit? I looked across the plains. The night was falling upon us. I ordered. Now. The King of Peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire Calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 12. Paul's, Army of the Crescent Alliance. A battle of speed. From now on, it was a battle of speed. In our perspective, the demon lords who lived an idle life north of the Black Mountains were traitors, and in their perspective, we were a rebel army. Who the traitors are and who the rebels are, this will most likely be determined by the victors of the war. This was obvious. In order to become victors, we had to cross the Black Mountains and return home as soon as possible. I spoke. Do not be concerned about whether it is day or night and simply continue marching. The armies of the plains and mountain factions withdrawing, in and of itself, is what is important. Do not allow the group of traitors to even call together their soldiers. It should be fine to rest momentarily once you have reached the Black Fortress. It was exactly for times like this that I had captured both the Black and White fortresses. The bridgehead that was the fastest path to advance into the continent was also the fastest pathway back to one's mainland. I did not capture this strategic point in order to simply attack the enemy. It was in order to easily receive supplies and also be able to calmly counteract if the situation in the mainland were to ever become problematic. Going through all that arduous effort in order to take the head of Margrave von Rosenberg was worthwhile. Barbatos spoke. I also agree that we should retreat quickly, but what are we going to do about our rear? Dantalion, as you had said, don't the Crusaders have an imperial princess who was born between a monster and a beast that had incestual relations and interbred? It is fine. I shall do what I can to block the pursuers. Huh? Do you think you can manage the pursuers all by yourself? If I am to be more exact. I am incredibly sorry, but among the people here, the only military service member who is capable of managing the Imperial Princess Elizabeth von Habsburg is my acting general. Your Excellency Barbatos. Your Highness Paimon. Asking the two of you to do this would be asking too much. Even if you blare at me with such dissatisfaction, it cannot be helped. Before it was a matter of ability, it was a matter of talent. The kid, Farnese, had a gift that was capable of grasping battles themselves as melodies. Similar to how there are people who are lunatics since the moment they are born, there are people who are born while possessing these sorts of talents. There is also another reason why I must be the one to manage the rear more than anyone else. In the first place, for what reason did Your Excellency Barbatos keep me alive? Is it not because Your Excellency had keenly felt from your previous defeat the fact that it would be difficult for Your Excellency to handle the Imperial Princess of the Empire all by yourself? Since Your Excellency has spared my life, I should be worth my keep. You're barefaced as well. Why are you the one saying that? Barbatos snorted. All right. Dantalion. There's no reason for me to stop you if you're going to volunteer to take the short stick. Go ahead and try to obstruct the Crusaders' pursuit with the 7,000 troops you brought with you. Paimon was looking this way with a worried expression. Her eyes appeared as if they were asking, would it really be okay? As they also worried about my safety. I smiled slightly. This is for the sake of the demon continent. Do not worry, Your Highness. Dantalion. A somewhat moved expression appeared on Paimon's face. I could hear the sound of affection points going up in real time. At this point, my image has most likely been glamorized in Paimon's head as a schemer who uses any means necessary for the sake of the peace of the demon continent. The comical thing was the fact that she was not excessively far from the point. While Paimon and I were both imagining separate goals, a languid voice came from the side. Once we turned our heads, there was Demon Lord Citri standing there with her left hand raised. Big sis. About that, can I also go to the rear and block the pursuers? The most difficult job in this retreating battle is obstructing those pieces of garbage that are pursuing us, so I feel like it would be shameful if we left that all in the hands of our youngest protégé. Again she's. Paimon blinked. Oh dear. If you say that you are willing to do so, Citri, then I would naturally feel reassured, but... Is that all right? Citri, you should be aware since you have also faced against the Imperial Princess. This will not be an easy task. Well, I'm not exactly going to be stopping her by myself. I'll be planning together with our protégé here and the human girl. That's okay, right, Skinny Bones? Citri looked this way and smiled gently. Her smile was as natural as the fragrance of dirt emitting from a countrywoman. Despite my looks, I'm confident in my fighting ability more than anything else. If we fight together, then I'll definitely be of some help. Ah. Would I perhaps be a hindrance to you if I'm present? That is not so. I bowed my head. If Miss Citri provides this one with her assistance, then it would be like receiving 1,000 troops and horses. This one welcomes your excellency with open arms. Since the mountain faction had sent a demon lord, the plains factions could not stay idle. Among her subordinates, Barbados sent rank 16th demon lord Zepar. The meeting was adjourned like that. On my way out after the meeting was over. Because we had marched throughout the entire day, it was already dark. After resting here momentarily, Barbados and Paimon will resume their retreat. I gazed at the other side of the sky and imagined the hooves of the enemies that were approaching. Was the Imperial Princess Elizabeth chasing after us without rest right now? How many troops did she have with her? We had purposely left the prisoners behind. How well did my dissolution tactic work, I wonder? The pursuing forces will most likely have less than 50,000 troops, but more than 20,000 troops. The Imperial Army of Habsburg will obviously take part in the pursuit. The other nations I should be anxious about would probably be the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Teuton. Those two nations share their borders with the demon continent after all. No matter the circumstances, those two nations have no other choice but to be hostile towards us. If these three nations all participate in the pursuit, then their military strength will reach an astounding number of 30,000. This will not be easy. There was no reason for us to wipe out the pursuers. Holding on until Barbados and Paimon safely crossed the Black Mountains. A delaying tactic. That was enough. Seems like you have a lot of thoughts running through your head in various ways, Skinny Bones. Why is it that you have a lot on your mind whenever I see you? At some point, while I was heading back to my quarters while also in deep thought, Citri was at my side. I put my thoughts aside and bowed respectfully. The Imperial Princess of Habsburg is a terrifying human. The pursuers will be precipitous and tenacious. There is a need for our side to also be fully prepared in order to fight back. MHM. You have to stubbornly declare that the Imperial Princess is a scary human after all. If you don't, then no one will forgive someone like a human girl for going around acting like a general. Isn't that right? The reasons why you should have a head attached to your neck would also decrease. You're really hardworking, Skinny Bones. I don't get bored no matter how much I watch you. Yup. How should I say it? Do you not have that kind of experience? Those times when you absently stare at an ant wiggling around on the ground for no reason whatsoever. That kind of feeling. Citri laughed. Sorry. You wanted to monopolize the exploits by blocking the pursuit by yourself, right? By doing so, you would have been able to raise the reputation of the human girl you bring around with you by that much. But that's too bad, HM? I can't sit around and let you monopolize the ball, Skinny Bones. Your Highness. I will not deny that I did not have that sort of intention, but Yup. It's not that you didn't have that sort of intention, but that was the only intention you had. Insects are interesting. Just watching over them is interesting. Why do ants move around like that without taking any breaks? How are honeybees able to easily maneuver when hit by the rain even though they have hair? Why do fireflies live while illuminating their bodies and entice humans by doing so? Although there are times when I get so enthralled while watching these insects that I unconsciously end up sentimentalizing that they are all doing these things in order to make the world beautiful. Whenever the soldiers walked past the two of us with torches in their hands, they would salute us. We did not receive their salutes. Citri was smiling with her eyes and looking at me only. That's a misunderstanding. They're just doing all that because they want to live. Isn't that right? In order to live, they either become beautiful by chance or they become unsightly by chance. You're the same, Skinny Bones. To the exact same degree, you're like a bug. For the peace of the demon continent? For the glory of the Crescent Alliance? Ha. You may be able to deceive Big Sis with those words since she's someone who sincerely believes in those things, but Skinny Bones, I know for certain that you aren't that kind of person. You reek. The scent of a bug that has rolled around in shit for all of its life emanates from people like you to an intolerable degree. Yes. That was a fact which I could not deny. Since a stench that could not be obstructed even with that innocent smile of hers was also exuding from the beaming woman before me. People were capable of recognizing their peers. In that regard, Citri and I were undoubtedly similar types of people. It was a matter of course that people would be capable of recognizing others who have lived their entire lives in a way similar to their own, but there are times when those relationships work out well and advance into being first loves, and there are other times when those relationships make the two people into mortal enemies. The standard by which those relations were divided was most likely excessively simple. Your Excellency. Are you that afraid of being at Her Highness Paimon's side and attending to her? Citri tilted her head. What is that supposed to mean? Is Your Excellency not also referring to yourself as a bug-like fellow? The night. As the soldiers went further into the distance, the line of torches followed suit. Similar to how there was a lasting mute vibration after the end of a song, even as the light grew distant, it illuminated the darkness of the road before vanishing. Citri became shrouded in darkness and stared at me with turbid eyes. Your Excellency enjoys reproaching this one, but this one apologizes. In the end, the words which Your Excellency spit at this one will simply return to Your Excellency as is. This is strange. Citri tilted her head further and became further enshrouded by the night. Her face was expressionless. This is really strange. Was it yesterday, or the day before that? Didn't we clearly define our standings? Is it perhaps my memories that are faulty? Or is there a problem in my brain? 'Cause from what I can see, you're messing with me right now, Skinny Bones. Your Excellency will probably be incapable of feeling interest towards words such as peace and glory throughout the rest of your life. I understand. The intriguing part is the fact that Your Excellency feels as if that personality of yours is, from beginning to end, wrong. Skinny Bones. Does Her Highness Paimon appear that blinding to Your Excellency? Dantalian. It is only right for all people to be equal. If there are no nations like that, then you just have to make one from now on. With just that simple reason, Her Highness Paimon had erected a republic. There are people in the world who live simply because of that reason alone. There were. Did Her Highness Paimon's form appear beautiful to such an extent? I definitely warned you. Compared to her, how is your own self like? Is Your Excellency not a piece of trash who does not feel inspired by anything? My apologies, Miss Citri. Your Excellency has already admitted it. Your Excellency has acknowledged that while living, one will become beautiful by chance and become unsightly by chance. If we follow Your Excellency's pet theory, then even if Her Highness Paimon appears beautiful, this is solely by chance, and even if Your Excellency is as unsightly as a bug, this is also solely by chance. In the end, it is all the same. It is the same standard. There is no need to deny it. There is no special difference between Her Highness Paimon and Your Excellency. White static flickered before my eyes. Once I had come to my senses, I found myself on the ground and breathing heavily. A sticky feeling. The sensation of something shattering. I instinctively gripped my right shoulder. A sizzling pain was running rampant. My skull felt prickly. Citri had grabbed my shoulder and broke it in an instant. The tone of her voice sounded like a person who had done something by accident. A tone with a weight that felt as light as that was flowing over my head. Sorry. I really sometimes do things like this. I lose my rationality. But don't blame me too much. Normally, I give about 2 warnings before I lose my rationality, but you're the one who ignored them, right? Does it hurt a lot? Citri lowered her back. I was barely able to muster enough strength to look up, but once I did, I saw that Citri had a sincerely worried look on her face. Her eyes looked so feeble that if I had forgotten my own family tree, then I may have mistaken this woman as my biological older sister. Is it not fortunate that the child who could have possibly been my biological older sister was stillborn? Citri muttered to herself what to do as she stroked my injured shoulder. So why did you act up like that? She then dug her finger into my injury. An intense pain. I tried to let out a cry, but it was impossible. Citri had blocked my mouth with her other hand. Prius. Slowly, while opening up my wound, each time Citri's finger wiggled inside of my flesh, an electric current went down my spine. All of the nerves in my body felt like they had been torn. I lost the strength in both my arms and legs and fell forward. Citri received that body of mine in her embrace as if she were some benevolent priest. She whispered into my ear. Yup, good boy. Good. UK. You'll be nicer from now on, right? Don't act so conceited. Don't act like you know it all either. Don't get greedy in order to get somewhere too high up, and don't get unreasonably jealous just because you want to know too much, okay? This damn psychopath. I know you better than anyone else. Big Sis Paimon doesn't know you and Barbados probably doesn't even try to know you. Skinny bones, children like you are the type of people who I understand the most in the world. It's hard, right? It's difficult to endure the world since you were born much smarter than others, right? You want to live while looking down at them all. You want to live while crushing them all beneath you. It's really fine. People, even demon lords, can be modest to others. Isn't that a relief? The fact that a bug like you can also be modest. Skinny bones, how many people have you killed so far? You even started something like a war, huh? It's all your fault, isn't it? In the first place, you're a person who was wrongly born. A child who shouldn't have and would have been better off not being born. So from now on, let's live while atoning for your sins, okay? Citri removed her finger from my wound. I let out a gasp. Citri then grabbed hold of my face with her hands and held it in place so that I was staring straight at her. She touched the corners of my eyes. They were wet. Don't worry. You may be a dirty beast, but Big Sis Paimon isn't. Skinny bones, you should also devote yourself to Big Sis ideals. If you do that, then even your body will at least be a slight bit useful. All right? Don't misbehave. Even that succubus girl with arrogant eyes who has forgotten her place. Lapis lazuli as well. Even that human girl who should have just obediently killed her breath while living in a whorehouse after she was sold as a slave, but was instead taken under your wing and is now slaughtering her own kind. Laura D. Farnese as well. Even your royal guard girls who survived until now by spreading their asses to all sorts of demon lords. Humbaba and the other witches as well. Although you're all rotten mongrels. Although you're all pieces of trash that would have made the world a better place if you all weren't born, it's okay. It's all okay while you're following Big Sis Paimon. You can breathe. Realize your baseness by yourselves and become modest. Okay? I did not answer. I simply glared at Citri with pain-filled eyes. Citri smiled as if she were feeling sorry for a troublemaking child. What a pitiful thing. A pitiful thing that is beyond salvation and was born astray. A thing that was born broken. A thing that has become more broken after birth. Why is it that venomous snakes like these continue to be born into the world? If they're going to be born broken, then it'd be better if they just died the moment they're born. It's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing to understand. I'll sympathize with you all. I'll guide you all. It'll probably be difficult to throw away your greed, but I'll help you throw it aside. It's a difficult path. I understand. I've walked that path before after all. Even the small grains of dirt scattered across the road will hurt if you step on them with your bare feet. You guys don't know pain because you've been steeping on dirt with the soles of your leather shoes. Your greed is your leather. Take it off. Throw it away. Acknowledge the fact that you all are worthless and unnecessary pieces of garbage. Yeah. It's a difficult path. It's difficult to do. However, Citri uttered and stroked my cheek. Repent as best as you can. I'll repel our pursuers. If I make my soldiers lie in wait around the narrow path and ambush the enemy as they pass by, then even that imperial princess won't be able to do much. They've most likely been moving non-stop throughout the day and night after all. Skinny bones, just go to the back and be on standby. The hardest task for people like you is being made to wait without being able to do anything, isn't it? Although I was twisting my body in pain, I managed to barely raise the corners of my mouth. This demon lord had pointed at me and said that I was pitiful. It has been a long time since I last received sympathy from someone, so it was not that bad. The problem was the fact that, as expected, I was starting to feel sympathy for this woman as well. With things like this, I am unsure as to which side is trying to monopolize the exploits now. Are you that afraid of this one's acting general standing tall as the ruler of the battlefield? Yup. It'll be troubling if you freely touch the political situation any more than this. So is that why you are saying that you will be the one to obstruct Elizabeth Atanaxia Ivatrii von Habsburg? That girl. That girl who was born as an emperor's daughter and had torn off the skin of her siblings with her own hands. That girl who, in the original timeline, had exterminated all of the demon lords and established an empire. That monster. All right. On one side was a woman who had thrown herself away, and on the other side was a woman who had thrown the world away. Watching the two of them oppose one another and seeing who wins was not that bad of an idea. However, I shall make a single prediction. You will be defeated. Ungracefully. Without even being able to counterattack. You are competent, but since a person who is more competent than you is your enemy, you will face utter defeat. What sort of expression will you make? Will you resent the world? Will you curse at yourself? Will you forever abandon the world as something to resent and eternally leave yourself as someone to be cursed? Similar to how you are sympathizing with me, I sympathize with you as well. O demon lord whose hair color is the same as both water and fire. What else can the world be to you except hell? It was at the time the two of us were pushing each other back with our breaths. Citri? Are you over there? Paymon's voice could be heard from a distance away. Twitch. Citri's body moved. I also drew my brows together. Once I looked over her shoulder, I could see Paimon tilting her head towards our direction from about 20 footsteps away. It was night. A peculiar tension bound itself around Citri and myself. In her position, it was most likely fortunate that she was holding on to me. My body was exquisitely hidden so Paimon could not see me from the position where she was standing. Citri glanced at my eyes for an instant before speaking in a voice that sounded no different to her casual tone. Yeah, big sis. I'm here. What's up? You did not return to our quarters no matter how long I waited. Rather, is something the matter, Citri? Why are you crouching on the ground like that? Ah, it's just. I found a dead stray dog. Citri spoke in a voice that sounded jubilant. With only her gaze, she spoke to me with the coldness of her eyes. Be quiet. Shut up. A stray dog? Really, Citri? Even though you cut down humans with ease while on the battlefield, you are kind to animals like cats and other creatures of the sort. Is it already dead? You are trying to bury it, right? Let this lady assist you. Citri's mouth laughed. No, it's okay, big sis. This fellow spilled a lot of blood as it died. I have no idea how it survived with this much blood in its body. I'm sort of really soaked. I don't want to show my dirty appearance to you, big sis, so you can go back to the quarters first. If you move your mouth even slightly, Citri's eyes spoke. Truly, this child is warm-hearted. All right, this lady understands. But do not return too late. This lady will be departing with Barbados soon. Citri, we will be unable to see each other for a while, so let us share some drinks. Big sis, Citri's mouth was delighted. Of course. If I don't go to see big sis off, then who will? I'll be there as soon as I bury this dog and get washed up, so wait for me there. I actually have a bottle of alcohol that I've been keeping to myself for a long time just so I could drink it with you, big sis. I'll kill you, Citri's eyes threatened me. To her, the world was simply an enemy, a danger, and a wall. I called the lives whose worlds were enemies, dangers, and walls, beasts. Is she a beast? Was she a beast? Oh my, this lady is looking forward to it. Your preference in alcohol is surprisingly luxurious after all. This lady will make sure to drink it all. Drinking it all would be just mean. Big sis is also a surprisingly good drinker. Make the one on duty today prepare some snacks. I'll definitely be there soon. I simply watched the one man play this woman was performing from up close. While I watched her, I recalled the noises that I had left behind in my previous life. The study. The loud shouting flowing in from outside of the door. The woman who had rushed to me and apologized. The sound of music. Yes. It was music. It was a melody. What sort of gap must they cross in order for it all to become a melody? To some, life was nothing more than a couple of noises. Once, twice, thrice, and if you are lucky, it sparkles 4 times. Something that struggles shortly but ends as a short vibration before coming to a close. Something that could have possibly been connected, but, in the end, could not be connected because it had been forgotten. Something that will never be able to stretch itself even once in its life. Therefore, something that can only be seen on the ground throughout its life, so it ends up reaching its end while following the footprints left behind by others. Something that truly comes to an end. Truly. Was that and solely that not the problem? Who would save that sort of life? Paimon left. Once a single woman left, the area became silent as if no one had come here in the first place. Even after Paimon had left, Citri glared at me for a long time. After glaring at me, she too eventually left. Although the last remaining woman had also left, this area was dark and still as if no one had ever left in the first place. It happened late in the night. King's beloved slave, Berbera Witch Sisters, captain of the royal guard, Humbaba. Empire calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 14. Paul's, Vistula Forest. Should we really be goofing around like this? It's a superior officer's order. It's our duty as peasants to do what we're told, even if it's to show our asses. Whisper, whisper. We witches were having a pleasant chat while enjoying a tea ceremony. Yeah. Well. What? It may be surprising, but even we have tea ceremonies sometimes. Although we usually don't. Despite our appearances, we're cultured people. Aha. Although it's a tea ceremony where we roll dice and the bitch who rolls the lowest number has to gulp down a mouthful of muddy water, it's natural for highly sophisticated groups to add some spice to their recreations. If anything, you can measure the level of a group's sophistication according to how stimulating their seasoning is. Tea ceremonies where you just drink tea with no added seasoning is actually considered to be fairly barbaric. In that regard, I can confidently say that we possess a considerable amount of refinement. Yeah. Well. What? Do you have a problem? Pour. Drink. There's not a lot of muddy water in this vicinity. Drink carefully. This is extra precious water. We went really far to get this just for you. There was a pool of muddy water with a lot of bugs in it and a pool of muddy water with not that many bugs in it, so I contemplated about which water I should bring back to you, but no matter how much I looked at it, I felt that the water that was more full of life would be of higher quality. In order to prove that the muddy water's quality is good, I also scooped up the bugs that were living in it. Wow. Even when I think about it, I feel like I'm extremely sincere when it comes to my comrades. That's more damnably sincere than it is extremely sincere. To be more exact, you have quite the damned personality, but that's only if someone like you even has a personality. Whisper, whisper. If there were problems, then it was probably 3 things. First, the fact that these bitches are crazy. Since this is an issue that's no different to the usual, it's an irrationality that can't be fixed until the world comes to an end. Yup. The end. It can't be helped. My dear fellow witches. They were crazy since the moment they were born, so please look over this. Second, the fact that our surroundings are rather arid. The spring rain which had started in the north had now completely gone south. Although there was a swamp area if we went further ahead from here. Right now, we couldn't go there carelessly. Because of that sloppy bitch, Demon Lord Citri's order, our forces were currently waiting in ambush. Third, the fact that not only was our surroundings dark, but it was really dark as well. It was night, but we were also in an aspen forest right now. Not a small forest, but one of those so-called sea of trees which covered the entire area. If you wished to go in a straight line from Bruno Plains to the Black Mountains, then this was the path which you had to take no matter what. We were currently hiding at the tail end of that forest. We couldn't even light our torches since we were waiting in ambush. It was so dark that these damn bitches couldn't even properly see the results of their own dice tosses. You could easily tell that this was the case because every time these bitches rolled their dice, they would keep reporting that they got the best result. Ah, I got double 6s again. What a coincidence. I also got double 6s. Whisper, whisper, dot. Oh. To my knowledge, the chance of rolling double 6s is about 3 out of 100, so this is quite the astounding situation. For something that has roughly a 27 out of 1 million chance of happening to have occurred here in this very spot. What are you talking about? Since she and I got double 6s, wouldn't the probability be around 9 out of 10,000? MHM. I'm saying that because I also rolled double 6s. It wouldn't be enough even if these bitches were to lose their wrists. They're bitches that'll somewhat be worthy of entering gambling dens only if they actually lose their heads. There's nothing surprising about this at all. They're crazy bitches after all, dot. In the end, because every single witch who joined the gamble had miraculously rolled double 6s, we all had to drink the muddy water. The sound of bugs being crushed and chewed on resonated throughout the darkness. How beautiful. Do you now understand why witches normally don't do insane things like having a tea ceremony? Within the aspen forest where the fragrance of spring was reverberating and the odor of female beasts in heat was pungent. Only the spot where our master, Dantalion, was located was being lit by candles. General Farnese was whispering to our master beside him. The exact size of the pursuing army. Since the enemy troops will also move while utilizing the darkness of night, detailing their military strength would be a. Referentially, our master's troops were completely alienated. It was Demon Lord Citri's dogmatism. Thanks to that, our 7,000 troops were all waiting here as a reserve. Although our master all of a sudden had his shoulder pierced, it seems he wasn't that upset about it. He even won. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Volume 5. Chapter 4, Hope. This young lady loves you, your lordship. Yes. I see that your bullshit is bitter. Just go to sleep. It seems Farnese had gone insane for some unknown reason as she had abruptly confessed her love to me, but I had kindly turned her down in less than 3 seconds. This girl has always been crazy, so her confessing to me was not even slightly bewildering. Farnese expressionlessly contemplated. How strange. What is the issue? Humble as this young lady is, this young lady's beauty is quite exceptional. If this young lady were to speak closer to the truth, then this young lady has yet to meet a woman who is more beautiful than this young lady. Is your lordship truly a eunuch? Oh. Is it because you have just returned from playing with fire? You're spouting nonsense with that mouth of yours. This young lady loves you? I love you, your lordship? This young lady believes that she loves you, your lordship. I adore you. I cherish you. I am loving you. This young lady truly loves you. This young lady devotes her time to you, your lordship. This young lady's sun. This young lady's midday. This young lady's light and melody. The sunlight that shines down upon the clumps of ash. Now you are spouting bullshit. This young lady wishes. This young lady hopes. This young lady desires. This young lady wants your lordship to turn this young lady's time into a melody. Your lordship? Oh ho. I see. Ehem. Was that the problem? What did she realize? Farnese looked at me confidently. This young lady loves you, father. I hit Farnese by the back of her head. What she referred to me as was not the issue here. My daughter who is sick at heart. This lunatic child. Who's this? Who could this be? Additionally, the witches had all returned with their lives intact and they were now in the middle of bullying Ivar Lodbrok. Ivar Lodbrok was sitting motionlessly in our camp, so they were skipping around him and spieling amongst themselves. No matter how I look at it, it appears that there's a familiar bat here. As his mug is a bat and his physiognomy is a bat, there's no doubt that this is seriously a bat-like bastard. The fellow who made me believe that, throughout my entire life, I would never be able to meet a person who's more bat-like than him, seems to be right before my eyes? Strange, how strange. From what we can remember, this is definitely a fucking bastard, but why is a fucking bastard residing in our master's military camp? Has our master finally decided to take in even fucking bastards? Aha, as days go by, our master's royal grace is becoming more ravenous. Ivar Lodbrok stayed seated and merely kept his mouth shut, not giving the witches any sort of response. However, if I were his lawyer, then once more, I would have advised against pleading the fifth here. To the witches, the opposition's response did not matter to them by even the smallest, littlest, or tiniest amount after all. Look. Are the witches not happily performing a circle dance around Ivar while holding each other's hands now? We thought and thought again. Thought like a person who had nothing to do except think about that. The fact that our master was confined in a cell for a week. That fact means our master was unable to wash for an entire week. That fact means our master was unable to fap for an entire week. Such grief. La-dita, such grief. We thought. Since ancient times, if a male skips a day of fapping, then it's both joyous and sorrowful. Thought and thought again. If they skip 2 days, then it's a tragedy. If they skip 3 days, then it's an atrocity. Thought like a person who had nothing to do except think about that. Alas, such grief. Our poor master, our master who was unable to fap for an entire week. As your faithful subjects, there's no way that we wouldn't sing a song about it. Ah, such grief. La-dee-da, such grief. We thought. About master's long period of no fapping? Thought and thought again. About master's pitiful no fapping. Thought like a person who had nothing to do except think about that. Ah, such grief. La-dee-da, such grief. Look at those dwarves with small maws, look at those wolf bastards with long maws, look at those sons of horses with long and pointed mugs, and look at those pigs with plump stomachs. Ah, everyone come close and look at the blood-sucking old man over there. We'll sing a single plaintive melody, so listen. In the end, those crazy girls started to sing in unison. Omicron. An old man asked. Which demon lord has the largest penis in the world? We answered. The person's name is Dantalion with a sorrowful penis. The old man inquired. How impressive must it be for you all to praise it so? We replied. It is a penis that shoots faster than the wind. It is a penis the hair of which is denser than a forest. While it is a penis that is hotter than fire. It is a penis that is more steadfast than a mountain. But what is the point? Since there was no place it could be used for over a week. That is clearly the most pitiable penis in the world. Thus, we sing like this. The person's name is Dantalion with a sorrowful penis. Dantalion with the saddest penis in the world. Omicron. I went silent. Ivar Lodbrok went silent as well. Ah. Referentially, this young lady was the one who had composed this song, your lordship. Since this young lady's genius, which resonates throughout the world, has gone into this, you can be moved and cry as much as you desire. Even this young lady must admit that quite the good chord has gone into this. The lunatic did not go silent. Eventually, Humbaba, the leader of the witches and the captain of the royal guard, spread both of her arms out wide. Dantalion with the saddest penis in the world. It wasn't until she had sung this line passionately that the madness had reached its zenith and then subsided. It seems that the witches were most likely under the illusion that they were actresses in a cheap opera right now. It was an incredibly eccentric scene, but at the same time, it was not eccentric at all. If you considered the fact that their brains are usually in the state of being steamed by drugs, then this was not strange at all. See? I said that I made a super great song, didn't I? Ah ha ha. How was it, my beloved fellow witches? Do you girls now admit that I do indeed possess quite the amazing artistic talent? I admit it. I concede. It's something that I must admit. It's also something that I can't not admit. Sorry, master. We were originally going to come back to your side a little sooner, but listen to this. There were human prisoners loitering about way over there, you know? Ehem, as experts of both torture and execution, it's not like we couldn't bestow upon them our kindness. Well, executions nowadays aren't able to vivify the feeling of the past no matter what they do. Compared to the past, the world has become quite weak. That's right. Back in my day, when they cut your flesh, they didn't cut it normally. If anything, you'd be thankful if all they did was cut your flesh. They used to tear off all of your skin, pour a potion on top of your bare flesh, healing you completely, before tearing it off again. I was able to endure that twice, but it started to get difficult after the second time. Only 2 times? Are you saying that as if that's some sort of experience? I'm able to stay sane for at least the first 5 times, girly. I'm not trying to brag, but I didn't lose my senses even when my internal organs had been cut into pieces and my flesh had been peeled off 30 times. On the contrary, my mind became clearer each time my flesh was ripped off, so it felt as if something like torture could not possibly invade my prestigious mind. I wonder about that. Instead of saying that you didn't lose your senses, I feel like that just means you were never sane since the moment of your birth. What the hell are these girls talking about? I had a faint headache. If a person possessed a mouth, then they should be making sounds, but these girls were babbling while only letting out noises. Therefore, I was certain that the things which these girls possessed were not mouths, but assholes. You all may not know this, but I'm a witch who had her blood sucked by a vampiric archduke back when I was really popular. It's a bit embarrassing to say in front of you girls, but in truth, my lineage is so great that I actually shouldn't be hanging around with girls like you, but rather than words being said to our faces, those sound like words you're saying to our butts. I smell a fart coming from somewhere. Did someone fart? It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. Why are you looking at me? It absolutely wasn't me either. You can easily tell just by looking at my innocent face that my butt isn't a butt that would fart. It's more suspicious because you're denying it that much. The thought that it's undoubtedly you since you're denying it like this comes to mind. Ah. I was perfectly logical just now. You're suspicious for suspecting me so much. I don't know if you're perfectly logical or not, but I know for certain that you're a perfectly crazy bitch. Judge, please enter. Now then. From what I can tell, this is quite the foul incident. Just from its scent, you can tell that this flatulence doesn't have the normal kind of foul stench. What is the verdict, then, Your Honor Humbaba? The people are currently rioting outside of the court of law. Please remember that it was the people who had appointed you as the city's judge. The political judge who accommodates witches should step down. Step down. Step down. Step down. Ehem. Sheesh, this is troubling. Calm down, you lot. If it wasn't you, me, or any one of us, then I'm certain that the one behind this flatulence incident is none other than our master. What was that? This is an unexpected conclusion. Do you have evidence? Evidence? The smell of the flatulence itself proves who its owner is. The reason why the smell of this flatulence is so foul is due to the fact that our master had held it in throughout the entire week he was imprisoned and had just now let it loose. That's nonsense. Were those words just now or was that a fart? The judge is the one farting right now. Boo! Witch trial. Let's do a witch trial. Whoa there. Ehem. If you perhaps object to this verdict, then this judge will have no other choice but to suspect that one of your adorable butts was the one to have committed this crime. A flawless verdict. Acknowledged. As expected of Captain Humbaba. That was a beautiful verdict. For Lord Dantalion to have been the culprit behind the fart. This is all my fault. If I had known sooner, if I had realized a little sooner. No, you O'Reilly. It isn't only your fault. Our apathy towards His Highness Dantalion's but is what had brought upon this tragedy. Big sis. My son. Damn it, this is touching. It's been over 50 years since I was appointed as a judge, but this is the first time I've witnessed such a sorrowful scene. It's impossible for this judge to not shed tears here. What a coincidence. After watching all of your conducts, this great one could shed tears of blood. I was watching over these crazy girls while wondering how much of their brains they had thrown away in a ditch. The more I watched them, the more I grew curious about the name of the bastard who was crazy enough to make these girls into their royal guard. If it weren't for the fact that that crazy bastard was me, then I may have been a bit more curious. Ahaha, master. Hop. Humbaba skipped towards me and stuck out her cone hat. Curious as to what this girl was now up to, I looked down and saw that there was a bunch of dirt inside of her hat. After examining the muddy pile of dirt a bit more, I saw that it was a pile of dirt with several dandelions sticking out of it. Did she put them in her hat without even dusting the dirt off from their roots? There were dandelions contained in the witch's hat. I knitted my brows. What is this? We contemplated about what the likes of us could possibly give to you, Master, as a gift to celebrate your release. No matter how much we thought about it, we weren't able to think of a gift that could make you happy, Master. Even if the likes of us were to offer Master our bodies, Master has always been a eunuch, so what good would that do when you won't take us? I see that you girls believe that every male in the world must respond to you. How should I fix that misunderstanding of yours? If anything, do you not know that there are only a small minority of males in the world that will respond to you girls? Master's absolute majority is mistaken. History proves otherwise. I do not wish to know about that sort of history. For there to be a history where responding to these girls was the correct thing to do and not responding to them was the wrong thing to do. What was that supposed to be? The Necronomicon? Was this like a textbook of evil or the devil's scroll of incantations? Humbaba shoved her left hand into her hat. The left hand which I had maimed by severing the ring finger of at one point in time. There was a lot of moisture in the clump of dirt, so the inside was exceedingly dirty. Even if it was unclean, that dirt was unclean because it was alive. The small witch in front of me plucked a dandelion, which was unclean because it was still alive, with a snap. Master. Aha. It's a bit late, but... After she placed the dandelion behind my ear. Congratulations on your release. She smiled radiantly. I was at a loss for words for a moment. The witches giggled. It was light. It was truly a light sound. The sound of laughter easily spread into the sky and permeated with ease. And I believed that lightness was like that because it had thrown a small bit of its life away somewhere. Farnese spoke. Your Lordship. It seems that among the masses, people consider the act of putting a flower behind your ear as proof of one's insanity. Coincidentally, it appears that there is a flower behind your Lordship's ear. This young lady is not trying to go out of her way to provide an additional explanation or anything, but it is just that, this young lady simply wishes to say that your Lordship has coincidentally become an insane person. If my brain has yet to necrotize, then Farnese, were you not passionately confessing your love to me only a few minutes ago? What of it? Is there a meaningful correlation between your Lordship's lunacy and this young lady's love? This young girl who was tilting her head and sincerely questioning me as to what sort of correlation the two had, was the child I had taken in as my adopted daughter in this world. How insane. Truly regretful. By the looks of it, it seems that this life will be dirty just like my previous life. Nevertheless, I did not excessively complain today. I simply... Hoi! With my right hand on Farnese's head. And my left hand on Humbaba's head, I stroked both of their heads and spoke. Thanks. For winning a difficult battle. For being the first person to gift me a flower ever since I had fallen into this world. I am grateful to you both. My acting general and captain of the Royal Guard looked at each other for a moment before eventually smiling radiantly like a hydrangea and a dandelion that had bloomed side by side. This young lady loves you, your Lordship. I really like you, Master. Regardless of what sort of enunciation that love was said with and regardless of what sort of hope that like was said with. We were already a family. Omicron. The advent of the Crescent Alliance. It was most likely thanks to the fact that we had strongly obstructed the pursuers in Vistula Forest, the Sea of Trees. Barbados and Paimon, the main army of the Crescent Alliance, were able to cross the Black Mountains without having to face any danger whatsoever. On the very night the battle had ended in the Sea of Trees, the two demon lords had both sent a letter. Barbados and Paimon were currently busy pushing ahead with their march. They had both only written a single line in their letters. Omicron. Thanks. We'll be going first. Follow. Sorry. I'll leave Citri in your care. Omicron. When in a situation where one had to say thank you and also apologize to a single person, then there are people who would say thank you first and there are people who would say sorry first. Barbados was the former. Paimon was the latter. The difference between the former and latter was definitely due to the rift that had torn the two apart in the past. I strolled through the military camp which we had set up throughout the entire night and gazed up at the afternoon sky. A group of soldiers noticed me as they were passing by and saluted to me. I shook my head and omitted their show of respect. The monarch should be the one to show their respects to the soldiers who have triumphed. You all have fought well. You all have held out well. A lot of meat has been provided, so today's meal shall be substantial. The soldiers expressed their gratitude and continued on their way. Even if I was nothing more than ranked 71st, I was still an honorable demon lord. What cute fellows! I chuckled at the natural modesty of the officers and men and went into deep thought once more. Elizabeth, the imperial princess, was defeated. She had lost some of her troops. Her perfect record of victory had been smeared as well. However, defeat was nothing more than an immediate disgrace. The imperial princess had obtained something larger. The fact that when the Crescent Alliance retreated, she was the only person to have declared for the battle to continue until the very end. The fact that she had actually led the pursuit in person with her royal standing. The fact that while she was leading and fighting in person, her royal body had actually been injured. I lamented by myself. The commoners of humanity will most likely cheer. They will cheer loudly. Justification. When the other nations were reluctant to step forward and the majority of the armies were chickening out, the justification of having stood forward without any hesitation in order to exterminate the demons. The battle in Vistula Forest was fierce, desperate, and severe. Both of the individuals who could be referred to as the heads of each respective side had been hit by a bolt. If they had been even slightly more unlucky, then they could have died. Soldiers naturally respected generals who would charge forward even while in the face of danger more than anyone else. It was not only the soldiers. The simple commoners will also cheer the birth of a hero. The undefeated blonde general who was favored by the goddess Athena. That was Laura de Farnese. Imperial Princess Elizabeth was no different. On one hand, there is a blonde general, and on the other hand, there is a silver-haired empress. These two could only be stopped by one another. It was like that in the original history as well. In this life, I had accelerated the inevitability of history more fiercely. Even in the future, the continent will most likely rock under the military ability of gold and silver. Last night, Imperial Princess Elizabeth had lowered her guard. She had mistaken Farnese for a dead corpse or a puppet. A bitter mistake, oh Elizabeth. She may have been like that when you had met her previously, but that was not the case last night. Farnese had bloomed in less than a couple of days. I, this child's lord and father, had made this happen. In consequence of the time of a mere couple of days, you were defeated yesterday. You were most likely unable to predict this. You may have even thought of this as cheating. Regardless, the place where your absence of awareness was located was where your incompetence laid, and the point where you considered this as cheating was where your limit was placed. There is no way that someone could change within a few days. That was the incompetence and limit which you possess. A person is able to change within a few days, and if they have the assistance of another, then even more so. From this point on, the war you and I will create will always possess the time of several days. Perhaps, it will be a war that vies for the time of several hours. Even on the noon of the day where an unparalleled victory had been obtained, I am already predicting the next war. It was in that moment. In them. In the distance, a single group of cavalry units was approaching from the other side of the military camp. Were they friend or foe? If they were neither, then were they deserters? I narrowed my eyes and gazed into the distance. The cavalry unit was holding up 3 banners. First, a white flag which represented that they wished to negotiate and not battle. Next, a black flag with the dark moon of the Crescent Alliance engraved on it. And finally, a fluttering flag that displayed who they were affiliated with and radiating a golden shine. A maxim was written on the banner. Omicron. Know thyself. Omicron. A banner that was half white and half red. Adding to that, a maxim that was sewn on with golden letters. The one who strives to coexist between peace and war, and strives to bask in the glory of gold while within that coexistence. Ranked 5th on the demon continent. The lord in charge of nobility. The sacred and inviolable representative of absolute dignity. Demon Lord Marba. The monarch of the neutral faction was lurking in the distance. The king of peasants, rank 71st, Dantalian. Empire calendar, year 1506, month 4, day 15. Paul's. Omicron. This is reckless. Lapis remonstrated. This young lady will be unable to protect you. Farnese advised. Well, master is nuts, so if need be, this one will die together with you. Humbaba offered. While having refused the remonstration, keeping the advice in mind, and shouldering the offer, I, Dantalian, headed towards the neutral faction's military headquarters. The night was dark as midnight had passed. The only one who could be called my guard was Humbaba, but even then, she had been disarmed. Additionally, they had gone as far as to inspect Humbaba's undergarments after having stripped her of them. Her flesh, which had been torn due to the long period of torture she had endured, was displayed in plain sight. Ah ha ha. I haven't hidden anything, I have nothing to hide. I really don't have anything on me. Do you think I'm crazy enough to mess around with the demon lord who has a mortgage on my soul? I'm Humbaba. The head which that leads the 3 nightmares. I'd be delighted if you showed some respect to the quadriflius medal that's attached to my hat. The sentry looked Humbaba up and down before giving a nod. Humbaba was then allowed entry to the neutral faction's camp. It was really after they had checked every nook and cranny of her body. Humbaba was all smiles. Did you see that, master? It's because of behavior like this that I end up believing that the absolute majority of the males in the world desire my body. Even if I try to go somewhere comfortably, they do this kind of nonsense. My God. Your entire life is your own self-torment. Aha, I can't deny that. As expected of master. If you added the fact that my self-torment is my own torture, then it'd be perfect, but... We walked together as master and servant while murmuring to each other. The soldiers of the neutral faction followed us closely on both of our sides. The torches held by the soldiers illuminated their expressions. As one would expect from elite soldiers, they were all expressionless, but despite that, they would occasionally furrow their brows whenever they glanced at Humbaba. How long did we walk for, I wonder? We were guided to a particularly massive tent. It was a military tent that was made by connecting tiger pelts together. Due to the fact that both Barbados and Paimon did not have a personality that quibbled over the luxury of their quarters, the tent that I was currently seeing was the most luxurious one I have ever seen. All of the sentries that were standing guard at the entrance had a diphilus medal attached to their helmets. The medal that was in the form of a leaf was an honor that was only bestowed upon those who had participated in a Crescent Alliance and had performed a meritorious deed. As this was the 8th Crescent Alliance and the expedition had yet to end, those medals were undoubtedly from the 7th and 6th expeditions. This meant that the sentries, whose numbers reached slightly over 20, were all veteran warriors who were able to survive for the past 200 years. Humbaba needlessly behaved like a restless Shih Tzu and pointed at her own cone hat. Master. Look at this. This one has a quadriflius. At most, all they have are diphyluses. Ah ha ha. This one is twice as strong as them. Wow. The sentries glared daggers at us the instant Humbaba had spat out those words. I am still a demon lord in spite of my appearance. I passed my hand over the horn attached to the back of my head and whispered. Even if you say that you have 4 leaves, did you not receive your 4th leaf by kowtowing before Her Highness Paimon after having performed some trickery? I beg of you. Keep in mind the fact that we are in the middle of an army that may or may not abruptly become hostile towards us. But I have a chronic disease where I become sullen if I close my mouth for even a moment. At the very least, can you not whisper in a voice which only I can hear? Gasp. Don't tell me, was that perhaps a secret confession to this one? You mustn't, master. This one already has a master who she has devoted her affection to, so this one cannot possibly give master this one's body. Yeah. Whatever. What more could I have expected from you? Just grow up healthy. While receiving the clear glares of the sentries, Humbaba and I continued to chat. Once nearly half an hour had passed, a low voice resonated from within the tent. Demon Lord Dantalion, enter. The tone of the voice was antique. However, a harsh growl which could not be entirely placated by the antiquity lingered in the voice. I wonder if this is how it would sound like if a brown bear were to learn the language of people. I brushed Humbaba's hair behind her ear. I will be back. Yes, master. Humbaba smiled brightly. This one will be waiting. Always. Omicron. Omicron. Similar to how the military tent appeared grand on the outside, it was vast on the inside as well. I believed that I resided in a luxurious tent because of how much money I had spent on it, but the quarters which the head of the neutral faction resided in was on a different level. 12 attendants were all lowering their heads in silence. 6 royal bodyguards with either a sword attached to their waist or a spear held in their hands were gazing at me. A red carpet was laid out on the floor of the tent and a large throne was situated on the edge of the carpet. A monarch was obliquely resting his back on that very throne, within a place that should not be referred to as a tent, but would be better off being referred to as a palace located in the center of an enemy campsite. Dantalion. The monarch spoke. It is admirable for you to have come here alone. Are you here to answer my call? Marba stared straight into my face. His face was close. His gaze was unwavering. The monarch's many years of experience were spread across his face as wrinkles. The monarch's firm persistence spread through his steady shoulders. As someone who did not distinguish between beliefs and life, a monarch who has only gathered beliefs with life and life with beliefs was seated in front of me. He was a perfectly firm monarch. The last time I saw you was immediately after the speech declaring the onset of war. Were you not imprisoned? I lowered my head and answered. This one's sins had been forgiven, so this one was released. So I have heard. Were you released on the same day on which the tragedy on Bruno Plains had occurred? Yes, Your Excellency. That is the case. I have also heard that you are Barbato's lover. Allow me to ask you this, were you, in any way, involved in that tragedy? I contemplated for a moment. Lying in this situation was an easy task. I was confident in my ability of deception as well. There were also many different ways of answering this question in a vague manner. However, feigning ignorance was most likely not what was important right now. Naturally, raising the favorable impression which this monarch has of me was more crucial. In good terms, he is a principlist. Paimon had commented. In better terms, he's a damn aggressive old fossil. Barbatos had commented. And he is a bald old man. And he's a bald old man. These weren't particularly important comments. I shook my head as I mentally marveled at my own accursed memory. Your Excellency, this one had witnessed the tragedy with this one's very own 2 eyes. As this one could not stop it despite having witnessed it, even if this one could stop it, this one would have not done so, therefore it would be shameful if this one were to claim that this one was not involved in that tragedy in any way. That is an appropriate and sound argument. Raise your head. I did so. The monarch was wearing a monocle over his right eye. The candles located here and there throughout the tent would occasionally angle themselves towards the monocle and cause it to shine. Although it was difficult for me to look straight at the monarch's face, the monarch looked me up and down entirely. Dantalian, since you are the youngest amongst us and have the lowest rank, I assumed that you had barely any involvement with that incident. Even on the very day where blood was shed, you were most likely unable to get involved at all as you were doing your time behind bars. Amongst all of those fellows who are going around claiming to be the Crescent Alliance, you alone are innocent. This one is honored, Your Excellency. That wasn't the case at all. I regret to inform you, Marba, but if one had to pick out who was the main culprit behind the bloodshed, then I am the very first person who should be pointed at first. Originally, I am the one who you should be hostile towards the most. Regardless, there is no other choice but for you to have this sort of misunderstanding. Because Barbados and Paimon had mercilessly set you at the rear, they had left you behind and made you take on the approaching humans. There is no doubt that they had turned you into a sacrificial lamb under the condition of your release. Do you not feel vexed? Yes. Because no matter how you look at my situation, people would only be able to see it like this. I laughed inside of my head. In spite of all of my consideration, Imperial Princess Elizabeth and I were the same. For us, the victory and defeat of battles were nothing more than secondary issues. Victory was beautiful and sweet, however, was defeat not humiliating and disgraceful? In the very rare chance you are faced with a battle where you can be humiliated and disgraced, you must make sure that it is a battle where you are able to obtain something even if you are defeated. Traditionally, engaging in only these sorts of battles was the proper thing to do. The imperial princess was defeated. Despite that, she had obtained a justification. That justification was an item which she could obtain regardless of her victory or defeat. Hence, that was the reason why the imperial princess had pursued us to the Sea of Trees without any hesitation. I had triumphed. However, even if I were to have lost, my innocence would have been proven either way. To the other demons, I was a poor, pitiable, and pathetic individual, an underling who had been played around by Barbados and Paimon before being tossed away like a hand of cards. I had won. However, even if our forces had won, what had I been doing? Where was I when Farnese had been hit by a bolt and the witches were putting their lives on the line? In the rear. I was setting up an encampment in the safe backline and taking in the stragglers. Although I had won, since it was a victory which was clearly not due to my own efforts, I was standing one step to the side of the glory of victory. Some people may consider this treatment to be unreasonable, but I deem this to be the most beautiful conclusion imaginable. I felt as if I could hear the public ridiculing me from even here. Demon Lord Dantalian. An individual who had somehow gained a windfall, however, he wastes his wealth unsparingly for his lowly lover because he is a fool. Demon Lord Dantalian. He was fortunate enough to somehow recruit a genius as his general, however, he never goes out into battle himself because he is a coward. Demon Lord Dantalian. An individual who is somehow able to survive to this day due to pure luck, however, he is constantly used by Barbados and Paimon because he is an idiot among idiots. A lecher. A coward. An idiot. How beautiful these whispers are. On this vast continent, the number of monarchs who are aware that I am acting behind the scenes can be counted on a single hand. Barbados, Paimon, Citri, Ivar Lodbrok, and Elizabeth. There was no one else beyond these individuals. 5 people. A mere 5 people. It was a performance where I had to face only 5 people. On the other hand, Elizabeth. Oh, Elizabeth, whose silver locks are elegant. Imperial princess who was born with the other half of my soul, behold the countless number of rivals whom you must face. Elizabeth. Every sovereign that is currently reigning in the human continent is afraid of you. This is because they had a premonition of you becoming a storm that will raise a new wave and swallow up the coast of the current age. Elizabeth. Even your aged biological father, the Emperor of Habsburg, is afraid of you. This is because he knows by intuition the fact that the blade which you have been sharpening until now will be used to stab him in the back and take his life. Elizabeth. Have even the demon lords of the demon continent not come to recognize you? You, who should have been silently subduing the human continent south of the Black Mountains, were discovered 10 years early. This is because I had courteously invited you to the stage. Elizabeth. Imperial princess whose red eyes resemble the color of blood. Empress who, during the previous night, had shed blood for a moment after having been assaulted by Farnese in the darkness. You are competent to no end. Because you are competent to no end, you will no longer be careless when going against Farnese. Thus, in the next battle, you may even possibly bring Farnese to her knees. Not only the next battle, but the battle after that, and the battle after that, you might even come out victorious in the fourth battle and the fifth battle that follows after that. Even if everyone in the world does not believe in your victory, I alone shall believe in you. You are an empress who was originally destined to conquer the world, that is how sublime you are. But for how long? A single lecture asks. For how long will you continue to win? This coward taunts. Will you win forever and triumph eternally? This idiot scoffs. Are you trying to handle Farnese by herself? Manage her. You will be able to do so. I am aware that you are capable of handling her with ease. However, are you also capable of handling every sovereign in the human continent and every demon lord in the demon continent at the same time? Is that something which can be handled just because you said you could handle it? Look. This lecher, coward, and idiot is asking you a question. A question that is more important than anything else. A question shared solely within our breaths as they mix together. Elizabeth. Can you handle the entire world? I can. Ah, it is more than possible for me. Why? Because I had made it so that I had less than 5 cast members to deal with early on. 5. Even if I possessed a talent that is slightly lacking when compared to yours, I am not obscure to the point of being incapable of dancing around with a mere 5 people. 5. Even if my plots are insufficient and my schemes are poor when compared to yours, they are more than enough to toy with 5 people and run the show. 5. One of those 5 fingers, Ivar Lodbrok, has already fallen and is now my slave. Now the number of people I have to deal with has decreased by 1. What have you decreased while I was lowering my numbers? By some chance, did you not actually increase your numbers? 5. One of the obvious 5 fingers, Demon Lord Citri, has descended to a position where it was now difficult for her to raise her face while in front of me because she had lost to you. According to my intelligence, she and Zepar had been captured as prisoners by Demon Lord Marba. Very good. How pleasant. Citri still refuses to submit to me. It was too soon to pull down her final bulwark. However, not only was her fall going to happen soon, but this was also a preordained plan. Once it happens, this will mean that another leading actor among the main 5 will step down from my stage. I spend my time leisurely while on my gradually diminishing stage. You are the complete opposite. The stage which you must handle will continue to broaden ad infinitum. I shall give you my applause and cheers. Go ahead and try to perform a one-man play while on a stage that goes against the world. Will you not be beautiful? Will you not crumble beautifully? Will you not exude a fragrance when you crumble? Elizabeth, Atanaxia, Ivatrii, von Habsburg. Even in this moment, I draw you in my mind. Do not be too disappointed just because you were unable to meet me in the forest of white aspen trees. If we were unable to meet, then that simply means that it was not yet the time to meet. Be patient. You and I are each other's fate. When waiting for one's destiny, that wait is simply a happy melody. Until the day our fate strikes the earth like a thunderbolt, we have to be happy by waiting. Dantalian. Look. A supporting actor who was as terrifying as a bear was standing over there. However, no matter how terrifying he was nothing more than a supporting actor. Was that not the case? Now let us listen to what he has to say. You no longer have to be afraid of Barbados and Paimon who have tossed you away. Be embraced within my shade. I shall take you in. Stand underneath my banner. I shall lead you. Look towards the direction which I point. I shall promise you. Good. This was the language of a monarch who lived life. I could smell the scent of dirt. How beautiful. Clouds of dust would most likely billow if war horses were to charge on top of this ground which had been dried by the sun. I promise a crown land where our kind will not kill one another. I vow that it will be a kingdom where people will not be killed even if there is a reason for them to be killed. Even if I collapse and break apart, at least this promise and vow will be eternal. How about it, ranked 71st Demon Lord? The monarch continued. Will you follow me? I made the smile of my heart stop at my heart and composed myself. My expression was still calm and my complexion was temperate. My voice did not reflect the temperature of my heart, so it was serene. I slowly lowered my head to make it appear as if I was being pressured by Marba's grandeur. Your Excellency. Your Excellency's royal grace is immeasurable and inscrutable. If this one were allowed the opportunity to rest underneath Your Excellency's shade, then how could this one possibly refuse? However, before this Dantalian, this humble one can entrust this one's pitiable body to Your Excellency, there is something which this one must tell Your Excellency first. Do you wish for a private audience? Yes, Your Excellency. You all may leave. There was no one who dared to question his order. The sound of both the attendants' and bodyguards' footsteps seeped into the carpet before it soon subsided. The sound of breathing coming from slightly over 20 people had disappeared in a single effort. The extravagant military tent was more forlorn because of that very extravagance. The monarch spoke. What do you wish to tell me? This one is the emissary of both Barbados and Paimon. The air was cold. Marba looked at me quietly. I wonder if he was angry or if he was looking at me carefully. It was hard to fathom. Similar to how I had composed the temperature of my heart and did not let it appear in my voice, it seems that Marba did not allow the temperature of his chest to flow out from his gaze. If you are an emissary, then does that mean you have a letter which you must deliver to me? This one does not have such a thing. Then how is someone like you able to consider yourself as an emissary? Because this one has an item which proves that this one is an emissary. Show me. This one shall present it to Your Excellency, but... I bowed my head once more. Before that, this one must first convey the words which both parties had passed on. I shall allow it. However, bear in mind the fact that your life is resting on top of a blade. This one always has the preservation of this one's own life as this one's utmost priority, Your Excellency. I cleared my throat. I adjusted my clothes and raised my head. I stared straight at the man before me. A large physique with a shoulder span that was wider than my own by 3 times, was looking down at me. However, I could not be overawed. Since I had set myself up as the emissary of both parties, I was no longer ranked 71st, the youngest of demon lords, and was now the representative of both the plains and mountain factions. I convey this message not to the neutral faction but to Demon Lord Marba alone. We purposely did not inform you of our plans beforehand. What? A wavering appeared in the gaze of the monarch who had resembled a serene lake until now. Of course, it was not a well-disposed wavering towards me. As if he intended to give me a single opportunity to explain myself before releasing his wrath, Marba frowned as he glared at me. I explained. Your Excellency, both parties did not inform Your Excellency about the purge on purpose. Although this action is a behavior that is nothing short of ridicule, it was, at the same time, for Your Excellency's sake as well. Those are fickle words. How was it for my sake? From this point on, the Crescent Alliance will be engaging in an all-out war against the demon lords who had remained on the demon continent. Nevertheless, even if we will be engaging in an all-out war, is there a need for us to wipe them out? How could uprooting every single commoner who resides in the territories ruled by the other demon lords be the will of both parties? After all is said and done, Barbatos acted for the sake of the people. It was an arbitrary love and hatred. Paimon also loved the people. It was a self-righteous affection. Although they were arbitrary and self-righteous, there were no other monarchs who acted for the sake of demonkind more than these two demon lords. If the war lasts for a long period of time, then a time where a ceasefire is necessary will come. Even if it is not a ceasefire, an agreement will be established. If an agreement is to be established, then would there not be a need for a person to be in the middle in order to mediate the two sides? Would it not be difficult for a person from either side to act as a mediator? Your Excellency, the sin for having betrayed the Crescent Alliance and selling out our fellowkind is unspeakably immense and deep, but if both parties were to have discussed this matter with Your Excellency first, then they would have been able to convince Your Excellency with ease. This one assumes that several parasites hiding in Your Excellency's shade would have been sent to the afterlife as well. However, if things were to have gone that way, then coming to an agreement would have been next to impossible and we would have been faced with an excruciatingly difficult situation. The monarch went silent. So was I excluded for the sake of the peace that will follow afterward? That is correct. What are your true intentions behind not having brought the information you had conveyed to me in a letter and presenting it to me like that? There are too many eyes around Your Excellency. Starting from rank 1st Ball and all the way to rank 4th Gamajan. Similar to how their eyes were looming close to the plains and mountain factions, they are most likely hiding within the neutral faction in an identical manner. If this one were to have brought a letter, then there is a chance that it could have been revealed when this one's body was searched. Regardless of whether the contents of the letter were revealed or not, the very information that Dantalion had a secret letter would have been passed on to someone. Conveying the message and trust through a letter was dangerous. Your Excellency, I beg for your understanding. Understanding. The act of looking deeply into a candlelight. By simply looking only at the light burning in a lamp, looking past the things which can and cannot be seen and feeling them out. Fathoming the connection between light and light. Similar to how I had connected smoke with smoke all the way to the other side of the Black Mountains, the ones who were capable of pulling this off were monarchs, and they could only be monarchs by managing this. Please believe in Your Excellency's comrades of both parties who have been together with Your Excellency on battlefields for over 400 years. Her Excellency Barbatos and Her Highness Paimon are sworn enemies, but for what reason does Your Excellency think that they had joined hands for? Would it not be because there are parasites that are more scornful than their own sworn enemies lying dormant behind them? Marbach closed his eyes. The silence lasted solitarily within the military tent. The silence was tenacious. The monarch's wrinkles, which could be seen through his monocle, were dark. The monarch's mouth finally opened after a long period of time. Those ladies who frolic so much that the world aches. Do they intend to give me the hardest role? Yes. That is how it is. Your Excellency must pretend to fight and quarrel with both parties. If Your Excellency's performance is poor, then the demon lords north of the Black Mountains will see through it with ease. I bowed with respect. Your Excellency, please take me hostage and breach the Black and White fortresses. Pursue the two parties as if you are chasing them as fast as possible. At this moment, the demon lords north of the Black Mountains are most likely preoccupied because of the Crescent Alliance's withdrawal. Their field of vision will become narrow and Your Excellency will most likely be the first person to appear in their field of vision. Take advantage of that. I have already captured Zepar and Citri. Do I need more? The more, the better, Your Excellency. The monarch groaned slowly. It is you who is the loyal subject to all of demonkind. Despite having been sent to prison by them, you follow both Barbados and Paimon without any complaints, and you offer yourself as a hostage for the sake of the demon continent. Dantalion, I give you my respect. The monarch then stuck out his left hand. I surmised that Marba wanted to shake hands with his left hand and not his right hand. It was from now on. The act of pretending to be hostile towards the Crescent Alliance was going to start from this point on. This one is honored, Your Excellency. It was at the moment I was about to accept his handshake. Squeeze. Marba grabbed my left hand with his rough grasp. For an instant, an immense pressure pressed down on the bones of my hand. Marba gripped my hand just strong enough that it was barely short of making my bones creak and forcing my flesh to scream. Thanks to this, my expression had crumbled quite a bit. Your Excellency, what are you? Where is the evidence that proves you did not tell a lie? Marba glared at me carefully. I am already aware that you are a smooth talker. I too was present in Nibelheim when you had made Paimon kneel. How will you guarantee me here that you do not have treacherous intentions and that you are not planning to ridicule me and taunt the Crescent Alliance with that eloquence of yours? Where is the guarantee that we will not be ambushed while we are in the middle of making our way through the black and white fortresses after having been tricked by you? Dantalion, your expression is gentle and your eyes are soft, but there are plenty of swindlers out there in the world who are capable of camouflaging their complexions. How will you prove to me that you are not just ridiculing me? Surely. This was not bad. The man before me did not waste his days as the head of the neutral faction in a slovenly way. This much wariness was obvious. Because it was obvious, I was obviously able to predict it. While an intense pain was going through the bones of my hand, I smiled slightly. Yes. I have been earnestly waiting for this very moment. Oh, Honorable Marba, if it turns out that this one had deceived Your Highness, then that would mean that this one was deceived by the two parties as well. This one has already requested Your Highness to take this one hostage. If an ambush were to actually occur at the black and white fortresses, then would it not be this one's neck that would be sent flying first? That is correct. The monarch nodded. Therefore, the problem is very simple. How much do Barbados and Paimon trust you? This is the only issue which I must verify and you must prove. If Barbados and Paimon possess a brain inside of their heads, then they would have definitely left with you a token of their trust. Have you brought one? Of course, Your Excellency. I slowly took something out from my pocket. An item which looked normal at glance and was something anyone who was reasonably rich would carry around with them. Marba knitted his brow when he saw the item. Is that not a pocket watch? It is not a pocket watch, Your Excellency. It is a memoria artifact which contains essential evidence. The witches that are under my command enjoy enchanting pocket watches with memory magic, so I have been using it quite handily. Who? The pressure that was grabbing my left hand gradually diminished. That is considerate. If an emissary were to come with only a verbal message, then they would easily be doubted, but if you were to hide it within a watch, then you would be able to avoid this suspicion. Your grace is immeasurable, Your Excellency. All right. I am certain that that is a record which will display the weight of the trust that is lying on your shoulders. Go ahead and play it. I shall watch it carefully. It is too soon for such words, Your Excellency. Without any hesitation, I started to turn the hour hand of the pocket watch once I had been given the order to do so. Once at midnight. Once at midday. Once at midnight again, and back to midday. The hour hand, minute hand, and second hand of the pocket watch started to spin fiercely while letting out an audible VRRR sound before smoke started to flow out from the crevices of the watch. And then, Once I shined the watch on the smoke, it started to project the recording. Who? Marba froze. The sound of moans flowed out consecutively from the pocket watch. The silence of the military tent was broken capriciously. The Honorable Demon Lord Marba was simply staring up at the air with the same expression which his face had solidified into 10 seconds ago. No! Stop! Please, hey, wait, don't! When did I allow you to speak words? A pig should oink like a pig. Oink oink oink, oink. I grinned widely. Although the work of art that had recorded Lapis had been destroyed and will no longer be able to obtain the honor of being the world's first, this work of art here was undoubtedly the world's first to feature a demon lord in the leading role. Your Excellency had instructed this one to show you the evidence of how much trust Her Excellency Barbatos has in this one, correct? Now then. I smiled broadly while displaying my rare and valuable work. I was being projected on the smoke, and in that scene with me was a woman. The woman coincidentally had hair that was white and gave off a silver shine, coincidentally had horns sticking out of her head, and also coincidentally had golden pupils. All right. What am I? Go ahead and say it with your own mouth. What am I, Dantalion, to you? Master. Lord Dantalion, is my, Barbatos' master. And coincidentally, her name was Barbatos. Without moving even a single inch, the head of the neutral faction was like a statue as he watched the recording which displayed the head of the Plains faction referring to me as master and being ridiculed. It seems that he had received the biggest shock he had ever experienced in his life, and it had struck him right on his head. Space was also infinite and time was eternal. 5 minutes passed. It was a beautiful 5 minutes. Marba was still. I was smiling broadly. That. Yes. Don't tell me. Yes. No, but. That is the case. Truly? Surprisingly. But, no matter how you think about it, the roles are. This one thinks so as well. Thus, it was not done by force but voluntarily? This one shall mention that in this recording, this one did not have any free will whatsoever or even an inch of initiative. Silence. Marba opened his mouth. Nevertheless, contrary to my expectation, are you not enjoying it as well? Your Excellency, never once in this one's life has this one ever suspected Your Excellency's political neutrality, but that statement just now is raising a slight bit of doubt in this one. By all means, please be discerning. Surely. Marba let out a long groan. Barbatos, that reckless girl has finally obtained her mate. This one does not wish to mention it, but instead of getting rid of this one's doubt, Your Excellency is increasing it more. This one can assure Your Excellency that that body type is not this one's preference. If this one had to choose, then this one believes that Her Highness Paimon is splendid. Paimon's appearance is indeed quite marvelous. She is worthy of her title of Queen of Mares. I nodded. I then asked Marba. Does Your Excellency now understand how trusted this one is? Marba covered his forehead with his palm. Marba let his groans flow through the cracks of his fingers. It seems that he wished to pull at his hair as he contemplated, but due to the fact that no such thing was present on his head, it seems that he earnestly believed that this fact was quite unfortunate. Roughly, it seems that Marba was Buddhistically seeking out who I was, where I had come from, and where I was going. Thinking. Anguish. Surely. And resignation. I understand. I shall trust you, Dantalion. After magnificently accomplishing the 3 steps of Buddhism, Marba let out a sigh. Regrettably, it seems that he was unable to fulfill the final step of enlightenment, but who cares? It was fine. Regardless of how foul my temper was, I am not so cruel that I would scold the sadness of a bald man. Therefore, this one will be in Your Excellency's care from now on. Your Excellency Marba, it may be rude of me to ask, but will Your Excellency be willing to listen to a single immediate request? Please consider this as a reward for this one, as this one had come all the way here at this one's own peril. All right. No matter the wish, I shall willingly grant it as long as I am capable of doing so. I smiled truly refreshingly. Empire Calendar, Year 1506, Month 4, Day 15. A secret alliance has been concluded between the Plains and Mountain factions and the neutral faction. However, it is said that the number of people in the world who know about the decisive evidence behind the formation of the alliance can be counted on a single hand. Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42, Volume 5. Intermission. King's beloved slave, Berbera Witch Sisters, Captain of the Royal Guard, Humbaba Empire Calendar, Year 1506, Month 4, Day 15. Pauls, near the Vistula Forest. Sheesh, hey. Sheesh. Look at their violent temper. As expected, even the auras of a high-ranked demon lord's royal bodyguards were on a different level. Be it the sentries or the attendants, they were all glaring at me and whispering to each other. It can't be helped. They're the ones who want to badmouth me, so, by all means, I should allow them to eat tastily. It's fine, everyone. Chew properly, okay? Eat well. Chew. They say that you shouldn't even mess with a dog when they're eating, and in spite of my appearance, I'm a well-mannered girl. Ah ha ha. To make a witch one's captain of their royal guard. How could such a noble personage appoint this kind of lowly peasant? Harlots of souls with worn-out asses. Is it not amazing? Not only do people spew words from their mouths, but they spew words from their eyes as well. Yup. Strictly speaking, before putting an eyeball into those eye sockets, were those sockets not also holes? Holes are holes. Something is either rammed into those holes or flows out from them, and that is what people believed in. Similar to how words come out of mouths and shit comes out of asses, something flows out from the eyes as well. Scorn. Ridicule. Contempt. In any case, similar to how people require their daily bread in order to live, to them, those were things they required in order to live in their own way. Hey, look at that. They say that's a witch who's lived for several centuries. She looks completely like a child. She's looking this way. She really looks annoying. No. These were all irrelevant words. Hey, you young attendants over there. Clack clack, it's starting to get really annoying because they've been tossing pebbles at me since earlier. You could easily get a grasp of the beautiful color and charm of their personalities by the fact that they were throwing pebbles and not stones. If I were injured by a stone, then regardless of the fact that he's at the tail end of the Demon Lord rankings, it would mean that they had assaulted me, Master's captain of his royal guard. Thus, pebbles. Ha, these cheeky fellows. When's Master coming back? He's late. A bit. There's nothing to do, so I might as well hum the song that I had written the lyrics of. The old man inquired, how impressive must it be for you all to praise it so? Ah. I'm not saying this because I had created this, but this is a complete masterpiece. I'm serious. Be it the humans or the demons, in the end, monarchs compete in order to see who has the bigger penis. The likes of us had mused over this, but no matter how we looked at it, the one who has the biggest penis in the world is our master, Dantalion. The person's name is Dantalion with a sorrowful penis. Master was that. Not only was his penis big, but a peculiar lamentableness gloomed over it as well. It feels as if it should be called either sorrow or regret, but if you were to try and find an appropriate expression, then there was the shade of a person whose life was either fucked or had been fucked. Alas. Thus, as Master's penis is a large penis, it was also the most sorrowful penis. My God. Even I get shivers if I think about it. How perfect is my gift? If Apollo were to see me, then he would despair so much that he wouldn't come to work that day and make the world dark for the rest of the day. In other words, my gift is so formidable that it is capable of inadvertently stopping the sun itself. If the sun stops, then everything in the world would stop, and if everything in the world stopped, then there would only be the last breaths of all things there. So, in other words, my gift is so tremendous that it could destroy the universe. If the universe is destroyed, then even if space is infinite and time is eternal, there would be no point to them. So, in other words, my gift is so destructive that it could instantly make time and space useless. Baba. How sinful this woman is. I know. I am well aware of my deep sin. I was gifted with a fate that could threaten the sun and all things just by being born. Every wandering minstrel in the world envies me and every flower bud in the world begrudges me, so the world has no other choice but to struggle against me by forming an anti-witch alliance. So even those young attendants over there had received the mission to repel me, as they were the so-called informants among informants of the alliance. How could this be? Without even being aware of their situation, you insane pieces of shit throwing pebbles, it wouldn't be enough to shove a stick up your asses, set those sticks on fire, and burn all of your internal organs. Your fuckers who will only be able to fart for the rest of your lives had thought this. Oh no. Cry a little bit here. I went a bit too far, didn't I? I'm sorry. I apologize. From now on, I will try to understand everyone by considering each one of your situations a bit more. Add some more tears here. I, Baba, will be born anew and pay everyone a visit as a better me. Now then, was that enough? These cheeky fellows. It's true. She really isn't reacting at all. See? She's just singing like a crazy person. They say they don't have a soul. That's why they stay as kids and stop growing. Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead and throw things at me. Everyone. Throw. If throwing that is what is needed in your lives, then it can't be helped. In spite of my appearance, I'm a generous girl. Tear me apart. While people live their lives, there are periods where they must bite into other people's necks and have a taste of blood. It can't be helped since all of your lives are broken. This generous girl will understand your desires to blame something which cannot be blamed. Burn me. What can be done when burning people is something that's needed in your lives? If you have to burn someone, then burn them. Chew properly. Have a nice meal. Eat. Despite my appearance, I'm a girl who doesn't die easily. As it's fine, and also fine. There's no end to something being fine. There are no bounds to something being fine. That's why the act of being fine is unlimited. Hey, you attendants over there. If there's a problem, then it's you guys. The fact that there are ends and bounds to your lives. Wouldn't that be quite the problem? Did you know? Everyone, you're going to die. You'll all die. That, throwing is alright, but you're throwing away the days of your lives. You say that it's fine to tear me apart, but you're all tearing your own time apart while you tear me to pieces. You'll die, you know? Are you going to keep burning me? Are you going to burn me again? What more do you intend to burn? Your own corpses? Throw away a day. Burn one by one. Tear apart a day once more. Burn one by one once more. A day. One. And then. Gaia. Let's just smoke some Gaia. Wapa. Hiya. Yeah. Well. What? What are you staring at, you attendants? Do you have a problem? I won't sympathize with you people. I'm capable of doing so, but I won't. I can't. Do you know why? I don't know what you guys hate the most in the world, but once you receive my sympathy, then in that moment, the thing which you guys hate the most in the world will automatically change into receiving a witch's sympathy. When's Master coming back? He's late. A bit. Ah. Fuck. Hey, you attendants over there? Just because I'm not responding to you guys doesn't mean that you should throw actual stones, you fucks. It hurts. Hey. Look here. It hurts. Hey. Ah, fuck, it hurts, you know? Ha. These cheeky fellows. While I was in the middle of pouring curses at those pieces of trash in my mind, from within the tent, a voice which I hadn't heard in quite a long time flowed out. Send in Dantalian's witch. Hoi. I glanced around to see if I had misheard just now. The attendants and bodyguards were also looking around with the same looks on their faces. No one was able to respond, but a voice came from within the tent once more. Is no one there? I told you to send in the witch. I stood up from the ground and dusted my clothes. A bunch of pebbles poured down on the ground. The sentries glared at me with bloodthirst in their eyes. The attendants were panicking as they whispered among one another. This is strange. I did become a witch after forming a contract with Marba, but there was no doubt that Marba had forgotten about me by now. An incredible amount of time had already passed since then. He wasn't a demon lord who concerned himself with witches in the first place. It was efficient to set up a witch as a sacrifice whenever a large epidemic passed by. He was quite the rational ruler who would occasionally use witches for that reason alone. If you work well after having formed a contract, then he doesn't concern himself with you at all. The one who managed me wasn't Marba either, it was one of his bureaucrats. In good terms, he was an expedient person. In bad terms, he was a person who only concentrated on tasks that befitted demon lords after having passed down every dirty task to his subordinates. No. Well. Compared to Urieli, who was caught by a pervert like Glaciolabilas and was presented 200 years of torture by the demon lord personally, I'm incredibly fortunate. But why is he calling for me? During the 150 years, I went around the town plaza whenever an epidemic or a year of famine occurred, but I don't recall ever meeting Marba during those times. At all. Not even once. I've been incredibly successful lately, so I spend my days sleeping in the same tent as Master Dantalian, but normally, this is something that could never happen. In any case, I'm going because I was summoned. After dusting all the gravel off of me, putting my cone hat on properly, and obliquely holding up my broom, I hastily walked into the tent. This lowly one has entered, as this one was ordered to do so by the great demon lord. Welcome. Master Dantalian welcomed me with a smooth smile the instant I entered. On the other hand, Demon Lord Marba was looking this way while frowning. His royal countenance appeared to be firmly displeased with something. How overwhelming. I feel sorry for having to display a peasant like myself to such noble eyes. Master spoke. Baba. Yes, Master? I had a deep conversation with His Excellency Marba here. It was quite the deep conversation. It was a conversation that was so deep that it could have been dangerous if it were any deeper. As a result, we were able to share a type of friendship that transcends my and His Excellency's ranks. It is a friendship which only men can understand. Oh ho. There's some leeway for this to be interpreted in quite the dangerous way. Referentially, for people like me, when something could be interpreted either dangerously or safely, I'm a girl who always interprets it dangerously. What I mean is, a hole is a hole, isn't it? Although something flows out from them at times, things are rammed into them as well. I'm not trying to say something in particular, I'm just saying. This one gives her congratulations. Demon Lord Marba let out a sigh as if he were dissatisfied. It must be due to his large frame, but even his sighs sound like the breathing of a brown bear. Dantalian, I suggest that you think once more. This one's decision will not change. I had certainly said that I respected you. As one of the corps commanders responsible for the Crescent Alliance, the devotion which you had displayed naturally deserves to be rewarded. There are many things which I can bestow upon you as a reward. Your Excellency is correct. Era? What are they talking about? Even if I carefully examined Master's expression, Master was simply smiling slightly. It's hard to get a read on Master whenever he's like this. I could give you commodities. Yes. I could promise you a new domain. Yes. I could also provide you with an appropriate amount of honor and reputation even if it may take some time. Yes. If you were to wish for wealth, then you would become wealthy. If you were to wish for strength, then you would become mighty. If you were to wish for honor, then you would become glorious. Do you truly wish to refuse all of this? Do you intend to reward your own devotion and sacrifice with something like this? This is sufficient. Master gave a small grin. Compared to any royal gift this one could hope for from Your Excellency, this one believes that the thing which this one had mentioned earlier is the most valuable. It is not a lie. It is not an exaggeration either. Wealth is wealth regardless of whose hands it ends up in, a domain is a domain regardless of whose footsteps on it, and this one is not interested in honor or reputation. However, Your Excellency, no matter how vast the continent is, this alone is something which only Your Excellency can bestow. If it is not Your Excellency's royal hands, then it would be meaningless. If it is not Your Excellency's royal legs, then it would be useless. Your Excellency is benevolently offering to grant this one's wish, but how could this one dare to raise a petition? Era. Really, what are they talking about? Although I'm confident that I wouldn't lose in regard to reading the atmosphere of one's superiors, I have no idea what is being discussed right now. Master Dantalian was simply gazing at me with a gentle smile on his face. And Demon Lord Marba was looking straight down at me. Most likely for the first time. Was it 300 years ago? Was it 400 years ago? Because I had thrown things away for a variety of reasons, was torn apart by a variety of things, and was burned by a variety of things, my memory of that time no longer remains as a whole. During that time, there was no spring, there was no summer, there was no autumn, and there was no winter. In that season, my time was chopped up into pieces and split up into small fragments. Whenever I dreamed, only the groans of imprecating and imprecating, I could only hear that season where tens of thousands of screams remained as an auditory hallucination. Which humbaba? Yes? And then? After calling my name for probably the first time ever, Demon Lord Marbas. I am sorry, small witch. Humbaba, I do not remember in what way I had wronged you. I also do not remember making you into my witch. However, even if I did remember how I had wronged you, I would, by all means, not regret it. Era. I carry out things which I believe are necessary. Thus, if you had received pain, then I had most likely carried that out because I believed that was necessary as well. I am one of the lords who manages the demon continent. I am not sorry for the things which I had decided as a lord and the things I had carried out as a lord. Yes, but the day I apologize to you while in the presence of my vassals and subjects will never come. Eternally. Therefore, I have no other choice but to apologize right now, not as a lord, but as a single person. I am sorry. Why? To you who was nothing more than a child, it was a cruel act. For what reason? Why, now? I apologize to you. Even though you never responded. When I was hurting that much. When my flesh was lacerated for the first time and blood had flowed out, when my bones were crushed for the first time and I had screamed, when my healthy flesh was burned for the first time and I had struggled while calling out to you, please, 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 when animals gnawed on my neck, when animals that were more severe than beasts trampled over my entire body, no, my entire body and my internal organs, at that time, 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 at that time. Even though you never said that you were even slightly sorry. I am sorry. Why? Ah. I am sorry. Before I knew it, I was being embraced by someone. And someone was stroking my back. I am sorry. I can't see in front of me that well. Marba was no longer here. I couldn't see him. Only my master. Master's voice. Master's touch. Because my eyes couldn't see. I am sorry. Why? For what reason? For what reason are you apologizing? I don't want to, Master. I can never forgive him. I will never forgive him. Even though it hurt that much, even though he made me hurt that much, so much I can't possibly forgive him. This can't be forgiven. Wronged because he wronged me. If he wronged me, if he knew that was wrong, if he knew why, for what reason, why exactly. No. I can't forgive him. I can't even accept his apology. Who, just who? That apology. That sin. That wrongdoing. How? I am sorry. Ah. Master. You do not have to forgive him. Master. Do not forgive him for all eternity. Master. You do not have to forgive anyone. Simply make all the people who had wronged you kneel. Receive the apologies which you must receive. And simply continue to live. My master. TL note, thanks for reading this chapter. It's a rather nice way to wrap up the volume. With everyone's favorite humbaba. Or at least my favorite. In any case, I'll leave this TL note shorter than usual since I'll be posting an update post immediately after this. It'll basically be about how long my short break will be and what series I'll continue to translate next. On a side note, I'm glad there are no more people complaining about the black pages. I think there's only been a single person who complained about them this volume, compared to the dozens last volume. So yeah, that was a pleasant surprise. In any case, see you guys in the future update. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43, End, Volume 5. Afterword. I'm digressing, but I believe that eyes are called eye holes because tears flow out from them. Hello, readers. And sorry. I'm currently kneeling down on both of my knees while writing this afterword. This isn't a psychological figure of speech, but I'm actually physically kneeling. I'm typing this while kneeling. Coincidentally, as my computer monitor is at the perfect height on my desk to apologize, and if you consider the fact that half of my life is spent on the computer, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that half of my life was born at a height for apologizing. I'm sorry. My manuscript was extremely late. While expressing my gratitude to Kokorip, the illustrator of Dungeon Defense, as per usual, I wish to also write my apology here. By periodically finishing my work and sending the manuscript, the illustrator will be able to draw each scene while taking their time, but I believe that this time around, it must have been incredibly difficult to work on the illustrations because of me. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll resolve myself more. So, along with my apology, I will also be speaking sincerely to you, my readers. In this volume 5 as well, Kokorip's illustrations have proven their specialty most satisfactorily. Please go back to the beginning of the book and look at the color illustrations once more. There is a sea that is exquisitely dyed in purple. Moreover, Humbaba is there looking this way while skipping around. Is it not beautiful? Furthermore, sitting on the right, marvel at lapis lazuli who is collapsed on the surface of the water, appearing as if she were drenched in water ever since the moment she was born. Is it not beautiful? In addition, behold Laura de Farnese who is sitting in a defenseless state while brushing her bang behind her ear, with a gaze that appears as if she wouldn't go out of her way to block anyone who approaches her in a defenseless state, but wouldn't particularly be interested in them either. Is it not beautiful? Additionally, although there's a male standing in the center with some bath towel wrapped around his neck, please just ignore this child. I wonder what the significance of this child's existence is. I don't understand. For starters, the fact that he isn't a beautiful girl makes this unknown man's value drop by 90%. I'm saying this with the utmost sincerity. Thank you to Kokorip who drew beautiful illustrations this time as well. Editor. I've committed a grave sin. Editor, I thought that if I left land and went to an island, of course, due to its political and diplomatic characteristics this peninsula actually isn't a peninsula and is no different to an island. In any case, if I went to a smaller island than that, to be exact, I thought that my manuscript would become better if I wrote it at Jeju Island. But because nothing came out even then, I thought that if I went into a Buddhist temple, the Byomyosa Temple of Busan, even though I tried to write while doing a temple stay for the first time in my life, even though I had done the 108 bows for the first time in my life, because I still couldn't write despite having done all this. I've committed a grave sin. I'm sorry. I believe that you readers may be unfamiliar with how important of a position editors hold. However, for Dungeon Defense, especially this Volume 5, this was a volume for which the hard work of the editor was absolutely necessary. Every direction has their own respective intentions. If the editor edits something while not knowing what my intentions are, then the direction immediately loses its life force. Not only the direction, but the black and white illustrations and the positioning of the lines are the same as well. If you readers enjoyed Volume 5, then know that the editor's touch was in that hard work. People often refer to their editors as co-creators. I can say without any pretense that I'm a happy author for being able to work together with an editor who I can refer to as a co-creator. I shall do my best to write my next manuscript better. I give my thanks to my editor and Youngsang Publishing Media Incorporated. Finally, to my readers. I'm sorry. I had promised in Volume 4 that I would present to everyone a manuscript as soon as possible. I was unable to keep my promise. After a long period of time, I was finally able to barely prepare this single book during this season where autumn is approaching Chuseok. Once again, I apologize. Excluding Volume 1, in Dungeon Defense, I've been trying to put in a subject that's meaningful to me in each volume. Additionally, I try to sculpt that subject into an interesting story. There has never been a time where I had contemplated about what I could possibly talk about and how I could make it into a story more than I did while working on this volume. I wonder if I had finished this manuscript excessively hurriedly because I was being chased by that thought and I blame myself for it. In Dungeon Defense I confidently act out scenes and write lines. My confidence comes solely from the cheers of you, my readers. Thanks to those of you who had sent me an email letter. Thanks to those of you who had written down their appreciation and sent it to me. Before being thankful for the contents of the letters, I'm thankful for the fact that you all are still writing letters to someone, and the fact that that someone could be me. I felt so sinful for not being able to finish my manuscript for half a year, so there were many letters which I could not respond to. I ran away because I was ashamed. Since I was now able to barely release this volume, I will be reading all of the letters I had pushed aside and be responding to them. Not only the letters, but the very act of you all reading these very words is the same as you cheering me on. I wonder how this volume was to you all. There is something I challenge myself to do each volume, but if that challenge was projected well in your eyes, then there is nothing more that I could hope for. While imagining that this book, which I had sent out into the world, is placed in all sorts of rooms, I shall give my thanks to you, my readers, once more. Thank you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.